Chapter 411. You were careless. I didn't dodge. I didn't follow the moral code of martial arts. Qin Sun held his breath and concentrated, looking at his grandfather seriously. Lu Shaoquan said with sharp eyes. For these 10 days, let's ignore the basics. I will teach you the ultimate move of Bajiquan. The Iron Mountain Lean. Practice only this move every day. Use your speed, strength, in the first round on stage, take advantage of Kato Daiki's contempt. Don't fight with him, find the opportunity to use the Iron Mountain Lean. Before he reacts, you must kill with one blow. KO him directly with the Iron Mountain Lean. Even if you can't KO him, severely injure him first, make him lose his fighting power. With your speed and strength, you can deal with Kato Daiki with the turtle fist. Qin Sun looked at his grandfather's determined face and clapped wildly. Good. 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 Grandpa is right. Xia Ning saw that Qin Sun was aroused by his grandfather's words, and was a little anxious. Are men so impulsive when it comes to fighting? What's good about this? What's right about it? One hit to kill. But you only have one hit. What if Kato Daiki dodges it, and he gets angry again? You will be beaten up. Lu Shaoquan started to teach. Xia Ning watched from the side, and took out his mobile phone to take pictures of the key points, so that Qin Sun could learn more easily. Qin Sun. I will perform the whole move first. Watch carefully. I will teach you step by step later. Drawing the bow. Swinging and smashing. Shaking the foot forward. Reverse move. Swinging the arm and smashing. Shaking the foot forward. Lu Shaoquan said as he performed the moves. Qin Sun watched carefully. Afterwards, the two of them practiced against each other several times. Qin Sun acted as the villain's tool man and was knocked away by his grandfather several times. He couldn't help but sigh. Don't say it. Don't say it. This old man is really capable. If it were an ordinary young man, he would really not be able to beat him. It is said that a young man is better at fighting. When he was young, he must have chased 3 or 4 tanks to fight. The two of them practiced for a while. Lu Shaoquan pulled Qin Sun up from the ground, prepared to start from the first step, teaching carefully step by step, said with a smile. How do you feel? Qin Sun stood up, patted the dust off his hands, said, Master, I feel I have learned it. Lu Shaoquan. I haven't taught you yet. You say you have learned it? Seeing and learning are two different things. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun, laughed, and suddenly attacked, with a backswing punch at Qin Sun. Then try it. Qin Sun saw a punch coming, and screamed in fear. Fuck. He immediately fought back. He knocked Lu Shaoquan away with a punch. Xia Ning opened his eyes wide, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground, looking at Grandpa blankly. Grandpa's thin body was knocked away by Qin Sun, and rolled in the air. He fell to the ground with a plop. He fell flat on his face. Lu Shaoquan was stunned. He felt that he could hardly breathe in his chest, and there was a pain in his body. What happened just now? It seems like the Iron Mountain backrest? The posture is not quite right. But how can it be so fast? How can it be so strong? Oh, my old face. Xia Ning saw Grandpa lying on the ground motionless, thinking that he was broken, rushed over and helped him up. Grandpa, are you okay? Are you hurt? Lu Shaoquan waved his hand quickly. Not really, not really. Although I am old, I still have decades of kung fu to rely on. He looked up at Qin Sun, who looked like a child who had made a mistake, and smiled. You kid, good job. You are the first guy who can knock me down. You have only learned 60% of the Iron Mountain leaning skill, but you are stronger in strength and speed. You are also quite good. Qin Sun squatted down quickly, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. What am I good at? Am I good at? He helped his grandfather up. You were careless and didn't dodge. I attacked you suddenly. I am not following the moral code of martial arts. Lu Shaoquan. Didn't I attack him first? He was picking on me. Lu Shaoquan waved his sleeves, shrugged off Qin Sun's hand that was supporting him, and said, Do it for me one move at a time. I'll show you some tips. Qin Sun did as he was told, leaving some holes on purpose, so that Grandpa could show him. Lu Shaoquan kept showing him tips, explaining them in detail, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. He looked at Qin Sun and understood everything, nodding his head frequently. This kid is even more talented than I thought. Why would such a person go to make a movie when he has nothing to do? Wouldn't it be better for him to just be a boxer? After 10 days of devilish training, he might not be able to beat Kato Daiki. Give me half a year to train. And he can beat Kato Daiki. 1 hour later. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun and smiled. Very satisfied. Every step of your movement is very standard. Let's practice the decomposition of the movements today. And practice each step 1,000 times. Practice 1,000 times. Don't rush for success. Qin-sun clasped his fists. Yes, master. Lu Shaoquan turned his head and looked at Xia Ning on the side. And said, I am an old man with limited energy. You keep an eye on Qin-sun's practice for me. I have to keep a close eye on him. I'll go to catch up on my sleep first. And come back to check in the afternoon. Xia Ning answered seriously. Grandpa. Don't worry. Lu Shaoquan walked out of the training room. Walked into the elevator. Suddenly bent over and coughed twice. And took a few deep breaths. He was smiling. He was old and useless. This kid gave me a stitch in the side. Wait and find a doctor to treat him. Training room. Qin-sun practiced seriously. Prepared to practice for 10 minutes. And waited until Grandpa walked away. He started to slack off. Xia Ning sat aside and looked at Qin-sun. With a satisfied smile on his face. This slacker. Was he so serious today? It seems that he is also afraid of being beaten in the octagonal cage. The more Xia Ning watched Qin-sun practice, the more at ease she felt. Gradually, she felt that Qin-sun's competition with Kato Daiki was not a big deal. Suddenly, Qin-sun's cell phone rang at her feet. Xia Ning looked down and saw that it was Song Ying's phone. She frowned slightly and looked up to see Qin-sun stop practicing and looked over here. She hesitated, pressed the answer button, and then pressed the speaker. Song Ying, hello. Qin-sun. Qin-sun was a little surprised that she actually called him by his name, and didn't call him brother. Thinking of how Wu Yu insulted her when she applied for a winter vacation job, she immediately understood the reason. He smiled. Song Ying, what's wrong? Song Ying, although I cursed you to die young when you refused to let me work during the winter vacation. But you can't really go to die. Do you have to fight this time? Qin-sun, I have to fight. Song Ying, oh? You have guts. I bought the ticket. I'll bring a bunch of tools in. If the situation is not right, I'll rush to save you. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Qin-sun, isn't this Song Ying a fool? That's an octagonal cage. Flies can get in, but dogs can't. How can she rush in with more tools? Xia Ning looked at Qin-sun and asked coldly. Why don't you explain to her that she was rejected for the winter vacation job and it has nothing to do with you? Qin-sun shrugged and looked at Xia Ning. Forget it. Explain it clearly. Aren't you afraid that Song Ying will call me brother all day long? Xia Ning. No. Qin-sun practiced the Iron Mountain backbone for a few more minutes. The phone rang again. Xia Ning saw that it was Enku and frowned slightly. Among all the women Qin-sun knew, Enku was the one he hated the most. The independent, sweet or salty, gentle and playful, pure and reserved, a high-end hunter. When the phone was about to ring for a minute and was about to be hung up, Xia Ning answered it. Enku's gentle voice immediately rang from the other end of the phone. Hello. Sister Ning, I'm looking for Mr. Qin. Xia Ning. This little green tea is really smart. She can actually judge who is on the other end by how long they answer the phone. Chapter 412. Are you slacking off? Qin-sun saw Xia Ning slowly turn his head to look at him, gradually narrowing his eyes. The look in her eyes was like a woman who was looking at her husband washing his feet. He felt something was wrong, and hurriedly said loudly, Encore, I'm here. On the other end of the phone. Encore, Boss Qin, I bought your ticket for the boxing match. I wish you a great victory. After the fight, Song Ying, Lei Zhaodi and I have made an appointment, and we'll ask you to treat us to skiing. Qin-sun was a little surprised. Do you think I can win? Enku, no matter what you do, I believe in it. Qin-sun, thank you. I am really practicing hard. Enku, keep it up, bye. She hung up the phone without even giving Qin-sun time to say goodbye. Xia Ning was a little annoyed. This little green tea girl behaved like a gentle little sister in a water town all day long. She didn't pester him, nor did she give up. She seemed polite, but she was actually full of tricks. At the beginning of the call, she called Qin-sun. You, but before hanging up, she called him. You? In a subtle way. I quietly narrowed the distance between me and Qin-sun. I hate her. I scolded her directly. But she didn't cross the line. If I didn't scold her, I would feel suffocated. Forget it. I'm not good at scolding people anyway. Qin-sun began to practice boxing step by step. Xia Ning brought a small stool, sat aside, and watched Chin Sun practice boxing. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Chin Sun really changed. He didn't slack off. He was very serious. Really good. I thought he was talented. If he was so serious every day, he could accomplish anything. Suddenly, Chin Sun's cell phone rang again. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Yilan. She felt helpless and pressed the answer button, and then pressed the speaker button. Yilan, hello? Chin Sun. Chin Sun, I'm here. Yilan, are you crazy? You want to fight with the boxing champion of Country J, or in the octagonal cage? Do you think your life is too long? Chin Sun, for the sake of the movie box office, it's worth getting beaten up. I still owe you tens of millions. You're short of money. Yilan, you want money over life? I'll have someone contact his agent, give him some money, and ask Kato Oki to let him go. I'll save your life. Chin Sun, no need. If this gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Besides, I offended him so badly, I sent him to the detention center. It's not something that can be solved with a few million. Yilan, then go to hell. After a pause, her voice rose a few degrees. Xiaoning, I know you're eavesdropping. I want to tell you something. Xiaoning was startled, and said hurriedly, Sister Yi, you go. The other end of the phone started to scold. Xiaoning, you're such a useless thing. Chin Sun wants to go crazy. You just let him go crazy. You can't stop him? Waste. Xiaoning. She was scolded, but she didn't say anything back. She felt a little weak in her heart for some reason, and stared at Chin Sun. So pitiful. Chin Sun yelled into the phone. You are the loser. Xiaoning was shocked. He did not expect Chin Sun to stand up for him, and yell so loudly. Yilan was stunned on the other end of the phone. She was furious and cursed. Fuck you. Chin Sun, hack you. Yilan, hack you. The two of them argued back and forth, and it was a big fight. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. After arguing for a full minute, Yilan hung up the phone. At the end, he cursed. Stupid. The phone was hung up. Chin Sun was cursed with stupid again, and felt that he had suffered a great loss. He walked to a sandbag not far away. He treated the sandbag as Yilan and punched and kicked it. It was a bang. And he was still shouting. Your mother! Your mother! Your mother! Xiaoning watched Chin Sun turn his grief and anger into strength, punching and kicking like the wind, and hitting the sandbag until it shook. He was very pleased. Not bad. It can be considered as boxing training. What a diligent brother. Suddenly, the cell phone rang again. Xiaoning frowned slightly, thinking it was Monsieur. When she looked down, she found it was Chin Sun's mother, and her frown immediately relaxed. She shouted at Chin Sun. Chin Sun. Phone! Chin Sun only heard Xiaoning shout, but didn't hear what she shouted. He punched twice before stopping and turned his head. Xiaoning was holding the ringing cell phone. He was a little surprised, asking why Xiaoning didn't answer it directly like before. Whose? Xiaoning, your mother. Chin Sun blurted out reflexively. Your mother. Xiaoning? Auntie's. Chin Sun came running over and took the phone with both hands. My mother, my mother? After answering the call, he put the phone to his ear. He heard Xiaoning cough softly. He was a little helpless, put down the phone, and pressed the speaker button. Alas, if you have to eavesdrop, why do you pretend to let me answer the phone? Can't you just press the speaker button yourself? There was a cry from the other end of the phone. Xiao Sun, why are you so depressed? Why are you so depressed when you are living well, and suddenly you want to die? What will happen to our family in the future? Chin Sun. Hearing his mother's cry, he thought today was his 7th day. He waited for his mother to cry for a while before he spoke. Mom, I can probably make more than 3 million in profit from this fight. Besides, I have been doing devilish training these 10 days, which can enhance my ability to withstand blows. Can I really die in the octagonal cage? I'm not stupid at all. The crying on the other end of the phone stopped immediately. Ma Xiaogui's earnest teachings came. Xiao Sun, you are still young now. Don't be afraid of hardship. You are now at the age of hardship. Prepare well for the competition, drink more milk these days, focus on your health, don't be distracted. Come on! The two talked for a few more minutes. Hang up the phone. Xiaoning was stunned, and forgot to take the phone Chin Sun handed over. Auntie is so open-minded? She sold you for only 3 million? Then you have to tell her the truth, which can actually increase the box office by about 1 billion and make more than 300 million. She will send you to the game every day? Qin Sun sat cross-legged in front of Xiaoning, stretched out his hand to scratch Xiaoning's nose, and smiled. It's just that you worry about me every day. And you say you want to watch me 24 hours a day. People who have a deep understanding of my fighting ability will not worry at all. My mother is relieved about me. In her mind, I am omnipotent. Before, she even wanted me to go to the New Year pig alone to make her proud. Xiaoning. He is indeed his own son. No matter how he looks at me, he likes me. It's just a little too blind. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun sitting on the ground, frowned slightly, coughed, and said coldly, "Get up and continue practicing boxing." Qin Sun stuffed the phone into her hand, stood up and ran to the door of the practice room. Closed it. Locked it. Xiaoning? She looked at Qin Sun turning around and jogging towards her, had a bad premonition, and immediately stood up. Stop! What do you want to do? Don't mess around. But she saw Qin Sun ignored her, and ran straight over. Xiaoning stepped back, with her back against the wall, and said loudly, "This room has." She looked up, and saw no cameras, and said with an idea, "There are pinhole cameras here." 8. Soon. Xiaoning saw Qin Sun running in front of her, looking down at her, and sneering. "Stupid! Who do you think I am?" After saying that, Qin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes. Xiaoning? She walked around Qin Sun once, and then again, and gently kicked Qin Sun's back with her toes, and asked, "Qin Sun, you are not slacking off. Are you? Chapter 413, were you just thinking about being a good-for-nothing? Are you slacking off?" Xiaoning gently kicked Qin Sun's back with the tip of her high-heeled shoe. But she found that he did not react. And she could not help but feel a little angry. I have warned him again and again, saying that I would keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. Just now, he vowed to Enku Yilan, an auntie, that he would conduct the devil training well. But it was only 3 minutes of enthusiasm. A dog will always eat shit. A lazy fisherman is always a lazy fisherman. This lazy fisherman king doesn't take me. The lazy fisherman Terminator. Seriously at all. Xiaoning walked to Qin Sun and squatted down. Seeing him cross-legged with his eyes closed, there was a trace of solemnity on his face, as if he was an old monk in meditation. Xiaoning couldn't help but hesitate, and asked in a low voice, "Qin Sun, what are you doing?" I saw Qin Sun slowly open his eyes. His eyes were calm and clear, like autumn lake water. The more you slack off, the better your mood, the higher your efficiency, and the more effective you will be in boxing. Xiaoning. She had heard Qin Sun's theory many times. After Qin Sun's many practical verifications, he found that this set of perverse theories had no effect on others. But it was effective on Qin Sun. Xiaoning was a little nervous and said, "Are you lying to me? The previous jobs were all mental activities. But boxing is a physical activity, which requires thousands of times of practice to form a conditioned reflex of the muscles." She paused, looked into Qin Sun's eyes, and reminded him solemnly, "I don't think your theory is very applicable to boxing." Qin Sun shook his head, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The tone of his speech is like that of an 80-year-old monk. "Ning, that's wrong. I call this meditation, also called meditation training. The most important thing in learning any skill is the change of ideology. According to our Buddhist words, it's enlightenment." "Enlightenment? Do you understand?" Xiaoning nodded, and then shook her head. "Enlightenment, I understand. But what do you mean by Buddhism? You want to become a monk?" Qin Sun smiled at Xiaoning, fixed his hair, and explained slowly, "Female donor. Please don't disturb me while I'm meditating. It will affect the effect of my boxing practice." Xiaoning stared at his face. Seeing his sincere expression, she was a little nervous. "Meditation and boxing practice? You won't lie to me, will you?" Qin Sun said with a smile. "Why would I lie to you? The Buddha said that there is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a stand. There is nothing at all, so where can dust gather?" Xiaoning heard him say a classic Zen saying for no apparent reason. He really spoke like a great monk, and his expression unconsciously became serious. Xiaoning lowered his head and pondered the meaning of this Zen saying. It probably means that to pursue things, you should look inside yourself, and don't have to bother to seek outside. Is Qin Sun's realm so high? Can he really rely on inner meditation to reflect on the external body? Xiaoning looked up at Qin Sun, wanting to confirm it again, and asked, "Qin Sun, what do you think this Zen saying means?" Qin Sun remained calm, with a gentle smile. I only know this one sentence, so I'll say this one sentence. Xia Ning's face changed. I just thought too much. Xia Ning felt a little uneasy. Suddenly, she felt that she might be deceived, like a big idiot. She reached out and grabbed Qin Sun's collar, and said coldly, I'll give you an hour of meditation time. After an hour, you punch me and see. If it works, I'll let you go. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. The terminator of slacking off. For killing you. Qin Sun smiled, looking at Xia Ning's somewhat cold face, nodded slightly, and closed his eyes. Amitabha. Okay, donor. Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, feeling more and more uneasy, feeling more and more like an idiot. Qin Sun was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Xia Ning moved a small stool in front of Qin Sun, and set a 1-hour countdown on her phone alarm. She sat on the stool and read some news. She looked at Qin Sun from time to time. Qin Sun's expression became more and more relaxed, and more calm. It seemed that he was getting better. Xia Ning thought he was so cute, and secretly took a photo with her phone. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun with his eyes closed, his body tilted, slowly lying on the floor, supporting his head with his left hand and yawning. Xia Ning raised her eyebrows, walked over, and gently patted Qin Sun's face. Wake up, wake up. Qin Sun, wake up. What are you doing again? Qin Sun opened his eyes, frowned, and explained. Haven't you been to a temple? Which temple doesn't have a Buddha statue in this posture? This is also a Buddhist practice posture, and it is a more difficult one. You are so uneducated, so terrible. Xia Ning? She pointed at Qin Sun's left hand supporting his head, and said unhappily, the posture you mentioned should be the auspicious lying posture. But it shouldn't be lying on the right side of the body, supporting the head with the right hand, and the left hand should be placed on the body. Your posture is completely reversed. Qin Sun. I almost forgot that Xia Ning's nickname is the Old Nun. She is a tough person who can recite the Diamond Sutra. She knows more than me. It's not easy to fool. Qin Sun coughed lightly, looked at Xia Ning, and said seriously, Donor, you are obsessed. He repeated the Zen saying again. There is no Bodhi tree. Nor is there a mirror. There is nothing. So where can dust gather? Your realm is too shallow. He turned over, with his back to Xia Ning, following Xia Ning's instructions. He lay on the ground on his right side, supporting his head with his right hand as a pillow. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back and cursed in a low voice. Evil monk. She sat back on the small stool and looked at the time. There were still 50 minutes to an hour. She started to check her phone again, looking at Qin Sun from time to time. She found Qin Sun's body was slightly up and down, and his breathing was long. His body was up and down like mountains, and his breathing was long like autumn wind. There was a bit of zen in it. Xia Ning smiled, and lowered her head to continue looking at her phone. Suddenly, she saw a short horror story. She was so absorbed in it that she didn't look up at Qin Sun for a long time. When she was reading the exciting part, she suddenly heard a slight snoring. Xia Ning raised her head suddenly, and her face changed. She saw Qin Sun lying crookedly on the ground. It was not a lucky lying position at all, but a drunk's lying position. Xia Ning walked over, looking down at the sleeping Qin Sun, knelt down, grabbed his collar, tugged it up roughly. Qin Sun, wake up! Qin Sun suddenly woke up, bleary-eyed. What's the matter? Just eating? Xia Ning? Apart from sleeping, are you just meditating that you are a glutton? Qin Sun looked embarrassed, pushed Xia Ning's hand that was grabbing his collar, sat on the ground, yawned and said, I really got up too early today. I just meditated into a mysterious state, as if I saw the sun shining on the golden mountain, and the Buddha poked his head out from the clouds of fire. Tell me softly to sleep, sleep. He looked at Xia Ning and smiled. I have no choice but to obey the Buddha's command. But Xia Ning looked cold. Do you think you are humorous? Do you think I am really an idiot? Chapter 414, I have this fish. I am sure of it. Even the Buddha can't stop me. I said it. I really believed your lies. I believed in meditation and boxing. I am so stupid. I am really so stupid. To deal with you. A fish-slacking monster. I can't be too gentle. I have to use thundering means. Don't run. Wait for me for a few minutes. Xia Ning stood up and glanced at Qin Sun coldly. Qin Sun sat on the ground, looking up at Xia Ning, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Xia Ning said no more words, and walked out of the training room quickly. Close the door. Qin Sun sat on the ground in a daze, Calling up the slacking panel. Slacking value 5870080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. He thought about it carefully. The last time I checked the panel, the slacking value was more than 5.86 million. Now it has become more than 5.87 million. Jin Sun's heart trembled. Oh my god! It's only been less than an hour. The slacking value has increased by 10,000. That day, I meditated and slept for 8 hours. Wouldn't it be possible to increase the slacking value by more than 100,000 a day? 10 days before the battle with Kato Oki, can I save more than 1 million? What kind of fish can be so easy to catch? No matter what thundering means you use. This fish, I'm sure to catch it. Even the Buddha can't stop me, I said. 15 minutes later. Jin Sun was looking down at his phone, studying the teaching of the Sea King word by word. Suddenly, he heard footsteps at the door, looked up. Si Xiaoning walked in, with a cold face. She changed into a white training suit, with her right hand behind her back, seemingly hiding some peerless killer weapon. Jin Sun quickly cleared the search history of the search browser. How to have intimate contact with a girl in the training room. Quickly re-entered it on the browser. How to cheer up your girlfriend when she is angry. Then he secretly hid his phone behind his back, like a high school student who was found by the dean to have a fallen artifact. Jin Sun looked up at Xiaoning, glancing at her right hand hidden behind her back, said with a smile, Lady Xiaoning, are you going to practice with me after changing into your training clothes? If Xiaoning agrees to practice, that would be great. First, I can slack off. Second, I can practice the intimate contact skills I just learned with great effort. Xiaoning nodded expressionlessly. Yes. If you continue to slack off, I will practice with you, but I will use weapons. Jin Sun was a little uneasy, and took another look at her hidden hand. May I ask what treasure the lady took? Xiaoning frowned slightly. Just now, he kept calling her donor, and pretending to be a monk. Now he keeps calling her lady, and pretending to be a hero. Is this cosplay? Xiaoning stared at Jin Sun, and slowly took out her right hand from behind her back. She showed a 15-centimeter electric baton in her hand. She pressed it twice. The blue arc crackled. Anti-wolf electric baton. 200,000 volts. It can also shock fish. Jin Sun? Shit! I just checked how to have close contact with girls in the training room, and she brought an anti-wolf electric baton. 200,000 volts. And shock fish? She wants to shock me. A lazy fisherman. Jin Sun sighed, and suddenly jumped up from the ground. People laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through me. You actually doubt that my meditation training is fake? Is there any justice? He started to practice boxing. Meticulous and serious. Xiaoning watched for a while holding the electric baton, getting more and more satisfied. Hey. He seemed to be a little better than before. Is it really the effect of meditation training? It's not that he is too crazy. I can't see through it. Nonsense. Why did I start to lie to myself? Xiaoning saw Jin Sun training seriously. Thinking back to when he entered the training room, just now, Jin Sun hid his phone behind his back in a panic. He must be watching something unhealthy. She was a little curious, walked over, picked up Jin Sun's phone. Entered the password, unlocked the phone. She and Jin Sun knew each other's phone passwords. Xiaoning looked at the content on it, and was stunned for a moment. How to cheer up your girlfriend when she's angry. She looked up at Jin Sun practicing boxing seriously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Put the electric baton on the ground. Xiaoning sat on a small stool, no longer playing with her phone, with her hands supporting her chin, watching Jin Sun practicing boxing. Like a stone statue waiting for her husband. Every time Jin Sun looked at her, she smiled, clenched her fists gently, and whispered, Come on! She actually had a little bit of the temperament of a sweet girl from Taiwan for the first time. Jin Sun. She became a little sweeter when she peeked at my phone. This Xiaoning is so easy to fool. Why is it so hard to take off her clothes? Jin Sun practiced for 15 minutes. The more he practiced, the more Xiaoning smiled, but the deeper his guilt became. In less than an hour, I can increase my lazy points by 10,000. But I am practicing boxing here. What a waste of life. I must find a way to get rid of Xiaoning. The lazy Terminator. She dare not watch me practicing boxing. Xiaoning sat on the small stool and stared at Jin Sun for half an hour, without playing with her phone, and she didn't feel bored at all. She felt a sense of accomplishment like when she was a child watching the strawberries she planted break through the soil, grow leaves, bloom, and bear fruit. Suddenly, she saw Qin rushing to a vertical sandbag and began to hit the sandbag frantically. Xia Ning quickly reminded him, "Grandpa asked you to practice basics, not to hit the sandbag." Qin hit the sandbag hard, said loudly, "Maybe it's a bit arrogant to say this, but I think my basics are good enough. I can definitely pass Grandpa's test this afternoon." He raised his leg and kicked the sandbag a few times. "You are here, I have a fire in my heart, and I want to find something to vent it." Xia Ning heard this, and his heart skipped a beat, and he was a little nervous. Fire? Evil fire? He won't do anything wrong, right? Xia Ning sat on a small bench, watching Qin hit the sandbag. The punches and kicks were very fast. She quietly hooked the electric baton on the ground not far away with her foot, picked it up, and hid it under the small stool, in order to avoid not being able to pick it up when she needed it later. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin stop practicing boxing, thinking that he had discovered her little move, and quickly stood up with an awkward smile. "Are you tired? Do you want some water? I'll get it for you. Iced or hot?" But Qin shook his head. "I'm so hot." Qin took off his shirt directly, revealing his sweaty upper body. Muscles bulged. Abdominal muscles were neatly arranged. Xia Ning turned her head to look elsewhere, but suddenly felt that this made her look a little cowardly, so she turned her head to stare at Qin. "Do you want to drink some ice water to cool down?" She saw Qin put his hands on his belt again, and looked at her embarrassed expression. Xia Ning knew that he wanted to take off his pants, and was a little nervous. "Are you so hot?" Qin nodded. "If you don't believe me, you can touch it." Xia Ning glanced at Qin's body covered with a thin layer of sweat, and glanced at his lower body, and quickly shook her head. "Don't touch it," Qin said with a smile. "I took off my clothes, but it's not enough. I also want to take off my pants, leaving only a pair of underwear. It helps me practice boxing. It's not that I have an exhibitionist fetish, but there's nothing I can do about it," he said with a serious face and awe-inspiring. "I didn't take off these pants for myself, but for the people of the whole country." Chapter 4:15. If you want to insult Kato Daiki like this, he must commit seppuku? Xia Ning? Take off your pants for the whole nation? Why does this sound so strange? Xia Ning stared blankly at Qin's hand that had been on his belt, a little nervous, worried that he would take it off. She felt the temperature of the room. The heating was sufficient. It was about 25 or 26 degrees. It would be really hot with the amount of exercise Qin did. She also thought that once Qin did something seriously, he would fall into a rather strange state. Even if he sat in front of the computer without moving, he would feel hot all over. He used to put a cooling patch on his forehead and set the air conditioner to the lowest temperature before editing the movie. Xia Ning walked to the corner of the room. "I'll adjust the temperature for you. Is 16 degrees enough?" But he didn't hear Qin's reply. He turned around and saw that Qin had taken off his pants, leaving only a yellow cartoon bitter tea. Xia Ning's pupils dilated. "You?" She didn't know what to say. Qin was wearing boxer briefs, which covered her body very well, more than many girls would wear when going out. But she still felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, she saw a hint of shyness on Qin's face, and he slowly raised his hands and gently covered his chest. "Ning, don't look at me like that. I'm scared." "Xia Ning? You took off your pants so quickly. I didn't notice that you were a little scared. What are you shy about? I should be the one who is scared." The two looked at each other. "Xia Ning, do you still want to drink water?" Qin, "No." Xia Ning, "Then practice boxing." Qin nodded, rushed over, punched and kicked the sandbag. Bang, bang. His punches and kicks were sharp. His muscles were full of strength. Xia Ning was embarrassed to watch, sitting on a small stool, lowering his head, listening to the bangs in the room, but felt more and more embarrassed. What if someone comes over later, seeing this unbearable scene? Will they think too much? Or should I just lock the door? What if Qin sees me locking the door? Will he think too much, thinking that I am making some strange hints? He takes off his clothes, I close the door. Will he not be able to resist doing something beyond the boundaries? Xia Ning was a little annoyed, and immediately stood up, and quickly walked to the door of the training room. "I'll be watching you outside the door. Don't be lazy." Walking outside, Xia Ning closed the door. The door was ajar, leaving only a gap the size of a palm. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard no movement in the training room. She stuck her head through the crack of the door, and secretly looked inside, and was stunned. She saw Qin Sun almost naked, pressing the vertical sandbag on the floor. He was strangling the sandbag with his arms. He seemed to be choking the sandbag naked. Because Qin Sun was wearing too little. He actually gave her the feeling that Qin Sun was molesting the sandbag. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun looking up at the crack in the door, and waved to her with a smile. Hello. Ning Ning. Look if you want, don't be embarrassed, we are all family. Anyway, I only wore a pair of shorts on the day of the competition. Xia Ning. She quickly turned her head away, avoiding Qin Sun's gaze, and hid behind the door. Can the shorts used in the competition be the same as your cartoon shorts? The competition uses professional sports shorts. Your cartoon shorts are so sloppy. Xia Ning squatted at the door, heard a strange sound of footsteps from inside, and peeked through the crack of the door. I saw Qin Sun holding the base of the vertical sandbag with both hands, swinging the sandbag in circles. One circle, and another circle. Tireless. Xia Ning was stunned. Did this guy just let himself go after taking off his clothes? What kind of trick is this? Is he going to grab Kato Oki's legs and spin around in the octagonal cage? Kato Oki was going to be insulted by this trick, and it was broadcast live to millions of viewers. I'm afraid he would commit suicide. Also, isn't he dizzy? Xia Ning watched for a while, and couldn't help but admire quietly. Don't say it, he is really strong. Suddenly, she found Qin Sun stopped, threw the sandbag on the ground, and waved at her. Hello. Xia Ning. Qin Sun, wearing a bitter tea, ran slowly to the door. Ning Ning, we are all adults, you don't have to be shy. You don't have to peek. Come in, and admire openly. I am always open and generous. Seeing Qin Sun getting closer and closer, Xia Ning quickly stood up, closed the door with force, held the door handle tightly, and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. I didn't peek at your figure at all. I just peeked because I was worried that you were slacking off again. She heard the sound of knocking on the door from inside. She held the door handle tighter with both hands, and leaned back, using the strength of her whole body to stop Qin Sun from opening the door. Qin Sun was strong, so she had to take him seriously, and didn't care about her manners. Xia Ning shouted at Qin Sun through the door. Qin Sun! Practice your boxing well, and don't play those fancy tricks. When I hear no movement inside, I will go and put an end to you. The slacker. Qin Sun cursed and knocked on the door several times, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. Then, there was a sound of light footsteps. Qin Sun went away. Then, there was a sound of footsteps. Sounding and powerful. Xia Ning pricked up her ears, and listened for a while. Judging from the rhythm of the footsteps, Qin Sun was practicing the basic movements of the Iron Mountain leaning. She then let go of the door handle. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xia Ning grabbed the door handle, and tried to push the door open to peek, but a picture immediately appeared in her mind. Qin Sun waved at her in a mean way, and said with a smile, Hello. Thinking of this scene of being caught, Xia Ning got goosebumps all over her body, and sat on the ground, and started playing with her phone. But his ears were always paying attention to the movement inside. 5 minutes passed. The footsteps in the training room were still strong. Xia Ning smiled. This guy finally took it a little seriously. It seems that sometimes you have to use unconventional means on him. Electric baton, it works well. 10 minutes passed. The rhythm of the footsteps in the training room was still strong. Xia Ning was even more satisfied. Half an hour passed. The footsteps in the training room were still there. Xia Ning put down his phone, feeling complicated. Why didn't he take a break? Really, either he was too lazy to death. Either you are extremely hardworking, or you don't know how to combine work and rest. An hour later, Xia Ning heard the footsteps inside were still full of strength, and felt something was wrong. Is he made of iron? Why doesn't he feel tired at all? Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of a possibility, and her face turned cold. She stood up quietly, slowly put her hand on the door handle, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open violently. The door creaked. Xia Ning looked at the practice room. I saw Qin Sun do a carp jump, quickly jumped up from the ground, waved at her, and said with a smile, Hello. Xia Ning glanced at the phone at Qin Sun's feet, walked over quickly, stood in front of Qin Sun, and looked at him coldly. Qin Sun. It's over. It's going to be a big deal. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun coldly, slowly raised her hand, and rubbed her palm on his chest. It was very dry. No sweat. Qin Sun knew he was exposed, and smiled awkwardly. Ning Ning. Don't shiver. Xia Ning looked up at him, her voice as cold as a late spring chill. Jin-sun, I can't break up with you just because you lied to me with the footsteps you recorded with your phone. Because I do like you a little bit. Then, her eyes dimmed, and her eyes were slightly red. But, you died in the octagonal cage on the Lantern Festival. I promise. Xiaoning, will never collect your body. After that, she turned and left. Chapter 416, It's a battle of strength and life and death. Jin-sun, I want to learn from you. Jin-sun looked at Xiaoning's back and hurriedly chased after her. He heard Xiaoning speaking coldly with her back to him. Grandpa always hates people deceiving him. No matter how talented you are, you will be expelled from the sect. Don't underestimate Grandpa's power. In addition to boxing, he can definitely help you more in business. As she spoke, she had already walked to the corridor outside the house. Jin-sun reached out and grabbed Xiaoning's hand. Ning-ning, listen to my explanation. I was indeed sleeping just now, but I was also practicing boxing, which is a meditation training method. But Xiaoning turned around, looked at him, and her eyes fell on his hand holding hers. And she said coldly, Mr. Qin, please respect yourself. Don't touch me. Jin-sun let go of Xiaoning's hand, looked at her slightly red eyes, and reached out to touch her face. But she took a step back. A small action, but it hurt so much. Xiaoning looked at Jin-sun deeply, turned around, and walked towards the elevator. As she got closer to the elevator door, her pace slowed down. She seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, she heard a burst of hurried footsteps. The frost on her face disappeared for a moment, and she immediately quickened her pace and walked towards the elevator. Suddenly, she felt her whole body lose its center of gravity, and she felt dizzy. When she stabilized, she found that she had been carried on Jin-sun's shoulders and walked quickly towards the training room. Jin-sun was like a savage bandit, trying to rob the wife of the leader. Xiaoning's face turned pale, and she pounded Jin-sun's back. Put me down. Put me down. Put me down. But Jin-sun didn't care, and quickly carried her to the training room. He locked the door. Jin-sun walked to the center of the room and gently put Xiaoning down. He looked at Xiaoning, who was in a panic, and smiled. Xiaoning took a while to calm down, when his heart was not beating so fast, and looked at Jin-sun, who was only covered with bitter tea. He warned coldly, Jin-sun, I advise you to calm down. If you heard me, I might really call the police. Jin-sun looked at Xiaoning, and keenly caught the word maybe, which made him think wildly. Give it a try, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle? He gave Xiaoning a gentle smile, and made a martial arts salute. It's not only about who's better, but also about life and death. Jin-sun, I want to ask for your advice. Xiaoning saw Jin-sun almost naked saying such inexplicable words, and thought of some bad things, and her heart started beating again. She quickly stepped back 7 or 8 steps. She looked at Jin-sun in panic, and felt that he was so strange. He shouldn't be like this. Is he so vulgar? Jin-sun saw Xiaoning slipping away so quickly, looked down at his body, and smiled. Walking to the corner, picking up the clothes and pants on the ground. As he put on his clothes, he said, Ning-ning. For most people, the meditation training method is indeed ahead of the times. But for me, it's just right. Xiaoning watched Jin-sun put on his clothes and mentioned meditation training again, and was a little confused. What exactly was he going to do? Did he go crazy from practicing boxing? Jin-sun was dressed neatly, and walked slowly towards him. This time, Xiaoning did not retreat, but walked towards Jin-sun. When they were only an arm's length away, the two stopped. Jin-sun looked into Xiaoning's eyes, smiled gently, and said, You know Menladev, right? Xiaoning, who? Jin-sun, Menladev. Xiaoning, I've never heard of him. Jin-sun, I'm uneducated. Xiaoning, Jin-sun explained. He's the chemist who discovered the periodic table in his sleep. He said solemnly, The energy of human subconsciousness is beyond imagination. But most people don't know how to use it. And I happen to know a little bit. I can learn in meditation. If you are focused enough, you can also learn in your sleep. Xiaoning. She certainly knew the story of the birth of the periodic table. But isn't that Mendeleev? When Mendeleev was in middle school, while his friends were playing, he had already mastered 4 foreign languages. When he was 18 years old and in college, he studied architecture and completed more than a dozen professional courses such as mathematics, drawing, painting, geometry, etc. at a terrifying speed. By chance, he became interested in chemistry. He changed his major, restudied, and got a doctorate in chemistry. He is a true genius. Xiaoning also knows that there is a saying that the energy of human subconsciousness is 30,000 times that of consciousness, possessing great potential. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, thinking of a series of things that happened to him. Writing songs, cooking, making movies, he was good at everything. She actually believed his words a little. Qin Sun was indeed a genius. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and smiled gently. That's Mendeleev. Uneducated. Qin Sun. Oh, really? It's a little embarrassing, but that's not important. He performed another Jianghu fist-holding salute and said, Ning Ning. Come. Try my Iron Mountain support. I want you to know that I have not given up on myself. Xiaoning thought for a moment, took a step back, and opened her fist. Come on. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly approached her, and a huge force hit her shoulder. She fell straight down. Ah! She was about to fall to the ground. Xiaoning felt a pair of big hands holding her shoulders and waist. When she looked up, it was Qin Sun with a smile on his face. Qin Sun held Xiaoning in his arms like a princess, looked down at her somewhat panicked face, and asked with a smile, How is my Bajiquan? Xiaoning looked up at Qin Sun, a little confused. What happened just now? How did it happen so fast? She struggled to slide off Qin Sun, and took a few steps back. Feeling that the distance was a bit too close, she took a few more steps back. She kept a distance of 5 meters, feeling that there was enough time to react. Xiaoning was relieved, looking up at Qin Sun, with a serious face. It doesn't count just now. I was careless, I didn't dodge, and you attacked me by surprise. After saying that, she frowned slightly. Why did it feel like I had heard this sentence before? Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning from a distance and smiled. Are you ready? Xiaoning nodded and clasped her fists. The 7th children's taekwondo champion of Haicheng, I want to learn from you. Qin Sun stared at Xiaoning and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Xiaoning was ready for battle. When Qin Sun said 1, her eyebrows were raised, ready to fight. Qin Sun ran over at a very fast speed, making the floor bang, like a mad beast. Xiaoning felt a huge pressure. She was terrified, and hurriedly turned around to run away. But she heard footsteps behind her in an instant. Then, a huge force hit her shoulder. She lost her balance and fell face first to the floor, and was about to be hit hard. Suddenly, she felt a pair of big hands holding her chest and stomach. The face stopped about 30 centimeters from the ground. Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a little hard to breathe, and looked down, and her chest had been squeezed out of shape by a hand. She quickly supported herself on all fours, and escaped from Qin Sun's clutches. Xiaoning sat on the ground, looking up at Qin Sun, a little scared. You, that! She said it several times. Her mind was a mess, and she didn't know what to say. After a while, she said, Is this meditation training? Qin Sun nodded. How is it? Is it okay? Xiaoning thought of the scene just now, a little lost, and said in a low voice, It's okay. Qin Sun sat in front of Xiaoning and looked at her with a smile. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun in front of her, feeling a little embarrassed, smiled softly, and said, I'm sorry. I just wronged you. Qin Sun smiled bitterly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Geniuses are always lonely. Xiaoning felt even more guilty, and did some psychological preparation. She knelt on the ground, opened her arms to hug Qin Sun's shoulders, pulled his head towards her. She moved her mouth closer. Chapter 417, I want to write a capital letter miserable on my leg. Qin Sun's pupils dilated, and he was a little confused. Is Xiaoning's way of apologizing so hardcore? A domineering female CEO taking advantage of an innocent boy? If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Qin Sun closed his eyes. Their lips met. After a while, Xiaoning suddenly felt a hand unbuttoning her chest. Her heart trembled, and she opened her eyes and pushed Qin Sun's chest with both hands. But she couldn't push him away. Qin Sun was like a possessed person. Xiaoning held Qin Sun's hand with her hand and gently bit her tongue. Qin Sun immediately opened her mouth, opened her hand, and looked at Xiaoning with resentment. Do you really think I'm a monk and eat vegetarian food every day? Xiaoning's cheeks were flushed, and her voice was like rippling water waves. Mr. Qin, Please respect yourself. Don't tremble. She turned her head away, and her voice was much calmer. Before the game, you must abstain from sex. Qin Sun sighed, stood up, walked to the sandbag, and sang a song in grief and anger. What do I need this iron rod for? Xia Ning. He can make dirty jokes at will. He is indeed a genius. After a while, Qin Sun was walking in the training room, fighting for control with his invincible second brother. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning calling him. Qin Sun, stop slacking off. Since you are so good at meditation training, you should meditate now. Qin Sun turned around and saw Xia Ning sitting on a small bench and smiled. Interesting. It's really interesting. Someone urged me to slack off. He trotted to Xia Ning and directly took Xia Ning off the small stool and put her on the ground. Xia Ning was a little nervous. What are you going to do? Qin Sun ignored her and laid down on the ground. He rested his head on her legs and arched his head, finding a comfortable position. He took a long breath. A meat pillow is so comfortable. Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun lying on her legs with his eyes closed, and felt warm in her heart. She opened her 5 fingers, and used them as a comb to gently comb Qin Sun's hair. Qin Sun felt his scalp itchy, very comfortable. He felt like he was floating in the clouds. Xia Ning played with it for a while, and saw that Qin Sun's breathing was steady, and he had fallen asleep. She immediately stopped combing his hair, and didn't dare to disturb him anymore, for fear of affecting the effect of his boxing practice. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's phone, and thought of the query he had just made, how to cheer up your girlfriend when she's angry, and became a little curious. Could there be a question about picking up and running? She picked up Qin Sun's phone and opened it, and read through the items one by one, and memorized them in her heart. If she makes Qin Sun angry in the future, it will be useful. She can't always apologize with a tongue kiss. It's embarrassing. Looking at it, Xia Ning found that there is a method called showing weakness. It roughly means that the boyfriend takes the initiative to admit his mistakes to his girlfriend. The action of admitting mistakes. The language can be funny, and even make some embarrassment, so that the girlfriend can't help laughing. Relieve the awkward atmosphere. Xia Ning immediately thought of Min Latif. Junior high school knowledge. How could Qin Sun not know it? It turned out that he did it on purpose. A smile appeared on Xia Ning's face. He continued to read and found a comment from a netizen below. Who is reading these things? Oh! It turned out to be a dog licker. Xia Ning looked at this comment and felt a little uncomfortable. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Sun, who was sleeping soundly. He felt that this comment was scolding him. It was really childish. How can this be called a dog licker? It is called a dog licker if you don't lick it. Xia Ning put down his phone, stared at Qin Sun's face in silence, and fell into a long contemplation. In his sleep, Qin Sun suddenly felt his lips itchy, and his mouth seemed to be pried open by something. He opened his eyes in a daze, and was stunned. In front of him was Xia Ning's beautiful face, kissing him with her eyes closed. Qin Sun came back to his senses, and responded positively. After a while, the two of them were inseparable. Suddenly, Xia Ning closed her eyes, and vaguely felt a hand caressing her chest. Like a clumsy thief. Her heart was pounding. But she did nothing. She just pretended that she didn't know. Focus on the mouth. But she still felt it clearly. There was a dishonest hand, reaching into her clothes, breaking through many obstacles, first clumsily trying, then working hard. Xia Ning was very scared, closed her eyes tightly, and endured. She began to count silently in her heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. After counting, Xia Ning immediately opened her eyes, grabbed Qin Sun's little naughty hand with both hands, and pulled it out of her clothes, her voice trembling a little. Okay. That's enough. Stop. Mr. Qin. Please respect yourself. Qin Sun opened his eyes, looked at Xia Ning, somewhat excited. Ning Ning, how did you cook meat today? Xia Ning turned her head away. I apologize, Qin Sun said immediately. But I haven't completely forgiven you yet. I'll be angry for another hour. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun, surprised at his shamelessness. Qin Sun, don't be timid. Seeing a look of disappointment on Qin Sun's face, she added in a low voice. Next time, if you can walk out of the octagon cage standing, that day, you can have an extra meal. When Qin Sun heard this, he felt full of strength. He walked to the sandbag and punched it violently. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's fierce appearance and smiled. No wonder athletes are required to abstain from sex before competition. This momentum looks like it can kill Kato Daiki. Chin-sun punched for a while, and suddenly heard Xia Ning shouting, "Don't hit the sandbag anymore. Hurry up and sit down to meditate and practice boxing." Chin-sun. He turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and smiled meaningfully. In the morning, I vowed to be a slacking terminator. Unconsciously, I have become a slacking guardian now. Chin-sun walked to Xia Ning, and lay on her thighs again, looking at her fair chin, and said, "Ning Ning, if Grandpa sees me practicing boxing like this, will he think I am slacking off and expel me from the sect?" Xia Ning looked down at Chin-sun. "We can explain it. Chin-sun, does it make sense? Except for geniuses and fools, who would believe that I can practice boxing by meditation." Xia Ning. "Am I a genius or a fool?" Chin-sun, "You are a fool." Xia Ning smiled. "Fortunately, you're not an idiot." The two looked at each other, and laughed for a while. Xia Ning gently played with Chin-sun's hair, and said softly, "You should meditate well and sleep well. If you can pass the Grandpa's test in the afternoon, there will be no problem. He will teach you the following boxing techniques." After a pause, she said again, "I'll keep watch for you at the door later." Chin-sun arched his head against Xia Ning's thigh, somewhat reluctant to give up this meat pillow, but changed his mind. Xia Ning now believes that he can practice boxing subconsciously by meditating and sleeping. If Xia Ning had been in the practice room, according to her personality, she would have been staring at herself meditating and sleeping. Although this was just slacking off, it was more tiring to sit still than to practice. Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning and smiled. "Then you'll have to work hard." "Chef Xia." "Xia Ning? I just gave him a little color, and you gave me a nickname? And it's so vulgar. Really cheap." For a whole morning, the practice room door was closed. Xia Ning moved a small stool and sat at the door of the practice room, looking down at her phone, and occasionally opened the door to see if Chin-sun was slacking off. Every time, Chin-sun can be seen meditating, or lying in a lucky position with his back facing the door and meditating. Very diligent. Xia Ning is in a good mood. Noon. It's time for lunch. Chin-sun is excited and wants to go to eat, but is stopped by Xia Ning. "Chin-sun, you can't waste time on the way to the restaurant. You need to meditate and practice boxing. I'll bring you food." She looked around and said in a low voice, "Pay attention to the surroundings, and don't let others find out. Especially Louison. She's a loudspeaker." Chin-sun? He wanted to write a big miserable on his leg. How come this slacker is even more perverted than the slacker Terminator? He doesn't even give himself the free time to eat? Chapter 418. It's not that I was too harsh, it's that she can't stand a beating. Chin-sun watched Xia Ning walk out of the training room, tiptoed to the door, and poked his head out. Immediately met Xia Ning's eyes with a playful smile. Xia Ning smiled. "Hello. Chin-sun. You don't trust me?" "Xia Ning, I know you." Chin-sun's face was embarrassed. Xia Ning reached out and touched his head, like coaxing a child, in a gentle voice. "Okay, you just rest here for a while, and play some games. I'll bring you food." Chin-sun nodded. "Well, okay." Xia Ning turned and left. Her back was graceful and beautiful. Chin-sun saw her enter the elevator, heavy with relief, walked into the practice room, and locked the door. After a moment of hesitation, he unlocked it again, in order to avoid being asked by Xia Ning why he locked the door. Is he doing craft work? Chin-sun walked to the corner of the room, took out his mobile phone, and quickly turned it on. The whole morning, when he was meditating, he put a Bluetooth headset in his ear to listen to the sound. When he was lying on his side, he quietly brushed Douyin. It was like a spy drama. I have never been so tired from slacking off. It was harder than cheating in a junior high school exam. This practice room is exclusive to Grandpa. It is in the main villa. It is very convenient to go downstairs to eat. Xia Ning went downstairs, took a small dining cart, walked to the dining table, prepared to select some dishes that Chin-sun liked to eat. Take the whole plate away. Grandpa and Grandma did not blame her for being unruly. They kept asking her to take more. Beef, you take the beef away. Eating beef will make you stronger. Take the dompa pork away. I found out these 2 days that he likes to eat fatty ones. These 2 dishes don't go well with rice. Take the panlong eggplant away too. Take some more vegetables. Xia Ning was very obedient, selected a few dishes, took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and pushed the small dining cart to the elevator. Go upstairs. As soon as she got out of the elevator, Xia Ning saw Lu Yixin walking towards her in the corridor, and she was startled. Lu Yixin was wearing a thin, semi-transparent aqua pajamas, which could even be called a gauze dress. The white underwear inside was faintly visible. She walked in a strange way, limping, as if she had just had a fierce fight with someone. Xia Ning's eyebrows were raised, and before she could say anything, she saw Lu Yixin limping quickly in front of her, reaching out to tear open the collar of her pajamas, exposing her shoulders. Xia Ning, your boyfriend is a beast. Even worse than a beast. He's just a brute. Fuck. It hurts so much. Xia Ning looked down, and saw a bruise on Lu Yixin's white shoulder, and it seemed that the skin was broken. She frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. She saw Lu Yixin pull her clothes lower, exposing half of her chest, which was more seriously injured. Bruise, black, blood red, 3 colors merged into one. Xia Ning, I'll tell you. There must be tissue tearing in my chest. If I can't cure it, it will affect the shape of my chest. I'm going to send Qin Sun to prison. Xia Ning? She stared coldly into Lu Yixin's eyes, and said coldly, tell me clearly, what happened? Lu Yixin put on her clothes, rolled her eyes, walked past Xia Ning to the elevator. With her back to her, she said, go ask that beast Qin Sun, what did he do to a weak woman like me? Beast? Worse than a beast. Xia Ning turned her head, and watched Lu Yixin walk into the elevator, frowning slightly. What did Qin Sun do? Molested her? That shouldn't be the case. Was his method so rough? With Qin Sun's character, he wouldn't do that. But how did Lu Yixin get the injuries on her shoulders and chest? Could it be that Qin Sun beat her up? Xia Ning pushed the dining cart and walked quickly into the practice room. Qin Sun was sitting in a corner, looking down at his phone and grinning. He seemed to be laughing at a joke. But this smile was too exaggerated. Wasn't it? It was as if he had won 200 million yuan in the lottery. There were a few takeout boxes at his feet, which seemed to contain food. Qin Sun looked up and greeted with a smile. Hello. Xia Ning smiled. Hello. She pushed the food cart over and looked down. The takeout boxes at Qin Sun's feet were indeed filled with food. Qin Sun. I saw Lu Yixin just now. She said you are a beast. Qin Sun frowned and cursed. She is the animal. An animal that is in heat all day long. Xia Ning was a little nervous, quickly squatted down, looking into Qin Sun's eyes, and asked, she is trying to seduce you again? Qin Sun nodded. This Lu Yi is so coquettish all day long, I wonder what she is thinking. He pointed at the lunch boxes at his feet. Garlic oysters. Dry pot bull whip. Fried leek and eggs. Roasted lamb kidneys. Cold okra. He pushed the lunch boxes aside with his feet, and looked at Xia Ning. What do you call this? Let me eat these things. What does she mean by this? Xia Ning glanced at the lunch box, a little angry. This Lu Yixin didn't even hint at it. Just to make it clear? She looked at Qin Sun and comforted him. Lu Yixin is a bit, cheap, don't take it to heart, I will teach her a lesson later. At this time, some people said angrily. I am a young man, do I need to eat these things? Who are you looking down on? Xia Ning. Why is Qin Sun's focus always so strange? This shouldn't be the point. Xia Ning thought of the bruises on Lu Yixin's shoulders and chest, and the threat to send Qin Sun to prison. She stared into Qin Sun's eyes, and asked seriously. Qin Sun, how did Lu Yixin get the wound? Qin Sun sneered, slowly raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. It was like this at that time. Xia Ning saw this, his face turned cold. You grabbed it? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, released his palm, slightly dissatisfied. No, she grabbed my chest. He stood up, started to demonstrate and explain. At that time, Lu Yixin brought me food, put the food on the ground, and asked me how the boxing practice was today. I said it was okay. He frowned and continued. Who would have known that this shameless girl would suddenly reach out and grab my chest? And pinch it hard. Xia Ning? Pinch? Where did she pinch? Qin Sun said with a look of grief and indignation. At that time, Lu Yixin said to her brother-in-law. In fact, I also practiced some boat skills when I was a child. Why don't we have a few moves? Xia Ning was shocked and asked hurriedly. Is it on the bed? Or on the boat? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's nervous look and smiled. Lu Yixin said on the boat. But I am so smart that I can tell at a glance that he is not a good guy. She is hinting to me that she is good in bed. Xia Ning. You don't need to be smart. With Lu Yixin's coquettish tone, flirtatious dress, and boundless movements. If she said that, even a fool could think of it. Chin Sun's face turned cold. And he continued. She seduced me when I was practicing boxing and abstaining from sex. I have every reason to suspect that she is a spy sent by Kato Daiki, who wants to drain my body. So, I told her that I would fight her with 2 moves. She didn't even open her mouth to agree. I punched her in the stomach. And while she was bending over with a scream of pain, I did an Iron Mountain lean and knocked her away. I was holding back, afraid of crippling her. Who would have thought that she was so weak? She fell face down, got a milk break, and suffered some minor injuries. Xia Ning stared at Chin Sun blankly. Naisha? Very vivid, but is it too vulgar? Also, does he always hit women so hard? Then I will. Xia Ning took Chin Sun's hand. A smile appeared on her face, and asked softly. Chin Sun, you won't commit domestic violence in the future, right? Chapter 419, I must create a world without peeping toms in the future. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Chin Sun was a little surprised, and asked back. Xia Ning, thinking of pushing Chin Sun into the water, grabbing his hair, and chasing him with an electric baton. Xia Ning smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this, let's eat. Chin Sun watched Xia Ning carefully put the food on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. Slightly closing his eyes, looking at the rising slacking value on the panel, he felt warm in his heart. Slacking points, 5940080. The next draw requires 10 million slacking points. I was so ruthless just now, but there is no other way. The more you slack off, the higher your slacking points will be. I just knocked Lu Yisen away with an Iron Mountain Claw, which gave me 30,000 slacking points. It's much faster than playing games. The beating Lu Yisen received was worth it. I wish he could come to me every day to be beaten. After lunch, Chin Sun slept on Xia Ning's lap for an hour, and after waking up, he met Xia Ning's smiling eyes. Are you awake? Go back to sleep. Chin Sun. He sighed in his heart. The hard times are here again. Afternoon. Chin Sun either meditates or lies down and competes with Xia Ning, who is taking a walk at the door. Plays with his phone secretly. At dusk, Chin Sun is lying on his side and reading jokes. Suddenly he hears footsteps, turns his head, and sees Xia Ning rushing in. He pretends to stretch, quickly takes out the Bluetooth headset from his ear, and puts it in his trouser pocket. Xia Ning rushed to him with a perfume bottle in her hand, her voice a little anxious. Grandpa is leaving the elevator. Take off your clothes. I'll spray some water on you to pretend you're sweating. You must not reveal the truth. My grandpa hates being deceived the most. If he finds out, you and I will be punished together. Chin Sun immediately stood up, took off his clothes in a flash, and was about to take off his pants when he heard Xia Ning's urgent voice. No need for pants. Chin Sun quickly put on his pants. Xia Ning quickly sprayed some water on him. Feeling that it was too even, she reached out and rubbed it everywhere. She put away the small bottle. She winked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun immediately started to practice boxing. Xia Ning encouraged loudly on the side. Her tone was like a student reciting on the podium. Good. Good. Very good. Chin Sun, you practiced every basic movement 1,000 times a day. Very good. Chin Sun was practicing well. Hearing Xia Ning's words, he was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After a while, Lu Xiaoquan walked to the door of the training room and saw Chin Sun still practicing boxing. He nodded with great satisfaction. Talented. Hardworking. He is really my good disciple. He walked in with a smile and said, Chin Sun, you have worked so hard. Practice each move for me. Chin Sun demonstrated one by one. Xia Ning felt guilty and kept staring at Chin Sun, not daring to look at his grandfather. Suddenly, I heard my grandfather clapping. Good. Good. Very good. Chin Sun, you must have practiced every basic movement more than 1,000 times today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have achieved this effect. Very good. Lu Xiaoquan laughed heartily. Chin Sun listened to these words, looked at Xia Ning, and then at his grandfather, and was a little puzzled. How come the old man said the same thing? Can a person's speaking habits be inherited? Seeing that his grandfather was happy, Xia Ning also laughed softly, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground completely. Chin Sun is really a genius. He can actually use subconscious training to reflect on the conscious level. It's amazing. After a very hard day of fishing, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ning finally let Chin Sun go to wash up and go to bed. At night, Xia Ning pulled and dragged Chin Sun down. And Chin Sun half reluctantly agreed. The two lived in a children's room. Qin Sun saw the children's bed and was a little stunned. It had 2 floors, very large, about 1.8 meters wide, more than 2 meters long. It was pink. I don't know which child can grow so big. Suddenly, he thought of Xia Jing and was relieved immediately. The size of this child's bed seems strange, but it seems to be okay. It is different from Xia Ning's previous arrangement. Xia Ning slept on the upper bunk, and Qin Sun slept on the lower bunk. It was late at night. The room was dark. Qin Sun lay on the bed and asked in a low voice, "Are you asleep?" No one responded. Qin Sun secretly took out his mobile phone, turned it on, and emitted a faint light. Suddenly, he felt the upper bunk vibrate slightly. He looked up, and in the dim light, saw a head poking out. The hair was loose and drooping, like an old corpse in the mountain village. "Qin Sun? You didn't sleep?" Xia Ning's voice was a little cold. "Turn off your phone and go to sleep." Qin Sun, "Oh. Why did you suddenly change your mind and sleep on the upper bunk?" Xia Ning, "It's convenient to monitor you." Qin Sun. He sighed deeply. "I must create a world without voyeurism in the future." Xia Ning's voice was even colder. "Don't say such childish things. Sleep well. I'll get up early tomorrow to practice boxing." Qin Sun closed his eyes and checked the system panel. Slacking points, 600,0080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. It's worth my hard work for a day. The slacking points increased by 130,000 in one day. Everything is worth it. Qin Sun smiled and slept peacefully. The next day, it was just dawn. Qin Sun was dug out of the quilt by Xia Ning like digging potatoes, and dragged to the bathroom to wash. Then he drove to the training room, like a donkey. Lu Xiaoquan carefully taught Qin Sun the whole set of movements of the Iron Mountain backbone, and explained one by one how to use it in various situations. Qin Sun studied very seriously. Lu Xiaoquan was very satisfied. He stared at Qin Sun every day, and nodded constantly, just like looking at his first love. He would watch for more than an hour. Xia Jing, who was standing by, was so anxious that she pulled Lu Shichuan's hand and said with a smile, "Grandpa, you need to rest more. I'll just keep an eye on Qin Sun. With me watching, he won't dare to be lazy." Lu Xiaoquan looked at Qin Sun and said with a smile, "How could he be lazy? If he was lazy, how could he practice so well? I just want to watch him. He really looks like me when I was young." Xia Ning, she hesitated, shook her grandfather's hand, and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Qin Sun always has to combine work and rest. You stay by his side. He has many ways to rest." Inconvenient. Lu Xiaoquan was stunned, turned to look at Xia Ning, and smiled. "It's my problem. You're old, but you don't even understand this. But you have to be restrained." He left with a smile. As soon as Grandpa left, Xia Ning locked the door, looked at Qin Sun who was practicing boxing, and said, "Hurry up and meditate. Don't waste time." Qin Sun stopped, looked at the locked door, and felt a little embarrassed. "Aren't you going out?" Xia Ning, "I locked the door. No one will come in and find out." Qin Sun, "You can't be in this room. I'm easily distracted." Xia Ning, "What distraction?" Qin Sun, "Lust." The smile on Xia Ning's face froze, and he immediately turned around, opened the door, ran out, and closed the door tightly. In the next few days, Lu Xiaoquan taught Qin Sun how to play Taizan for an hour every day, and then he handed it over to Xia Ning, the supervisor, to look after Qin Sun. Qin Sun meditated, slept, listened to music secretly, listened to jokes. His slacking value soared. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Only 3 days left until the Lantern Festival. Kato Oki was released, and immediately released a video on Douyin, declaring war on Qin Sun. Chapter 420, you only have 3 days to think about it. I hope you can make the right choice this day. Qin Sun was sleeping in the training room. Suddenly, Xia Ning woke him up. The elevator is moving. Someone is coming. Qin Sun immediately took off his clothes. Xia Ning sprayed water on him skillfully, wiped it with her hand, pretending to be sweating from hard boxing practice. Qin Sun frowned and started to practice boxing. After a while, he saw Wu Yu rushing in, yelling, "Brother-in-law, it's not good. Kato Oki is going to beat you to death." Qin Sun made a gesture to end his training, panting and turning his head to look at Wu Yu, who looked anxious. "I'm still alive and well, aren't I? When did I die?" Wu Yu walked up to him quickly, holding a cell phone in his hand, and said, "Did you know that Kato Oki was released from prison today?" Shin-sun counted with his fingers and nodded. "I didn't care, but it should be almost time. Why, he has come to the gate of the manor." He walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, looked outside, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said sinisterly, "If Kato Oki dares to come, we will gather dozens of people in the manor to beat him up first. Make him lose his fighting power. After 3 days, I will easily defeat him, step on his face, and spit on him." Wu looked at the treacherous smile on Shin-sun's face, thinking that he might be telling the truth, and he looked down on him. "You are so unethical." Shin-sun lowered the curtain, turned to look at her, and said with a smile, "Is this your first day meeting me?" Wu. "Okay. I am being presumptuous. But why is his expression so proud? He said it so naturally? How shameless." Wu walked in front of Shin-sun, handed him the phone, and said, "You deserve to be beaten to death." Shin-sun took the phone, looked down, and saw that it was a Douyin video of Kato Oki. Click to play. In the picture, a dim room. Kato Oki was only wearing a pair of fighting shorts and boxing gloves on his hands, revealing a strong body of muscles. He sat on a big sofa, slowly raised his head, revealed a pair of vicious eyes, and his voice was cold and hoarse. As soon as he opened his mouth, he sounded like a colonel. Shin-sun. "Baka. 7 days, a full 7 days. Do you know how I spent these 7 days?" He stood up, shrugged his shoulders, stretched his limbs, and made a crackling sound of bones and joints. Kato Oki stared at the camera and said, 1 million a day. A total of $7 million of work. Give it to me. I hope you can cooperate with me. Otherwise you will never have a chance to leave the octagon standing. After that, the lights in the room came on. The camera turned to a red sandbag. The words Shin-sun were written in black bold marker in the middle of the sandbag. The eyes, nose, and mouth were drawn on the top. A small dot was drawn in the middle, which should be the belly button. Kato Oki walked to the sandbag and punched it lightly. Then he kicked it wildly. He kicked it very high. He kicked the sandbag's nose, mouth, belly button accurately. He kicked it one after another. He kicked dozens of times in a short time. When he stopped, the nose and mouth painted on the sandbag were crooked, and the belly button was deflated. Kato Oki walked to the camera, put on a big face, took off his boxing gloves, and touched his fiery red mohawk hair. There is an old saying in Country C called Western Food Sister Wei Junjia. You only have 3 days to consider. I hope you can make the right choice. The video ends. Xia Ning saw Kato Daiki's fierce kicks, which were accurate, fierce and fast, and her heart was hanging. Shin-sun, are you sure you can stand and walk out of the octagonal cage? Shin-sun smiled and said, 30% to 70%. Wu was a little disdainful. You are really good at flattering me. Can you really be 30%? Xia Ning thought of her grandfather's praise for Shin-sun in the past 7 days, and she believed that Shin-sun was 30% sure to hold on. She suddenly had an idea and said, it just so happens that Kato Daiki posted this video, which is his latest punch and kick attack video. We can study it together with Grandpa. Finding his flaws may increase your chances of winning at least 40% to 60%. Shin-sun looked at Xia Ning and smiled calmly. What I mean is, I hit him 3 times, he hit him 7 times. The room was quiet. Xia Ning and Wu stared at Shin-sun in a daze. They had never been so speechless in their lives. Wu frowned. Don't even mention you can beat him, as long as you can walk out of the octagonal cage standing. Netizens can push the box office of the richest man in Shihong City to more than 3.2 billion. Shameless. Shin-sun put his hands behind his back, smiled without saying a word, looking like a master of a white-bearded grandfather. Xia Ning looked at Shin-sun's appearance, somewhat dissatisfied. I really don't know whether I should praise you for your good attitude, or scold you for being ignorant of life and death. Shin-sun smiled lightly, without arguing. Pick up the phone, click on the comment area of Kato Oki's video. Want to see the online public opinion. Even when I am at my peak, I have to be wary of this person. I wonder if Shin-sun can stand up to it. Hey! Coxcomb. There is a guy named Shin-sun who is not convinced. Why do I feel like I am being chased by a hippopotamus when I see him kicking the sandbag? You are blackmailing me right after you are released? 1 million a day, I will burn paper for you. Why do I feel like I should burn paper for Shin-sun? It's over, Shin-sun has offended Kato Oki badly, he is going to suffer. I decided to contribute a movie ticket, just as a gift. Is this trash talk before the game? Don't take it seriously. Chin-sun, come out, don't be scared, you also post a video. For so many days, I haven't seen any videos of Chin-sun practicing boxing. Is he scared and fled the country? The crew of the richest man in Shihong City, Wang Guyu, you give him a hard one. Hard one. Chin-sun, you can lose, but you must die standing. Don't scream in the ring, disgrace the people of country C. This is a national war, Chin-sun. You can't lose. Damn it, Chin-sun can just send him to jail. But he has to fight a game that he is bound to lose, to hype up the box office, disgusting. Don't lose. Chin-sun looked at these mixed comments, and frowned slightly. How did it rise to the dignity of the people of country C? A national war? Damn it, is Beijing Film and Television Company using trolls to stir up trouble again? The public opinion a few days ago was that as long as I was on stage, I would be a real man. How did it suddenly become a battle that cannot be lost? Chin-sun scrolled down the comments and found that there were indeed many comments stirring up trouble. A match between an amateur and a professional boxing champion, how could it rise to the level of national dignity? No one stirred up trouble, I don't believe it. Damn it, Beijing Film and Television, I have been busy hitting the sandbag these days. I forgot to hit you. Right? Wait until I finish the game and have my hands free. Don't cry too loudly. Suddenly, Xiaoning interrupted his thoughts and said, Chin-sun, don't read those meaningless comments. Let's analyze Kato Daiki's video quickly. Chin-sun raised his head, looked at Xiaoning with a worried look on his face, and smiled. There's something wrong with these comments. They're messing with my rhythm. If you leave it alone, there will be problems. Before they become powerful, I have to suppress the public opinion of these water army immediately. Chapter 421. Who is more dirty than me? He is just a younger brother in front of me. Chin-sun looked at Wu Yu and asked, Wu Yu, how is the box office growth rate of the richest man in Shihong City today? Wu Yu was startled, somewhat amazed at Chin-sun's keen insight. I didn't want to distract you. Kato Oki's video spread very quickly, and has become a hot search. In addition to natural traffic, it should have invested no less than 100,000 yuan in Dojia. I just don't know whether it was invested by Kato Oki or Beijing Film and Television. She sighed and continued. The cumulative box office of the richest man in Shihong City is currently 1.9 billion, which is a very good result. More than 500 million more than Touch of Love. But after Kato Oki's declaration of war video became a hot search, the box office growth rate slowed down a lot. There are indeed water troops leading the pace. Today's box office growth is expected to be just over 100 million. A quarter less than yesterday. Chin-sun nodded. According to his idea, the current water army leading the pace is only the first wave. It is just paving the way for the general attack later. Wait until the Lantern Festival. He lost to Kato Oki, and that was when a large number of trolls flooded into the internet. They put all kinds of accusations on him. He was nailed to the pillar of shame for humiliating the country. Then, it was time to deal a heavy blow to the box office of the richest man in Shihong City. Chin-sun returned the phone to Wu Yu, and was about to ask her to shoot a response video. But he heard Xiaoning's voice a little anxious, saying, Chin-sun, why do you care about the box office growth rate now? I can handle these things, and my uncle can handle them too. Chin-sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning, and found that she looked very unhappy. Xiaoning continued, what you need to do now is to analyze the video that Kato Oki just released. This is his latest boxing video, which has a high reference value. You must find a way to avoid his kicks. Otherwise, you are in danger. Chin-sun looked at Xiaoning in silence for a moment, smiled, and said, Don't worry, it won't delay anything. Just give me 10 minutes. Not only do I have to deal with the water army, but now netizens also want me to respond to Kato Oki's provocation. I can't be a coward for both emotional and logical reasons. I have to shoot a video. Xiaoning opened his mouth, but said nothing. If it only takes a dozen minutes, then it won't delay anything. Chin-sun asked Wu Yu to bring a marker. He walked to the sandbag. On the cylindrical sandbag, he drew a nose, eyes, lips, and a mohawk hairstyle on the top. Chin-sun hesitated, squatted, and drew a few strokes onto the sandbag. The lines were smooth and concise. You can tell what it is at a glance. Xiaoning and Wu Yu looked at each other and were shocked. They both knew what it was. But I can't say it. I can only pretend that I don't know him. Xiaoning turned to look at Chin-sun again. I found that he was squatting on the ground, and was carefully carving the details of the thing with a marker. He finished drawing the wrinkles. He seemed to continue to draw, like a photo artist. Xia Ning's face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted loudly. That's enough. It's enough as long as you get the idea. You don't need to pay attention to so many details otherwise. You won't pass the video review. Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, and felt that it made sense, and threw away the marker. Kato Oki hit him in the eyes, hit him in the nose, and kicked him in the belly button. Isn't that very dirty? He stood up, smiling. Who wants to compete with me in terms of dirtiness? He's just a younger brother to me. I want to let him know what is dirty. What is the double insult of the body and soul? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and was stunned by his calm and confident aura. Drawing a root on a sandbag, and describing the details, is indeed dirty. Just thinking about it makes me feel dirty. He won't play the monkey stealing peaches in the octagonal cage. Right? Qin Sun stood up, walked to the corner of the room, picked up his clothes and put them on, and said to Wu Yu, Wu Yu, let's start shooting a video in response to Kato Oki's provocation. Wu Yu nodded, and immediately took out his mobile phone, with some excitement in his eyes. Okay, we can start. Qin Sun stood in front of the camera and gently closed his eyes. His voice was deep and magnetic, and full of oppression. In 1974, I won the championship in my first free-fighting fight in Southeast Asia. In 1982, I defeated the heavy artillery of J Country Lei Long, and then defeated all the karate masters of J Country for 3 consecutive years. Won the free-fighting championship of J Country. He slowly opened his eyes, with a murderous look on his face, stared at the camera, and raised his voice. Gui Wanchuan, the only descendant of Luz Bajiquan in Country C, is known as the nemesis of Mohawk, nicknamed Swing Boxing King. At this point, he slowly put his hands on the collar of the t-shirt and pulled it tight. A fierce look flashed across his face, and he tore it violently. Swish. With a sound of swish, the t-shirt was torn. His strong muscles were exposed, full of power. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun in the camera, swallowed her saliva, and suddenly felt a cold gaze on the back of her head. She looked embarrassed. Finished, caught by Xia Ning. She regained her serious look on her face, staring at the camera. In the camera, Qin Sun slowly made a boxing gesture. Somewhat handsome. Wu Yu was a little nervous, somewhat expectant. I wonder how handsome Qin Sun's punch will be next. Even if he can't beat Kato Daiki, with this cool move, he can attract a lot of crazy fans. Then, a scene that surprised her appeared. I saw Qin Sun making a boxing gesture, facing the camera, and began to shake his head quickly left and right. Wu Yu. She immediately got goosebumps. Looking at Qin Sun swinging wildly in the camera, she wanted to escape, but couldn't. Her hand holding the phone trembled slightly, but it made Qin Sun's swinging rhythm more exciting. It looked even weirder. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, his pupils dilated, and his mouth opened. What kind of routine is this? Confusing the opponent? Isn't he just showing off? Why did he suddenly change his style? He shouldn't sacrifice himself to this extent. Why does he look so determined? Don't you have a normal human sense of shame? Just when Wu Yu and Xia Ning were completely speechless. But Qin Sun suddenly turned around and rushed to the sandbag. He raised his leg and kicked the ham painted on the sandbag. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. The room was filled with bangs. Qin Sun's kicks were fierce and brutal, leaving after images. He kicked dozens of times in a short while. After a while, he stopped and turned around to expose the sandbag. The 2 quail eggs and the ham had sunk and cracked. He was seriously injured. Wu Yu widened his eyes. What kind of devilish training did this guy do in the past 7 days? How can he have such a sharp kicking technique? It's fast, it's fierce, it's cruel, it's accurate. It's like a heavy artillery. It even broke the sandbag? It looks no worse than Kato Daiki's. And it's even dirtier. It's so dirty. It's so dirty. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and was even more surprised. What's going on? It's so handsome. Didn't he only practice the Iron Mountain backrest? Where did he learn such a sharp kicking technique? Did he learn it from the basic movements of the Iron Mountain backrest? The intestines of ordinary people would be broken into several pieces if they were kicked by him. Right? Qin Sun looked at the stunned Wu Yu and said, It's okay. Wu Yu came back to his senses, and immediately pressed the stop button. Qin Sun walked over. His eyes swept over the 2 dumbfounded women, and asked with a smile, 2 ladies, What do you think of my fertility-destroying kick just now? Can it scare the netizens? Can it scare Kato Daiki into impotence? Chapter 422, he is a fallen boxing champion. Does he need to throw smoke bombs at you? An amateur? Looking at Qin Sun. He was a little bit arrogant, looking like he was waiting for others to praise him. Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. The two of them were humble to each other. Wu Yu spoke first. Xia Ning, you said, you have been training with him these days. You have the most say. Xia Ning evaded. What you said doesn't make sense. It's because I watch it every day. I am a little numb. You should be the one to judge. Wu Yu waved his hands repeatedly. Your academic performance has always been better than mine, since you were young. I'm afraid that my words are not accurate enough, and I can't fully express my inner thoughts. Xia Ning said immediately. No. Your boxing skills are far better than mine. You must be more accurate than me. Vocabulary is the least important thing. I also believe that you are a super professional critic. Qin Sun looked at the two people pushing each other, and his face looked a little unhappy. There is no need to comment on this. Everything is self-evident. Wu Yu was immediately excited when she heard Xia Ning's praise, and a proud smile appeared on her face. She turned to look at Qin Sun. Her smile dimmed slightly, and she sighed. You just made a smelly and stinky feeling. Qin Sun, stinky tofu? Wu Yu was a little angry, shook her head, and questioned Qin Sun. Accurate, but not accurate enough. It should be that the stinky tofu was poured with manure. Qin Sun? There are such vicious and harsh comments in the world. Xia Ning is right. Her cultural level is really terribly low. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun with an expression of pity for his misfortune and hatred for his lack of struggle, and continued, the bunch of words you said before, although they were nonsense, were very cool. Why don't you keep showing off? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and found that she was also puzzled, and even a little dissatisfied. He smiled. First, we must not forget our original intention, and increasing the box office is the ultimate goal. Showing off will not increase the box office. I will just show off for a while, because any video showing off is difficult to go viral. But a silly video can. Xia Ning. Wu Yu laughed. It's really silly. In terms of silliness, it's the best I've seen this year. Qin Sun held up 2 fingers and continued. Second, I absolutely cannot establish a super idol persona. Wu Yu was a little confused. Why? She looked at Qin Sun's face, figure, and thought of his talent, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Aren't you a natural super idol? Qin Sun smiled and said. Super idols run the fan economy. Their behavior will be put under a magnifying glass, and it's easy to break their persona. He paused and continued. With my personality, I can collapse at any time. When that happens, it will definitely cause me great financial losses. Wu Yu nodded, thinking it made sense. She had seen too many idol stars becoming scumbags despised by everyone overnight. But if one person's personality collapses, then this person's personality will not collapse. Xia Ning smiled gently. If Qin Sun did not manage his idol personality, he could avoid the harassment of many brainless fans. Qin Sun held up 3 fingers. His eyes were a little cold, and said in a deep voice, Third, since Kato Oki has sent a kicking video to throw a smoke bomb to confuse me, why can't I pretend to be stupid to confuse him? In my response video, he can only see my stupidity and my kick that can cut off my offspring. But how does he know that? I have been practicing the Iron Mountain backstroke these days. Hearing this, Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Recalling Kato Oki's fierce kicking just now, the two of them couldn't figure out what kind of smoke bomb did Kato Oki throw. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and said, I don't understand what you mean. Wu Yu asked, what kind of smoke bomb did he use? Qin Sun walked to the sandbag and punched it quickly, making a dull sound. He turned around and looked at the two of them. Do you remember that before Kato Oki kicked the sandbag crazily with his feet, he punched the sandbag first? I don't remember. Xia Ning thought about it carefully and shook her head. Her mind was full of Kato Oki's fierce and brutal kicking skills, and she had no impression that he had ever punched. Wu Yu thought hard for a while, but she couldn't remember the punch Qin Sun mentioned. She suspected that Qin Sun was just making a fuss. She saw Xia Ning shaking her head, and she felt more confident. She said, I don't remember it either. It's 2-1 now. So, I have reason to suspect that the punch didn't exist. You want to trick us? Pretend to be a master? Qin Sun smiled and looked at Xia Ning. as if he was looking at a little fool, with a doting look in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at her, with an impatient look in his eyes, like looking at a big idiot. Wu Yu's eyes widened, and was about to curse. Chin Sun sneered. Whether that punch exists or not, you can just watch Kato Oki's video again. Right? Wu Yu. That makes sense. She quickly picked up her phone, found Kato Oki's video, and prepared to find evidence to give Chin Sun a good slap in the face. It was a real slap. She was very angry now. Chin Sun. This guy. Not only pretends to be a master. He also treats us sisters differently, bullying me because I have small breasts. Right? Suddenly, Wu Yu was stunned. Xia Ning stood behind Wu Yu without knowing when. In the video, Kato Daiki punched the sandbag before kicking. That punch was light, and fast, and far less powerful than his kicking. It looked very casual. It was hard to leave an impression. Xia Ning looked up at Chin Sun, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Wu Yu was even more unhappy when he saw Xia Ning and Chin Sun flirting with each other. Chin Sun, what's wrong with that punch? It was just an ordinary punch. It wasn't strong enough to knock down an 80-year-old toothless grandmother. Chin Sun said with a smile. That punch seemed random, without much power. But a glimpse of the leopard in the tube can reveal a clue. This was a subconscious punch from Kato Oki, which is his killer move engraved in his bones. This punch exposed his proficiency in boxing. The angle, strength, speed of the punch, there are no problems. Xia Ning didn't understand, and it was hard to comment, so he asked. You mean, Kato Oki deliberately sent a kicking video for us to study? To waste our time. When the time comes, in the octagonal cage, you keep an eye on his kicking skills. But he wants to defeat you unexpectedly with his boxing skills? Chin Sun nodded. Wu Yu saw Xia Ningjing talking to Chin Sun seriously about this, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide, with a look of disgust on her face. Old nun. You are too obsessed with beauty. She walked in front of Chin Sun, and gently hit Chin Sun's chest with her fist. He is a pure amateur, challenging a boxing champion. Although he is a fallen boxing champion at the end of his career, he has proved his strength after all. And he is cruel and vicious. Why do you need to throw a smoke bomb to an amateur? You should study his leg skills carefully. Study every day. And study until you die. She walked back to Xia Ning, put her mouth next to Xia Ning's ear, as if she wanted to whisper. But she spoke very loudly. Xia Ning, he clearly wants to pretend to be an expert, and trick you into bed. Xia Ning. Chin Sun? The room fell silent. Two of the three people were embarrassed. Wu Yu was very proud, and felt that he had won back a victory. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. The three turned their heads to look. Grandpa walked in quickly, with a serious face. Chin Sun, have you seen Kato Daiki's provocative video? Chin Sun nodded. Grandpa spoke quickly, and said loudly. This is his smoke bomb. His leg skills are not his killer. He paused, and said in a deep voice. What you really have to worry about is his fist. Chapter 423. A man is a young man until he dies. At this critical moment, you still want to show off? As soon as the voice fell, seeing Wu Yu and Xia Ning looking stunned, Lu Shaoquan asked in surprise. What's wrong with you? Xia Ning turned to look at Chin Sun, and a hint of joy gradually emerged in his eyes. Wu Yu felt his face was a little hot, licked his lips, turned to look at Chin Sun, and saw that he looked calm, felt very annoying. Damn! This kid is pretending to be big again. Seeing no one answered, Lu Shaoquan felt even more strange, but he didn't ask any more questions, and continued to warn Chin Sun. Chin Sun, Kato Oki is really vicious. Even against a non-professional player, he actually resorted to such intrigues. The angle, strength, speed of his punches are all very sophisticated. His proficiency in boxing is not much different from some boxing champions at their peak. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, with a more intense joy in his eyes, and felt much more at ease. He is so strong. Stronger than I thought. Stronger than everyone thought. If he is given half a year to practice boxing, he might really be able to defeat Kato Oki. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to walk down the octagonal cage standing. When Wu Yu heard his grandfather's words, he felt familiar, and his face became more and more embarrassed. Damn it! How can Chin Sun, who is so young, have such a sharp vision as his grandfather? He saw through a random punch? Chin Sun looked at his grandfather, and said sincerely, Grandpa, thank you for your reminder. I just watched Kato Daiki's video, and I plan to study his leg skills every day, until I die. Lu Xiaoquan laughed twice with satisfaction. You are still young. If you are really fooled by the smoke bomb, and study your opponent's leg techniques every day, you will probably be beaten to death. Wu Yu heard Qin Sun implying her, and felt so embarrassed that she wanted to jump out of the window to the downstairs. Take a shortcut to escape from this place of trouble. She glanced at Qin Sun quietly, and found that he looked at her with a smile on his face, which made her even more embarrassed. She held the phone tightly, and walked quickly to the door. No more chatting. It's boring. I'm going to edit the video now, and quickly post your Wang Duiyu's response video on Douyin. She walked to the door, turned her head to look at the three people, and showed a smug smile. I'm going to do a live broadcast on Douyin at 8 o'clock tonight. First, I'm going to release a response video. Second, I'm going to do a live broadcast test in advance for the live broadcast of the game 3 days later. When the time comes, you two should stop hiding in the practice room, and both of you should come down. After saying that, she left. Lu Xiaoquan discussed Kato Daiki's boxing with Qin Sun, and talked about some regular boxing attack methods. They practiced several times. He was more satisfied with Qin Sun's talent and understanding. An hour later, Lu Xiaoquan patted Qin Sun's shoulder, and said with a smile, Qin Sun, good job. It's not easy for Kato Daiki to make you leave the octagon lying down. Qin Sun smiled. Xia Ning smiled even more happily. Lu Xiaoquan said again, I'll find a fighting athlete for you later. I'll fight you tomorrow, as the final pre-match test. Qin Sun, why does it feel like a mock exam before the college entrance examination? He smiled honestly and said, Grandpa, don't look for someone too good. Lu Xiaoquan smiled, patted his shoulder, said with a smile, Don't worry, I can't call those first-class boxers with just one word. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will find a champion to fight with, and I will have to hold back. Just like the old technician pretending to be a schoolgirl, I can't let go of my hands and feet. It's called boxing, but it's actually a test of my acting skills. I can't win, and I can't lose too badly. It's very annoying. Lu Shichuan studied. He and Lu Gang and his son sat at the coffee table and drank tea. Lu Xiaoquan took a sip of tea. Gongzi, who is the fighter you are looking for? Lu Gang answered respectfully. Dad, time is too short, and we can't find a world-class boxer for a while. So I found a domestic one. Lu Xiaoquan asked. Is he good? Lu Gang answered with a smile. 2 million, I found Yang Shulin. Lu Xiaoquan thought about it and remembered. The one who won the middleweight championship of the Pride Fighting Tournament this year? Lu Gang nodded. Yes. Lu Xiaoquan said with a sly old fox in his eyes. That's fine. It's an international competition after all. And he's also a world champion. After a pause, he reminded again. Tell others to keep it a secret, and don't let the news leak out. Don't let Qin Sun know the level of his opponent. He just asked me not to find a boxer who is too good. Lu Gang was startled and laughed out loud. Alas, poor Qin Sun. He is a young man who practices boxing all day. How can he not care about the fighting world of Country C? The real king is standing in front of him, and he is afraid that he will still be treated as a rookie. Lu Xiaoquan lit a cigarette and said with a smile. But what's the point of fighting a weak boxer? Training room. Xia Ning wiped Qin Sun's sweat with a sweat towel. Hurry up and meditate. In the last 3 days, you can't slack off. Qin Sun nodded and picked up the phone from the ground. The video I just shot, when I was shaking my head, lacked a background music. I'll send it to Wu Yu first, and ask her to find a music studio to make it as the background music of the video. It can make me look more domineering. Xia Ning. She was a little helpless. Alas, no wonder people say that men stay young until they die. There are only 2.5 days left before the competition, and this guy is still thinking about how to make himself more domineering. Show off? So childish. Only a little cute, just a little. Qin Sun picked up his phone, found Wu Yu's Weixin, and, into the microphone, he actually used his mouth to make a metallic electronic sound. Dang. Do-do-do-do. Dong-dong-dong-dong. Duang. Bang 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 bang. Duang. Dong-dong-dong-dong. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, his eyes gradually lit up, and he got goosebumps. This music. Such a strong sense of rhythm. Such a powerful feeling. Qin Sun is really a genius. Such a terrifying meditation learning method. Is his attainment in music so high? I wonder if my children with him can inherit this talent in the future. If I have more children, There will always be one who can inherit it. Right? Chin Sun finished singing this song. In the previous life, this song was almost the exclusive BGM for boxing champion Tyson to practice boxing. A divine electronic music song called I Want to Believe. Very exciting. It's a pity that it was later developed into the sand sculpture soundtrack of the rocking boxing champion by a sand sculpture blogger. Instead, it increased its popularity. In any era, showing off, playing cool, must be far less influential than sand sculpture. Chin Sun sent a voice message to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, find a famous music studio. Contact them online directly, and ask them to make electronic music according to my singing. In the video we just shot, according to the rhythm of the video, insert this BGM. After a while, Wu Yu replied to the WeChat message, which was a voice message. Chin Sun clicked it, and heard Wu Yu's somewhat excited voice. Chin Sun, you are so fucking handsome. I am almost burning with anger. You are so fucking handsome. You are almost as handsome as a ball. Chin Sun. He turned his head to look at Xian Ning, frowned, and asked. This praise is so full of mother, do you think there is a possibility? Wu Yu seems to be praising me, but is she actually scolding me? To avenge the vengeance I just played on her? Xian Ning's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she shook her head gently. No. I know Wu Yu. The more mama-like it is, the more sincere her praise is. Chin Sun. He picked up his phone and sent a thank you voice message to Wu Yu. Thank you so much. Very quickly. Wu Yu replied. You're being polite to me. Next. Chin Sun began to meditate. Xian Ning was guarding outside the door. In a flash, it was dark. It was 7:30. There was only half an hour left to respond to the live video. Chapter 424 I took off my pants. And you show me this? 7:30. Chin Sun put away his phone, got up from the ground, and ran in circles in the practice room. Xian Ning heard the noise, pushed the door open, closed it with his backhand, and asked, What are you doing? Are you slacking off again? Chin Sun. Now in Xian Ning's eyes, he was doing the real work of lying down and secretly playing with his phone. Running, which is beneficial to physical and mental health, has become slacking off. He kept walking and said, At 8 o'clock, we will go to the living room to participate in Wu Yu's live broadcast. There will be many people in the living room at that time, and they will all squeeze on the sofa. If you don't have the smell of sweat, people will be suspicious. Xian Ning thought it made sense and encouraged him with a fist. Come on. 7:50. Chin Sun and Xian Ning took the elevator downstairs and walked into the living room. They found that it was already full of people. Uncles and aunts. Brothers and sisters of the same generation as him. There were also a bunch of children, mixed with Xia Jing who didn't fit in. Starting from the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, they left the villa one after another, went to run businesses all over the country, or went out to play. Now there are only 2 days left before the competition. They are back again. The first battle of Grandpa's last disciple, they must pay enough attention. Otherwise, the old man will be unhappy. Chin Sun smiled, glanced around, and was stunned. Louisen's mother, Xian Ning's second aunt are here? The old man has a really high status in the family. Oh, I am under so much pressure. Why do I feel like I am in a small private room alone for the college entrance examination, being stared at by 30 invigilators? Chin Sun and the other person just stepped into the living room. Everyone looked at him. Many people stood up and greeted him. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Long time no see. You must have worked hard in boxing recently? Do you have the confidence to win? Chin Sun responded with a smile. Suddenly, he saw Xia Jing get up from the sofa and walk over, looking up, looking at him expressionlessly for a moment, and said, Are you diligent in boxing? Chin Sun was confused, not knowing why this little brat asked this question. Hardworking. Xia Jing, tired? Chin Sun, tired. Xia Jing frowned slightly. Why do I feel that your face is tired? A little fatter? Chin Sun. Eat and sleep every day. Sleep and eat. How can you not get fat? Xian Ning felt a little guilty and explained. He has been practicing boxing every day these days, which consumes a lot of energy, but the food is also carefully designed. Plus too much pressure, so he will naturally get fat. She touched Xia Jing's head. You will understand when you grow up. Just like most people under pressure before the college entrance examination, they will get a little fatter. Xia Jing heard her sister say so many words in one breath, squinted slightly, looked at Xian Ning suspiciously, and then looked at Chin Sun. Humph. Sister is guilty. Liar. It's obviously the nourishment of love. Jin-sun is getting fat. At this time, Wu Yu hurried over and shouted for everyone to take a seat. Stop chatting. It's important to get down to business. I posted a video announcement this afternoon that I will respond to Kato Daiki live tonight. There are more than 20,000 viewers in the live broadcast room now. Everyone sit down. Everyone sit down. Don't make noise. Whoever makes noise, I will hit his palm. Everyone laughed for a while and gradually quieted down. Jin-sun and Xia-ning walked to the sofa of Grandpa and Grandma and sat down and greeted them quietly. Hello, Master. Lu Shaoquan smiled and nodded. Hearing the word master was much more comfortable than hearing Grandpa. Jin-sun looked at his grandmother with a kind smile and smiled. Hello, Master's wife. Grandma? Lu Shaoquan laughed softly. It was even more comfortable. Xia-ning turned her head and looked at Jin-sun with a smile in her eyes. Isn't this guy trying to pretend to be an honest man? Just a soft word Master's wife flattered him loudly. Is this something an honest person can say? Suddenly, Wu Yu coughed heavily, stood in front of the TV, and spoke loudly in a broadcasting voice. Dear audience friends, on this warm winter day, we ushered in the first live broadcast of the official account of the richest man in Shihong City. Here, on behalf of the crew of the richest man in Shihong City, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the audience. The living room was silent. No one responded. No one applauded. They all stared at Wu Yu blankly. Awkward. Just pretend I didn't say it. Wu Yu muttered, quietly stepped aside, took out his mobile phone, and cast the screen on the TV. The live broadcast room on TV was completely dark. The number of people online has reached 20,000. Barrages flew by. Where's the anchor? Where's the anchor? Where's the anchor? Nothing. I've taken off my pants, and you're just showing me this? Wang Ryu, come out. And get beaten. Aren't you going to respond to Kato Daiki's provocation? Aren't you going to say trash words? Where's the person? Did you read the announcement? It's just a live broadcast of a recorded video. Jin-sun won't be on the screen. Just post the video directly. What the hell is live broadcast? Are you trying to trick me into giving you a gift? I don't give you coins. I'm just a freeloader. Everyone, pay attention. There's 1 minute left until 8 o'clock. Jin-sun, come out and give Kato Daiki a good beating. Show your dog claw grabbing momentum. Everyone looked at the barrages that kept flashing by. The number of people online had risen wildly to 30,000, and they couldn't help but be a little surprised. It hasn't even started yet. And there are already 30,000 people waiting to watch. Is Jin-sun's traffic so huge? If I can't give netizens a satisfactory answer today, and effectively fight back against Kato Daiki, will I be hit back by this traffic? Lu Shaoquan saw a bullet comment. Jin-sun grabs the dog's crotch, lit a cigarette, and smoked silently. What do you mean by grabbing the dog's crotch? He didn't grab the dog's crotch. My crotch was almost torn by him. My apprentice is rebellious. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Wu Yu didn't say a word in the live broadcast room. She typed a word and played the video edited today. She knew that netizens wanted to see Wang Duyu, not Lu Jiannan. In the living room, everyone sat up a little straighter and stared at the TV. The video started playing. What came into view was Jin-sun standing like a pine tree. He closed his eyes, slightly opened his lips, and a low, oppressive voice slowly flowed out. In 1974, I won the championship in Southeast Asia for the first time in free fighting. In 1982, I defeated the heavy artillery of J Country Lei Long, and then defeated all J Country karate masters for 3 consecutive years. Won the free fighting championship of J Country. He slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Ghost King Sun, the only descendant of Lu's Bajiquan in Country C, is known as the nemesis of Mohawk, nicknamed Swing Boxing King. In the living room, everyone was drawn into the story by Jin-sun's magnetic voice, and was watching it with great interest. Suddenly, the screen paused. Everyone turned to look at Wu Yu, complaining. Wu Yu, why did you pause? What happened? Isn't it fine? Why don't you show it? What's wrong? What's wrong? Wu Yu said with a smile. Please don't question my ability to control the rhythm as a live broadcast director. I want to whet the appetite of netizens. The number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to 50,000. The barrage was very dissatisfied. A series of asterisks passed by. Chapter 425. Okay. You want to watch it, right? You'll die? What's the matter? I'm enjoying it. You're not letting me watch it anymore. The next is a paid show. Is Jin-sun going to do a striptease? This Jin-sun is really good at talking nonsense. What 1974, at that time, your father was a sperm. Right? Won the championship of all the competitions. This is probably how Jin-sun imagines himself. What is the only descendant of Luz Bajiquan? What is Ghost King Sun? What is Mohawk Nemesis? What is Swing Boxing Champion? What a big name. Are you going to scare people to death? Are you going to make up a story? Are you going to scare Kato Daiki to death? Hold on, you really hold on. I was intimidated by Jin-sun's momentum. As expected of an actor, he can act like anything. This is full of oppression. Keep playing, I'm giving you gifts. Wu stared at the live broadcast room with a stern face. Netizens cursed while sending gifts. Big gifts. Small gifts filled the screen. Soon, more than 100,000 sound waves were received, converted into 10,000 renminbi. She nodded with satisfaction and pressed the play button. The video continued to play. In the live broadcast room, Jin-sun's eyes were cold and calm, like a lion looking down on the world. He slowly put his hands on the collar of the t-shirt and tore it violently. The t-shirt was torn into pieces of cloth and thrown on the ground, revealing a body of powerful muscles. Smooth, powerful, hard. A gasp sounded in the living room. What the hell? Are you going to be a bodybuilder? Is your brother-in-law in such good shape? Oh my god. Kid, close your eyes. Suddenly, they found that the video was paused again. The picture was frozen on Jin-sun's tense muscles. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Wu Yu with resentment. Wu Yu didn't realize the risk of being beaten at all, and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's first let netizens digest the shock brought by Jin-sun's muscles." The barrage exploded. Jin-sun, you are so handsome. Are you going to die? Fuck. I can watch this without paying? Although I don't want to, but I have to admit that Jin-sun's muscles are only slightly inferior to mine. Oh my, this figure. It's the kind that I can't afford in the club. Shameless Jin-sun, the battle is about to begin, and you actually seduce me. I'll punish you to go home and be a washboard with me. This arm of muscles, I'll believe you if you say you can kill one person a day. When I was young, where were you? I hereby declare that I have never searched for such live broadcast rooms, which are completely official pushes. I am a righteous woman, and I am serious. No matter how handsome you are, how big your abs are, how manly you are, I am still the woman you can never get. I have pretended to be so virtuous, but Douyin still knows what kind of person I am. Back off. Everyone. Back off. My girlfriend will see it first. The live broadcast room was flooded with gifts. Various gift effects bloomed one after another in the live broadcast room. A netizen named the richest woman in Beijing spent 60,000 yuan to play 20 carnivals in a row. She rushed to the top of the list in one breath. She wanted to support Jin-sun, and she didn't hide it at all. In just 1 minute, Wu Yu found that the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 60,000. The gift sound wave has exceeded 1 million. It is equivalent to more than 100,000 renminbi. It's faster than robbing money. Jin-sun sat quietly on the sofa, and found that everyone's eyes were looking at him. They looked playful, as if they were looking at a gigolo. Jin-sun remained calm, complaining in his heart. What does it have to do with me? Who knows whether the richest woman in Beijing is a man or a woman? Suddenly, everyone heard a very dynamic music, and knew that the video was continuing to play. They turned their heads to look at the screen, afraid of missing a second. They saw on the TV screen, dang da doo doo, dong 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 dong. In a burst of exciting electronic music, Jin-sun slowly put on a very standard boxing stance. The momentum was amazing. Everyone was instantly moved by the music and the picture, and felt that their bodies were full of strength, and were about to burst out. Then, the electronic music stopped abruptly. The video paused. The picture was frozen on Jin-sun putting on a handsome boxing stance. Everyone was stunned, turned their heads and stared at Wu Yu, and cursed. Wu Yu? What the hell do you mean? Pause again? It's only 5 seconds. You want a gift? Come, I'll transfer the money directly, you play it quickly. I'm listening to it with great enthusiasm. What kind of song is this? It's so exciting. Wu Yu looked at the angry people, and felt a little wronged. Did I want to pause it after playing for 5 seconds? Yes. Jin-sun was so handsome in this BGM for 5 seconds. The following scene was unbearable to watch. It was an insult to this BGM. Wu Yu frowned, bearing everyone's anger, and did not dare to speak silently. She stared at the TV, looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, and then she felt better. Fuck. Not allowed to watch again. 5 seconds of real manliness? What kind of BGM is this? In just 5 seconds, I'm already excited. I was so excited that I kicked the cow away and plowed 2 acres of land myself. I was driving. Suddenly I heard this BGM, I stood up and pedaled. Awesome music. Outrageous. Why did it stop playing? I'm constipated, I need this BGM to help me. You saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 80,000. In just a short while. The sound waves of the gift have exceeded 150,000. It is equivalent to more than 150,000 renminbi. She was full of joy, but when she thought of the scene behind, her heart sank again. She turned her head and glared at Chin Sun and said loudly, "You want to see it? Right? Okay. Okay. Everyone must die. No one should live." Everyone was shocked. Are you crazy? I'm still thinking about that BGM and preparing to collect it as car music. You scared me to death. You yelled, "You scared me to death." You glanced at everyone and sneered. Scary? She pressed play on her phone, said sinisterly. The real scary part is here. Then, everyone heard the background music that was so hot that it was about to burst into the sky sound again. Doing. Bang 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 bang. Everyone turned their heads quickly to look at the TV, not wanting to miss a second. Then, they were stunned, stretching their necks. Like a group of ducks being held by their necks. On the TV screen, the super hot background music. Chin Sun was holding a fist, facing the camera, and quickly shaking his head left and right. His head was shaking very fast, leaving a residual image. His posture was a little funny. It was a little funny. It was really silly. Everyone immediately understood what Wu Yu meant by everyone must die. He really wanted to die. This lethality is comparable to a nuclear bomb. In the live broadcast room, the barrage stopped for a moment. And then it poured out crazily. Like an avalanche. Chapter 426. No matter who comes today, I must kill him in 1 second. Ah! I'm dirty. My eyes are dirty. No matter how good your looks are. You can't afford to squander them like this. Are you sweating all over? Brother. Completely crazy. Completely crazy. I'm an idiot. I love watching 3 people fight, and 2 of them die of shaking. And 1 of them dies of laughter. For this kind of thing, I'm too lazy to prescribe medicine. I just spent 6,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone. And when I saw this live broadcast room, I could only sell it at a 10% discount. My eyes went black when I saw it. There's a kind of beauty with brain stem loss. So this is what Chin Sun meant by the swing boxing champion. Chin Sun, I asked you to give Kato Daiki a good beating. Why did you do this? I can tell you responsibly that when my second uncle had an epileptic seizure, he shook better than him. What a shame. I feel ashamed. He's cowardly before the battle. Wu Yu stared at the data in the live broadcast room. After Chin Sun started to waver, the number of people online rose at a terrifying speed, and quickly broke through the 100,000 mark. It was close to 120,000. But the growth of gifts slowed down a lot. Then, she saw Beijing's richest woman exit the live broadcast room. She must have been frightened by Chin Sun's unconventional boxing style. Wu Yu did not click pause this time. The video screen in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. Chin Sun, who was still shaking his head in the last second, turned around in the next second and rushed towards the sandbag behind him with murderous intent. The sandbag was painted with eyes, nose, mouth, and a very personal mohawk hairstyle. In the lower middle of the sandbag, a little baby was painted. In the video, the super burning BGM was still playing. Toot toot. Boom toot toot. Amid the music, Chin Sun kicked the baby quickly. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. In a short while, he kicked dozens of times. The kicks were sharp and full of momentum, which was worthy of this super burning BGM. Chin Sun stopped, turned around and made way, revealing the sandbag. The 2 quail eggs and the ham were already sunken. A crack appeared at the sunken part of the sandbag. The video ended. The music stopped. The living room was quiet. Everyone slowly turned to look at Chin Sun with a look of shock. Is the old man's devilish training so effective? Will these kicks really kill people? And the angles are so tricky, only attacking the 3 lower parts of the person. For the happiness of the lower body, you have to be polite to him in the future. Lu Shaoquan looked at Chin Sun. who had a calm face, took a puff of cigarette, and seemed to be thinking about something. No skills. Just great strength. But isn't this strength too great? He actually broke my 50,000 sandbag. Live broadcast room. The comments poured out like Gatling bullets. I swear, I was definitely not among the people who laughed at Chin-sun just now. Please don't hit me. Kick that cuts off the descendants. Accurate chicken hit. Isn't the thing on the sandbag too small? Not as good as my 5-year-old brother. But it fits Kato Oki very well. Just shook his head. And you're so cruel? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Or scare me to death? Sometimes you're a god. Sometimes you're a ghost. I asked you to respond. But I didn't ask you to die. You insulted Kato Oki so much. I'm worried that you'll be broken in two in the octagon. Brave. 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 I respect you as a man. I believe you are a real man who will die standing in the octagon cage. I am an outsider, I don't understand. But I really think Chin-sun is quite capable. The sandbag was broken. Isn't it amazing? Your balls are stronger than the sandbag? The quality of this sandbag is not good, or has it been tampered with? What the hell? Chin-sun hasn't appeared in front of the public for so long. It turns out that he secretly practiced leg skills with the white-bearded grandfather. Even if Chin-sun died in the octagon cage, I won't say a word of insulting the country. As long as you go on stage, I think you are winning glory for the country. The number of online users directly exceeded 150,000. Gifts were pouring in like a tidal wave. The sound waves of gifts have exceeded 2 million. The equivalent of RMB is more than 200,000. Suddenly, we saw carnivals popping up one after another in the live broadcast room. At a glance, it was the Beijing's richest woman, who was back again and returned to the top position on the list. Xia Ning looked at the flying barrage, quietly turned her head to look at Chin-sun, and was somewhat convinced. Netizens are indeed emotional. As long as they are happy, they will speak for you. A response video without any logic, not even mentioning the matter of disgracing the country. When Chin-sun mobilized their emotions, the rhythm of disgracing the country brought by Beijing film and television was easily reversed by Chin-sun. The box office of the richest man in Shihong City is likely to soar again in the next few days. When Chin-sun can stand and walk out of the octagonal cage, at that time, the box office will usher in another wave of big growth. It is not impossible to break through 3.5 billion. A 5-star hotel in Beijing. Kato Oki was lying on the bed, holding a charming woman in his arms, looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, and laughed. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was full of arrogance. They all say that Chin-sun is a real man who wants to die standing? Then I will break his legs. Kato Oki grabbed the woman hard, causing her to let out a strange scream. He looked proud. This Chin-sun is still too young. He lost his temper after being provoked by my provocative video. Show him his ultimate move. How can you show your real cards to others casually? You will be targeted by the eagle. His eyes turned cold in an instant. It turns out that Chin-sun's fighting skills are so bad. But he is strong. I will cripple his legs, so that he will never be able to walk again. Kato Oki turned over and pressed the woman under him, and began to pile up. Yoshi, a large flat in Beijing. A young man with a square face, after watching the live broadcast of the Tomato Richest Man crew, was a little envious. It's only been broadcast for less than 5 minutes, and he received nearly 300,000 renminbi in gifts. Chin-sun hasn't even shown his face yet. This money is too easy to make. He put down his phone, and the BGM in the video just now, and Chin-sun's swinging boxing skills rang in his mind uncontrollably. I couldn't help laughing. Alas, if my colleagues knew that I, Yang Shulin, fought with such a funny amateur boxer for 2 million yuan, will they laugh me to death? Yang Shulin picked up a glass of red wine, walked to the window, and looked at the lights outside. He shook the wine glass, looking very high-spirited. The glass cabinet behind him was filled with various trophies, and a golden belt. He was only 22 years old this year, and he won the championship of the international fighting competition. How can I not be full of energy? The next day. Tomorrow is the last day until the competition. Chin-sun sat on the ground meditating, secretly listening to the ghost story in the Bluetooth headset. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. He opened his eyes, and quietly put away the Bluetooth headset. Xia Ning walked over quickly. I just received a message from Wu Yu, a very strong young man, has arrived at the villa. It's an amateur fighter that Grandpa asked my uncle to find in a famous fighting club. Qin Sun asked. Amateur? Xia Ning nodded. Yes. Grandpa is probably worried that if he finds a professional fighter, he will beat you to a pulp. Break your mentality. I found an amateur, but he should have some skills. I mainly want to boost your confidence before the game. She patted Qin Sun's shoulder. Warm up quickly and perform well. We can't let amateur athletes beat us down, lest we disappoint Grandpa. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, nodded, and said, Then I'll kill him in 1 second. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and suddenly kissed him on the forehead. Come on! Qin Sun was startled, clenched his fists, and shouted, No matter who comes today, I must kill him in 1 second. Chapter 427. Hey! Can you kill Qin Sun with 2 punches? No matter who comes, I must kill him in 1 second today. Xia Ning heard Qin Sun shouting so loudly, felt a little strange, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Qin Sun, how are you? What's wrong? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and saw her hesitating and speaking incoherently, and asked in a strange way, No, what's wrong with you? Xia Ning subconsciously glanced at the door, and saw that there was no one, so he asked in a low voice, When I kissed you with tongue before, I never saw you so excited. She reached out and touched Qin Sun's forehead, asking softly, Why did you become so motivated after a light kiss on your forehead today? Qin Sun was startled, and then realized something was wrong, and thought about it carefully. He raised his head, looked into Xia Ning's eyes, and said seriously, You may not believe it when I tell you. I may, probably, should, may be a pure love war god. Xia Ning. Maybe, probably, should, may? This wording is really hard to believe. Then, I heard Qin Sun say with a smile, How could you kiss me on my forehead? You kissed me on my heart. My whole soul has been sublimated. Xia Ning. Heart. What is it? Although I don't understand, it should be a good word. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and asked, When we were kissing, what were you thinking about? Qin Sun was startled and said anxiously, Hey! Why are you asking me that? Ahmed Ba. Xia Ning? Is he addicted to playing the monk? In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Qin Sun avoided Xia Ning's clear eyes and stood up, walked to the sandbag with a nose, eyes, and a baby painted on it. He kicked the baby with a flying kick. Ning, what do you think about me kicking that fighter away? Wouldn't it be cool to kill him instantly? Let Grandpa see the result of our recent efforts. He turned his head, looked at Xia Ning, and said with a smile, You deserve half of this military medal. Xia Ning listened to Qin Sun's somewhat naive words, and said helplessly, How can it be so simple? It's easy to dodge. Qin Sun said with a smile, As long as the speed is fast enough. He can't dodge. Xia Ning. She raised her hand and clenched her fist. Then, do your best? Qin Sun was stunned. It turns out that Xia Ning can be sweet or salty. Doesn't she look like a sea salt ice cream now? Sweet, salty, cold. Love it. He walked towards Xia Ning quickly, prepared to show off his skills to her. But he saw Xia Ning's face turn cold, raised her hand, and shouted, Holy monk! Stop! Warm up! Stretch your muscles. If you want to return to the secular world, wait until you win. Qin Sun turned around immediately, rushed to the sandbag, bent down, and picked up the base of the sandbag, and began to swing it in circles. One circle. Another circle. Never tired of it. Never tired. Xia Ning. Isn't this warm-up method too special? But the strength is really great. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun spinning around and asked, Ning, what do you think about me holding the fighter and spinning around? Will it be explosive? Xia Ning? What kind of brain circuit is this? She sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. Although it is free fighting, it shouldn't be so free. Right? Qin Sun, is it a foul? Xia Ning was startled and shook her head. I don't know. No one has done this before. Qin Sun laughed. That means it's not a foul. There's a way. Xia Ning. The living room of the villa. The living room was crowded with people. Almost all the members of the Liu family gathered here, waiting to watch Qin Sun's pre-match test. Suddenly, at the entrance, several maids' uniform voices came. Happy New Year. Everyone knew that Qin Sun's sparring partner had arrived, and they all looked up at the entrance of the living room. After a while, Liu Gang and Yang Shulin appeared at the entrance of the living room. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes followed behind them. He should be the assistant of the fighter. Yang Shulin nodded slightly and greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Yang Shulin. His voice was not loud, and he seemed a little reserved. The living room was quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on his face. Some people who recognized him looked surprised. Yang Shulin felt a little proud. He enjoyed the attention of everyone. He was not a person who was good at socializing with others and often said the wrong things. But since he won the championship this year, saying the wrong thing seems to have become an advantage. Others praise him for being straightforward. Now, whether it is ordinary people, rich people, or even officials, they will have the necessary respect for him as a fighting champion with extremely high goal content and tolerance. Gradually, some people who recognized Yang Shulin began to whisper, "Is this Yang Shulin? The middleweight boxing champion Yang Shulin who won the gold belt in this year's international fighting competition? I think he is. Didn't you say that you invited an amateur player from the fight club? He came as a professional. And a boxing champion? He is still a boxing champion at his peak? Although he is not a strongman from the country of Goose, he is still an international boxing champion. Is he so cruel to Chin Sun? Challenging the big boss right after leaving the novice village? Researching nuclear fusion right after leaving kindergarten? Going to the construction site to move bricks and make a living right after taking off diapers?" Amid the discussion of the crowd, everyone knew what kind of person the person was, and they couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Chin Sun. How could this be a sparring match? This was clearly a cat-and-mouse game. Yang Shulin looked at the expressions of the crowd, and his mood became better and better. Lu Gang arranged for Yang Shulin to take a seat and introduced him to Lu Xiaoquan. The two greeted each other and shook hands. Lu Xiaoquan, Mr. Yang. Hello. Yang Shulin, hello. Lu Xiaoquan smiled lightly, and didn't take his non-honorific language to heart, and said, "I'd like to trouble you to give some guidance to my useless apprentice. You just need to show strength similar to Kato Daiki's. Let him adapt in advance." Yang Shulin knew that Lu Xiaoquan was the head of the Lu family, and he did not dare to neglect him, and answered, "Don't worry. I will never beat him to death or injure him." Hearing the words "beat him to death," Xia Jing was a little unhappy, and said in a cold voice, "Are you very powerful?" Yang Shulin was stunned, glanced at the mushroom-headed girl, looked around, and said with high spirits, "Kato Daiki looks very powerful to outsiders. But in the eyes of us insiders, he is already a relatively rubbish fighter. He is only about 30% of my strength. I will control my strength, and keep my hands back when sparring with Chin Sun. I will never hurt him." Lu Gang smiled. This Yang Shulin could have said it in just 2 words, but he had to say so much nonsense, showing off his strength. He is not good at talking, and not very modest. He is far inferior to Chin Sun in character. Yang Shulin saw the smile on Lu Gang's face, and realized that he might have said something wrong. Alas, I don't have to pretend. As long as my fist is strong enough. What's wrong with pretending? My words are not nice. Just bear it. Suddenly, he heard a rhythmic tap-tap sound of high heels. The sound seemed to hit his heart, and he felt a little strange. Just hearing the sound, without seeing the person, he could tell that it was the footsteps of a beautiful woman. Yang Shulin turned his head, and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. Her breasts were huge. Louison held her hands to her chest, squeezing the mountains up and down, which was even more breathtaking. She looked down at Yang Shulin and asked, "Hey, can you kill Chin Sun with 2 punches? Chapter 428 He is sick. But I am used to it. Beat Chin Sun to death?" Yang Shulin sat on the sofa, looking up at Louison, and could only see half of her face. The other half was blocked by her chest. But it can be seen that she is very beautiful. Seeing that Yang Shulin did not speak, Louison asked again, "Yang Shulin, can you beat Chin Sun to death?" Yang Shulin was a little embarrassed. "Of course, I can beat Chin Sun to death with 2 punches. But why should I beat him to death?" He met Louison's eyes that were as straight as a pair of scissors, and inexplicably felt a little weak in his heart. He turned to Lu Gang for help. Lu Gang looked at Louison and said coldly, "Xinshin, what nonsense are you talking about?" A trace of grievance immediately appeared on Louison's face. She put down her hands, and her chest was surging. "Chin Sun, he beat a woman. Shouldn't he die?" Everyone in the living room, except Yang Shulin, knew that Louison was beaten up by Chin Sun. But according to Xia Ning's explanation, it was Louison's own fault. With the old man's protection, Louison didn't dare to bother Chin Sun again these days. Unexpectedly, he jumped out again today and tried to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Since Yang Shulin won the championship, many women have been trying to get close to him. He has seen many beauties, and many big-breasted girls. But he has never seen such big ones. Too big. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Yang Shulin stood up, looked at Luisen, and asked, "Did Qin hit you?" Luisen nodded. Yang Shulin was a little surprised, looked at Luisen, and found no scars, and asked again, "Where did he hit you? Why is there no wound?" When Luisen heard this, she felt her chest swell and ache again, and stared. "What do you care?" Yang Shulin. She is indeed a rich girl, unlike those women who throw themselves at her. She is also a hottie. Luisen asked coldly, "Can you beat Qin to death?" Yang Shulin looked at the busted girl in front of him, smiled awkwardly, and answered in a self-proclaimed humor. "There is a rumor among the people that professional boxers fighting on the street is equivalent to wounding people with weapons. I can't bully people like this. Besides, beating someone to death is illegal." Luisen turned around and left, without a second of hesitation. Useless thing. Yang Shulin? He looked at Luisen's slim waist and peachy buttocks, and her graceful and affectionate back, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. I am a boxing champion? How can I be useless? Wait. I will hit a little harder. At least it should be a good fight. Let you see how useful I am. Lu Gang took a look at Yang Shulin's expression, and immediately knew that he was attracted by Luisen. It was just a simple provocation. This guy was fooled. Lu Gang turned his head to look at Lu Shaoquan again, and sighed in his heart. He had mentioned to the old man before whether he should take care of Luisen and let her be more restrained. Unexpectedly, the old man said that a family must have all kinds of people. She has a skill, and seducing men is also a skill. If she likes to seduce, let her seduce. Except when necessary, don't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Xia Ning has her own way of life, Wu Yu has her own way of life, and Luisen can also have her own way of life. You choose your own path, and you just need to be willing to bear the consequences. Yang Shulin saw Luisen sitting back on the sofa, and then he realized that he seemed to have been staring at her for a long time, and he was a little out of control. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly saw the mushroom-headed girl walking in front of him. Xia Jing looked up with a cold face. Be careful. Don't hurt Qin soon. She is my brother-in-law. Yang Shulin looked at the girl in front of him, feeling helpless. Alas, I am shortchanged. I received 2 million renminbi to accompany the prince to study. I want Qin Sun to have fun. But I can't hurt him? The big-breasted girl just now said she wanted to beat him to death. Can you all agree? It's annoying. Yang Shulin saw that the girl kept looking up at him, waiting for his answer, and said with a smile on his face, Beauty, don't worry. My strength is far superior to Qin Sun's. I will be more relaxed in the fight. I will definitely not hurt your brother-in-law. Xia Jing. He is so good at pretending. But I have no other choice. She nodded, turned around and walked 2 steps, turned back and reminded seriously. I am only 8 years and 13 days old. Please don't call me Beauty. Yang Shulin? Such a big loli? Not cute at all. I was wondering why she had no breasts. It turns out she is still small. Suddenly, everyone heard a hurried sound of footsteps, and turned around to look at the sound. Wu Yu rushed to the elevator entrance. Lu Gang immediately stood up and shouted, Wu Yu, you are not allowed to tell Qin Sun who his opponent is. Qin Sun should be relaxed and play at his best level, so that your grandfather can find out his shortcomings and give him guidance. Wu Yu stopped, turned around, and looked embarrassed. I just went to see how he warmed up. She saw Lu Gang's suspicious look, got angry, and slapped the washboard hard. Dad? Who am I? Don't you believe me? She turned and rushed to the elevator, and went up to the 2nd floor. Yang Shulin was shocked when he thought of Wu Yu's chest-beating momentum just now. Where did her breasts go? Did they go to that beautiful girl named Xin? Wouldn't she be mentally distorted with her figure? She ran all the way to the training room and pushed open the door. Wu Yu was dumbfounded. Qin Sun held the base of the vertical sandbag with both hands, and swung it like a meteor hammer. Round and round. Up. Down. Left. Right. Very colorful. Wu Yu stood at the door in a daze. What the hell? Is this guy so strong? It's almost 300 kilograms. He picked it up and swung it. Wu Yu walked in, closed the door, and was even more surprised. Qin Sun sang while swinging it. The magic of love is spinning. I miss you so much that my heart is blooming day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. It will be gone in the blink of an eye. I have to take risks slowly. The magic of love is spinning. He sang it over and over again. Wu Yu didn't dare to disturb Qin Sun, fearing that he would lose his rhythm and hurt his waist. She walked slowly to Xian Ning and asked in a low voice, "What is he doing?" Xian Ning answered in a low voice, "Warming up." "Wu Yu, isn't this a disease?" Xian Ning, "Yes. But I'm used to it." She turned her head and looked at Wu Yu, and asked, "When will they come up?" "Wu Yu, soon." She paused, thinking of her father's serious face, and felt a little guilty. She reminded him in a very low voice, "Warn Qin Sun later, there is an expert." The voice was too soft. Xian Ning only heard the words, "Warn. Expert? What expert are you talking about?" Wu Yu didn't dare to say anything more, and just made up a story. "That amateur fighter who came here is an expert at picking up girls. He teased that little bitch Lu Yisun so much. He said he would kill Qin Sun for her. Be careful." Xian Ning thought of the grievances between Lu Yisun and Qin Sun, and looked at Wu Yu's sincere face, and gradually frowned. The two girls sat on the floor, watching Qin Sun swing the sandbag for several minutes. Their ears were tortured for several minutes. The magic of love is spinning in circles, thinking of you day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. Later, Qin Sun didn't even need to sing. The two of them would automatically play this magical brainwashing music in their minds. The magic of love is spinning in circles. After a while, Xian Ning stood up and said loudly to Qin Sun, "Qin Sun, it's enough. You have to save your energy." Qin Sun slowly turned 3 circles and put down the sandbag. Xian Ning picked up a sweat towel, walked over, wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, and said seriously, "Well, you just told me that the person who came was a master." Qin Sun was startled and looked at Xian Ning. "There is another master?" Chapter 429. A fool who is good at boxing and has high emotional intelligence is the most popular with women. Xian Ning hesitated for a moment, and answered truthfully, "A master of picking up girls." Qin Sun. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Asking a master of picking up girls to fight with me. This doesn't seem to be the right way." Xian Ning whispered, "Lu Yisun just asked him to beat you to death later. Don't take it lightly. Be careful." Qin Sun sneered. "Is it Lu Yisun's mistress again? She plays around a lot." He touched Xian Ning's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I don't care if he's a girl-chasing expert or Lu Yisun's mistress. I'm so fierce when I hit women. I'm even more fierce when I hit men." In the living room, Lu Gang chatted with Yang Shulin for a while. It was really boring. This guy is really not good at talking. He's either pretending to be cool, or he offends people by talking carelessly. He's really a guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. After a while, Lu Gang felt that it was about time, and said with a smile, "Teacher Yang, please change your clothes and go and give Qin Sun some advice." Yang Shulin stood up, and his assistant immediately walked over and handed him a backpack. Lu Gang stretched out his hand to call a maid. "You accompany Teacher Yang to the bathroom to change clothes." The maid didn't say anything yet. Lu Yisun immediately stood up, with a smile on her face. "I'll do it." Yang Shulin was a little surprised. "Just now he called me a useless thing. In the blink of an eye, you smiled at me? Fuck. My damn charm." Lu Yisun took Yang Shulin to the bathroom and waited for him at the door. After a while, Yang Shulin came out with his upper body naked, wearing fighting shorts and half-finger boxing gloves, and immediately saw Lu Yisun at the door. Lu Yisun lazily leaned against the wall at the door, turned her head, and looked him up and down without concealing anything, like a lion looking at its prey. Yang Shulin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lu Yisun suddenly smiled and said, "You have a good figure." Yang Shulin was a little happy, and was about to speak, when he saw Lu Yisun walk away directly. Looking at the back in front of him, his heart sank again. "Just when I was bored." Suddenly, Lu Yisun stopped and turned around, with a somewhat charming smile. "Idiot, your social skills are so weak." Yang Shulin was stunned, his heart pounding. She called me an idiot? She said I had weak social skills. Was she criticizing me for not being proactive enough to ask for her contact information? Lu Yisun turned around, walked towards Yang Shulin, and even made the battle-hardened Yang Shulin want to retreat. Yang Shulin swallowed his saliva, a little at a loss. Lu Yisun smiled. "You have a good figure, but a little worse than Qin Sun's." She noticed that Yang Shulin's eyes dimmed a little, and then a hint of ferocity flashed. Those are just dead muscles, useless. Lu Yixin felt a little proud. This grandson took the bait. She clenched her fist and quickly punched Yang Shulin's nose. Yang Shulin's head was motionless, looking at the fist that stopped 3 centimeters in front of his nose, smiled. You can't scare me. I'm a professional at boxing. Lu Yixin put away her fist, with a smile on her face, looking straight at Yang Shulin. You're a professional at boxing. But you're not good at emotional intelligence. Yang Shulin. He felt a little guilty. He was once described by many women as a straight man. He had never been liked by girls before, until he became famous in the fighting world, and it seemed that he didn't need to use emotional intelligence to please women. He looked at the charming Lu Yixin in front of him, and was actually a little nervous. Lu Yixin didn't give him a chance to speak, and imitated his stuttering. You. What do you mean? When we first met, you should compliment people. Yang Shulin. Are you blaming me for not complimenting her when we chatted just now? But she came up and said, Can you kill Qin Sun? It didn't seem like a formal friendship at all. How could I have the chance to compliment her? Lu Yixin continued with a smile. When you meet someone for the first time, you should praise the things that the other person cares about the most. For example, praise my beauty. She stopped talking and stared into Yang Shulin's eyes. Yang Shulin got the idea and said, You are so beautiful. Lu Yixin smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth and praised. You hit people so hard. Yang Shulin felt a little puzzled. But he also knew that it was a compliment to himself. So he laughed. I hit people quite hard. Suddenly, Lu Yixin asked again, Do you know what Qin Sun likes to be praised for the most? Yang Shulin heard Lu Yixin mention Qin Sun again, and he felt a little jealous and said hesitantly, Praise him for being handsome? Lu Yixin shook her head gently, and said, He is a dog. He likes to hear others praise his girlfriend's beauty the most. She looked at Yang Shulin, blinked, and smiled. Did you remember it? Yang Shulin looked at Lu Yixin's smile, and his heart seemed to melt. He nodded stupidly. I remember it. Lu Yixin turned and walked away, with a sly and dangerous smile on her lips. Then you are now a fool with high emotional intelligence. Fools who are good at boxing and have high emotional intelligence are the most popular with women. Yang Shulin followed happily. It looks like a dog. Training room. Qin Sun has changed into fighting shorts, and put on half-finger boxing gloves. He was talking to Xia Ning and Wu Yu. Suddenly, he heard a noisy sound at the door. Qin Sun turned his head and looked. He saw that the door of the training room was opened as wide as possible. Grandpa and Grandma walked in first. The uncle came in with a square-faced young man, followed by a large group of people. Qin Sun saw at a glance that the young man was his opponent today, and looked at him carefully. He found that this person was about the same height as him, and his weight was about the same. From a professional point of view, they were in the same weight class. Hitting him would not be considered bullying. Soon, everyone walked into the training room and stood around the training ground. They all looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun smiled, glanced around, and nodded continuously, as a greeting. What surprised him was that these people's eyes were full of worry, sympathy, and pity. And why did Lu Yixin look so happy at someone else's misfortune? Is there really a master? Can he really kill me? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Yang Shulin. I found that this young man was full of muscles, standing straight and tall. He seemed to feel very good about himself, thinking that he was extremely handsome. This square face. A master at picking up girls? Not so good looking. Does he have other talents? Good at talking, nice to talk? Suddenly, Qin Sun noticed that Yang Shulin secretly glanced at Xia Ning beside him. His gaze stayed for a long time, and his face was a little tangled, as if he was planning something. Qin Sun's expression remained unchanged. His heart sank. Damn it! Did Wu Yu confuse a pervert with a girl-chasing expert? What kind of look is that? What kind of expression is that? Although Xia Ning is pretty, not everyone can look at her. I can tell this kid is holding back. Qin Sun gently pulled Xia Ning's hand and whispered, Ning Ning, you and Wu Yu step aside first, and make room for me to fight. I'm going to kill him in seconds. Xia Ning and Wu Yu silently retreated to the edge of the training room. Lu Shaoquan turned around and winked at Lu Gang. Lu Gang waved to Qin Sun. Qin Sun trotted over. Lu Gang introduced himself to Qin Sun. This Mr. Yang is a core member of the Bunny Fighting Club. And he has real kung fu skills. You have to be careful with him. Chin Sun? Bunny Fighting Club? What a strange name. Why does it sound like it's either a gay club or a sex scam club? No wonder Wu Yu said a girl-chasing expert came. It seems like he has something. He deserves a beating. Chapter 430. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Another day of high emotional intelligence. Yang Shulin glanced at Luisan, who was standing aside, leaning against the wall, folding her arms, making her chest look extremely magnificent. He found that she was looking at him with a smile. Yang Shulin kept in mind Luisan's instructions. When you meet someone for the first time, you should compliment them first. Be a fool with high emotional intelligence. Yang Shulin took off his right glove first, extended his hand, and wanted to shake hands with Chin Sun. Chin Sun also took off his gloves, shook his hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Yang. Please go easy on me later." Yang Shulin shook Chin Sun's hand vigorously, smiling nervously, afraid that he would not show a high EQ. "Hello, Mr. Chin. That." Chin Sun saw that he was a grown man. And he was shy. Like a girl. He couldn't help but feel his anus tightened, and wanted to pull his hand out, but found that he was holding it tighter and tighter. What the hell? Damn it! He found me a sissy? Did he see Xia Ning as an imaginary enemy? Did he want to steal Xia Ning's girl? He didn't like Xia Ning. But me? Just when Chin Sun was at a loss, he suddenly heard Yang Shulin say that sentence after holding it in for a long time. "Your girlfriend is so pretty." As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of exclamations and whispers in the training room. What does this mean? Trash talk before the game? No, is this how trash talk is said? You can bring your family and girlfriend? Don't let your family suffer. This seems a bit impolite. The boxing champion is worthy of being the boxing champion. He doesn't provoke the opponent's anger. Is he too lazy to punch? Luisan laughed out loud, and saw Yang Shulin secretly looking at her from the corner of his eyes, and quietly gave him a thumbs up. Opening his mouth, he said silently, "Bang bang bow." Yang Shulin was satisfied. The other people's comments were too quiet to be heard. But I think they were praising him for his high emotional intelligence. Alas, isn't it said that behind every successful man there is an amazing woman? Shin, I met you too late. Today is another day of high emotional intelligence. Xia Ning looked at Yang Shulin, quietly stepped back 2 steps, and hid directly behind Wu Yu. It's not that she was afraid of this idiot's lust, but she was afraid that Chin Sun would beat this idiot until blood splashed on her clothes. Chin Sun? He widened his eyes, and saw that Yang Shulin's face was actually a little proud, like a primary school student who got 100 points in the exam. In his eyes, it was a complete provocation. Chin Sun held Yang Shulin's hand tightly, and said loudly, "Your wife is awesome, Xia Ning." Chin Sun really can't stand any loss. Yang Shulin was a little nervous, afraid that Luisan would misunderstand him, and said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a wife." Luisan laughed. "You idiot. People are praising your wife for her good skills in bed. Why don't you say thank you?" Suddenly, Yang Shulin felt a little pain in his hand, and seized the opportunity to continue his high emotional intelligence day and praised, "You are so strong. Chin Sun, your wife is awesome." Yang Shulin was anxious. "I told you, I don't have a wife." "Chin Sun, your future wife is awesome." Yang Shulin? Why is this person so EQ-less? He keeps saying this sentence over and over again, like a repeater? The crowd watching was all upset. The tension before the boxing match was gone, and instead, it felt like watching a comedy. Lu Xiaoquan coughed. Lu Gang couldn't stand it anymore, walked to the 2 of them, separated them with his hands, and said seriously, "Okay. Stop arguing. Let's get started." Chin Sun let go of Yang Shulin's hand. The 2 separated. Each put on gloves. Suddenly, Xia Ning came up and handed Chin Sun a brand new pair of braces. When doing strenuous exercise or fierce competition, athletes usually wear braces to prevent their teeth from being damaged and falling off. Chin Sun glanced at Yang Shulin and immediately walked in front of Xia Ning, blocking his sight, and said, "No need. It's just a small warm-up before the game. I'm doing health-preserving boxing, no need for braces." Yang Shulin heard Chin Sun's pretentious words, and thought it was very beautiful, better than what he said. He winked at the assistant, who was coming over to give him the braces, and asked the assistant to go back. Qin Sun doesn't need braces. Then I don't need them either. I'll do some Yang Lao boxing. 2. After saying that, he glanced at Xia Ning, and found that she was indeed very pretty. He continued his high EQ day, said, Qin Sun, your girlfriend is really pretty. Xia Ning? Qin Sun. He patted Xia Ning's shoulder, and whispered, Hi quickly. Damn it, a pervert came today. He insisted on taking the 3rd test at the gate of the King of Hell, and I satisfied him. Xia Ning. She glanced at Yang Shuling coldly, and immediately stepped aside, hiding behind Wu Yu. Lu Yixin looked at Qin Sun with some pride. I can't play with you. Can I play with you through other men? Lu Gang saw that the two were ready, and shouted, Begin. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound that shook the world, and made the ghosts cry. Die for me. Qin Sun rushed directly to Yang Shulin like a mad beast. Very fast. It was there in the blink of an eye. Qin Sun raised his foot, and kicked Yang Shulin. Yang Shulin's face was turned, and his heart was shocked. Something's wrong. He is much faster than in the video? This guy also put a smoke bomb in the video? Yang Shulin took a cool step back, trying to avoid Qin Sun's powerful kick. Practice since childhood. Years of competition. Let him handle this situation easily. Suddenly, Yang Shulin's pupil shrank. Damn! This Qin Sun's kick can speed up. In a flash, he felt a huge force coming from his chest. His whole body lost its center of gravity, and fell straight back. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Qin Sun jumped up. Jumped high. Bent his legs and hit Yang Shulin's chest with his knees. Yang Shulin was shocked. A man weighing 140 to 50 kilograms jumped and hit his chest with his knees. This was going to be a solid blow, and his sternum was about to break. He quickly rolled on the ground, quickly leaving his original position, avoiding this fatal blow, and yelling, Foul! 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 After rolling several times, Yang Shulin supported the floor with his right hand, and looked at Qin Sun. He found that Qin Sun was standing quietly on the floor, looking at him with a look like he was looking at an idiot. The training room. It was quiet. Everyone thought of the funny look of Yang Shulin rolling on the ground just now, and yelling foul. They all turned to look at Qin Sun. It was like looking at a monster. What the hell is this? A random punch killed a master? Ignorance is fearless? Because you don't know he is an international boxing champion. You told you he is a rookie. So you really beat him as a rookie? No, it should be a dog beating. Only a dog can roll so smoothly. He is worthy of being a boxing champion. He rolls really fast. Wu Yu looked at the poplar trees on the ground, and felt secretly happy. Good. Good. I was knocked unconscious by Qin Sun's 2 big pusses, and it doesn't seem so difficult to accept a sock in my mouth. A boxing champion barking on the ground. Isn't that more embarrassing than me? Lu Yixin looked at Qin Sun, exclaimed Hack, and secretly glanced at Xia Ning. You are so lucky. How did you meet a man who can write songs and make movies? And can fight and swear? Humph. A loyal man may not be loyal forever. Just wait. He will be mine sooner or later. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and her face was the calmest. And she just smiled lightly. The amateur fighter that Grandpa found was obviously not Qin Sun's opponent. Qin Sun's strength is up to the threshold of a professional player. Lu Xiaohuan looked at Qin Sun and subconsciously took out a cigarette. He was about to light it, but felt it was inappropriate, and put it back in his pocket immediately. This kid. Is he still human? Although Yang Shulin was careless, Qin Sun was also suspected of stealing. But after all, his opponent was a boxing champion who had just won the gold belt. It's only been 10 days, and he was kicked over by this unskilled kick. Qin Sun looked at Yang Shulin, who was supporting himself with one hand and looking at him with a vigilant face, and said, Friend, are you here to mop the floor at my house? Well, you are more dedicated than the sweeping robot. Chapter 431. Want to play tricks? Satisfy you. Qin Sun's words are a bit interesting. A chuckle came from the crowd. Yang Shulin looked up and found that it was Lu Yixin. His face turned pale and red. And then red and pale. How shameful. I'm embarrassed in front of Xinshin. He stood up, hit his fists together with a bang, and said loudly, That doesn't count. I was careless. Come again. Yang Shulin began to dance the boxing butterfly step, slowly approaching Qin Sun. Seeing this cool, handsome, professional step, everyone's heart was hanging. It's over. This boxing champion is serious. Qin Sun has no chance to steal the chicken. Looking at his posture, it seems that he is not ready to use 30% of his strength. Is he going to use 70% or 80% of his strength to fight Qin Sun? Isn't this bullying an honest man? Grandma is an outsider, and feels that Yang Shulin's momentum has changed. She is a little worried. She grabs Lu Shichuan's arm and whispers, "Old man, don't fight." But Lu Shaoquan shook his head. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful object. Grandma could only sigh, thinking about killing a few more chickens to get Qin Sun some nourishment in the evening. Wu Yu saw Yang Shulin's look, and nervously held Xia Ning's hand. Xia Ning turned her head, and looked at her, somewhat strange. "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that Qin Sun will kill someone?" "No, Qin Sun is a relatively rational person. He won't really kill someone." Qin Sun looked at Yang Shulin jumping towards him, not afraid at all, and hooked his fist at him provocatively, and asked, "I'll ask you again now. Is my girlfriend pretty?" Yang Shulin was startled, looked at Xia Ning, and showed a look of disgust on his face. "We've already started boxing, and we've passed the stage of just getting to know each other and greeting each other, and you still want me to praise your girlfriend? It's just like what Xinxin said, you're an out-and-out licking dog." Yang Shulin danced the butterfly step, and said disdainfully, "Your girlfriend is pretty." "Pretty? Okay. Your girlfriend is really pretty. Okay." Qin Sun set up his boxing stance. "You're still foul-mouthed." Yang Shulin seized the opportunity, approached quickly, and threw a left hook at Qin Sun's chin. But he saw Qin Sun's head shook slightly. The fist almost brushed his chin, but was dodged. Yang Shulin was shocked, and threw two more punches quickly. But he saw Qin Sun's head quickly dodge, dodging the two punches. Then, he immediately counterattacked, raised his foot, and kicked him hard in the chest. Yang Shulin staggered back, his chest churning, and he was sweating in pain. Before he could recover, he saw Qin Sun rushing up. Like a fight with an old lady, he raised his fist and hit him in the face. He cursed while hitting him. "Your wife is awesome. Your wife is awesome. Your wife is awesome." Yang Shulin dodged quickly, avoiding 3 or 4 punches, but was still hit by 2 in the end. The force was not strong, so he was not hurt. But it was also very embarrassing. After being hit in the face, Yang Shulin was a little confused and dropped his hands. Is this unprofessional? Suddenly, bang! 2 more punches hit his forehead. Yang Shulin ran away with his head in his hands. But Qin Sun entangled him, beating and kicking him from behind. He ran in circles in the huge training room, shouting, "Foul! Foul! You fouled again. I stopped. This round of sparring is over. Why are you still hitting me? Still chasing me? Is there a referee?" Everyone looked at this funny scene, and couldn't help but open their eyes wide. "Ah? What is this? International boxing champion? How can it be like fighting with a village bachelor for a widow? Where is the beauty? Damn. I was just scared by his butterfly step. Why are you pretending to be a master? You didn't find a fake boxing champion, but he just looks like him. Right?" Wu Yu turned to look at Xia Ning, and asked in a low voice, "Old nun, what kind of kicks has Qin Sun been practicing these 10 days? Why is he so powerful?" Xia Ning didn't know why Wu Yu asked this and answered, "He didn't practice kicks. He practiced the Iron Mountain backstroke." Wu Yu. She looked at Qin Sun chasing after Yang Shulin and beating him up, and broke out in a cold sweat. So Qin Sun hasn't used his real kung fu yet? I'm so lucky to still be alive after getting hit by him a few times. Lu Yixin frowned. Is this guy so useless? I was counting on him to avenge me, but he was beaten like a dog by Qin Sun. Grandma breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. As long as you don't suffer any loss, what's the foul? It doesn't matter. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun, who was chasing Yang Shulin crazily, frowned slightly, turned to look at Lu Gang, and asked in a low voice, "Gongzi, you didn't find the fake one?" Lu Gang smiled bitterly. "Grandpa, do you think his butterfly step looks fake?" Lu Shaoquan exhaled heavily through his nose. I have lived for almost my whole life, and I have never seen such a situation. What can I say?" Lu Gang looked at the 2 people who were still running around the training room and fighting, and shouted, "Stop!" Qin Sun and Yang Shulin walked over. Qin Sun looked unhappy, as if he had not had enough fun. Yang Shulin looked indignant and extremely aggrieved. Lu Gang looked serious, looked at the 2 people, and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Boxing? Or playing house? Yang Shulin glanced at Lu Yixin from time to time, and said loudly, Boss Lu. I held back. I didn't dare to hurt him. I couldn't show my strength. I was at a disadvantage. Qin Sun turned to look at Yang Shulin, his eyes wide open, and sneered. You held back? You're still talking tough. I was holding back. If I hadn't held back in those punches, you would have been lying down. Yang Shulin was also young and energetic. He'd lost such a big man. Twice. And his face turned red with anger. You're bragging. I held back. If I hadn't held back, you would have been dead. Qin Sun hooked his fist at him. Come! 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 Let go. I want to see how tough you are. A piece of trash who thinks about other people's girlfriends all the time. Yang Shulin heard him calling him trash and was furious. And cursed. Damn it. I was just praising you. And you didn't appreciate it. Qin Sun was startled. Narrowed his eyes. And asked, What did you praise me for? Yang Shulin shouted. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Can't you hear it? You low EQ idiot. He repeated it loudly again. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Qin Sun. Fuck. This son of a bitch is so stubborn. Okay. Okay. Damn it, I'm going to hold back on your son. Qin Sun quickly retreated to the middle of the training room and shouted. Your wife is awesome. Come again. Yang Shulin looked at Lu Xiaoquan. Lu Xiaoquan nodded and said in a deep voice. Don't hold back, I'll take the blame for the injuries. Yang Shulin knocked his chest with his right fist, turned his head, and gave Lu Yixin a determined look, and walked away with a beautiful butterfly step. The speed is much faster than before. Like an elf in the forest. Amazing momentum. He danced with butterfly steps, glanced at Qin Sun's feet, looked calm, and smiled. Qin Sun, your attack is too simple. You always use your feet to kick people's chests hard, disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and then attack with random punches. This simple routine can be used once, twice, but not 3 times. Qin Sun snorted coldly. It's none of your business. It's okay as long as it works. Yang Shulin's expression was stern. You are about to fight Kato Daiki. You always need more tricks. I'll teach you how to fight. Watch it. Suddenly, he heard Qin Sun roar. Want to play tricks? Satisfy you. Chapter 432 The magic of love is spinning in circles? Oh fuck, I want to go home, immediately afterwards. Yang Shulin saw Qin Sun rushing over quickly. No skills, all speed. That sudden burst of acceleration, like a sprinter. Yang Shu punched Qin Sun in the face. Fast. Wanted to force Qin Sun back. But Qin Sun didn't dodge, kicked him. Faster. When his fist was about to hit Qin Sun's face, Yang Shulin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and said in fear, See bull. His body flew backwards, and fell to the ground. He was confused. What happened? Why so fast? How could it be so fast? Before Yang Shulin could wake up, he heard Qin Sun yelling, Bunny Fighting Club? Do you like to play tricks? Now I'll play tricks for you. Suddenly, he felt his legs being spread apart, and he raised his head to look. He saw Qin Sun spread his legs apart, hugged them to his waist, and held them tightly, and stood up. Yang Shulin's shoulders and head were propped on the ground, but his legs were held by Qin Sun's waist and lifted up. He was embarrassed and afraid, twisting his body madly, trying to break free, but he couldn't get away. Foul! Foul! You're fouling again! Qin Sun watched Yang Shulin rolling around like a loach, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Your wife is great. He hugged Yang Shulin's legs tightly, and started to spin in circles. The speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Shulin's hair dragged on the ground like a mop, and his body was almost folded into a boomerang. He suddenly tensed his waist and abdomen, and hugged his thighs with both hands. He stretched his whole body like an iron plate, to avoid injury to the cervical vertebrae. As a result, Qin Sun turned more easily. One circle. One circle. Another circle. Yang Shulin felt dizzy. He wanted to vomit. He wanted to die. This world, let's destroy it quickly. Everyone was stunned. The training room was quiet for a moment, and then, there was a loud explosion. Fuck. When Qin Sun spread Yang Shulin's legs apart, and clamped them around his waist, I thought they were going to have sex. I was also shocked. I thought Qin Sun was going to take off Yang Shulin's pants next. What are you doing? We didn't even fight. Why are you acting like a spinning top? Didn't Qin Sun say that he was practicing health-preserving boxing? What good person would be so health-preserving? Yang Shulin is still concerned about Qin Sun's status and position, and doesn't dare to hurt him? But there's no need to sacrifice to this extent. Right? Do you think there's a possibility that Yang Shulin can't win? You can't win. But you can't let Qin Sun beat you like a grandson. Hey! How can you lose? Is the gold content of international boxing champions so low now? Bought with money? In the middle of the venue, Qin Sun held Yang Shulin as a spinning top. Screams were heard. Put me down. Damn it! Foul. Help, life, aw. Qin Sun became even more excited and increased the speed of rotation. Yang Shulin immediately became a spinning top. Fuck, fuck. Fuck. Oh fuck, I want to go home. Fuck. The scream was miserable, like a pig during the Chinese New Year. The assistant was stunned. Seeing many people around taking out their phones to shoot videos, I couldn't help but feel anxious. A person who just won the gold belt in an international competition, whose appearance fee can exceed 10 million yuan when participating in a formal competition. There is no need to do this for 2 million yuan. Right? You don't care about your face? You are so dedicated. If these videos are spread, the public relations fee will be more than 10 million yuan. Louison looked at Qin Sun, her eyes gradually fell on his waist, and she couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. This waist strength, fuck. After a pause, she corrected without hesitation. Fuck. Wu Yu stared blankly. Thinking of the scene of Qin Sun spinning the sandbag just now, Qin Sun's devilish voice rang uncontrollably in her mind. The magic of love is spinning in circles, I miss you. She shook her head, and was a little quiet for a while. It immediately rang in her mind again. The magic of love is spinning in circles, I miss you so much. She shook her head harder, but looking at the scene in front of her. The devilish voice came out of her mind again. The magic of love is spinning in circles, I miss you so much that my heart is blooming day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. It will disappear in the blink of an eye. I have to take risks slowly. Wu Yu gave up struggling. If you can't beat them, join them, and hummed softly. The magic of love is spinning in circles. I miss you so much that my heart is full of joy day and night. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and said that he would turn the boy like a sandbag, and now it has really come true. She smiled gently. It suddenly occurred to her. Did Qin Sun also do the same to Kato Daiki in the real competition? It shouldn't be that easy. Kato Daiki is a professional boxer. He is much better than this idiot from the Bunny Fighting Club. Lu Xiaoquan looked at the whirlwind spinning top in the middle of the field, and his face fell. Nonsense! 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 After cursing twice, he couldn't help laughing. Look at what this has caused. Really? This Qin Sun? Don't you give me any face? Nonsense! It's just nonsense! Lu Gang didn't know what to say, and shouted at Qin Sun. Qin Sun! Stop! Stop now! Qin Sun was spinning vigorously, and when he heard his uncle's voice, he slowed down his spinning speed. After the speed slowed down, he threw Yang Shulin to the ground like a dog. He clapped his hands and sneered. Your wife is awesome. Xia Ning. Why does she always think about other people's wives? Yang Shulin lay on the ground, curled up, and felt a mess in his head. Dizzy. He retched a few times, lay on his back, gasping for breath. He thought about what happened just now in front of dozens of people. He was a boxing champion, but was beaten like a dog by an amateur fighter, who even grabbed the dog's legs and swung it up. He died. Popular Forest looked at the ceiling. Want to respect yourself, stubbornly scolded. It's so dirty. Lying. Slut. You. Foul. How can you play so dirty? It's so dirty. Nausea. Suddenly, Qin Sun's face gets into his eyes, laughing and asking him, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Do you say that I have not played enough? Under the poplar forest. I shrink my feet subconsciously, clamp your legs, close your eyes, and pretend to be dead. After a while, he heard footsteps. He opened his eyes a little, and found that the person coming was Lu Gang, so he dared to open his eyes wide. Lu Gang thought of Yang Shulin's appearance just now, and felt embarrassed for him, squatted down, helped Yang Shulin up, and said, people make mistakes, horses stumble. Qin Sun is, well, indeed, well, not kind. Don't take it to heart. Yang Shulin. How could I not take it to heart? Do you know how much psychological damage this has caused me? This is a psychological shadow for a lifetime. Until the day I die, the moment before I close my eyes. I will beat the bed and yell, "Qin Sun, I'm a fucking horse." Lu Gang patted Yang Shulin's shoulder and continued, "Teacher Yang, you really let go and seriously learn from Qin Sun." Yang Shulin? Chapter 433. I'm just an ordinary fighter. Not worth mentioning. You really don't have to worry about our face. Strike when it's time. Let Qin Sun's fighting problem surface, so that we can conduct targeted training. Lu Gang looked at Yang Shulin with a sincere face. Yang Shulin? Before going upstairs, you asked me to give some pointers to Qin Sun. Now you ask me to learn from each other. You can see it yourself. His strength is about the same as mine. Then why did you ask me to learn from each other? I've been getting beaten up in these 3 rounds of sparring. Okay. Let the problem surface. You want me to surface? Right. You still think it's not shameful enough to despise me? Yang Shulin touched the back of his head, with a painful look on his face, said, "Ouch. Dizzy. Dizzy. I should have a concussion. I was careless today. And Qin Sun stole my chicken. I drank a lot of red wine last night. And got up early today. I'm not in the right state. And I can't fight anymore." Lu Gang looked at Yang Shulin and found so many childish excuses, and felt embarrassed for him. Yang Shulin's acting skills were so bad that it was unbearable to watch. How could this be a concussion? This was clearly Qin Sun beating him? Lu Gang turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and found that he didn't care about this at all, and was chatting and laughing with Xia Ning and Wu Yu. It was as if the person he had just knocked down was not a boxing champion, or even a person, but really a dog. Yang Shulin saw Lu Gang's expression, and guessed that he might suspect that he was lying. After 3 rounds, he cried out that he had a concussion in less than 5 minutes and would not fight anymore. And for that, he received 2 million yuan. It seems that there is suspicion of fraud. Yang Shulin's face was a little hot. He propped himself up, looked at Qin Sun, and said loudly, "Although I can't practice with Qin Sun today. However, Qin Sun has no problem beating me, so beating Kato Oki should be even easier. The practice effect is still achieved." His voice was very loud, echoing in the practice room. Qin Sun heard Yang Shulin's words, and seemed to be a bit pretentious. He turned his head to look at him, and said, "Who do you think you are? What do you mean by even? It's no problem to beat you. If I can't beat you, a sissy from the Bunny Fight Club, how can I beat Kato Daiki? Do you think Kato Daiki is as useless as you?" Yang Shulin's face turned purple, and after holding it in for a long time, he smiled awkwardly. I'm not anyone either. Just an ordinary fighter. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Haha. Lu Gang saw that Yang Shulin said this, and knew that he had been beaten to the point of losing his spirit, and it was not good to embarrass him. He walked back to Lu Shaoquan. "Dad, what do you think?" The smile on Lu Shichuan's face was harder to suppress than AK, turned around, and walked out. Lu Gang quickly followed. Walked out the door. In the corridor, Lu Shaoquan could no longer suppress the smile on his face. "Gongzi, you should give Yang Shulin an extra 1 million yuan in mental damages." Lu Gang thought of the insult Yang Shulin suffered today, and smiled bitterly. "It's my duty. It's my duty. 1 million yuan is not too much, it's worth it." He followed Lu Shichuan's steps, and asked, "Dad, is that the end today? I haven't seen Qin Sun's problem yet." Lu Shaoquan stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Gang, said a smile, "What's wrong with my good apprentice?" Lu Gang. "The old man is old. Why did you say it suddenly? A culpable. Such a numbness?" Lu Shaoquan continued. "From my eyes, it seems, the last time poplars did not mean to keep their hands on training. He just can't beat Qin Sun." Lu Gang? "Dad, what do you say? Isn't Qin Sun too dirty?" Lu Shaoquan looked at Lu Gang deeply, sigh. "Why do I always say that none of you grandchildren, except Wu Yu, have a talent for martial arts? You are really not cut out for martial arts. You can't even see such an obvious problem?" Yang Shulin always said that Qin Sun was dirty. But is he really dirty? Lu Gang was startled, and thought about it carefully. Jump up and hit someone's chest with both knees. Chase after someone and hit the back of the head like a shrew. Hold someone's legs and spin them like a meat gyroscope. Isn't this dirty enough? Lu Gang hesitated, and nodded. Qin Sun is really dirty. Lu Shaoquan laughed twice and said, "Gongzi, Qin Sun can knee him in the chest, hit him on the back of the head, and pick him up and spin around. The premise of all these dirty tricks. Didn't Qin Sun have to knock Yang Shulin down first? Qin Sun's hands and feet were very clean when he knocked Yang Shulin down. Lu Gang thought about it carefully, and was immediately scared and sweated. What the hell? Qin Sun is so fierce? He looked at Lu Xiaoquan and his voice was a little nervous. What about Kato Daiki? Lu Xiaoquan laughed. With Qin Sun's temper, it's impossible for him to walk down the octagonal cage. Lu Gang was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out his mobile phone and called his assistant, Lao Wang. Check the odds of the match between Qin Sun and Kato Daiki. Place a big bet? Bet on Qin Sun. In the training room, Yang Shulin sat on the ground, looked around, saw the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces, and lowered his head silently, like a puppy whose balls had just been cut off. I don't want to face this dirty world. Suddenly, he heard a tap-tap sound of high heels. This sound had crossed his heart before, and he knew that the person coming was Lu Yisun, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yang Shulin raised his head, and saw Lu Yisun's long legs in black silk. He looked up again, and saw Lu Yisun's half-smile face. Lu Yisun looked down at Yang Shulin, and gently stepped on his calf with her high heels. I really thought you could beat him to death before. Yang Shulin smiled bitterly. Damn it! Beat him to death? You can't see it. But I can't see it? This Qin Sun has been playing dumb. He must have practiced martial arts since he was a child. Lu Xiaoquan is very famous in the ancient martial arts world. I didn't expect that he had such a disciple. He spent 2 million to trick me to come here to boost his confidence. Is it my turn to beat Qin Sun to death now? I'm almost beaten to death by him. If he keeps fighting, with Qin Sun's boxing style, I have every reason to suspect that he will take off my pants. Suddenly, Yang Shulin saw Lu Yisun with a smile on her face and said, Can you do it? He was silent for a moment, and forced a smile. Xin, killing is illegal. Lu Yisun stepped hard on his calf, turned around and left, leaving only a light sentence. Useless thing. Yang Shulin looked at Lu Yisun's back, and felt that his dignity as a man was insulted. He was furious. He wanted to pin Lu Yisun down and teach her a lesson. But when he saw Lu Yisun walk to the door, his heart was immediately clenched, and he said in a hurry, Xin, give me a few days rest, and then we can have another fight. I can definitely kill Qin Sun. Lu Yisun stopped at the door for a second, turned around, and slowly pointed a pistol at Yang Shulin with her right hand. Yang Shulin looked at the white and tender muzzle of the gun, swallowed his saliva, and was actually looking forward to it. He wanted to die in her gentle bullet. Suddenly, he saw Lu Yisun smile very charmingly, and slowly moved the pistol to Qin Sun. Lu Yisun's right hand was as if firing, and it trembled violently. Her chest was surging. Bye! Wait for death. Chapter 434, I never thought that Lu Yisun would go to such extremes to seduce me. Qin Sun? Suddenly, idiot! A loud curse came from behind him, startling him. He turned around and saw that Xia Ning and Wu Yu were cursing at the same time. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, then at Wu Yu. It was normal for Wu Yu to curse. But Xia Ning, learned bad habits from Wu Yu. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's expression, pursed her lips, and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Yisun didn't seem to hear it, and the smile on her face didn't change at all. She put away the gun and turned away. Yang Shulin saw Lu Yisun's back disappear at the door, as if she had lost her soul. She is a bad woman. She is a fairy. But I really like her a little bit. After a while, Yang Shulin stood up, patted the dust off his body, and prepared to leave in shame. Suddenly, he saw the mushroom-headed Lolita coming over again. Yang Shulin looked at the big Lolita in front of him, and had an ominous premonition, and said, You are just a kid, so don't come and make trouble again. Xia Jing looked indifferent. I just reminded you, I told you to be careful, don't let my brother-in-law beat you to death. Yang Shulin? Did you just say that? You clearly told me to be careful, keep your hands, don't hurt your brother-in-law. Fuck. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Right? This little brat is really not cute. Yang Shulin was as angry as a woman, rolled his eyes at Xia Jing, waved to the assistant, and walked quickly to the door. Suddenly, a flat-chested, short-haired woman blocked his way again. Yang Shulin frowned. Did I provoke you again? Why did you come out again? Wu Yu had a gentle and polite smile on his face, making people feel like spring breeze. Teacher Yang, I am your fan. I want to sing a song to comfort you. Yang Shulin. Was I too fierce just now? Although this woman has a flat chest, she is still warm-hearted. There are still many good people in the world, Yang Shulin said with a smile. No, my mental state is still okay. Wu Yu ignored him and started singing directly. The magic of love is spinning. I miss you so much that my heart is full of joy day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. It will be gone in a blink of an eye. I want to take risks slowly. The magic of love. Hearing this magical song, Yang Shulin was stunned instantly. The people around the practice room burst into laughter. They are all well-educated people, and they usually don't laugh. Unless you can't help it. What is this? Why does it sound so good with the combination of Qin Sun and Yang Shulin's skills, whirlwind top? Yang Shulin was so angry that he bared his teeth. His hands were on the back of his head, like a monkey being chanted a spell. As expected, people without breasts are mentally twisted. He cursed loudly in a hurry. Damn it! Shut up. Why are you playing tricks on me? Wu Yu? She stopped singing with a cold face. Because you just told that bitch Louisen that you would beat Qin Sun to death in 2 days. Qin Sun, he is my grandfather's big baby. Are you qualified to beat him to death? If you were going to kill Qin Sun, you would definitely die before him, I'm serious. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense, and they all looked at Qin Sun with some envy. At present, Qin Sun's status is the same as that of a family member in the old man's mind. The old man protects his shortcomings. How could he allow others to say such words of fighting and killing? Not even jokes. Qin Sun's face was a little unhappy, frowning at Wu Yu. Did Wu Yu graduate from elementary school? What do you mean by her grandfather's big baby? It makes me sound like a golden hoop under my grandfather's crotch. Yang Shulin roared, and rushed out of the practice room with his assistant. In the corridor, the assistant reminded, we can't just leave like this. Yang Shulin didn't even look back, and walked quickly. If you don't leave, are you still waiting for dinner? The assistant sighed. The scene of you being picked up and played with just now was taken by many people. What if they posted it online? Then, Yang Shulin stopped, turned his head, and looked at the assistant with a horrified face. The expression was uglier than eating dog shit. Living room. Lu Gang sat on the sofa. Yang Shulin sat opposite him, with a flattering smile on his face, and kept begging. Boss Lu, please help me. Just ask your relatives to delete the video. I just won the championship not long ago, and my career is on the rise. If it gets out, my net worth will drop by at least half. Lu Gang looked at Yang Shulin's anxious look, smiled, and said, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Yang Shulin stood up anxiously and said, yes, yes. Just think about it. A boxing champion is picked up like a chicken by an amateur fighter and spun around. This is quite explosive in the sports world. I'm still young. I don't want to die socially. He saw Lu Gang with a smile on his face, who had been silent all the time, and waved his hand. Boss Lu, I will return the 2 million labor fee to you immediately. Can I? Please. Lu Gang frowned slightly. Alas, this is not about money. Just now, the old man saw that you were practicing with Qin Sun with all your heart. And he also asked me to give you an extra 3 million labor fee. Yang Shulin was stunned when he heard it. This old man is quite nice. 2 million plus 3 million. That's 5 million. Well, I can't afford to lose this person. He looked even more anxious. Boss Lu, this is not about money. My family has been in a very difficult situation since I was a child. It's not easy to get to this point. I don't want to. He didn't finish his words. The assistant suddenly came over, interrupted him, and said, Boss Lu, we will return 2 million, and give you an additional 3 million as hush money. Please. Really please. Yang Shulin was shocked, glanced at the assistant, and said nothing. Boxing. I'm good. Playing with people's hearts. I'm not as good as the assistant. 5 million is a very expensive hush money. But thinking of the magic of love spins around, it seems to become very cheap immediately. Lu Gang waved his hands quickly. Hey! Don't get me wrong. He didn't finish his words. As if afraid that Lu Gang would regret it, the assistant took Yang Shulin's hand and left. Boss Lu, the money will be in the account tomorrow. Lu Gang watched the two disappear at the entrance of the living room, and crossed his legs. It's really interesting. No wonder some people on the internet say that those who seek near Qin will get rich. They say Qin Sun is a self-propelled money-printing machine of the People's Bank of China. He did nothing, and he earned 3 million for nothing. In the training room, Everyone surrounded Qin Sun and kept praising him. But considering the old man's order, they did not dare to reveal Yang Shulin's identity. Qin Sun, you are so good at boxing. I have lived for half my life, and I have never seen such a fierce attack method. Your boxing is more fun than that of professional boxers. I can now imagine that Kato Oki will kneel on the ground and cry the day after tomorrow. Hey! Kato Oki is a professional, don't flatter Qin Sun. You fight well the day after tomorrow. I have airlifted some ingredients from abroad, and let the chef cook for you the day after tomorrow to celebrate. Qin Sun smiled foolishly to deal with everyone's enthusiastic greetings. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. In the training room, Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and Wu Yu were left. Suddenly, Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and Wu Yu, frowned, and said, "Do you feel something strange?" Xia Ning was startled and shook his head. Wu Yu's eyes gradually lit up, thinking that he had noticed Yang Shulin's strength and began to doubt his identity. "Do you also think that the boxer just now is strange?" But Qin Sun shook his head. "No. I'm talking about Luisin." "Wu Yu?" Xia asked. "What's strange about her?" Qin Sun held his chin with his hand, pondered for a moment, raised his head, and said seriously, "Her breasts are weirdly big. Too big. Did she have breast augmentation these 2 days?" He looked at the two surprised women and frowned. "I didn't expect Luisin to seduce me. And she would do such a thing." Xia Ning? Chapter 435 Big Sister, I am looking forward to the feast you generously offer. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun coldly. Although Luisin did seduce him again and again, she didn't go to the point of getting breast augmentation. This guy dared to flatter himself, and felt it was natural. He was really arrogant. After so many days of abstinence, did he develop a mental illness? Qin Sun noticed that Xia Ning's face was not right, and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Xia Ning did not answer, but asked back, "Do you think you are popular with women?" Qin Sun felt that something was not going well, and said hesitantly, "It's okay. Xia Ning. This guy is really shameless." Wu Yu heard that Qin Sun was obsessed with Luisin's breasts, snorted coldly, and mocked. "There were a lot of people standing in the training room just now. And you didn't notice anything. You just remember that Luisin's breasts are bigger? You are a person who is about to go to the game. Can you be more focused and pure?" Qin Sun turned to look at Wu Yu, and saw that she looked unhappy, and glanced at her chest. "Understand where her anger comes from," said with a smile. "First, Luisin's breasts are indeed too big today. Second, with the contrast of certain people, her size is even more exaggerated." "Wu Yu? What do you mean? Are you addicted to boxing? I just used a basic attack, and you directly used a big attack?" She slowly turned her head to look at Xia Ning and said, "Old nun, control your man. He not only looks at big-breasted girls, but also peeks at girls like me who are in their puberty. He, shameless. Qin Sun? What a sharp-tongued washboard. You're still a girl? A slightly fatter man is bigger than you. Much bigger." Xia Ning coughed heavily. Qin Sun turned around, with an awkward smile on his face. Xia Ning suddenly smiled, and squatted down, and sat on the ground. "Qin Sun, you sit down." Qin Sun followed and sat down, seeing the smile in Xia Ning's eyes, and felt uneasy. But he saw Xia Ning raised a thumb and praised him. "Little brother, you performed very well today. And tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, you have to be patient. Don't be a peeping Tom." Qin Sun was shocked when he heard this. Don't be a voyeur. That means you can have a full meal after boxing 2 days later? He stretched out a thumb, and gently pressed Xia Ning's thumb with the ball of his thumb, and said with a smile, "Big sister, you are also great. I am looking forward to the meal you generously offer." Xia Ning was startled, looked up at Wu Yu, felt a little embarrassed, and said coldly, "Make your own wontons." "Qin Sun, I can't eat a bit." Wu Yu looked at the two people, calling sister and brother, with a look of contempt. "What the hell? I asked you, old nun, to teach Qin Sun a lesson and give my face back. You, on the other hand, are you just throwing dog food? Just now, Qin Sun beat Yang Shulin like a dog, and now you are beating me. A single dog? Right? What a bastard. What kind of feast can the old nun make? It's hard to even cook instant noodles. What kind of wontons can Qin Sun make to eat? Oh my! What the hell? It turns out that I am superficial." Wu Yu figured out their secret code, and she was even more angry. "This wheel is rolling over my face." She sat down and squeezed in between the two of them, slightly separating Qin Sun and Xia Ning. With a cold snort, she continued the topic that had been bothering her. Qin Sun, Lu Yixin's breasts are so big. It's all thanks to you. Qin Sun? Wu Yu showed a slightly obscene smile on her face. Everyone in the family knows that her breasts were enlarged by you. Qin Sun? She turned to look at Xia Ning and asked, have I ever sleepwalked to give Lu Yixin a chest massage these days? Xia Ning. Wu Yu. How could you say such a thing? Chest massage? Why would anyone in the world believe that the more you massage your face, the smaller it gets? And the bigger your breasts get? Wu Yu was too lazy to keep Qin Sun in suspense, and sneered. Lu Yixin was knocked away by your Iron Mountain backstroke that day, and the soft tissue on her right chest was bruised, swelled. Qin Sun, although he was very shameless, he couldn't help but laugh dryly. An accidental injury. Suddenly, he reacted. You just said that her right breast was swollen, but I saw that her breasts on both sides were about the same size. Wu Yu's eyes lit up, as if she had caught something on Qin Sun, and immediately turned to look at Xia Ning. Old nun, look. He is so meticulous in his observation. He can even see that the left and right sides of Lu Yixin's breasts are about the same size. He must have secretly stared at her 10,000 times. Xia Ning heard Wu Yu's words, and felt that there was some truth in them, and looked at Qin Sun with slightly narrowed eyes. But I saw Qin Sun raised his right hand, pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers, and said seriously, I am a fighting athlete. Sharp eyes are basic operation. My eyes are the ruler. Xia Ning. She thought about it, and nodded gently. It makes sense. Wu Yu. What the hell does this make sense? If Qin Sun crawls into Lu Yixin's bed one day, will he just say I'm measuring the size? Do you think it makes sense too? Has this old nun been so tolerant of Qin Sun? Xia Ning smiled and explained to Qin Sun. Lu Yixin's right breast is injured and swollen, a circle larger than the left one. For beauty and symmetry, I patted something on the left side. Qin Sun took Xia Ning's hand and said with a smile, you don't need to pat it, it's just right. Xia Ning. Wu Yu raised her hands and rubbed her temples, somewhat unable to bear the sour smell of love. She looked at Qin Sun, started to do business, and asked, you can use the Iron Mountain backer to enlarge women's breasts. How are you practicing it? Why didn't you use it just now? Let Grandpa give me some advice. Qin Sun snorted coldly. That sissy from the bunny fighting club just now, although he's okay. But he's not to the point where I have to use my trump card. If I meet an opponent of this level, I'll use the Iron Mountain backer, which will piss off Grandpa to death. Wu Yu. Sissy? Okay. Not to the point where he has to use his trump card. Will he piss off Grandpa to death? Grandpa will definitely not be pissed off to death. I don't know if Yang Shulin will still have the face to live in the world tomorrow. Wu Yu looked at Qin Xuanyun's calm expression, and felt a little unhappy. Compared with him, this martial arts genius is like a joke. Wu Yu turned to look at Xia Ning. But he saw Xia Ning looking at Qin Sun with a smile on his face, and his expression was very calm. It seemed that it was natural for Qin Sun to beat Yang Shulin without using his trump card. Wu Yu was even more speechless. It's over. Qin Sun's ignorance and arrogance are really contagious. Another fool. 2 people who don't care about the fighting world at all, don't even know the new big devil in the fighting world. Still working hard in this devilish training to go to the competition? It's a bit funny to think about it. Wu Yu didn't dare to go against his grandfather's wishes, so he had to stare at Qin Sun and raise his eyebrows. He hinted wildly. Qin Sun, don't you think that Master Yang just now is actually quite capable? Qin Sun was startled, and somewhat admired Wu Yu's vision. He lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Wu Yu, you have a good vision. I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone else. The sissy just now is actually better than Kato Daiki. Chapter 436, he doesn't really want to go crazy in the octagonal cage. Does he? Wu Yu. She looked at Qin Sun with a face full of resentment, and felt worse than eating 3 tons of dog shit. Tell me not to tell anyone. I already knew it. Xia Ning opened her mouth slightly, not quite believing it. But thinking that Qin Sun could tell that Kato Oki's trump card was boxing just by a casual punch, Xia Ning believed it a little more. Qin Sun, did you see any clues from his punches and kicks? Qin Sun nodded, and said in a low voice, well, his footwork is okay. His boxing is okay, he almost hit me. Wu Yu. Okay? He almost hit me? I wonder if Yang Shulin would hang himself immediately after hearing such comments. She looked at Qin Sun and asked tentatively, How much stronger do you think he is than Kato Daiki? Shin-sun shook his head. He didn't throw many punches, and I haven't seen any kicks. I don't know if he knows jiu-jitsu, or any ground techniques in wrestling. I don't know how much stronger he is. I'll have to watch for a while to know. Wu Yu stared at Shin-sun blankly, and raised her hands to rub her face. Because he didn't know Yang Shulin's identity. Shin-sun used the calmest tone, and said the most pretentious words in a serious manner. He seemed particularly sincere. This is even more annoying. Wu Yu put down his hands, and said angrily. If you want to watch for a while, you have to give him this opportunity. You still want to watch his leg skills? Besides being swung by you for a long time, he still has a chance to kick. How can you go up and kill people in seconds like this? You're playing a game. Shin-sun raised his eyebrows. Who told him to think about my girlfriend? He said your girlfriend is so beautiful right away. How can I let him go? Xiaoning smiled lightly. Wu Yu. What, another dog food? She looked serious with a stern face. Looking at Shin-sun, asked, do you think there is a possibility that he is a professional boxer? Shin-sun nodded. I think so. Grandpa lied to me and said he found an amateur player, wanting me to relax and fight. But I didn't expect that. My uncle is too high-ranking. Anyone he finds is good, and better than Kato Daiki. Wu Yu's eyes lit up, asked. Then you say, there is no possibility. That person. She paused, bending her back, trying to speak in a low voice. Because the lower the voice, the stronger the aura. Suddenly, she thought of the first time she attacked Shin-sun. Because she spoke too softly, Shin-sun slapped her in the face, and cursed her. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? Wu Yu was still frightened, and quickly straightened up, and said loudly. You say, is it possible that the person is a boxing champion? Shin-sun saw Wu Yu pause again, bending his back, and suddenly shouted again. I thought she was going to reveal some earth-shaking secret. But, after such a long prelude, she just farted. Shin-sun shook his head, and looked at Wu Yu like a fool. If that man is a boxing champion, then I am One Punch Man. It's not like I haven't seen videos of boxing champions practicing boxing. The steps of Master Yang are a little interesting, but only a little interesting. I can beat 10 of him. How could he be a boxing champion? Wu Yu looked at Shin-sun for a long time without saying anything. Yang Shulin, he wants to fight 10? He said this like a fighting idiot? Wu Yu had never seen such an arrogant person. But Shin-sun said it sincerely. Sincerity is a killer move. He killed her so badly that she was covered with wounds and wanted to vomit blood. Wu Yu clasped his hands together and asked loudly. May I ask which boxing champion's training video did you watch before? It's so fierce. It makes you raise your standard for boxing champions so high. Shin-sun put on a boxing stance and shook his head twice quickly. The swinging boxing champion. Tyson. Wu Yu. What? You're kidding me again. There is no swinging boxing champion in this world. There is only the swinging stupid sculpture. Tyson? Why don't you say Titan? Xiaoning heard that Shin-sun could beat 10 Master Yangs, and Master Yang was better than Kato Daiki, and she was completely relieved. She asked with a smile. Shin-sun, then you won't feel any pressure to beat Kato Daiki, right? But she saw Shin-sun shaking his head, with a look of worry on his face. How can there be no pressure? I'm under a lot of pressure. Xiaoning was a little nervous. Is there anything else? Although Kato Daiki's skills are not as good as Master Yang's, but because he is ruthless, his real fighting power is actually stronger? Shin-sun still shook his head and said casually. It doesn't matter, in the face of absolute strength. The so-called ruthlessness, this kind of psychological bonus is useless. Xiaoning was even more confused. Then where does your pressure come from? Shin-sun sighed deeply, lay on his back on the ground, and closed his eyes. Xiaoning saw Shin-sun lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and a look of sadness on his face, and couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of pressure made Shin-sun so worried? Shin-sun closed his eyes, and called up the slacking panel. Slacking value, 6800080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. He saw this slacking value, and was very worried. Since he started practicing boxing, he has worked hard to slack off for 9.5 days. He has increased more than 1 million slacking points in total. The speed is very fast. But he is still more than 3 million away from 10 million slacking points. At this snail's pace, when will he be able to save 10 million? Start the next lottery? If he can slack off in the octagonal cage in front of the people of the country, his slacking points should be able to increase wildly. Greatly speed up the lottery progress. Qin Sun opened his eyes, saw Xia Ning looking at him with a worried face, smiled, said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just thinking how to fish in the octagonal cage without letting the whole country know. It's okay for them to scold me. Just don't affect the movie box office." Xia Ning and we were startled, looked at each other, and both had the urge to strangle Qin Sun to death. They turned their heads and rushed to greet Qin Sun in a friendly way. "What time is it? Are you still thinking about slacking off? Pride brings harm, humility brings benefit. Don't be so proud." The last live test had 150,000 viewers. When the live broadcast is actually launched, I think the number of online viewers will exceed 1 million. If you want to slack off, you will be drowned by spit? Does your professional attitude deserve the gift given to you by the top lady? Qin Sun listened to the noise, like a dog barking, and immediately covered his ears with his hands, and sighed in his heart. "Look! I haven't even touched it yet. These two women are crazy. If you really slack off in the octagonal cage, won't you be spitted to death?" Qin Sun sat up. Xia Ning looked serious and said to him, "You play games at work, watch, play games, listen to music, watch the anchor dance. These slacking behaviors are not fatal." She looked at Qin Sun coldly. "But you can't do these in the octagonal cage. It's very dangerous. And it's stupid. Like a psychopath." Qin Sun was a little helpless, looking at Xia Ning grinning, laughing like a fool. Xia Ning. He doesn't really want to go crazy in the octagonal cage. Does he? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun coldly and reminded him again. "If you slack off at work, you have a computer desk to block the leader's sight. You can slack off secretly and become a slacking master. But if you are in the octagonal cage, you are being watched by the live audience. You are being watched by the whole country in the live broadcast room, and you still want to slack off. That's not a slacking master." Qin Sun was a little curious and asked, "What is that?" Xia Ning said coldly, "That's a slacking bandit." Qin Sun fell into deep thought. Slacking bandit? It sounds quite domineering. Is there really a way? Chapter 437. I'll keep you awake at night, telling you a ghost story. It was late at night. There was only one day left before the competition. Xia Ning was a little nervous, lying on the children's bed, and couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound under the bed. Xia Ning was startled, quietly lifted the quilt, slowly turned around, gently poked her head out, and looked down. With the weak light of the night light, she saw Qin Sun's quilt curled up into a ball. Qin Sun curled up into a ball and hid in the quilt, making a slight tremor. Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of some bad pictures. She felt ashamed and angry. The day after tomorrow is the day of the competition. Although at dinner, Grandpa said that he didn't need to practice boxing tomorrow, and he should take a day off to relax. But this guy can't be so relaxed. Is 9 days the limit for a man? Xia Ning looked at the quilt that was shaking slightly, and her face was getting hotter and hotter. She didn't know whether she should stop it. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly lay back and covered herself with the quilt, staring at the ceiling. She couldn't sleep anymore. After a while, she felt the bed stop shaking. And then, she heard a long gasp. Qin Sun seemed to have just emerged from the quilt, breathing in fresh air. Xia Ning hesitated, but couldn't help asking, "Qin Sun, is your pressure so great?" Qin Sun sighed. "Great. Very great," Xia Ning said coldly. "I always thought you were a person with good self-control." Qin Sun's voice came from under the bed. "I have tried my best to restrain myself, but I didn't expect that you would find out after I did a little bad thing." Xia Ning, "It's hard not to find out. I hope your indulgence today won't affect your game the day after tomorrow." There was silence under the bed for a while. Qin Sun's voice sounded again, and he seemed a little ashamed. "I will never do this kind of thing behind your back again." Xia Ning heard this, and she was a little nervous. Is he hinting at me? If he doesn't do this kind of thing behind my back, does he have to do it in front of me? Does he even want me to help him? Xia Ning's voice became a little colder, and he said righteously, "Mr. Qin Sun, please respect yourself. You can do things like making wontons by yourself, and you don't need to perform for me. I really don't have the talent to appreciate this kind of art." Qin Sun exclaimed from under the bed. "Oh my God! You actually thought I was making wontons just now?" Qin Sun quickly lifted the quilt, got off the bed, turned on the light, put his hands on the edge of the upper bunk, and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning glanced at him, and immediately shrank back under the quilt. A muffled voice came out. "What are you doing? You've already made wontons just now. You need to be restrained? Qin Sun just felt a little funny, lifted Xia Ning's quilt, revealing her face. Xia Ning closed her eyes tightly. It seems that she dare not look at him. Qin Sun sighed and said, I was just reading a joke just now, and saw a good joke. Xia Ning slowly opened her eyes. Really? Qin Sun nodded. Silly child, wontons have a strong scent of heather. Xia Ning thought of something she had seen before, and it seemed to be true. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and licked her lips. Well, then tell me that funny joke. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's flushed face, and suddenly had a bad idea, and began to tell a little story with a smile. This joke is called Good Sisters. Back to back. In a dormitory at a certain university, there is a pair of good girlfriends. During the summer vacation, they decided to stay in school to study. One night, the girl on the lower bunk said to the girl on the upper bunk, I'm going out for a while at night. I'll be back soon. It turned out that they were nailed under the bed. Good friends, back to back, so warm. The story is over. Qin Sun found that Xia Ning's face became a little ugly. Qin Sun, you call this a joke? You can laugh so hard at this kind of joke? Qin Sun replied with a smile. I was so scared that I was shaking all over. Xia Ning snorted coldly, with some disdain. You are so timid. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's cold face, full of regret. This sister has a good psychological quality. When I first heard this story, I was so scared that I didn't dare to turn off the lights to sleep. Qin Sun turned off the lights, laid back on the bed, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a slight noise from the upper bunk, and asked with his eyes open. Are you scared? Xia Ning's cold voice came. No. Qin Sun closed his eyes. You have guts. 5 minutes later, he heard a noise from the upper bunk again, and opened his eyes. He saw a head sticking out from the upper bunk, with hair hanging down, under the dim light, like a beautiful female ghost in a horror movie. A little creepy. Qin Sun was startled, and asked, What are you going to do? Xia Ning said hesitantly, I want to see if you are asleep. Qin Sun laughed. You scared me. I thought you wanted to see if there was a good sister under your bed. Xia Ning immediately retracted her head. Very quickly, Qin Sun closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. After a while, he heard a noise from the upper bunk again. He opened his eyes, and found Xia Ning slowly climbing down the stairs from the bed. Qin Sun opened his eyes, and asked Xia Ning, What's wrong with you? Are you going to the bathroom? Xia Ning said nothing, walked to Qin Sun's bed, raised her hand, and grabbed Qin Sun's hair. I told you not to sleep well in the middle of the night, telling ghost stories. Qin Sun. Then, he saw Xia Ning let go of his hair, lifted the quilt, and said coldly, Sleep a little deeper. Qin Sun immediately rolled inside twice, making room. Xia Ning climbed onto the bed expressionlessly, covered the quilt, closed his eyes, and said coldly, Go to sleep. Qin Sun turned around quietly, seeing that Xia Ning did not respond, still with his eyes closed, slowly put his right hand on Xia Ning's shoulder. He hugged her. Xia Ning immediately opened his eyes, hesitated for a second, and closed them again. Qin Sun smiled softly, and closed his eyes as well. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's gentle voice. Qin Sun, are you less stressed now? Qin Sun opened his eyes, and found that Xia Ning's eyes were still closed, like a sleeping beauty, and said with a smile, I hugged you to sleep. It was so fragrant and beautiful. Even if I can't fish in the octagonal cage in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens the day after tomorrow, I'm not that sad. I'm much less stressed now. Xia Ning suddenly opened her eyes, turned to look at Qin Sun, with a look of shock on her face. Why is he still thinking about this? Alas, there's no hope. Is this the sequelae of genius? Qin Sun turned around, put his arms around Xia Ning, and asked, Do you have any good way to let me fish in the octagonal cage without causing disgust from netizens? Xia Ning was startled, feeling that Qin Sun was really hopeless, and said coldly, Unless you are a lunatic, and have a doctor's certificate. Qin Sun was startled, and asked tentatively, Jinx means jinx? Xia Ning didn't understand. What nonsense are you talking about again? Qin Sun, nothing, I just remembered an old friend. Xia Ning turned her head, her eyes were cold, and her voice was even colder. Is Jinx a man or a woman? Qin Sun let go of Xia Ning, and turned his back, said, Sleep. Xia Ning snorted coldly. Then she's a woman. She also turned her back to Qin Sun. The two of them were in the same bed, covered with the same quilt. Back to back. For a lifetime. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Yu took a folder, pulled Qin Sun and Xia Ning to the practice room and locked the door. She said mysteriously, "Regarding tomorrow's game, I have collected some important information by extraordinary means. Things may be more difficult than we thought. Chapter 438. I don't want to cripple you. I don't want to kill you. I want to beat the shit out of you." "What important information did you get?" Xia Ning asked anxiously. A little worried. Wu Yu raised the folder in his hand, looking a little proud. "These days, you two have been doing devilish training in the training room, and it's very hard. But I'm not idle either." Xia Ning heard the words "very hard," and her face was a little embarrassed. She has been guarding the door of the training room these days, playing with her phone. "It's not hard at all. But I have become a serious mobile phone addict," Wu Yu continued. "You all know that before I returned to China some time ago, I was a professional private detective abroad. This time, I used a little trick to get some information from Kato Daiki. One of them is more important." She emphasized the word little trick. Xia Ning asked immediately, "What important information?" Wu Yu glanced at Xia Ning, who looked a little nervous, and smiled, looking at Qin Sun and raised his eyebrows. Qin Sun is very smart. Or, he is also a bully in his heart. So he understands the psychology of another bully. Wu Yu wants others to praise her. In this paragraph, the point she wants to express is her little tricks as a professional detective. "Little tricks?" Qin Sun asked with a smile. "Excuse me. This super professional private detective, what little tricks did you use to get the information of Kato Daiki?" Wu Yu felt very comfortable, looked at Qin Sun with a teachable expression, nodded, and said, "This important information was obtained by me using a chicken." Xia Ning. "Ah. This? No wonder Country C prohibits private detectives, so the method is so sophisticated?" Qin Sun smiled. He probably guessed that Wu Yu might have someone put a small card under the door of Kato Daiki's hotel room. Then he bribed a lady to get information. Men like to brag in front of beautiful women. And when men are drunk and in high spirits, their hearts are particularly soft, and they might really tell some little secrets. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu and smiled. "I didn't expect Kato Daiki to love chicken soup so much." Wu Yu was startled, frowning, pointing at Qin Sun's nose. "Don't say you don't know what chicken is, and what chicken soup are you talking about? Don't act innocent with me." Qin Sun. Suddenly, he found that Xia Ning's face turned red, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. 24 years old, a girl who will soon be 25, how can't stand even a little dirty joke? Suddenly, Qin Sun's mind was thundered. Could it be that Xia Ning thought that the chicken soup I mentioned was the soup from the chicken? He looked at Xia Ning, his eyes wide open, with a look of horror, and was about to speak. But he heard Xia Ning coldly say, "Shut up. I didn't think so. Qin Sun. He is trying to cover up his mistake. I haven't asked anything yet. Xia Ning has learned bad things from me. Both are better than the master. Alas, this is a terrifying talent." Wu Yu looked at the two people's incoherent conversation, with a confused face, and had no idea what Xia Ning was shy about. She coughed twice, attracting the two people's attention, and opened the folder. She pulled out a piece of paper and passed it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took a look, and it was just some simple conversation records, like a police station transcript. Xia Ning leaned over and read it from beginning to end, and couldn't help but be shocked. Someone spent 5 million, and let Kato Daiki beat the shit out of you in the octagonal cage? Qin Sun also finished reading it and smiled. The beat the shit out of you mentioned above is not a mood word, and it is not used to describe the degree. It's a real way to beat the shit out of a guy. A professional boxer, who has mastered certain skills, can completely beat a guy to incontinence. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and nodded. Yes. 5 million, it's not a small amount. You know, we only gave Kato Oki 5 million for his appearance. Now someone else has given Kato Oki 5 million. Total is 10 million. She turned to look at Qin Sun and smiled slightly. It seems that you'd better take 2 pills of Xia lighting before you go on stage tomorrow. Xia Ning saw that Wu Yu was still joking, and was a little unhappy. Turning to look at Qin Sun, I found that he also looked indifferent, and said to Wu Yu with a smile, "You can wear diapers on stage without wearing fighting underwear." Wu Yu and Qin Sun both laughed. Xia Ning. After yesterday's match with Master Yang, she knew Qin Sun's strength, which should be better than Kato Oki. But she didn't know how much stronger. Qin Sun was still thinking about how to fish in the octagonal cage when he went to bed last night. Now he knows that Kato Oki has received 5 million to beat the shit out of him. He didn't care at all. This made Xia Ning a little angry. Xia Ning said coldly, "Both of you, be serious. Now is not the time to joke. Jin Sun and Wu Yu stopped laughing immediately. Wu Yu didn't dare to laugh anymore, and secretly glanced at Xia Ning's face. She knew that Xia Ning was still in the dark, and didn't know that Master Yang yesterday was actually a boxing champion at the peak of his powers. He didn't have a clear understanding of Jin Sun's strength. Xia Ning was a little flustered, which was understandable. After all, Jin Sun seemed to be the old nun's Achilles heel. Jin Sun looked at Wu Yu and asked, "Who spent 5 million to beat the shit out of me?" Wu Yu smiled and said, "Who else could it be? I don't want to cripple you. I don't want to kill you. But I want to beat the shit out of you. Let you embarrass yourself in front of the whole country. Who will benefit from this?" Xia Ning's voice was terribly cold. "Beijing Film and Television." Wu Yu nodded. "Although I don't have evidence. But I asked my father, and he said yes." Jin Sun's mouth slowly raised a dangerous smile, and said in a deep voice, "Whether it is true or not, this broken company has offended me more than once or twice. It will go bankrupt in my hands sooner or later." Wu Yu was shocked by Jin Sun's momentum. "How can you want a company to go bankrupt? You are clearly trying to dig up someone's ancestral grave." Wu Yu opened the folder and handed Jin Sun another piece of paper. "These are the 2 movies that Beijing Film and Television will release today during the summer vacation and National Day. It is said that the quality is very good, just like the Touch of Love that is currently being released. It is responsible for boosting stocks and saving the company. Do you have any way to shoot a movie with the same theme to kill them? Tomorrow's game, in the interview after the game, just say you have a new movie plan. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, it is just right to make a wave of advertisements." Jin Sun looked at Wu Yu, somewhat surprised, and laughed, pointing at her ordinary chest. He turned to look at Xia Ning and said, "Look, this is called professionalism. She actually knows that shooting movies with the same theme and releasing them at the same time is a good strategy to attack opponents." Xia Ning smiled gently. Wu Yu has always been smart and has been called a little genius since she was a child. It's not surprising that she can think of these. Wu Yu held her head high, proud like a big rooster. Jin Sun lowered his head to read the information. It was written on it. Introductions to 2 movies in the summer and National Day schedules of Beijing Film and Television. The summer schedule is a niche suspense thriller. A story about a mental illness. Chapter 439. I am a lunatic. I will go to the doctor to get a certificate. Xia Ning was also looking down at the documents in Jin Sun's hand, and asked in surprise, "Beijing Film and Television is going to use this kind of mystery suspense film to harvest the box office? The upper limit of the box office for this kind of film is not high." Jin Sun looked up at Xia Ning and explained, "Generally, the cost of mystery suspense films is very low. If the script is good enough, it is basically rare to lose money." Wu Yu echoed on the side. Yes. I found out that the script of this movie is very good. It tells a story about mental illness. It has received unanimous praise from the industry, and should be able to harvest more than 800 million box office. Because it is a low-cost production of 30 to 40 million. The profit is considerable. It can probably make more than 200 million in profit. Very profitable. Jin Sun heard Wu Yu say the story of mental illness, and lowered his head to think. Thinking about the movie about mental illness in his previous life. There are many. But the one that left a deep impression on me was Fatal Identity. The plot was novel, ups and downs, and gripping. The final reversal caused indelible damage to his young heart. The script of this movie is very good. On the extremely picky Dubon, Jushin's place to show off. 850,000 people gave it a super high score of 8.9. Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at Jin Sun with his head down, and did not dare to disturb him. When he raised his head, Xia Ning saw Jin Sun's confident eyes, knew that he had an idea, and asked, "Do you have an idea?" Jin Sun nodded. "I have a rough outline of a story about mental illness." Xia Ning smiled and joked. "You are indeed a madman who tells ghost stories in the middle of the night. You should be able to tell a story about mental illness easily." Wu Yu smiled. A madman directing a movie about mental illness sounds very interesting. Xia Ning turned to look at Wu Yu, teasing Jin Sun, and said, "Yes, he is a madman." Suddenly, Xia Ning and Wu Yu saw Jin Sun stunned. His pupils dilated, and he looked shocked. Xia Ning was a little flustered, and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Jin Sun, what's wrong with you?" Wu Yu was also frightened. "Are you really crazy?" Xia Ning carefully pushed Jin Sun's chest. "Jin Sun? Jin Sun? What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Jin Sun crumpled the paper in his hand, and threw it on the ground, looking at Xia Ning and yelling. Fuck. Xia Ning, you reminded me so obviously last night, I didn't even think of it. I'm such a fool. Xia Ning was a little scared when she saw him like this, and quickly retracted her hand. Qin Sun. Calm down. She thought of the words Qin Sun had just said. Hack. Last night. Hint. And her heart was hanging. Qin Sun. I took the initiative to get into your bed last night. Not to hint at anything. I was just scared. Wu Yu heard this and narrowed her eyes. There is something fishy. He took the initiative to get into the bed? The desire of 30 and 40 is like a wolf, and a tiger has come ahead of time. TSK. The old nun has broken the precepts. Qin Sun shook her head and said, That's not what I'm talking about. Xia Ning. Suddenly, an extremely awkward emotion, from the soles of her feet, flowed through her body and rushed straight to the top of her head. Why not say this? You'd better say this. Will you let me face Wu Yu in the future? Qin Sun grabbed Xia Ning's shoulders with both hands, with a somewhat excited expression, said, Didn't you tell me last night that if I want to slack off in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens, I must be a lunatic? It's better to have a doctor's certificate? Xia Ning thought about it, remembered this sentence, and became more and more confused. What do you want to do? Qin Sun smiled. I want to be a madman. Tomorrow's game. I can totally treat it as a mad show. When Xia Ning heard mad show, some big idiots in short videos came to his mind and frowned. You will be scolded to death by netizens. But he saw that the smile on Qin Sun's face was indifferent, confident, and evil. What if my mental state is recognized by the psychologist? What if they think I'm crazy? Xia Ning. Wu Yu was also confused. I don't understand. Qin Sun explained. If I were a lunatic, first, the audience would not be surprised by my abnormal behavior and would be more tolerant. Second, my slightly crazy behavior is close to the role of the summer movie. And it can also be used for movie marketing. Killing two birds with one stone. It's beautiful. He patted Qin Sun Xia Ning on the shoulder. Ning Ning, you are really a little genius. Xia Ning. She was a little uneasy. Hearing the words crazy show. I felt it was nonsense. Performing a crazy show in the octagon? Would Kato Daiki agree? Don't go crazy because of concentration. Reveal your flaws. And really let Kato Daiki beat the shit out of you. Qin Sun turned and walked towards the door of the training room. I'm going to get a certificate. Wu Yu heard Qin Sun praise Xia Ning little genius, stealing his nickname, and was a little unhappy. Looking at Qin Sun's back, he reminded loudly, It's me who asked you to warm up for the movie tomorrow. It's me. Not Xia Ning. It's me. I'm the little genius. Qin Sun didn't even look back, and walked out directly. I know. You want to quarrel with me? I'm going to find a famous psychological counseling studio now, and talk to a psychologist. Try to get a certificate of mental illness. Xia Ning? This sounds like a mental illness. She was worried, and hurried to catch up. Wu Yu, however, was excited, and hurried to catch up. Mental illness. Qin Sun finally realized that he was a mental patient. My little genius had discovered it a long time ago. As a senior assistant, Xia Ning quickly made an appointment for Qin Sun in a psychological counseling room. The counselor was very famous, with more than 3 million fans on Douyin. Hearing that Qin Sun was coming for consultation, his voice rose several degrees of excitement. Qin Sun? Is it the Qin Sun who played Wang Duyu? Xia Ning, yes. Counselor, is it the Qin Sun who will fight with Kato Daiki tomorrow? Xia Ning, yes. The counselor seemed to be afraid that Qin Sun would not come. I can provide door-to-door service. No charge. And I am willing to serve Mr. Qin for free for life. I just hope that the video clip of the conversation with Mr. Qin can be sent to my Douyin account. Xia Ning did not agree directly, but looked at Qin Sun and saw him nod. Then, he said, Okay. Consultant, then can you give me an address? I'll go there right away. Qin Sun whispered. Go to his place. Xia Ning said quickly. We'll go to your place. In the evening. The ID on Douyin is Su Chao, a blogger of psychological consultation. A video he posted became a hot search. Shocked. The competition pressure is too great. Qin Sun's mental state is in big trouble. Chapter 440 My condition seems to have worsened. Many netizens flocked to the Douyin homepage of psychological counselor Su Chao. A video of less than 2 minutes was found. In the video, in a simply furnished office, The internet celebrity psychological counselor and the internet celebrity godfather Chin Sun sat opposite each other across a desk. Behind Chin Sun stood the domineering female CEO Xian Ning and the breastless Saint Lu Jianan dressed as a man. The two began a conversation. The beginning was a direct attack. Chin Sun clenched his fists and spoke in a hurried tone. Dr. Su, I want to get a certificate of mental illness. Su Chao showed a trace of surprise on his face, picked up a pen and scratched on the paper, said slowly. Mr. Chin, a certificate of mental illness is not something you can get whenever you want. It requires professional testing in a professional hospital. The psychological counseling room cannot provide the service of issuing a certificate of mental illness. Chin Sun looked a little disappointed when he heard this, looking at Su Chao, and said slowly, Then am I in the wrong place? He turned to look at Xian Ning. Then we will transfer to another hospital. Su Chao sat up a little straighter and raised his voice. Mr. Chin, please don't worry. Why do you think you have a mental problem? I see that your complexion, your speech, and everything else are fine. I think you are quite normal. Chin Sun replied, It may be that your level is not good enough. Su Chao. I am a doctor of psychology, and I have 15 years of work experience. Please believe in my ability. Mr. Chin. Chin Sun looked at Su Chao, hesitated, and said softly, Then give it a try? Su Chao nodded. This video ends here, it says at the end. To be continued, the next video will be released at 8:30 p.m. Netizens are discussing in the comment area. Oh my god! A psychological consultation has to be released in several videos. This Su Chao wants to suck the blood out of Chin Sun and lick all the traffic from him. Why does he want to get a certificate so badly? The act of getting a certificate of mental illness itself shows that he is mentally ill. Is the pressure from Kato Oki so great? Want to use the Jade Syndrome to escape the competition? If so, I really look down on him. At most he will be beaten to shit. Why is he so cowardly? Fuck. I bought the tickets, don't mess with me. 8:30. The second video was released on time. Netizens flocked to the homepage of psychological counselor Su Chao again. Many people clicked to follow him directly for easy search. In just half an hour, he gained 30,000 followers. Su Chao's homepage, the second video. In the office, Su Chao smiled, looked at Chin Sun in front of him, and asked, Mr. Chin, why do you think you have a mental problem? Is it because of the pressure of the competition recently, that you don't sleep well? Chin Sun turned his head, and looked at Xian Ning. I slept so well last night. Xian Ning. Su Chao pretended not to notice, and continued to ask, Is it because you didn't enjoy your meal? Chin Sun replied, My diet has been a little irregular recently. I ate 3 big bowls of rice last night. Su Chao was a little surprised. Does your appetite always grow so big when you are under pressure? How much do you usually eat? Chin Sun, 1 bowl. Su Chao. He showed a look of being fooled on his face. After a moment of silence, he smiled gently again. Mr. Chin, you sleep well and eat well. You speak fluently, think actively, and even joke with me. You look normal in every way. Why do you suspect that you have a mental problem? Chin Sun lowered his head, was silent for a long time, and slowly raised his head. With a panicked look, I have been thinking about some strange questions recently. These questions have been lingering in my mind. Many times, I feel I am a philosopher. Su Chao leaned forward towards Chin Sun, got closer to him, and asked in a deep voice, Would you like to talk about it? Would you like to share with us the philosophical questions you are thinking about? Chin Sun was silent, his eyes gradually became dull, and a dull feeling gradually appeared on his face. It was as if he had entered another world. 30 seconds passed, but it felt like a century had passed. Su Chao stared at Chin Sun's expression, his hands unconsciously clenched, his face was solemn with a hint of expectation. Chin Sun suddenly smiled. Sure. The video ends here. At the end, it is announced that the next video will be released at 9 o'clock. Netizens are not happy. Wow. I just saw a little bit of the meaning, and you won't show it to me? Isn't Chin Sun in good spirits? He even made the psychologist stunned. Looking at Chin Sun's dazed look just now, he really looks like a philosopher. Is that so? I think his expression looks like a village guard. The lyrics he wrote are so beautiful, it must be the result of a lot of brainstorming, which has accumulated over time. I'm so looking forward to it. Ah! He looks so sad when he's in a daze. I feel sorry for him. Hug. 9 o'clock. The video arrived as promised. In the office, Su Chao leaned forward, looking at Qin Sun with anticipation. Then, Mr. Qin, what philosophical questions have you been thinking about these days? Qin Sun smiled softly and said, I think a lot. Su Chao smiled and gave him an encouraging look. Qin Sun spoke slowly. I'm thinking, since the prison is full of prisoners, why don't the police go directly to the prison to catch the prisoners? Su Chao. Qin Sun continued. Is it a foul to drink up all the water and run directly during a swimming competition? The smile on Su Chao's face disappeared. Qin Sun's voice was still unhurried. The Chinese New Year's blessing character should be pasted upside down. Why not produce upside-down blessing characters? Su Chao sat up straight, squinted his eyes, and looked at Qin Sun, with a question mark on his face. Qin Sun smiled, and did not let him go, and continued. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old girl was only a 12-year-old girl 4 years ago? Su Chao. Qin Sun's voice was still gentle, but it had become a devil's voice in Su Chao's ears. Still firing. I found that men usually end up marrying their wives. Boiled water can kill bacteria, so if we pour boiled water into tap water, can we drink tap water directly? If I die now, I won't have to die later. Su Chao listened patiently, politely didn't interrupt, but his brows were already wrinkled into the shape of the character. Mr. Qin, you call these philosophical questions? Qin Sun looked at Su Chao, smiled, then lowered his head and remained silent. After a long while, he raised his head and said, that was the early stage. Later, I actually had some life insights. At that time, I found my condition seemed to have worsened. Su Chao looked at Qin Sun and hesitated to speak. But his professionalism finally overcame his inner disgust. And he asked with a smile, then would you like to share your life insights? The video ends. And the next video will be released at 9:30 p.m. In the comment area, netizens were driven crazy by Qin Sun's stupid remarks. Chapter 441. Well, I took some private work, a few ads, hee hee. Damn, is it mentally retarded? Qin Sun calls this a philosophical question? What kind of idiot can ask such a question? Psychologists earn this much money, I am not jealous at all. Is the pressure from Kato Oki so great? Did he drive a person crazy? Actually, I think what Qin Sun said makes sense. Am I really mentally retarded? It's over, in tomorrow's game, Kato Oki is going to make Qin Sun's condition worse. Is there any room for Qin Sun's condition to get worse? Come on, who wants to listen to a psychopath's life experience? 9:30. Su Chao's last video was released. In the office, Qin Sun slowly smiled, calmly, elegantly. Like a middle-aged man whose medicine has not yet taken effect, he sat on the edge of the bed and talked with the lady about his ideal life. He said, some small insights into life, sorry to make you laugh. He paused and said with a smile, I locked the door, so the loneliness in the world has a home. Su Chao opened his eyes wide, staring at Qin Sun in surprise. Qin Sun smiled, his voice was neither hurried nor slow. Walking in a rainstorm, an umbrella is a boat rowing the sky backwards. Su Chao opened his mouth wide and hesitated to speak. Qin Sun continued and spoke fluently. The switch is the sunrise and sunset of the light, and the sunrise and sunset are the switch of the light. People who can't let go of their worries, are they just letting go of their worries or letting go of their worries? After a rain, the sky and the ground exchanged identities. There are no clouds when you look up, and the stars shine under your feet. Wrinkles are ripples caused by time blowing through the body. The shadow is the corpse of light. Su Chao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his mouth opened wider and wider, as if he could fit an egg. Behind Qin Sun, Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other, their faces were full of shock. After that, Qin Sun looked at Su Chao with a smile, and asked, Teacher Su, am I still saved? Su Chao was shocked, and was speechless for a long time. The video ends here. Behind the video, there was only a dark ground, written in white. What do you think, is Mr. Qin still saved? Netizens were shocked. Is he still saved? There is no hope. This pretentious guy. There is no need to save him. This is good. I couldn't tell for a moment whether he was sick or I was sick. Is the threshold for mental illness so high now? You have to speak eloquently. Just now I felt that Qin Sun was mentally retarded, and now I feel that I am mentally retarded. Is there only a fine line between mental illness and philosophers? Kato Oki directly pushed the philosophy of country C forward by 20 years. Qin Sun has been thinking all this time. Is he meditating? Training in the temple? Then he won't debate with Kato Daiki in the octagon cage tomorrow. A scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain himself clearly. Qin Sun's mental state is really problematic, I am very worried now. A villa in the suburbs of Beijing. At the dinner table, Qin Sun looked at his grandfather and his friends, who were all surprised, and kept explaining. Misunderstood. You misunderstood. I am in a good mental state now. And I am not seriously ill. The video on Douyin was a smokescreen I deliberately gave Kato Oki to let him down. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked strange. Ah. This? You beat Yang Shulin so hard that the magic of love was spinning in circles. Why do you need to use a smokescreen to deal with a mere Kato Oki? Are you trying to torture him both physically and mentally? After dinner, Wu Yu took Qin Sun and Xia Ning to the practice room again. It served as a temporary office. The three of them sat cross-legged on the floor, forming a small circle. Wu Yu took out a USB drive and said, Qin Sun, the songs you asked me to make today have been made. I have given them to the sound engineer at the venue. When the time comes, I will replace him. Actually, I am also a professional DJ. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Xia Ning was startled. You are going to act as a sound engineer, playing these songs on the spot? In the afternoon, Qin Sun recorded a song with his mobile phone, and asked Wu Yu to find a music studio to arrange and produce it, which would be used as the background music for his appearance in the competition. It went something like this. Listen to the pain in your breath. Listen to the madness in your heartbeat. And the background music, I want to believe that he used to shoot the Swing Boxing Champion video last time. Wu Yu nodded. It can't just be played by the live broadcast audience. I want to let the current audience listen to it too. Let the audience feel Qin Sun's aura with the help of the background music. Qin Sun. Good idea. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun and reminded him. Will this violate the rules? Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, somewhat helpless with her noble character, and smiled. From the organizer to the referee, everyone in this game is ours. What's wrong with us playing some music at the competition venue? I don't even plan to bring a wrench into the venue. My hands and feet are already clean enough. Xia Ning. She still felt a little uneasy. Will this affect the audience's impression? Qin Sun explained with a smile. You don't think that those who can come to watch my game are all fighting enthusiasts, right? They must be a group of people who like to have fun. They hope that the scene will be as lively as possible, as chaotic as possible, and as fucked up as possible. He paused and said seriously, a match where a player knocks out his opponent in 10 seconds is very exciting for a professional boxer. But for the audience who spent hundreds or thousands of dollars on tickets, it's a real loss. I'm a conscientious businessman. I want to make the audience feel that they get what they pay for. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun talking with great joy and felt a little uneasy. You're not really going to perform a crazy show, are you? Perform a psychopath with erratic behavior? Qin Sun just waved his hand, just as she breathed a sigh of relief. She heard Qin Sun smiling and saying, I'm going to act like a handsome psychopath. Xia Ning. She didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Wu Yu's voice rang out. Dear major shareholder Mr. Qin Sun. She opened a folder, took out a document, and glanced down, with an embarrassed and proud expression on her face. She said, take advantage of these 10 days. While you are in devil training, I, a super professional business genius, secretly went to connect with some business cooperation. I got some sponsorship for tomorrow's game. She looked at Qin Sun, and she was actually a little embarrassed. Their products have been delivered here. You have to find a way to get these products on camera tomorrow. Otherwise, we will lose money. Qin Sun was a little unhappy when he heard this. Using his name to take advertisements, and not even saying hello to him, I feel like being secretly sold to a brothel. He looked at Wu Yu and said coldly, No, it's not us who have to lose money. You have to lose money. Wu Yu looked a little anxious. I have no credit, but I have worked hard. Tomorrow's traffic is so large. In order for these advertisements to appear on camera, I will connect with merchants, select products, and build relationships. Is it easy for me? If you dare not advertise for them tomorrow, She turned her head and looked at Xia Ning, and said bitterly, I sleep in the same bed with an old nun every day. I'll suffocate you to death. Chapter 442. Forget about the electric car, who would bring an urn to a fight. Xia Ning? Qin Sun narrowed his eyes. There are such vicious flat-chested girls in the world. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu's anxious look, and knew that the penalty for breach of contract was not low, sighed, and asked with a smile. How much did you charge? Wu Yu replied. I carefully selected 5 products in total, and 4 of them charged 600,000 yuan for advertising fees each. Another one charged 1 million yuan. A total of 3.4 million yuan. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu, with a smile on his face, and reminded, How much are you going to give Qin Sun? Wu Yu. She turned her head to look at Qin Sun, hesitated for a moment, and gritted her teeth. 30% and 70%. Qin Sun smiled. Okay, since you are sincere, willing to give me 70% of the profit, well, that's 2.38 million. Then I will reluctantly advertise for you. Wu Yu. Damn. You are good at math. You took the big share so easily? I was thinking of giving you 30%. I didn't expect Qin Sun to be so shameless. Pretending not to understand what people said, he asked for 70%. Wu Yu hesitated for a long time, thought it was better than paying others liquidated damages, stared at Qin Sun, and said loudly, You're so cruel. Wu Yu took out a document from the folder and handed it over. Take a look at the introduction of these products. Qin Sun took it and looked at the products on it. Vaping Sports Fighting Shorts. Mingyo Energy Drink. Master AI's Active Oil. Suddenly, he saw a product introduction at the back, and suddenly looked up at Wu Yu and asked, Pony electric car? What does this have to do with the competition? How can I show an electric car in the octagonal cage? Lift the electric car and hit Kato Daiki, and crush Kato Daiki's face with the wheels of the electric car? Wu Yu looked embarrassed, and explained with a silly smile. Not impossible. Anyway, netizens now think you are a talented psychopath. It's normal to go crazy. Qin Sun. I go crazy to slack off. Not to be an idiot. Fighting with an electric bike is tiring. It's not a good way to slack off. Qin Sun lowered his head, and continued to read the documents. In less than 3 seconds, he suddenly looked up again, with his eyes wide open. What the hell? What is this? He shook the documents in his hand, and his voice was a little excited. Forget about the pony electric car, but what does this ping and dragon urn mean? Do you want me to carry the urn into the octagonal cage? You want me to hold the urn on the Lantern Festival and shout to the people of the country, Happy Lantern Festival. Hearing this, Xia Ning turned to look at Wu Yu, with a look of shock on her face. Urn? Is she really not picky about products for the sake of money? Wu Yu looked embarrassed and his voice became much quieter. Because everyone is not optimistic about your ability to agree to Kato Daiki, there are not many businesses willing to advertise tomorrow. I'm afraid this advertisement will have a negative publicity effect. There are few businesses willing to cooperate, and I have to choose those with good reputation and reliable quality. So, Qin Sun. He didn't understand. The reputation of other products like fighting shorts, energy drinks, electric cars can all be investigated. But how should the reputation of urns be investigated? Could urns have bad reviews? Bad reviews from the underworld? Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun, hesitated for a moment, and spoke in a low voice, like a child who had done something wrong. And Ping and Long Urn was given 1 million. Qin Sun snorted coldly, and ignored her. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu, who was a little embarrassed, and then looked at Qin Sun, who was angry, and was a little embarrassed. Reaching out, and patting Wu Yu's shoulder. You? Wish you the best. Wu Yu gritted his teeth. Damn it! Fuck your uncle. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. Without my knowledge, you made me carry the urn. You still scold me? This little bastard. Qin Sun was about to scold back, when he heard Wu Yu say loudly, 9-1. You 9, I'll 1. Qin Sun was startled, said a satisfied him, and said with a smile, What a beautiful sea language. Okay, I like the number 9-1, it makes me feel like I'm back home. Xia Ning. She had experienced Qin Sun's bottom line many times, but it was still difficult to get used to it. Qin Sun really has no bottom line. On the Lantern Festival, he entered the venue holding an urn. Is he really not afraid of being criticized by netizens? Wu Yu sat aside, as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost, looking at Qin Sun with a face full of resentment. Damn! Qin Sun. This beast is really shameless. He made me work in vain. Fuck. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun looking at Xia Ning, pointing at her and saying, Ning Ning, look at Wu Yu. That's what we call professionalism. She secretly did a big business of 3.4 million, but she is more like an assistant than you. Xia Ning. Qin Sun just robbed Wu Yu of 3.06 million. Is she a little embarrassed? Now she wants to praise her and comfort her. But why do you want to put me down? Qin Sun continued to speak. I feel that she is more like an assistant than you. Look at you. You dressed like a female CEO on your first day at Oak. Later, at my reminder, you wore a white t-shirt, jeans, sneakers, and a ponytail. But you were cold all over. As an assistant, you always want to bully me and order me around. You are so proud. Shin-sun turned to look at Woo-yu, smiling brightly, and praised. Look at how professional Woo-yu is. Do what you love. Love what you do. Do what you love. Woo-yu was happy to hear that. Suddenly, she felt that being robbed of millions was not so painful. Suddenly, she heard Shin-sun pointing at Xia Ning's nose again, warning in a cold voice. Xia Ning, you can't do whatever you want just because you have big breasts. Compared with Woo-yu, you are still a little less experienced. Woo-yu, she looked gloomy, stood up, turned around and walked out the door. Stupid. I'm not targeting anyone. I mean, both of you. The next day, in the morning, Song-ying flew to Beijing. Anka flew to Beijing. Mi-sierra flew to Beijing. Yilan also flew to Beijing secretly. In the hotel, they each posted their blessings to Shin-sun on their own media accounts. A big internet celebrity with 6 million fans, Xiaoying Dou. I have been afraid of lunatics since I was a child. I believe that no one can beat a crazy Shin-sun. A lunatic is more powerful than a wild dog. Duty executive, Anka. Shin-sun has never lost, no matter what, never lost. On behalf of all Duty employees, I wish Shin-sun a successful start. Come on! The proprietress of the tavern, Mi-sierra. I hope Kato Daiki can leave the octagon alive today. I never knew Shin-sun could box, just as I never knew how strong he is. Whether it's singing, or making a movie, or anything else. The Queen of Heaven, Yilan. Based on my understanding of Shin-sun, you will have a treat today. There will be new songs to listen to. Happy Lantern Festival. 6 p.m. A gymnasium somewhere in Beijing is brightly lit. People line up to enter the venue. 7:30 p.m. An ambulance, with a sound of a woo-woo, stopped near the stadium. The door opened. Kato Oki got out of the car with a smile on his face. A group of reporters, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed up and surrounded Kato Oki. A bunch of questions were asked. The most frequent one was, Kato-kun, what do you think of tonight's game? Kato Oki pointed to the ambulance behind him. I am a very kind person. I paid for the ambulance for Shin-sun-kun. Chapter 443. The people here are too rude. Bother. Ambulance? The reporter's voice had a kind of excitement of watching the fun. Mr. Kato, are you going to hurt Shin-sun in the octagonal cage? Kato Daiki stretched out an index finger and waved it, shaking his head gently, with a frivolous and disdainful expression on his face. No, no, no. It's not that I want to hurt Shin-sun on purpose, but his small body can't withstand my kicks at all. There is an old saying in country C, feeding the fish pays the devil. I call the ambulance, for his own good. He paused, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Shin-sun prepared a residence for me with 24-hour bodyguards. And I also want to prepare a big gift for him. I heard that the ICU conditions of a hospital nearby are particularly good. I believe Shin-sun will like it. Kato Oki said. Many reporters were silent. Although Kato Oki always had a smile on his face. His smile was obscene and sinister, revealing a sense of perversion. They were all a little worried about Shin-sun. More and more people around were slowly gathering around with their mobile phones, standing behind the reporters, and shooting at Kato Oki. The weather was very cold. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. But it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the crowd. Yang Shulin stood at the back wearing a mask and a hat, looking at Kato Daiki, who was smiling inside, and silently cursed in his heart. Stupid. Wait for death. There were some internet celebrities among the spectators, who directly started live broadcasting, to eat up a lot of traffic. Song-ying wore a mask, stood on tiptoe, and peeked out of the crowd. At this time, Xiaoying's live broadcast room already hit 30,000 viewers. The comments were flying. It's over. It's over. Kato Oki and Shin-sun are at loggerheads. I feel sorry for Shin-sun for a second. Although I feel sorry for him, I hope to see a wonderful game more. If Shin-sun is admitted to the ICU, I will pay for him to be upgraded to a VIP ward. Half pants down in silence. At this time, another reporter asked, Mr. Kato, Shin-sun has many fans in country C. If you hurt him, aren't you afraid of revenge from his fanatical fans? Kato Oki put his hands on his hips, and laughed so hard that the tuft of fiery red hair on his head was shaking. Revenge me? As far as I know, Chin Sun's fans are all girls who like to sleep with girls from Country C. I like to fight with girls from Country C the most. The scene was silent again. Many reporters had already done their homework on the internet. They knew that Kato Oki had a foul mouth, was lustful, and was arrogant. But they didn't expect that he would take the initiative to say that he liked to sleep with girls from Country C in front of the reporters. Soon, many male reporters wanted to put the microphone in his hand into his mouth. Some female reporters were even more disgusted. After a while, another reporter asked, in a bad tone, "Kato, your opponent Chin Sun was on the hot search again last night. It is said that his mental state is not very stable now. What do you think about this?" Kato Oki laughed. Spitting out his saliva scared the reporter in front of him and made him step back. Facing such a strong opponent like me, it is normal for Chin Sun to have a mental breakdown. I just hope he doesn't work as a deserter today. Otherwise he will pay me 10 million in liquidated damages. He adjusted the fiery red coxcomb on his head with both hands, patted the snowflakes on his hair, and said, "I like to do this kind of work of beating people for money the most. Yoshi! Yoshi!" Suddenly, Kato Oki's face showed an obscene smile. Looking at a camera in front of him, his voice was full of regret. "It's a pity that Chin Sun's beautiful girlfriend found a crazy boyfriend like this. The child they give birth to, I'm afraid it will be a fool. Why not give birth to a child with me? Give birth to a mixed-race child." The reporters at the scene were silent for a while. They knew that both sides would talk trash before the game. But why is this guy talking about women all the time? There's a stick on his neck? The crowd around started to curse, and the scene suddenly became noisy. "Damn, retard. Sperm-ridden thing, how come no matter what interview, you always get around to the topic of sleeping with women? Pervert. 7 days in prison is too short." Songing wore a mask, and changed her voice with a shrill voice, and shouted, "Fuck your grandma." Xiaoying Doll live broadcast room. Did this animal want to sleep with the aloof female CEO Ms. Xiaoning? She's my goddess. Fuck. Damn. Kill him. If you give birth to a mixed-race child with him, you'll probably give birth to a retard. Which hero just said he wanted to bless her grandma? I'll give her a gift, please help me too. This voice sounds familiar. Yang Shulin laughed, turned and walked towards the gymnasium. Alas, Chin Sun is a dog who spoils his girlfriend. Kato Daigo said so blatantly that he wanted to sleep with Chin Sun's girlfriend. Today he was able to climb out of the octagonal cage. I respect him as a man. Kato Daiki had a proud smile on his face. Suddenly, a female reporter warned in a serious voice. "Kato Daiki, please speak politely. There are many people live broadcasting nearby. There are also some minors watching. The social atmosphere in RC country is not as open as that in J country. Please pay attention to your words and deeds." Kato Daiki felt provoked, pulled down his face, stared at the female reporter and scolded. "You don't let Chin Sun's girlfriend have a baby with me. Then you have a baby with me? Come! 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 Give birth now!" The female reporter stepped back in fear. Suddenly, everyone felt that the light around them was much brighter. They turned their heads, and saw a fiery red supercar approaching slowly. The light was emitted by the luxury car. The supercar stopped at the side of the road. A short-haired woman got out of the car. "Fuck. Lu Jiannan. Wu Yu? The daughter of Lu Group. Is Chin Sun here too?" The reporters rushed over with their cameras. Less than 20 seconds. There was not even a dog in front of Kato Oki. He looked at the empty ground and felt that he had been robbed of the limelight. He cursed. "The people here are too rude? Bada." Wu Yu got out of the car, with a cold face, and walked towards the gymnasium without looking around. Less than 5 seconds. She saw a bunch of reporters, people who were watching the show, and internet celebrities rushing over. They surrounded her tightly. A group of people chattered. "Ms. Wu, is Chin Sun here? Has Chin Sun entered secretly? Will Chin Sun really appear today? Does he really have mental problems? Or is this a smokescreen for Kato Oki? Ms. Wu? Miss Wu?" Wu Yu's head hurt a little because of the noise. Looking at the human wall that was like a solid wall, she envied Chin Sun's super high popularity. She had to enter the venue early to replace the sound engineer, and had no time to show off in front of others. She pointed to the back of the road and said loudly, "Chin Sun is behind." As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt the light around them brighten up, and turned to look. They saw a luxury car slowly stopping by the roadside. Chapter 444. Chin Sun is behind? Behind where? I can't see him. Everyone dispersed with a clamor, and rushed to the car. Wu Yu? What the hell? So fast? I played Lu Jianan after all, and played it so well, but no one wanted to stay and interview me. Suddenly, Wu Yu saw a girl standing in front of him. The girl stood straight, with her chest puffed out, and held a mobile phone towards her. The position of the mobile phone camera was not right. It seemed to be facing her chest. Wu Yu frowned, walked over, looked at the masked woman in front of him, and said coldly, "Are you taking pictures of breasts?" Song Ying sneered. "Do you have breasts for people to take pictures of?" Wu Yu? The number of people in Xiao Ying's doll live broadcast room soared to 50,000. Flat. 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 No wonder she can play a man. I have seen a lot today. Come out. Flat-chested monster. Little woman with developmental failure. Small, but also very cute. Why is her forehead on her back? Born with a flat chest. We are all brothers. Oh! Don't look at this little busted girl. Go and see Qin Sun. Wu Yu looked at Song Ying in front of him wearing a mask, and heard her voice sounded familiar. Frowned slightly, and then laughed. It's you? What? You wanted to work in Oak Company during the winter break to seduce Qin Sun. But you failed. So you took it out on me? Song Ying was silent for a moment, and the voice squeezed out from between her teeth. You cunning villain. You interviewed me and lied to me that Qin Sun liked big breasts. I thought it through later. Who is good enough to look at breast size when recruiting winter break workers? It's obviously you. A woman without breasts, who has a dark and twisted mind, and deliberately mocked me so that I wouldn't work in Oak Company during the winter break. You are so vicious. My breasts are not small. They are C. Wu Yu heard Song Ying's series of vicious and harsh words, took a deep breath, and turned to walk towards the gymnasium. Only one sentence was left. Stupid. Xiao Ying doll live broadcast room. Hey! What's going on? What's the matter? What's the matter with seduction? And gossip? I just said that Qin Sun and Xiao Ying doll are not clear. Who doesn't love a lively and cute sister? My heart is broken. I didn't expect you to be such a Song Ying, and you are one of Qin Sun's many dogs. Qin Sun, give me your life. Song Ying glared at Wu Yu's back fiercely, and rushed to the car with the phone in hand. Standing at the back of the crowd, standing on tiptoe, holding his phone high, Lu Gang was surrounded by a group of people, with a gentle smile on his face, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is Qin Sun so popular? Or is the competition between him and Kato Daiki so popular? It actually made me feel like a big star. Alas, the tickets were sold cheaply. They should have tripled. The reporters did a background check before coming, and knew that this person was the CEO of Lu Group. It was his company that held this fighting competition. Mr. Lu, what do you think of today's match? Why did you agree to Qin Sun to hold such a match between an amateur and a professional boxer? The two sides have such a huge difference in strength. Will there really be no problems? Are all the matches today in accordance with the rules of a regular match? Or is it more entertaining? Is Qin Sun in the car? Why doesn't he get out? Lu Gang was a little annoyed by the noise, and pointed to the back of the road and said, Qin Sun is behind. Xiao Ying doll live room. What's going on? Qin Sun is not here yet? The first car is the daughter of Lu Group. The second car is the group's president. Each is more powerful than the other, but Qin Sun is not here yet. Qin Sun is so powerful? Is he with the chairman of Lu Group? Maybe Qin Sun came here on a flying saucer. Qin Sun is indeed, at such a young age, his status is so high. After saying that, two bodyguards led the way in front. Lu Gang walked towards the gymnasium. Suddenly, another beam of light came from the other end of the road. A luxury business car slowly stopped by the roadside. Reporters, internet celebrities, and the onlookers rushed over. A burst of lights flashed. For a moment, there were 30 or 50 cameras aimed at this dark business car. Everyone held their breath and waited for the door to open, to welcome Qin Sun's arrival, and then ask their questions as soon as possible. 30 seconds passed. The door did not open. The car was still parked quietly by the roadside. Everyone was puzzled, and some whispers were heard. In Xiao Ying's live broadcast room, the number of people has exceeded 50,000. What's wrong? What's going on? Is Qin Sun afraid to get off the car? Is he socially anxious? Playing big? Good. Good. Qin Sun finally grasped the essence of a star. If I had his status, talent, I would have started playing big a long time ago. Get off the car. Get off the car. Damn it. I'm so anxious. Suddenly, the car door opened. Two burly men in suits, sunglasses, and nearly 2 meters tall rushed down. One of them stood by with his hands folded on his abdomen like an iron tower. The other one gently opened the door at the back of the business car and reached out to help a thin old man down. Lu Xiaoquan got out of the car, looked at the camera, smiled, and nodded as a greeting. He turned around and helped his wife down. Xia Ning's grandmother was dressed elegantly today, and she looked like a super rich woman. She didn't look like a little old lady from a farm in the manor at all. She held Lu Xiaoquan's arm, looking at the scene in front of her with some discomfort. She hadn't faced such an occasion for decades, and was a little nervous. If it weren't for Qin Sun today, she wouldn't have stepped out of the manor. Those people outside were not as cute as the old hens in the grove. Just now in the car, she also prepared herself for a long time before getting off. Grandma looked at the crowd in front of her, a little surprised. I know Qin Sun is quite famous. I didn't expect that he was so famous. Ning, is it too high to marry after all? The scene was a little quiet. Lu Xiaoquan had not shown his face in public for 10 or 20 years. These young people who were only in their early 20s did not know him at all. Suddenly, Song Ying, who was at the outermost edge, stood on tiptoe and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, where is my brother? Where is my brother Qin Sun?" Lu Xiaoquan was a little surprised when he heard it, seeing a little girl standing on tiptoe outside the crowd, holding a mobile phone. Just thought it was an internet celebrity who was calling someone brother for the sake of popularity. He smiled kindly, turned his head to look behind the road, turned his head again, faced the camera of the reporters, and said, "Didn't Qin Sun park there?" Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. There were no cars on the road at this moment. "Where is Qin Sun's shadow?" Song Ying shouted again. "Grandpa, where are the cars? Where are the people? I don't see them." Lu Xiaoquan turned his head to look, turned his head again, and smiled. "Such a big person. You can't see it?" After saying that, he gave the bodyguard a look. Lu Xiaoquan and his wife walked towards the gymnasium under the escort of 2 bodyguards. No one dared to stop them. Everyone silently watched Lu Xiaoquan's thin back go away, all with confused faces. The wind blew, it was a bit cold. It was quiet all around, the snow was getting heavier. You could hear the sound of falling snow. They turned their heads and looked in the direction Lu Xiaoquan had just looked, staring as wide as they could. It was dark. The street lights were dim. But there was indeed no car parked there. What the hell? Chapter 445, he dares to advertise today. And he will dare to attack fans tomorrow. The number of people online in Xiaoying Doll's live broadcast room has exceeded 80,000. My hair? Is this old man deliberately making a fuss? Can dogs see things that people can't see? Could it be that Qin Sun died and his ghost floated over? Mom, I'm scared. Fuck. 100,000 people. 100,000 blind people. Such a big Qin Sun. Can't you see it? Did you really see it or not? Don't scare me. Fuck. I saw it too. Wow. I was really blind just now. Such a big person. I didn't even notice it. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. Don't scare me. Clicked it accidentally. Evil spirits retreat. Outside the gymnasium. On the side of the road. Suddenly someone yelled. Fuck. Fuck. I saw it. Qin Sun parked his electric bike there. Electric bike? Everyone was shocked, and their sight quickly shifted to the curb where electric bikes were parked on the side of the road. Under the street light 30 meters away, a man parked his electric bike there. Next to him stood a tall woman in black. Isn't that Qin Sun and Xia Ning? Everyone looked a little strange, and a burst of complaints came. Ah? Electric bike? 2 big guys, I just looked at it several times. Why didn't I notice it? This is probably a fixed mindset. Who would have thought that Qin Sun would come here on an electric bike? Ah! This is hard to judge. Why would he ride an electric bike with his wealth? Song Ying looked under the streetlight. Qin Sun was parking his electric bike. Xia Ning stood aside with his hands in his pockets, waiting quietly. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, very good looking. Song Ying snorted coldly. Live broadcast room. I was scared to death. I was scared to death. I just thought I encountered a supernatural event. It turned out that he came here on an electric bike. It seems that Qin Sun's thinking is really problematic. Otherwise, why would he leave a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan and ride an electric bike? He is really crazy. Is he riding a bike with a cold female president to show his affection? Under the streetlight, Xiaoning watched Qin Sun lock the electric bike. But he didn't leave. And he was still fiddling with the bike. He looked absent-minded. She asked. Qin Sun, are you worried? Are you nervous? Qin Sun put one hand on the electric bike seat, turned his head to look at Xiaoning, and smiled softly. I'm not afraid of boxing. I'm fiddling with the electric bike here. I want to let the group of stupid reporters and internet celebrities over there take a picture of the electric bike. Let it appear on camera. He looked at Xiaoning, reached out and patted the trunk of the electric bike, and smiled bitterly. I just haven't figured out how to show the urn inside in an awkward and non-polite way. It's a bit annoying. Xiaoning. Just when they were 3 or 4 kilometers away from the destination, Qin Sun and she got out of the car, lifted the electric bike from the trunk of Grandpa's commercial vehicle. He drove her all the way here, blowing the wind all the way, and soaking the snow all the way. Xiaoning didn't feel that bad, even felt a little romantic. For a moment, she forgot that there was an urn in the trunk of the electric bike. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, with a gentle smile on her face. It's okay, none of this matters. Let's just return the penalty. You should focus on boxing now. Qin Sun shook his head repeatedly. How can that be possible? The advertising fee for this urn is only 1 million, and the penalty is 3 million. Paying this money is more painful than killing me. Xiaoning. She saw Qin Sun sniffing, and quickly took out a pack of tissues and pulled one. Gently wiped Qin Sun's nose. You didn't sleep well yesterday, and you coughed up phlegm today. For this little advertising fee, you still have to ride an electric bike. You really want to show off. Qin Sun laughed. Then don't I want to save money for the bride price? Xiaoning. She turned around silently, with her back to Qin Sun. Quietly, she didn't say anything. Thinking. Actually, it doesn't need that much. Suddenly, Xiaoning saw a group of people holding microphones, cameras, video cameras, and mobile phones on the opposite side. They rushed over like vicious dogs. Very quickly, Qin Sun and Xiaoning were surrounded by this group of people. They chattered and asked questions one after another. Before one person finished speaking, another one started talking. Qin Sun's head hurt, and he shouted, Stop! Come one by one. Now there was a moment of silence. The reporters had a tacit understanding, and spontaneously arranged the order from the distance next to Qin Sun. The first reporter asked a question. Mr. Qin, hello, this is Xianyo Entertainment. Excuse me. Did you ride an electric bike all the way here? Qin Sun was in a good mood. This reporter understood the signal, and the first question touched his heart. He smiled and said, When the snow got heavier, I started riding an electric bike. The reporter asked again, Why do you ride an electric bike? Because I'm under too much mental pressure. Is riding an electric bike in the snowy wind your way of relieving stress? Qin Sun reached out and slapped the electric bike seat, making a loud bang. This attracted everyone's attention. The Xiaoma electric bike has a very comfortable seat and can run 80 kilometers on a full charge. It's a real long-distance running king, and the tires don't slip on the snow. The Xiaoma electric bike is really a must-have for home and travel. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings became quiet. There was only the sound of the wind blowing, and the sound of falling snow. The reporter stared at Qin Sun, who looked smug, and asked, Excuse me, were you advertising this electric car just now? Qin Sun nodded. Yes. There was an uproar around. Everyone's hearts were full of excitement. Xiaoning turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and then turned his back silently. It's not that I don't have loyalty. It's just that I don't need to lose face with you. How embarrassing. In Xiaoying's Doll live broadcast room, the number of people online exceeded 100,000. Wow. I'm curious about Qin Sun's current mental state. This ad is so awkward. Is it so hardcore? Doesn't placement of ads require skills? Today he dares to advertise, and tomorrow he dares to advertise fans. I feel like I was beaten up by an ad. As expected of a marketing background, he always thinks about marketing, advertising, and earning a little bit. I think Qin Sun's current mental state should endorse a few drugs for treating mental illness. On the scene, everyone was silent for a while. They had a lot of interview experience, but no experience in interviewing psychopaths. They were stunned by Qin Sun's hardcore advertisement. A female reporter glanced at Xiaoning beside Qin Sun, and found a thin layer of snow on her head, thinking that she was willing to sit in the back seat of the electric car. On a snowy day, following Chin-sun's crazy all the way, I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. The female reporter looked at Chin-sun and asked with a smile. Mr. Chin, haven't you been thinking about the mystery of life recently? Yesterday in the psychological counseling room. You also said many golden sentences, and Miss Xia-ning accompanied you in the cold wind just now. Do you have any new insights into life? Chin-sun smiled. It's time to act crazy again. He turned to look at Xia-ning. She turned around and looked at him, looking a little embarrassed, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Xia-ning's eyes were gentle, quiet, and peaceful. Chin-sun looked at those eyes, and his heart softened, and he decided not to go crazy and act weird. He reached out and gently brushed the snowflakes off Xia-ning's hair, adjusted her scarf, and showed a gentle smile on his face. He said softly, I was thinking, if we get wet in the snow together, we can grow old together in this life. Xia-ning was startled. Her eyes were rippling, and her nose was a little sour. Chapter 446. Hurry up and bring me the gift for Kato-kun. Hurry, hurry, run forward. Xia-ning and Chin-sun, they stared at each other in the crowd. Their eyes intertwined, as if time had stopped at this moment. The world around them became blurry, only the two of them were clear and dazzling. The crowd was deeply touched by the sentence. If we are together in the snow one day, we will be together in this life. They looked at the two people under the streetlights silently. No one spoke to destroy the tranquility. The streetlights were dim, and snowflakes were falling. So beautiful. Song-ying stood on tiptoe. Her hand holding the phone felt sore, and her eyes looked over there quietly. The number of people online in Xiaoying's Doll live broadcast room exceeded 120,000. 120,000 warriors shared this bowl of dog food. On the surface, he is a psychopath. But in fact, he is a girl-chasing expert? Don't use the knife of emotion to kill me. Single dogs. Be happy. Live a good life. Remember to be happy. I will always remember you. Fuck. Are you going to kill me? My friend? Okay. Okay. I just saw this after breaking up. I just watched Douyin for fun. Don't mess with me. I once got caught in the snow with the one I love the most. But we still broke up. Too sweet. Watch some dismemberment cases to calm down. Red bean paste, red bean paste. One buried in the South Pole, one filled in the North Pole. I came to see the boxing, I didn't come to see this. Scam. Blatant scam. Under the streetlight, the female reporter saw that Chin-sun finally woke up from Xia-ning's gentle eyes, and asked with a smile, Mr. Chin, excuse me, were you showing off your affection just now? Chin-sun was very frank. Yes. He smiled and asked, is it sweet? Female reporter. Sweet. There was a burst of laughter around, seemingly finding Chin-sun's murderous and heartbreaking joke interesting. Suddenly, a girl screamed from the outside of the crowd. I'm so sweet. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Everyone looked back. But the light was dim, and the crowd was noisy. It was completely unclear who had spoken out the real thoughts. Xia-ning smiled lightly, not minding at all, but rather a little, slightly proud. Chin-sun was not happy, raised his eyebrows, and shouted, Friend, pay attention to your personal qualities. Outside the crowd, Song-ying hid in the crowd and smiled secretly. Chin-sun and Xia-ning were surrounded, and slowly moved towards the gymnasium, while answering reporters' questions. Reporter, Mr. Chin, are you confident about today's game? Chin-sun, yes. Since I got mental illness, I found that my spirit is much better. Reporter, I don't quite understand. When you say you are confident about the game, do you mean you are confident that you can walk down from the octagonal cage? Or are you confident to beat Kato Daiki? Chin-sun, I am confident that I can beat him. There was a burst of exclamations from all around. At the same time, they had a thought in their minds. Chin-sun is seriously ill. Suddenly, a roar full of the flavor of a kernel came from afar. Hi! Chin-sun! I brought you a gift. Chin-sun looked in the direction of the voice. The reporters and the onlookers made way for Kato Daiki, who was hidden 20 meters away. Kato Daiki, with a fiery red Moganshi hair, reached out to pat the door of the ambulance, looked at Chin-sun and laughed. Chin-sun, this is the gift I brought you. Do you like it? Chin-sun looked at the ambulance, his eyes gradually brightened. Kato Oki saw that Chin-sun didn't say anything, thinking that he was scared silly, and shouted with some pride. Chin-sun, this is an ambulance. Today's game, I beat you to pieces. Just get in the car, it won't delay your emergency treatment in the ICU. Hearing Kato Oki's provocative words, the reporters, internet celebrities, and the onlookers around him frowned, and all looked at Chin-sun. They knew Chin-sun had a bad temper. I don't know, will he fight with Kato Oki on the street? But everyone saw Chin-sun with an excited smile on his face, shouting at Kato Oki. Kato-kun, you brought me a gift? You're a nice guy. Kato Oki was stunned. Is he really crazy? The reporters, internet celebrities, and the onlookers also looked at Chin-sun in surprise. Some people widened their eyes, some opened their mouths, and some shook their heads and sighed. Everyone was a little disappointed with Chin-sun's performance. In Xiaoying's live broadcast room, netizens were particularly irritable. Others sent him an ambulance, and he still praised them for being so good? Even when he was attacked in the face, he was still smiling? Chin-sun. This coward is even more cowardly than an egg. He might as well hide in his crotch. It seems that Chin-sun is seriously mentally ill. Will he be beaten to the ground and cry in the octagon cage, and call Kato Daiki daddy? Is Chin-sun capable? No, let me do it. Even if I can't beat him, I can still spit on his face. Just when the onlookers were extremely disappointed. Then I saw Chin-sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning, patted her shoulder gently, sounded a little anxious. Ning-ning, quickly go to the electric car and bring the gift I carefully prepared for Kato-kun. Our country is a country of etiquette, and we emphasize give and take. We can't do such things that only take advantage without suffering any loss. Xiaoning looked at the excited look on his face, with a puzzled look on her face, and took a step closer to Chin-sun. She said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "What gift?" There is only a U-shaped lock on the car. Chin-sun was startled, looking at Xiaoning, and sighed softly. This sister is not stupid, but her moral standards are too high, her personal qualities are too good, and she often doesn't understand what people say. She said it was a gift, so she really thought of it as a gift? Chin-sun glanced at the crowd around him, and laughed loudly. You stingy woman. Kato-kun is a guest from afar, don't be reluctant. Bring the gift from the trunk of my Xiaoma electric car. Xiaoning. Gift? Casket? She was in a daze, and suddenly saw Chin-sun stuff a key into her hand. Ning-ning. If you don't take it, it will show that we are not sincere enough. Xiaoning. She turned around with the key, walked gracefully, and slowly walked towards the electric car several dozen meters away. Suddenly, Chin-sun's voice behind her was a little anxious. Quick! Quick! Run forward! Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, and ran slowly. Very obedient. Her running posture was elegant and vigorous, and immediately attracted all the cameras. In Xiaoying Doll's live broadcast room, the number of online users exceeded 130,000. The comments were filled with abuse. Chin-sun is really a dog. Will a mentally ill person also have a broken spine? Sending gifts to opponents in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens, bribing opponents? Alas, I just watched The Richest Man in Shihong City yesterday, and running forward was a line. Now I feel so sick. Why don't you give this girlfriend with such a seductive running posture to Kato Oki? Yes. Kato Oki likes to sleep with women the most. Why don't you send the cold female president over? Xiaoning walked to the electric car, recalling the way Chin-sun opened the trunk, pushed the key into the keyhole, twisted for a long time, and then clumsily opened the trunk. She held out a square box wrapped in red cloth with both hands, and under the focus of dozens of cameras, slowly walked towards Chin-sun. Chin-sun took it carefully, turned around and walked towards Kato Oki, who looked very proud. Kato-kun, please accept it. Chapter 447. I gave you a gift, you should say, thank you. Everyone watched Chin-sun slowly walk towards Kato Oki. Silent, angry, but too lazy to say anything. After all, who would argue with a psychopath? And his life is Chin-sun's own after all. It is reasonable for him to bribe Kato Oki before the game. But why didn't he hide and bribe? Why did he have to discuss people in public? 30 or 40 cameras were aimed at Chin-sun. Chin-sun walked slowly to Kato Oki, and handed the box wrapped in red cloth to Kato Oki with both hands. Kato Oki looked arrogant, glanced at the gift, and asked with a sneer, Chin-sun, what is the gift you gave me? Chin-sun replied, a great thing. Kato Oki, what is the great thing? Chin-sun looked at Kato Oki's arrogant expression, resisted the urge to hit him on the nose with the urn, and said with a smile on his face, my thing is elegant and solemn. It looks plain, but it reveals an ancient atmosphere, which makes people feel the precipitation of history and the traces of time. As soon as the voice fell, Kato Oki's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Antique? Yoshi. Yoshi! It's really a great thing." He hurriedly took it with both hands, and he could feel that there was a wooden box inside through the red cloth. The texture was thick and warm. Kato Oki was a little happy. "Yoshi! Yoshi!" It turned out to be an antique box. "Lacquerware?" Chin-sun smiled but said nothing. There was an uproar around, and a whisper sounded. "What is it? Antique? Aren't antiques national treasures? Even if it's not too valuable, you can't give it to Zayadazi. Right? Damn it. Chin-sun. The traitor." The discussion around was getting louder and louder. Everyone no longer cared about Chin-sun's identity as a mental patient, and they wanted to rush up and spray him to death. Song-ing looked at the live broadcast room and found that the netizens were cursing even more harshly. "Where is Chin-sun's ancestral grave? I'll take a taxi to dig one up overnight. I didn't expect it. He's so cowardly that he's using antiques to buy off Sayadazi. If he doesn't die in the octagonal cage today, he'll die under my dump truck. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Damn it. I'm so angry. I thought Chin-sun was pretty brave before." Song-ing couldn't stand it anymore and whispered into the microphone. "Stop scolding me. If Chin-sun really gave a gift to Kato Oki, my littling doll ran naked around the 5 rings of Beijing for 3 days and 3 nights. The barrage exploded. Okay. You're using the beauty trap. Right? If you want to run naked, don't use Chin-sun as an excuse. When will it start? I'm already horny. Although you were made famous by Chin-sun, you can't lick his stinky feet like this. Right?" Kato Oki held the box wrapped in red cloth with a smug look on his face, listening to the people around him scolding Chin-sun, and felt very comfortable. "Chin-sun, are you scared now? It's too late. I got paid 5 million for this job. I want to beat the shit out of you. I must beat the shit out of you. If this antique box is valuable, I'll keep it for work. If it's not valuable, I'll use it to store your shit." Kato Oki heard the scolding around him getting louder and louder, and felt that it was enough, turned his head, and looked at the assistant behind him. "You know antiques, come and help me take a look. Is it expensive?" The assistant walked forward with a smile. Kato Oki slowly untied the red cloth. 30 or 40 cameras were focused on the gift. Everyone waited quietly. They wanted to see what kind of valuable antique Chin-sun, a young talent worth hundreds of millions, would give. The red cloth was opened, revealing a 2-story wooden palace. It was carved with various exquisite patterns and designs. Flowers and birds, landscapes, dragons, phoenixes. Kato Oki's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Yoshi! So beautiful! So beautiful!" The scene was quiet for a moment. Then, the whole place was in uproar. "Fuck! Chin-sun, you gave this thing? You are too generous. Ha ha ha. You are really too polite. Why are you still standing there? Just leave after giving the gift. Are you waiting for someone to give you 2 nests of food? So generous? Give a single family villa? Give a house. For a while." Exclamations. Fuck. Laughter. One after another. Kato Oki heard the shouts around him, feeling some mockery, and couldn't help but look confused. He looked at the wooden villa in his hand again and again. He found that it was indeed an exquisite lacquerware. He turned to look at the assistant, seeing the assistant's face was grim, asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem with this thing?" The assistant glared at Chin-sun, walked to Kato Oki, grabbed the top layer of the wooden palace with both hands, pulled it up with force. The bottom layer was exposed. Kato Oki looked down, and saw that the lower layer was actually a box. There were some copper coin patterns engraved on the bottom of the box, and some words were written on it. He couldn't help but read them out softly. 7 stars lead the way. Fukuzawa's descendants? What does this mean? The assistant looked embarrassed and whispered, "This is an urn." Kato Oki was stunned when he heard this. It's not that he has never seen an urn before, but the urns in J country are more traditional, and they are generally not carved into the shape of a palace. Kato Oki raised his head, looking blankly at Chin-sun in front of him. His face became increasingly ugly. He suddenly raised the urn with both hands and smashed it on the ground. The urn rolled far away on the ground with a clang clang clang. Kato Oki clenched his fists and yelled at Chin-sun, "You have a bad conscience. What did you give me?" Chin-sun walked to the urn, knelt down to pick it up, patted the snowflakes on it, and began to introduce it. Ping and long urn. Selected solid wood, No cracking, no deformation, moisture-proof and anti-corrosion. You bastard, you should be nicer to yourself. He gave a thumbs up, with a smile on his face. It's a must-have for home and travel. At this time, a reporter asked loudly with a smile in his voice. Mr. Chin, excuse me. Are you advertising again? Chin-sun patted the urn. Is it so inconspicuous? He looked at Kato Oki, stared into Kato's eyes, and slowly smiled. I gave you a gift, you should say, thank you. Say thank you. The scene burst into laughter. Kato Oki's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. Song Ying laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold her phone steady. The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 130,000. The comments were flying. This ad is much smoother than the electric car ad. And it's used just right. A must-have for home and travel. A casket warms Kato for the whole winter. Chin-sun is indeed a particular person. When someone gave him an ambulance, he immediately gave him a casket in return. This ad makes me want to die on the spot. The casket that the boxing champion didn't break with a single blow. Shouldn't I buy two to keep at home? Chin-sun is indeed the most courageous man on earth. Isn't this better than boxing? Oh, I really regret not going to watch it in person. It's New Year's Day, and giving someone a casket is auspicious and auspicious. I apologize for my insulting remarks to Chin-sun just now. We enjoyed the show, but Chin-sun did this before the game. Does he really not intend to go back alive? Gifts were flying everywhere. Soon, Song Ying received more than 50,000 renminbi worth of gifts. Outside the gym. Baga. The people here are too rude? Kato Daiki yelled, clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, and was so angry that he seemed to be super evolved. I will beat you to death with all my strength. He turned his head and glared at Chin-sun, clenching his fists and rushing over. Chapter 448. Please poke your ears. Otherwise, it will be too late. Surround him. Suddenly, Song Ying shouted from the outside of the crowd. The reporters immediately understood and rushed to Kato Daiki, thrusting their microphones and cameras at him. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They surrounded him tightly. Kato Daiki, do you like the gift Chin-sun gave you? Will you let down your guard during the competition because you received such a good gift? The quality of the box is really good. Have you considered taking it back home? Mr. Kato. They are kind-hearted. Why are you doing this? Chin-sun looked at Kato Daiki, who was surrounded and couldn't get out, and laughed. Suddenly, Xiaoning came over, took his hand, and said with a smile, Let's go! As she said that, she glanced at the crowd. There was a girl standing on tiptoe outside the crowd, holding a mobile phone. Who else could it be but Song Ying? Just now, when Song Ying shouted, Surround him, she knew that this person was Song Ying. Xiaoning turned her head to look at Chin-sun, pointed at Song Ying's back not far away, and asked, Song Ying is right there? Should we call her to go into the gymnasium together? Chin-sun took a look and shook his head. Forget it, she's live streaming, it won't delay her making money. Besides, we have to go through the employee passage. Xiaoning hesitated, and finally said nothing. The two walked towards the gymnasium. After a while, Song Ying turned her head quietly, and took a look, watching Chin-sun and Xiaoning walking hand in hand towards the gymnasium, stomped her feet in anger. She cursed in a low voice. What a deaf person. You can't even hear this. Inside the gymnasium, there was a lot of noise. A gymnasium that can accommodate 8,000 people was almost full. There is an octagonal cage in the middle of the venue. The closest seats to the octagonal cage are all VIP seats. The ticket price is as high as 1,688 yuan. The people sitting in these seats are all Chin-sun's acquaintances. There are 30 or 40 people from the 3 generations of the Liu family. Liu Shaoquan stood up, looked around, saw a sea of people, and smiled. He sat down again and looked at the octagonal cage with some emotion. Gonzi, when I was young, boxing was not so big. Liu Gang smiled. Times are progressing. Chin-sun is your last disciple. Let him fight for you. It can also be regarded as your wish. Liu Shaoquan crossed his legs, closed his eyes, with a smile on his lips, and hummed an ancient ballad. Babbling, I can't hear clearly. Grandma looked at him and laughed. It's been many years. I haven't seen the old man so happy. In the VIP seat on the other side of the octagonal cage, Song Ying and Ke Misier, the 3 sat next to each other. Song Ying put away her phone, and didn't dare to live broadcast. She had been warned when she entered the venue just now. Only one account of the Douyin official website of the richest man in Shihong City is allowed to live broadcast. If others live broadcast this match, they will be held accountable. Song Ying is not afraid of being held accountable, but afraid of being scolded by Qin Sun. The three sisters are old acquaintances. They chatted non-stop when they met. Monsieur, hey! Did any of you contact Qin Sun yesterday? And Ku, no contact. I didn't dare to disturb him when he was practicing boxing. Song Ying, oh my, and Ku is still considerate, and she still said she didn't dare to disturb him. I think you are just afraid that Xia Ning will beat you up. Monsieur, hey, when we were working on the Duduti drinks plan, Qin Sun and Xia Ning were not a couple. Why didn't you poach them? Song Ying, why didn't you poach them yourself? Monsieur, hee, I was just a marginal player at that time. Song Ying, I was only 18 at that time, and I am still only 18 now. How can I fight an old woman? And Ku, women should focus on their careers. Besides, I don't like Qin Sun at all. Monsieur, oh, if you don't like him, then I don't like him either. Song Ying, who likes him? Only dogs like him. Only animals like him. Monsieur. And Ku? Silence for a moment. And Ku said, you don't have to say it so harshly. Suddenly, a soft female voice came from a seat next to the three people. Hello, are you all Qin Sun's friends? The three women turned their heads to look. There sat a beautiful woman who was dressed simply, but had a charming temperament. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. Song Ying was startled and muttered softly, fuck, enemies always meet on a narrow road. Yilan asked with a smile, looking at the girl in front of her. Little girl, do we know each other? Song Ying snorted coldly. You don't know me, I know you. You are Yilan. You spread rumors at the press conference before Qin Sun pursued you, and was your liquor. You are really mean in seducing men. Yilan looked a little embarrassed, put on sunglasses, and muttered softly. It's no use talking to someone who doesn't agree. Song Ying didn't intend to let Yilan go, and said with some pride. My brother charged more than 20 million yuan for writing songs for you, but he only charged 300,000 yuan for writing songs for me. He also gave me 2 songs. One is called Caught a Cold in a Corner, and the other is called Father. I'll sing it on Father's Day. Yilan pressed the sunglasses to the bridge of her nose, lowered her head slightly, looked at Song Ying for a while, and suddenly laughed. You make it sound like no one has ever received a gift from him. I also have a song called Daylily Flower. I'll sing it on Mother's Day. Song Ying snorted coldly. TSK. Yilan put on her sunglasses, looked at the octagonal cage in front of her, and cursed Qin Sun 1,000 times in her heart. Even children were not spared. They even flirted with children who had just grown up. Qin Sun, are you still human? The sound control room in the venue. Wu Yu, wearing a beret, stood in front of a large table. On the left were some sound control equipment, and on the right was a computer. At this time, she was operating the sound control equipment skillfully. In large boxing matches, the sound engineer is responsible for controlling the sound effects of the entire venue, including playing the introduction of the athletes, the background music of the game, the cheers of the audience, etc. It is necessary to choose the right music and sound, and play them at the right time, to create a tense and warm atmosphere. Enhance the look and feel of the game. Wu Yu fiddled with the marketing equipment for a while, and looked at the computer screen on the other side of the table. The computer displayed the official website live broadcast room of the richest man in Shihong City. In order to pursue higher live broadcast quality, and more stable picture effects, today we use a camera for live broadcast. At this time, the fight has not started yet, but there are already 80,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Various small gifts and big gifts are flying. Suddenly, a chubby man hugged her slender waist from behind, and grabbed her chest with both hands. A hoarse voice said sinisterly, the work of Hua girl, guess who I am? Wu Yu frowned. Brother Niu, you are so boring. Niu Xiaojun let go of his hand, and coughed awkwardly twice. Damn, people who stay with Qin Sun for a long time will become boring. Xia Ning is like this, and so are you. She walked to the glass window of the room, with her hands behind her back, and looked through the glass at the crowd in the gymnasium. She sighed. What a big scene. The match of a non-professional boxer can fill the stadium. Washboard, did you know? When I first met Qin Sun, he was still a fool. Wu Yu looked at Niu Shijun's back end, smiled. He is still a fool now. As he said, Wu Yu, a temporary and professional sound engineer, put his mouth close to the microphone and turned on the mic. He spoke in a magnetic broadcasting voice. Gentlemen, ladies, there are only 5 minutes left before the match. The god of songs Chin Sun has prepared a song for you. Please, quickly deafen your ears, or else it will be too late. Chapter 449. I have rheumatism. I can't listen to such a trendy song. In the stadium, 8,000 spectators were stunned. The stadium fell silent. Many of them came here for Chin Sun and had never seen a boxing match. I don't know the specific process, but no matter what, it shouldn't be this process. After a while, everyone was talking about it. What the hell? Chin Sun wants to sing a song for us and let us deafen our ears first. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Yilan smiled slightly and said in a low voice, I knew there would be new songs to listen to today. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a girl's voice beside her. I knew it a long time ago. She turned her head and looked around, only to see a girl with a serious face, recognized that it was an internet celebrity who recognized Chin Sun as her brother. She said with a smile, Little sister, you can't fight for everything. Song Ying snorted coldly, a little arrogant. Yilan smiled and said, If you have the guts, go and fight with Xian Ning. Song Ying, it's none of your business. Shihong City's richest man doing official live broadcast room. The number of people online has exceeded 100,000. The barrage was also confused. I haven't seen much of the world, don't lie to me. Do I need to poke my ears before watching a boxing match? Is it so risky to watch a match live? A new song by the singing god Chin Sun? Chin Sun has never failed in writing songs. Looking forward to it. Suddenly, Chin Sun's voice came from the speakers in every corner of the venue, filling the entire venue. Brother, you play fighting, what's the point of playing it? His voice was like a broken gong. Everyone was confused. Before they recovered from their confusion, they heard a Swana again. Chin Sun's voice rang out. If the east is not bright, the west will be bright. I will bask in the setting sun and my sorrow will be basked in. I am not busy the night before, but busy the night after. After dreaming of gold, I dream of yellow millet. The singing was full of strong northeastern flavor, like a two-person opera, almost singing with a big white voice. Not at all pretentious. Not at all pretentious. Instead, it seemed a little rustic. The venue exploded immediately. Fuck. Is it too late for me to poke my ears now? What kind of song is this? Is it just so trendy? I have rheumatism. I can't listen to such trendy songs. It really seems like Wang Guiyu is entering the music scene. Lu Xiaoquan was startled, turned his head to look at Lu Gang, and asked, Is Chin Sun here to play in the game today? Lu Gang looked a little embarrassed and nodded. The general director of this game is Wu Yu, she insisted. But Chin Sun will play seriously in the game, and you will definitely enjoy it. Lu Xiaoquan smiled, closed his eyes, and shook his head. This song is good. Lu Gang. Really? This song is good? The singing continued. I am free among the people. I am a fairy in the sky. I will not sprinkle anything for the world. I am only moved by the wine. Yilan heard this song, slowly covered her ears with both hands, and turned her head to look at the other side. She found that the 3 girls next to her covered their ears. She sneered, thinking, I thought these sisters would be able to take a deep breath with an intoxicated look even if Chin Sun farted. It seems the realm is still not enough. It is far inferior to Xian Ning. Chin Sun's home insurance. Chin Sun's parents, grandparents, and a group of aunts and aunts invited by his mother sat in his living room, eating melon seeds, watching the live broadcast on TV. The living room was quiet. Everyone looked at each other, with a bit of embarrassment on their faces. They were dragged by Ma Xiaogue to watch her son boxing today, and they knew that he must be pretending, and that he was just trying to get them to praise him. Now that Chin Sun is so famous, they are also happy to praise him. But after hearing this song, they really can't praise him. Suddenly, a weak voice said, It's said on the internet that Chin Sun is mentally ill. Could it be true? Ma Xiaogue was unhappy, and cursed loudly. Listen to their nonsense. How could he be mentally ill? Music professionals call this is called trying different styles? Haicheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Jingya and Xia Shujia were stunned for a moment while watching the live broadcast on the TV. Xia Shujia picked up the remote control, turned down the volume, so low that it was almost inaudible, turned his head to look at Lu Jingya, and said with a wry smile, Look at you. You are still so expectant, saying that you want to listen to Chin Sun's new song for prenatal education. Is this a song that can be used for prenatal education? Lu Jingya touched her belly and smiled. Actually, it's not bad. It's just that the style is a bit too advanced. I can't appreciate it, it's my problem. Xia Shujie? Your problem? Is Qin Sun so capable? How long has it taken to deal with his mother-in-law? Xia Shujie looked at Lu Jingya and asked, Aren't you worried that Qin Sun might get hurt in the octagon cage today? We just saw the news that he gave Kato Daiki an urn. Giving someone an urn on New Year's Day, this is an irreconcilable feud. Lu Jingya smiled and shook her head. It's okay. My eldest brother said that he invited professional fighters to be referees, and they will definitely guarantee Qin Sun's safety. Beijing Stadium. Sound control room. This song is really nice. Niu Xiaojun listened to the song, his eyes gradually brightened, hummed along with Qin Sun singing, and began to dance a not-so-good-looking dance. Like a plump penguin. Spring rain does not wet the soulmate. Autumn chill penetrates the infatuated lover. Thinking of heaven, earth, and soulmate. Looking at the mountains and water. I look at the morning. Wu looked at Niu Xiaojun's fascinated look, speechless, remembering what Qin Sun said at the beginning. The audience of this song is divided into two extremes. Those who don't like it really don't like it, and those who like it really like it. Looking at Niu Xiaojun's look, Wu believed it. She looked at the computer screen. The live broadcast room of the richest man in Shiheng City. The number of people online has reached 120,000. The barrage of comments filled the screen. I will work hard to make money when I have a funeral. Please ask Qin Sun to send me off. First time listening. What is this song about? Second time. The singing is okay. Third time. If the east is not bright, the west will be bright. Without a 10-year cerebral thrombosis, you can't listen to this song. This song has a strong sense of imagery. The village chief wandered in front of the second widow's door for a whole night. Finally, he threw away his cigarette and pushed the door open. In what kind of mental state did Qin Sun write this song? I didn't believe he was crazy before, now I believe it. Qin Sun must have ascended to heaven. Wu laughed at these comments. The song finished playing. She turned on the microphone and shouted out a sentence that Qin Sun had taught her. The richest man in Shiheng City, Beijing, receives guests. Suddenly, the gymnasium was full of people, and it was very lively. The cheers and applause from the audience came one after another. It was like waves that were higher than the other. Receive guests? Receive guests? Receive guests? Chapter 450. Please invite the contestants to enter. Receive the guests? The uniform shouts reverberated throughout the entire venue. Wu heard the roar outside, and immediately stood up, looking through the glass at the audience waving their arms vigorously. She was stunned. What's going on? Don't tell me that. Their enthusiasm was ignited by Qin Sun's song Sinner. The two words receive the guests touched their excitement. This Qin Sun is indeed a marketing man. He is quite capable. Shuren. Ma Xiaogui stood in front of the TV, and said to the elders and villagers with a proud face. Look at this scene. Is our Qin Sun the kind of person who does things recklessly? He played this song, so there must be a reason for him. Everyone nodded. That's right. Yes. Qin Sun is not stupid at all. Haicheng Hospital. Xia Shujie was dumbfounded when he saw the noisy gymnasium, and suddenly laughed. I don't understand the young people nowadays more and more. Lu Jingya touched her belly, and said with a smile. You, a half-grown man, have a generation gap with your son. Why not let Qin Sun, the omnipotent brother-in-law, educate your son? Xia Shujie. Ning Ning can teach too. Beijing Film and Television Conference Room. A dozen executives looked at the live broadcast on the projection screen, all with unhappy faces. No, are these people sick? What's so exciting about this? Why are you calling for customers, doing pornography? Can you report it? If Kato Daiki can't beat Qin Sun to death in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers tonight, our movie Touch of Love will have no chance at all. Humph, his new song is just right for Qin Sun's funeral. Suddenly, the lights in other places in the gymnasium dimmed a little. Only the octagonal cage was still bright. Then, Lu Yisun, wearing a deep V, corseted dress, walked slowly into the octagonal cage with a professional smile on her face. She held a cue card in her left hand, and a microphone in her right hand, and began to host. Dear guests, dear audience friends, good evening. Through the big screen in the venue, all the audience clearly saw Lu Yisun's beauty. A group of old perverts responded with extra enthusiasm. Good evening. It's best to have you. I'm great. Yoho. Lu Yixin listened to the cheers and applause around her, and walked gracefully in the octagonal cage with a professional smile on her face. The dress is beautiful. The smile is beautiful. The figure is beautiful. The audience around shouted even more happily. There were some whistles. Wu Yu supported his head with his right hand and looked at the computer screen impatiently. The number of people online in the live broadcast room soared and reached 140,000. The gifts were flying. During the time when Lu Yixin was pacing, she received 3 carnivals. A total of 500,000 sound waves were received, which was equivalent to 50,000 renminbi. The barrage took off. Oh my! I didn't expect that such a beauty would be the host of an ordinary competition. Qin Sun is so proud. Is this girl the next internet celebrity or actress that Qin Sun wants to create? Every time I see this kind of woman, my lips dry up and I swallow my saliva like crazy. Am I sick? Is the standard of this competition so high? All top-notch? This girl's appearance fee must be tens of thousands? Looking forward to it. Wu Yu looked disdainful. TSK. Lu Yixin's face is not as good as mine, her legs are not as long as mine, her waist is not as thin as mine, and her breasts are just a little bigger than mine. Is it necessary for these animals to lick her like this? Suddenly, she saw Niu Xiaojun with his hands behind his back, walking over, putting his face in front of her, looking surprised. Wu Yu, when did you start to care so much about the size of your breasts? I never care about my figure. She paused, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Do you like Qin Sun too? Wu Yu was startled, then she was furious, and punched Niu Xiaojun in the chest. Bullshit! Niu Xiaojun covered his chest, looking shocked. She was anxious. She was really anxious. The venue. A dimly lit place. Yang Shulin looked at Lu Yixin under the lights, and felt that the blood in his body was flowing faster, and a silly smile appeared on his face. Xin, she called me a fool before. Idiot, idiot, 1 against 3. Backstage lounge. Qin Sun and Xia Ning sat on the sofa and looked at the same phone. Qin Sun was a little surprised, and couldn't help sighing. Usually Lu Yixin is full of worldly airs, but today she looks like a woman of that kind. Xia Ning snorted coldly. As a woman who enjoys seducing men and calls herself a magic charmer, isn't it normal for her to have a passionate and changeable temperament? She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. Why are you tempted? Qin Sun. There is murderous intent. Another lounge. Kato Oki rushed to the TV on the wall, holding the TV with his hands open, with a lewd smile on his face. Yoshi! Yoshi! Flower Girl. Flower Girl's work. In the octagonal cage, under the spotlight. Lu Yixin said with a smile on her face, holding the microphone. Welcome to today's boxing match. I am Lu Xiaoxiao, the host of tonight. Here, we will present you with an exciting duel. Qin Sun, an amateur fighting athlete from Country C, will show his strength and skills on this stage. Fighting is not only a sport, but also a contest of strength and will. Tonight's match will be a fierce duel. Qin Sun will interpret the spirit of boxing with his sweat and hard work. Whether he wins or loses, he is a hero in our hearts. Here, I would like to thank all the staff. It is their hard work that gives us the opportunity to enjoy this wonderful match. At the same time, I would also like to thank all the audience friends. It is your enthusiasm and support that makes this stage more brilliant. Lu Yixin said it very well. The venue was filled with thunderous applause. Everyone was very happy, except for Kato Oki in the lounge. Baka! 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 Why did you only mention Qin Sun? This host is really bad, and has a really bad conscience. In the octagonal cage, Lu Yixin's voice rose several degrees. Now, let's welcome the first contestant tonight to the stage with warm applause. Pride, the champion of 2012. Ka Fuji Oki. When she called out the name, each ending sound was dragged out for a long time. It looks very imposing. Immediately, a piece of music from Japan sounded in the stadium. This is the entrance music provided by Kato Daiki before the game, and it has been used by him for many years. It was a bit confusing, and I couldn't understand what he was singing. The voice was passionate and dynamic. At the same time, the big screen in the stadium showed the picture of Kato Daiki. He was walking out of the corridor backstage, wearing a black sportswear, with a proud face, walking with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Walk out of the corridor, walk into the special corridor, and walk towards the octagonal cage. Chapter 451 Master Yang? Yang Shulin? Boxing champion? Just like that? Suddenly, Kato Oki stopped stroking his fiery red mohawk hair with his hands, started to twist his waist, waving his hands and feet. Started to dance awkwardly. But with his dynamic music, it didn't seem so bad. On the contrary, it looked arrogant and domineering. A round of boos rang out in the venue. Whoa! Kato Oki was not afraid of ridicule. A smile appeared on his face, stepped on the music drums, and danced more vigorously. He looked the coolest in the world. Jin-sun's family and friends. Songing, look at how cool this guy is. Encore, be careful not to limp while dancing. Monsieur, this guy is quite shameless. Elon was a little confused. Jin-sun didn't even do anything with his entrance music. Has this bad guy changed his nature? Sound control room. Neo Xiaojun saw Kato Daiki dancing arrogantly below through the glass on the wall, and was a little unhappy. Will you, don't you know how to do something with his music? Look at how arrogant this guy is. But he saw Wu Yu lying on the table, laughing and shaking. Neo Xiaojun patted her shoulder. Wu Yu, are you crazy? Wu Yu raised her head, and glanced at the microphone to make sure it was muted. Jin-sun wouldn't let me change the music in the venue. Neo Xiaojun was shocked. Has this kid become so moral? Want to be beaten? Fairly, justly and openly. But Wu Yu laughed even more happily, shaking her head, and said, he asked me to change the live broadcast room, because he was worried that Kato Daiki would hear the venue change the music, and find out something, and not dance properly. Reduce our live broadcast income. As she said, she operated on the computer. The sound of the live broadcast room came from the computer speakers. A strange male voice. I got up early in the morning to pick up manure. I didn't see my woman when I came back. Looking for her in the east courtyard. I'll look for her in the west courtyard. Looking for her in the south courtyard. I'll look for her in the north courtyard. Neo Xiaojun listened to the song, got goosebumps all over her body, and looked at the computer screen. I saw Kato Oki with an arrogant smile on his face, dancing hard, thinking he was handsome. She couldn't help but bend over with laughter, and lay on Wu Yu's back. This idiot. Jin-sun, this person has integrity, but only a little bit. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 150,000, and was still rising rapidly. Gifts came in waves. A total of 1.2 million sound waves were received, equivalent to 120,000 renminbi. The comments were so funny. What the hell? The entrance music has been changed. His dance moves even showed his excitement about picking up manure. Get up early in the morning to pick up manure, and come back to feed it to my woman. Kato picks up manure, Jin-sun cries at the grave. What's the difference between this and pooping in public? Kato Oki said, please bring your video to the court. What a vicious soundtrack. Damn it, another crazy one. It turns out that today is a showdown between two crazy people. Shuren, Jin-sun's hometown. Ma Xiaogui and her family looked at the TV screen, stunned. This Kato Oki doesn't seem very smart. Be a little stupid, be a little stupid. Be a little stupid. Xiaoxuan won't have to be beaten so much. Haicheng Hospital. Xia Shujie frowned tightly, with a look of disgust. Lu Jingyao saw her husband's expression, and explained with a smile. This must be Jin-sun and his friends who did something. Kato Oki is AJ countryman. How could he use Hunan opera as the entrance music? Xia Shujie turned his head to look at Lu Jingyao, frowning even deeper. I'm not worried about that. Do you think Jin-sun is sick? What kind of brain can write such a song? Lu Jingyao smiled softly. This is called elegance and popularity. Xia Shujie. Alas. Another crazy one. Beijing Gymnasium. Kato Daiki twisted for a long time, finally walked to the octagonal cage, stood in the waiting area on the side, looked up at Lu Yisun. Lu Yisun took 2 steps in the octagonal cage, and shouted loudly. Next, we welcome another contestant tonight with even warmer applause. Everyone loves him. Flowers bloom when he sees him, and cars are loaded when he sees him. I also feel pity for the richest director in Shiheng City. Jin-sun. The venue was filled with cheers and whistles. Kato Oki heard the shouting in the stadium, with a look of disdain on his face. Is there any boxer in the world who uses good looks to introduce himself? Today I will beat this pretty boy until his face is covered with blood, and then smear his shit on it. In the stadium, a DJ-style music sounded. May the noisy world forget us. Listen to the pain in your breath. Listen to the madness in your heartbeat. Listen to the warmth in your embrace spreading over the hills. Everyone saw it on the big screen. Jin-sun, wearing a red sportswear, with a faint smile on his face, walked slowly out of the passage. A more enthusiastic cheering sounded at the scene. The background music continued. Listen to the light in your eyes. Listen to the love burning in my ears. Listen to us engraving on both sides of the wall of our hearts. Forever. Chin Sun did not make any extra movements, and walked neatly to the preparation area near the octagonal cage, to the VIP seat. Several girls were infected by the atmosphere, and suddenly turned into fanatical fans, shouting at Chin Sun not far away. Song Ying, ah, ah, so handsome. Encore, look here. Look here. I'm here. Monsieur, boss. Come on. Come on. Boss. Yilan turned her head and glanced at the three women who stood up and put their hands around their mouths as meat trumpets, and shook her head with disdain. Childish. She looked around and saw Wang Chui also staring at Chin Sun's place, and she shouted softly with her throat pinched. Ah. Chin Sun. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Suddenly, she felt a push on her waist, and turned around to see Wang Chui with a nervous look on her face. Sister Yi, pay attention to the impact. Yilan. The live broadcast room of the richest man in Shiheng City. The number of people online exceeded 200,000. The barrage was full of joy. Okay. Okay, is this how we play it? Under this BGM, a dog peeing can feel a bit domineering. Give yourself the music of a big boss, like a gangster boss. Give Kato Oki a mentally retarded one? Too cool, I love it. Suddenly, the live broadcast room has 20 consecutive carnivals. A person with a Douyin ID, the richest woman in Beijing, spent more than 60,000 yuan to quickly reach the top of the list. Haicheng Hospital. Lu Jingyao looked at Xia Shujia and said with a smile, Look, isn't this song written by Xiaoxuan normal? He has reached a certain level of talent, and he wrote a few songs about getting up early in the morning to pick up manure for a change of taste. As long as he wants, he can write a good song at any time. Xia Shujia's ears were calloused from listening to it, and he said impatiently, I know. I know. I know. Beijing Gymnasium. Preparation area. Kato Oki and Chin Sun were not far apart. Kato Oki made provocative faces at Chin Sun. Chin Sun pretended not to see it and ignored him. Chin Sun suddenly saw Yang Shulin coming over and was a little surprised to see a smile on his face. He immediately greeted him. Your wife is awesome. Yang Shulin. Chin Sun asked, What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Get out. Otherwise I'll beat you to death. After a pause, he was afraid that he would not have the opportunity to greet Master Yang in the future, and hurriedly said, Your wife is really great. Yang Shulin was embarrassed, and stepped back from him. This ancestor is not to be trifled with. He has a foul mouth, low quality, and a strong fist. He is the kind of person who can't be scolded or beaten. Suddenly, he felt someone hit his back, turned around, and saw Kato Oki with a fierce face. Yang Shulin narrowed his eyes slightly. Kato Oki suddenly trembled all over, recognized the person in front of him, and asked with a shudder in his heart, Excuse me, are you this year? Yang Shulin glanced at Chin Sun, and roared in a low voice, Shut up, or I'll beat you to death. Kato Daiki. Chin Sun scolded you. You scolded me? Hey! Why should he be afraid of Chin Sun? Yoshi. There is an old saying in country C. Money makes the world go round. How much money is this for Yang Shulin? In the octagonal cage, Lu Yixin glanced at the cue card, and continued to introduce with the microphone. Next, allow me to solemnly introduce the referee of this match. Today's special guest, this year's Pride Champion, the new World Boxing Champion, Yang Shu Lin. The venue immediately rang with exclamations. Chin Sun tilted his head and looked at Yang Shulin with a confused face. Yang Shulin? Master Yang? Boxing champion? That's it? Yang Shulin showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. Shame. Shame. Shame, octagonal cage. Lu Yixin shouted loudly. The game will start soon. Please ask both athletes to come on stage. Chapter 452. Let the boxing champion be the referee and bodyguard. Is this guy so powerful? The gymnasium was noisy. The 8,000 spectators looked at the information of Yang Shulin on the big screen and were shocked. Referee boxing champion? What do you mean? This Yang Shulin is the Pride champion this year. Kato Oki is the champion in 2012. Doesn't that mean Kato Oki is the ancestor of Yang Shulin? What are you talking about? Young people are better at boxing. Yang Shulin is at his peak. He should be the ancestor of Kato Oki. Hee hee, No matter which year the boxing champion is, he is the ancestor of Qin Sun. VIP seat? Lu Shaoquan turned to look at Lu Gang and asked, Gongzi, is this competition so grand? Did you invite Yang Shulin to be the referee? How much is the appearance fee? Lu Gang glanced at Lu Yisun in the octagonal cage and answered, Yang Shulin was found by Lu Yisun. It is said that he didn't spend any money. Yang Shulin found Xinshin himself. Lu Shaoquan smiled and said nothing. The competition will start soon. Please invite the athletes on both sides to the stage. I heard Lu Yisun's call. Qin Sun walked onto the stage, and halfway through, he found that Kato Daiki had not caught up with him, so he turned around to look. He took off his sportswear and shoes in the preparation area, and wore only fighting shorts and fighting gloves. He hesitated for a moment, thinking that it would be a bit unrefined to take off his clothes under the spotlight in the octagonal cage, so he quietly went back to prepare. He also began to take off his clothes, shoes, and gloves. Lu Yisun saw that Qin Sun and Kato Daiki were both changing clothes, and felt a little embarrassed for her unprofessionalism. Her eyes fell on Yang Shulin's face, and she smiled softly. Yang Shulin was stunned, with a silly smile on his face. Suddenly, he saw Lu Yisun frowning slightly, a little angry, and immediately realized that this was a hint for him to go on stage. Yang Shulin quickly ran into the octagonal cage, stood beside Lu Yisun, and was a little excited. Lu Yisun took the microphone and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, what do you think of this match today? After saying that, she handed the microphone to Yang Shulin's mouth. Yang Shulin was a little nervous, secretly swallowed his saliva, thought for a while, glanced at Kato Daiki who was preparing, and felt a little sorry for him. Today is a match with a huge disparity in strength. This is my first time as a referee, but I will ensure fairness, justice, and openness in my judgment. No one can commit a foul under my nose. After saying that, a huge roar rang out in the stadium. Yang Shulin! Yang Shulin! Yang Shulin! Yang Shulin was very proud and quietly looked at Lu Yisun. Seeing Lu Yisun smile, his heart was filled with joy. The live broadcast room of the crew of the richest man in Shiheng City. The number of people online has exceeded 220,000. Wow, Qin Sun is rich. Yang Shulin is also here to take advantage of this popularity? At least there is no need to worry about Qin Sun being beaten to death on the stage, as he actually hired a boxing champion as his bodyguard. Before it even started, I smelled the smell of shady dealings. Haha. If Qin Sun can't beat him, Yang Shulin will take over. No wonder Qin Sun dared to compete with Kato Daiki. It turns out there is a master in charge. The richest woman in Beijing is like crazy, still brushing the carnival. Soon, 20 more were swiped out. 60,000 yuan. The live broadcast room received a total of 2.8 million sound waves, which was converted into 280,000 renminbi. Preparation area. Kato Daiki changed his equipment, grinning at Qin Sun not far away. Everyone knows that this is a game with a big gap in strength. But I won't hold back. Yang Shulin can't protect you. Qin Sun looked disgusted, ignored him, and walked directly to the octagonal cage. He was thinking about how to act like a madman, and how to control the scale. He strikes the right balance between crazy and handsome. He can slack off without being embarrassed. Kato Oki saw Qin Sun ignore him, and was a little angry. Ignore me? Underestimate me? Don't cry too loudly when you get beaten to shit. Kato Oki quickly followed, and as soon as he entered the octagonal cage, he saw Yang Shulin walking towards Qin Sun. He could faintly hear Yang Shulin whispering, Brother, you can fight freely later, as long as it's not a big foul. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Brother, did you hear that? Brother, give me some face. But Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Yang Shulin, and said in a low voice with a blank expression, Your wife is awesome. Yang Shulin looked embarrassed. Brother, give me some face. Kato Oki's eyes lit up. Wow! I didn't expect Qin Sun to be such a classy person. He was about to be beaten to death, but still thinking about someone else's wife. Suddenly, Lu Yisun walked towards Kato Oki, and said with a smile, Mr. Kato, I'm about to fight Qin Sun. How do you feel now? Kato Oki reached out to grab Lu Yisun's hand holding the microphone, but she quickly dodged, and he couldn't help but be startled. Wow! What a quick move. Is this flower girl on guard against me? He put his mouth close to the microphone, with a sinister smile on his face. Qin Sun! This bad guy, a big bad guy. Send me to the detention center. causing me to eat poorly, sleep poorly, and no flower girl to work with me every day. Just now, he sent me an urn. He clenched his fists, looked at Chin Sun, and yelled. I only have one thought now, I want to beat him to death. Liu Yixin smiled, turned towards Chin Sun, and said with the microphone. Well said, don't say it again next time. Kato was stunned looking at Liu Yixin's back, and cursed with gritted teeth. You bad woman don't respect me. Your conscience is very bad, very bad. I want. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yang Shulin coming over with a dark face, standing in front of him, and warned in a low voice. Kato Daiki, watch your words and actions. Otherwise I'll fucking kill you. Kato Daiki saw the murderous look in Yang Shulin's eyes, and instantly became timid. A burst of laughter rang out in the venue. This beautiful host is really interesting. She has personality and a good figure. I like her. What's the use of liking her? Within a 50-meter radius of Chin Sun, even a mosquito will only suck his blood. Look at how Kato Daiki is as obedient as a quail egg in front of Yang Shulin. She was clamoring on the internet to fight with Yang Shulin before. It turns out that she was just talking nonsense. With Yang Shulin in charge, Chin Sun will definitely feel safe. Liu Yixin walked in front of Chin Sun, looked into Chin Sun's eyes with a smile, and saw that he was expressionless all the time, felt a little helpless. This Chin Sun is much harder to catch than a black carp. Liu Yixin picked up the microphone and said with a smile. Kato Takamaki said he would beat you to death. Chin Sun. Dear, what do you think? Chin Sun? In the venue. The 8,000 or so spectators exclaimed almost at the same time. Darling, what do you mean by dear? What's dear? Call Kato Daimu sir, call Chin Sun darling. Do you have to treat them so obviously differently? Okay. Okay, another girl has fallen at the hands of Chin Sun. VIP seat? Several women were furious. Songing, what do you mean? What does this mean? What does this bitch mean? Why don't you just take off your clothes on the stage? And Ku, does she think Sister Xiaoning is dead? Monsieur, a woman like this, people with too high moral standards can't deal with her. After the game, I'll go to the account of the border girl and fight her a few moves. Yilan listened to the discussion of several women around her. Her eyes were always on Chin Sun. Her face was a little cold. Humph! This Chin Sun. He should be castrated like a pig, so that he won't smell bad from the bones to the skin. Rest area. Xiaoning sat on the sofa, watching Liu Yixin on TV, with no expression on his face, and said softly, Clown. In the octagonal cage. Chin Sun looked at Liu Yixin, who was a little too close to him, and took a step back. His face was a little dull, but his eyes radiated great wisdom, and he replied, I don't agree with this point of view. Chapter 453 within the rules, you can beat Chin Sun to death, I don't care. I personally think that this pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete. Because of the length of this screw, it can easily directly affect the torque of the excavator, you know? When you smash it in, it will produce a large amount of high-energy protein in an instant, commonly known as UFO. It will seriously affect economic development, and even cause certain nuclear pollution to the entire Pacific Ocean and the charger. Chin Sun finished speaking, with no expression on his face. Liu Yixin was dumbfounded. She looked at Chin Sun in shock. She didn't even notice that her hand holding the microphone was crooked. Kato Daiki? He was so scared by me that he was working? Yang Shulin was a little uneasy. I have to protect Chin Sun later. With his current mental state, he may not be able to beat Kato Daiki. Otherwise, Shin's cousin's husband will be injured, and he will blame me later. In the venue. Suddenly, there was a buzz of discussion, which almost overturned the roof. It's over. It's over. Chin Sun finally got sick. Before the game, he sent people to the detention center and sent urns. He did such tough things. Now he is really going to fight, or he is scared. Don't tell me. His nonsense sounds quite logical. Let me do this. I really can't come. The live broadcast room of the crew of the richest man in Shiheng City. The number of people online has exceeded 250,000. After a burst of barrage, the comments gradually became unified. Chin Sun's mental state. Chin Sun's mental state. Chin Sun's mental state. Chin Sun's mental state. The gifts are flying. The richest woman in Beijing is still powerful, and is still brushing the carnival. After a while, another 30 gifts were brushed out, 90,000 yuan. It seems to be medical expenses for Chin Sun. The live broadcast room has received a total of 4.2 million sound waves, which is equivalent to 420,000 renminbi. Haicheng Hospital. Xia Shujia laughed out loud when he heard Qin Sun's words. Xiuya, look at what nonsense Qin Sun is talking about, like a psychopath, ha ha ha. Suddenly, seeing Lu Jingya's expressionless face, she gradually stopped talking. Lu Jingya said coldly. Is it funny? Xia Shujia. Lu Jingya continued. Qin Sun must have his purpose in doing things. You should learn well and watch carefully. Xia Shujia. I am old. Why should I learn from him? Beijing Gymnasium. Lu Shaoquan asked Lu Gang. What does Qin Sun mean by this? Lu Gang looked embarrassed and answered in a low voice. I heard you say that Qin Sun was going to do some crazy show at today's boxing match. Lu Shaoquan. What is a crazy show? Lu Gang. I'm old and can't keep up with the times. Let's watch it later. This kid has always been reliable. He won't really go crazy there. Lu Yixin took a long time to come back to her senses. She showed a charming professional smile on her face again, picked up the microphone, and spoke loudly. Dear audience, it seems that Qin Sun's thoughts have jumped out of the 3 realms and are not in the 5 elements. Mortals like us can no longer see his taillights. Stop talking nonsense. The competition officially begins now. The cheers and applause in the venue were like waves, one higher than the other. Fight! 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 Suddenly, Lu Yixin took a deep breath, picked up the microphone and said loudly, Whoever wins, gets a kiss from me. After that, she turned around and left, leaving the stage cleanly. Very cool. Yang Shulin. Qin Sun? Kato Daiki was so excited that he danced like a monkey. Yoshi! 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 As he said this, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth in a very obscene manner. A storm of voices was set off in the venue. Kiss! 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 VIP area. Songing, bitch! And Ku, slut! Messier, slut! Yi Lan, beast! Suddenly, I felt my arm being pushed again, and Wang Chui's voice rang out. Sister Yi, be careful of the impact. Yi Lan, I scolded Qin Sun. Wang Chui. Lounge. Xia Ning stood up and began to stretch his limbs, preparing for the battle. Lu Yixin, I haven't hit you for just a few days, and you dare to show off like this? Qin Sun watched Kato Oki dancing, and suddenly found that Yang Shulin looked at him with resentment, and raised his fist fiercely. Your wife is great. Yang Shulin jumped back in shock. Kato Oki noticed it, and felt a little strange. What's going on? Why do I feel that Yang Shulin is really afraid of Qin Sun? It doesn't seem like the power of money. It seems like a wild dog that is scared by being beaten. Strange. Kato Oki was wondering, when he suddenly saw Qin Sun wearing braces, sitting on the ground, cross-legged and closing his eyes. He looked like an old monk in meditation. Kato Oki? Everyone in the venue saw Qin Sun sitting directly in the octagonal cage through the big screen, and they couldn't help but be stunned. All kinds of strange noises intertwined, almost hurting people's ears. What kind of routine is this? Shaolin Kung Fu? Will he just sit in the octagonal cage and let Yang Shulin be his thug? I've been eating steamed buns for 30 years to afford a ticket. Isn't this what I want to watch? The live broadcast room of the crew of the richest man in Shiheng City. The number of people online has exceeded 270,000. The barrage was also confused. Why doesn't he fight? Isn't he waiting for others to hit him? Isn't this courting death? I heard that Qin Sun is very lazy and likes to slack off. Will he slack off even when fighting? Does he have to sit in meditation and finish the first round? It's not good to watch. Even if he screams when he is beaten. Qin Sun is really crazy. Let's be more tolerant. The speed at which the rest of the netizens give gifts has slowed down a lot. However, the richest woman in Beijing is still strong, madly brushing the carnival. She brushed out 20 more, 60,000 yuan. It seems to be medical expenses for Qin Sun. The live broadcast room received a total of 6.1 million sound waves, which is equivalent to 610,000 renminbi. Lu Shaoquan frowned slightly, and habitually took out a cigarette. But he heard Lu Gang's voice. Dad, smoking is not allowed in public places. Lu Shaoquan put it under his nose and sniffed it, and put it back in his pocket, looking at Qin Sun meditating in the octagonal cage, said unhappily, I just want to smell it. Lu Gang. Is this what a crazy show is like? It's quite boring. Sports hall. The audience close to the octagonal cage looked directly at the competition stage. The audience far away look at the big screen. There are sound amplification equipment around the octagonal cage, which can transmit the sound of punches, falls, and even gasps inside. At this time, in the octagonal cage, Kato Oki, holding a mouth guard in his hand, slowly walked towards Chin Sun and stopped 3 steps away from him. He looked at the referee Yang Shulin and complained, "Referee, this guy is playing passively. He's really bad, so bad. How can I beat him?" Yang Shulin thought of what Luisen had said just now. The winner gets a kiss from her, and felt a little irritated. He glared at Kato Oki. "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't whine here. It's not an international competition. Why do you need such strict rules?" He saw Kato Oki looking at him with a cautious look, and understood that he was afraid that he would try to stop him. "Within the rules, you just beat the shit out of Chin Sun. I don't care." Kato Oki heard what Yang Shulin said, and took a closer look at his expression, which didn't seem to be fake. He had a sinister smile on his face. "My goal today is to beat the shit out of him." Suddenly, Yang Shulin cursed. "Laugh at your mother. Put on your braces. It's a foul to deliberately spit out your braces." Kato Oki quickly put on his braces, and slowly walked towards Chin Sun. 1 step, 2 steps, like the pace of a devil. Chapter 454. The boss is a man who can accomplish great things, without any idle baggage. Chin Sun still sits as steady as a mountain, really like a big Buddha carved from stone, unmoving. It seems that he is completely unaware of the danger. Kato Oki's pace is getting slower and slower. For some reason, he feels a little uneasy. What's going on? He is obviously full of flaws, but why does he feel so dangerous? I feel like if he makes a move, I'm going to get into trouble? Gymnasium. A noisy voice gradually sounded. Shouts came one after another. Chin Sun! Open your eyes. Kato Daiki is in front of you. Get up quickly. Hit me. Fuck. Get up. You're going to die. Kato Daiki had already walked in front of Chin Sun. Seeing that he still had his eyes closed, he finally let go of his worries. He raised his fist, and was about to punch Chin Sun in the head. Suddenly, he heard a sharp girl's voice. Kato Daiki, if you dare to sneak attack him, I, Songying, will keep you from leaving this gym. He turned his head, and saw a beautiful girl standing on a chair, and shouting at him. Suddenly, a lewd smile appeared on his face. He got even more excited. Kato Oki turned his head, clenched his fist tightly, and was about to hit Chin Sun on the forehead. Suddenly, he saw Chin Sun open his eyes. His eyes were as calm as the sea, but gave people a strong sense of oppression. Chin Sun's mouth curled up a smile. Kato Oki was like facing a great enemy. He threw a punch. Suddenly, Yang Shulin shouted, "Stop! That's a foul! Stop! Stop it!" Kato Oki was stunned, succumbed to Yang Shulin's power, stopped punching, and was a little confused. Where did I break the rules? Fuck, is it a foul if I punch him? How can we play the game then? Is the shady deal so obvious? Then, Kato Daiki felt a huge force coming from his crotch. Sizzle. A sound. A chill came from his crotch. Kato Daiki looked down and was stunned. I saw Chin Sun sitting on the ground, holding a piece of red rag in his right hand. And his own fighting shorts had a large tear in the crotch. It was actually torn off by Chin Sun. The pink underwear was exposed. Kato Oki's face turned red and then pale, and then red, and he jumped up in anger. So careless. Referee, he fouled. He fouled. Big foul. Yang Shulin ignored Kato Oki, looking at Chin Sun sitting on the ground, was scared out of his wits. Just now, Kato Oki didn't see Chin Sun's movements, but he saw them clearly. Chin Sun's 5 fingers formed claws, and grabbed Kato Oki's crotch, which actually had the shadow of the ancient martial dragon gripper of Country C. Fast speed. Great power. Strong control. If there is a slight mistake, Kato Oki will become 9,000 years old. Chin Sun would also be arrested and imprisoned for a flagrant foul. But Chin Sun only tore the fighting shorts, and did not hurt Kato Daiki's treasure. This strength is really terrifying. You know, generally speaking, the fabric of fighting shorts is made of synthetic fibers such as cotton, polyester, spandex, etc. It has very good elasticity and durability. It is not so easy to tear. Yang Shulin stared at Chin Sun blankly, quietly took a step back, and moved away from him. The wind blew the crotch cold. In the stadium, there was a loud explosion. Fuck. What did I see? Good fellow. As expected of a mentally ill person, he has a flexible mind and is full of tricks. What a monkey stealing peaches. It's a pity that the peaches were not picked. Chin Sun came up and tore off the other person's pants, which is not very polite. Ha ha. Fuck, I laughed to death. Kato Oki wears pink shorts. The live broadcast room of the crew of the richest man in Shihong City. After it was officially opened, the number of people online increased by leaps and bounds, and has exceeded 400,000. The comments flew. Good. He is indeed the most courageous man on earth. This move almost made Kato Daiki extinct. He is handsome, has bad intentions, his actions are ruthless, Chin Sun's damn charm. It's hilarious. He actually used the same tactics he used to fight dogs on Kato Daiki. Men, when you meet Chin Sun in the future, you must wear extra long and thick diapers. No, is his madness so serious? Does he have to pull other people's pants? Is this a boxing match, or a 0-1 battle? Can't he just pull the bell off? The GIF special effects are blooming wildly in the live broadcast room. The sound waves grew at a terrifying speed. Shuren, Chin Sun's hometown. Ma Shogui looked at the live broadcast, with an embarrassed look on her face, and explained to the elders and villagers. This kid was pushed into a corner. He usually doesn't fight with his balls. Usually he kicks. Haicheng Hospital. Xia Shujia looked at Lu Jingya with a smile on his face. Xiaoya, how are you going to wash away Chin Sun's hand? What do you think of his character? Lu Jingya stared at Xia Shujia with wide eyes, with a surprised look on her face, and said sarcastically, I was with you for less than a month when you cheated me out of my body. Ningning is fine now. And you still say that about her character? She pointed at Kato Daiki, who was jumping up and down like a monkey on TV, and said, What's wrong with hitting the bad guys harder? Ah, what's wrong? Xia Shujia took a deep breath and was speechless. I shouldn't have asked for trouble. Beijing Gymnasium. Lu Shaoquan looked serious, stood up, sat down again, and suddenly smiled. Such a vicious dragon claw hand. Did you learn this from a disc? On the other side. Song Ying, I knew my brother was very good. And Boss Chin is too. Alas. Monsieur, Boss is a man who can accomplish great things, without any idle baggage. Yilan, I don't know this guy. Off stage. Lu Yisan watched Chin Sun throw the red cloth in his hand to the ground, feeling a little scared. I can't let Chin Sun do handicrafts in the future. Let alone let him do handicrafts for me. This hand strength is really great. In the octagonal cage, Kato Oki almost lost the fun he loved most in his life, jumping and shouting like a monkey. Seems to be scared. He fouled a lot. Yang Shulin looked at him impatiently and said, I know. Don't shout. Hurry down and change your pants, and start fighting again. Kato Oki. He deeply felt the malice of this world, glared at Chin Sun, and ran out of the octagonal cage in shame. A burst of laughter rang out in the venue. Chin Sun stood up, and heard a louder cheer in the venue. Well done. Good. Great. He raised his hand and waved, and heard another wave of sound in the venue. It was as if he was not boxing, but giving a concert. Suddenly, he made a gesture to silence, and took out the braces in his mouth. The venue immediately became quiet. Everyone guessed that Chin Sun was going to speak, and didn't know what the highlight of his life would be. What should I say to show off? Chin Sun smiled, pointed to his fighting shorts, and said, Feipeng fighting shorts. Safe, comfortable. Let you say goodbye to the sadness of your balls forever. The 8,000 people in the stadium were like petrified, opening their mouths, and not moving. The stadium was silent. Then, there was a loud explosion. Like a thunderclap. Chapter 455. A maggot wants to kill you. Would you be afraid? The 8,000 audience members had mixed feelings. It was like eating a piece of chocolate-flavored shit. Or a piece of chocolate-flavored shit. I don't know whether to be sad or thankful. Everyone looked at Chin Sun on the big screen, who had a calm face and no shyness at all, and couldn't help but admire him. Could it be that Chin Sun's monkey trick just now escaped and tore Kato Oki's shorts apart? Just to pave the way for this advertisement? Other people's shorts are not good, his shorts are good. Fuck. Kato Oki made such a big sacrifice for a pair of shorts? His pink panties were exposed. I really want to know how Kato Oki feels now. No, I dare not watch it. I am so embarrassed that I pooped all over the floor. Why is Chin Sun so calm now? Damn, he has a kind of shameless handsomeness. The live broadcast room of the crew of the richest man in Shihong City. The number of people online has exceeded 450,000. The barrage is swiping. As expected of a marketing genius, he never forgets to advertise. From electric cars, to urns, to combat shorts, the ads are getting smoother and smoother. Chin Sun's professional attitude is first-rate. He almost fell down just now, but he can still advertise seriously. How much advertising fee did Vaping Sports give? I will give 10 times as much. Vaping Sports is out to give gifts. If Vaping Sports doesn't come out to give 100 carnivals, will it be worthy of Chin Sun's amazing operation? Vaping Sports gives 100 carnivals. Seems to have been summoned. Vaping Sports' doing official account began to blast carnival crazily. One after another, seemingly they really wanted to blast 100. They wanted to blast out 300,000 renminbi. But the richest woman in Beijing was still domineering, firmly occupying the top spot on the list. They blasted carnival crazily. They challenged Vaping Sports. After a while, the live broadcast room received a total of 10.2 million sound waves, which was converted into 1.02 million renminbi. Gymnasium. Kato Oki ran back to the rest area dejectedly, and took the fighting pants from his assistant and put them on. He changed his pants, but did not walk out of the room directly, but sat on the sofa and lowered his head in thought. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, Kato Daiki subconsciously clamped his legs together, and his face became more and more solemn. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Why didn't I notice Chin Sun's movements just now? Is he too fast, or am I careless? My pants are of good quality, how could they be torn? Suddenly, the assistant came over, looking nervous, reminding, Kato-kun, someone called me just now saying, if you don't beat the shit out of Chin Sun today, they have a way to make you unable to return to J country. Kato Daiki turned his head suddenly, staring at the assistant with a fierce look on his face, scared him back again and again. He only took 5 million. And he dared to prevent me from returning to my country? Do the people here still have the law? The assistant saw Kato Daiki's murderous expression, took out his cell phone, and handed it to Kato Daiki. Kato-kun, this is the medical report of the lady the night before yesterday. And there is a recording. They have every evidence to sue you for rape. Kato Daiki took a look at the report and clicked on the recording. It was a woman's cry. No! I don't want your money anymore. I don't want to do this business anymore. Let me go! Kato Daiki immediately remembered the night before yesterday. The pretty girl twisted wildly on the bed, which aroused her to the point of bursting with fighting spirit and frightened her to tears. She tried to run out of the room naked, but was dragged back and beaten up. Kato Oki's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Baka! Baka! Isn't this the plot I customized? Baka! The assistant looked very unhappy, whispered. After the incident, she did not charge any money. We were set up. He sighed. There is an old saying in country C, a man has his own reasons. And a woman has her own reasons. This matter is very troublesome. It is very complicated. If they want to deal with us, you will most likely be detained. Kato Oki was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground and slapped the assistant in the face with his backhand. Waste. Big waste. The assistant had stars in his eyes, stumbled, and fell to the ground. He lay on the ground and looked up to see Kato Oki walking to the door aggressively and kick the door off and walk out. That momentum doesn't seem like a punch, but rather like a kill. In the octagonal cage, Chin Sun stood and closed his eyes, and called up the slacking panel. Slacking value, 6900080. The next draw requires 10 million slacking points. Oh my! I just sat in meditation for a minute or two during the competition, and I earned 100,000 slacking points? It seems that a small amount of slacking in front of 8,000 people in the audience and hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room can bring great gains. I will continue to slack off later. At this moment, Chin Sun suddenly heard footsteps and opened his eyes. Yang Shulin walked up to him, coughed lightly, and said seriously, Chin Sun, as a referee, I must warn you. Crotch grabbing is a serious violation. If you cause serious harm to your opponent, you will be held legally responsible. Your behavior will not only cause physical harm to your opponent, but also psychological insult. So please, he was talking happily, thinking he was so cool. Chin Sun suddenly interrupted coldly. So please shut up. Yang Shulin. Can you respect the referee? Chin Sun sneered. My brain is not working well now. If you make me angry, I will even hit the referee. Yang Shulin? He looked at Chin Sun's cold face, and thought of the experience of being held by Chin Sun's legs and used as a spinning top. A magical song sounded in his mind. The magic of love is spinning in circles. Yang Shulin looked at Qin Sun with resentment, and silently stepped back a few steps. Inside the stadium, there was a burst of laughter. My brain is not working well now, don't mess with me. Qin Sun can even say such words. How much money did Qin Sun give to Yang Shulin? Is Yang Shulin serious when he took a few steps back? He looks timid, pitiful and helpless. It seems that the mental illness certificate is really a golden ticket to avoid death, and it scared a boxing champion. Suddenly, a series of dong 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 footsteps sounded. Kato Oki rushed into the octagonal cage, clenched his fists, and roared. Baka! Ka! The sound was very loud. There were microphones around the octagonal cage, which were directly transmitted to the various speakers in the venue. The sound of ka-ka came from the speakers in the venue. The whole venue was buzzing. Everyone was confused. This grandson came up in ka-ka. Who is he humiliating? What kind of character is he? He is anxious. He is anxious. He just suffered humiliation under his crotch. He is anxious. Why do I feel that he is full of murderous intent now? Lu Xiaoquan looked at Kato Daiki and said in a deep voice. He has murderous intentions. Lu Gang's heart tightened. And he asked, Dad, is Qin Sun in danger? Lu Xiaoquan smiled. If a maggot has murderous intentions towards you, would you feel dangerous? Lu Gang was stunned, and then smiled. In the old man's mind, Kato Daiki is not even a dog compared to Qin Sun? Just a maggot? Chapter 456. Please respect the referee, or I will beat you to death. In the octagonal cage, Kato Daiki roared, and felt relieved, and roared again. Ba! Ka when he wanted to roar for the third time. He saw Yang Shulin coming over with a cold face, warning him, This contestant, do you think I am dead? Please respect the referee, or I will go down myself. Beat. Kill. You? Kato Daiki immediately stopped talking, a little confused. Why did this referee suddenly become so angry? The venue burst into laughter. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Yang Shulin has some personal grudges. I took out the anger I got from Qin Sun on Kato Daiki. In the end, Kato Daiki took it all. This is how the world is. Those with bigger fists eat those with smaller fists. And those with bigger wallets eat those with bigger fists. I don't envy the Mandarin Ducks or the Immortals. I envy Qin Sun every day. In the octagonal cage, Yang Shulin walked to the side, waved his hand between Qin Sun and Kato Daiki, and made a gesture to start the game. The game continues. Qin Sun put on his braces, and stood there, looking coldly at Kato Oki. Kato Oki did not wear his braces, and looked at the motionless Qin Sun. Thinking of the sneak attack on his crotch just now, he almost didn't see it clearly. For a moment, he didn't dare to take the initiative to step forward, for fear of being tricked. Now that he had a handle in someone else's hands, he must beat the shit out of Qin Sun, otherwise there will be big trouble. He must be careful and cautious. Kato Oki thought of the video of Qin Sun responding to him before, showing off his leg skills and throwing smoke bombs, and felt a little angry. Baka! This guy is so bad. He stared at Qin Sun, and suddenly came up with a plan, wanting to strike back. Let's see how capable Qin Sun is. Kato Oki showed a wicked smile on his face, and challenged. Qin Sun! I can't bully a newcomer. I'll let you hit me with 3 punches. After 3 punches, if I don't fall down, I'll beat you to shit, hee hee hee. As he said, he put on his braces. During the game, it is a foul for a boxer to deliberately spit out his braces to avoid his opponent's attack. Qin Sun looked at Kato Oki with an arrogant smile on his face, and gradually frowned, revealing a look of disgust. Why is this guy so second-rate? Like those villains in martial arts, who died because of their talkativeness? And he asked me to punch him 3 times? Qin Sun slowly walked towards Kato Oki. The venue immediately rang with a noisy voice. This Kato Oki is so arrogant. Qin Sun, don't be polite. Hit him. Hit him a few more times. Hit him. Kill him with 1 hit. The audience seemed to be infected by Qin Sun, and their quality declined greatly. Someone yelled, Hit his balls. Gradually, the venue was filled with a roar of unison. Hit his balls. Hit his balls. Hit his balls. In the octagonal cage, Kato Oki heard the shouts around him, and looked at Qin Sun approaching, feeling a little proud. Humph! Want to hit my balls? It's not that easy. Just now I was just careless. If he didn't sneak up on me, he wouldn't have been able to hit my balls. Amidst the roar of hit his balls, Kato Oki waved his hands upwards and shouted, "Hit my balls! Hit my balls! Hit my balls!" As if all the audience were his fans. So proud. Suddenly, Kato Daiki saw Chin Sun stop 2 meters away from him. Amid the shouts of "hit his balls," Chin Sun took off his braces and cursed. "Damn! Idiot!" He took a deep breath and made a strange sound in his throat. "Ah, pa!" From a distance of 2 meters. He spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "Baji!" And spit it on Kato Daiki's forehead. A mouthful of thick green phlegm flowed from between his eyebrows and down his nose. Time seemed to stand still. 3 seconds later, Kato Oki seemed to react. His whole face was distorted, his eyes were filled with fear, and he spit out his braces. He screamed heartbreakingly. "Ah!" The voice was as sharp as a soft and cute girl seeing a big cockroach. He quickly wiped his face with both hands, trying to wipe off the thick phlegm. But it was spread evenly, and it became stringy. Kato Oki knelt on the ground with his legs, and howled to the sky. "Ah! No!" The tone was full of anger, shock, confusion. It seemed that he had never expected the scene. Chin Sun's behavior overturned his 3 views, and distorted his facial features. Chin Sun looked at the scene, feeling a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have recorded another song in advance. Snowflakes flying, north wind blowing. In the gymnasium. It was quiet for a moment, and immediately boiling. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. What did I see? This is simply a miracle. The live broadcast room of the crew of The Richest Man in Shihong City. The number of people online has exceeded 500,000. The comments are crazy. Why did Kato Daiki kneel down? Are you confused by a mouthful of spit? You are confused when you are spitted on in a boxing match. A boxing champion is spitted on in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. How much psychological damage will this cause to people? Why did Kato Daiki spread it evenly? It is used as a facial cleanser. Well, a little popular science, this mouthful of spit is green. It is a viral cold. I didn't expect Chin Sun to go on stage with an illness. I feel sorry for him for a minute. Ha ha. I am laughing to death. It's a good boxing match, but it's all a joke. This live broadcast, I must watch it on my knees. And let Chin Sun punch 3 times. How dare you make such an excessive request to a mentally ill person? The gifts in the live broadcast room are flying. A total of 18.2 million sound waves were received, converted to 1.82 million renminbi. Sound control room. We looked at the soaring sound waves, sighed with a wry smile. Although I know Chin Sun is good at making money, but I saw with my own eyes that he increased the number of gifts by almost 600,000 with just a spit. I feel more and more useless. Niu Xiaojun patted Wu Yu on the shoulder and comforted him. Think about it, you have been useless for a long time anyway. Wu Yu, you are useless too. Niu Xiaojun took it for granted. I'm useless anyway. Wu Yu? VIP seats? Lu Gang looked a little embarrassed, asked, Dad, is Chin Sun's move a little dirty? Lu Xiaohuan shook his head, with a smile on his face. Real traditional martial arts, those killing techniques, throwing sand in people's eyes, sprinkling lime. There are many more dirty moves than this. Lu Gang. I know this, but Chin Sun can't use it in front of 8,000 spectators. Right? This is not decent. Another place. Songing, my brother is really not an ordinary man. He doesn't follow the ordinary path. And Boss Chin is still as charming as ever. Mishir, the boss is worthy of being the boss. He spits quickly and accurately. Yilan snorted coldly. Chin Sun has learned bad things from Xiaoning. Lounge. Xiaoning looked at the live broadcast on the TV, frowned, and swore to herself. I must not kiss Chin Sun these days. Even if he wins. I just can't. Could it be that Chin Sun had a cold this morning? And he did it on purpose? Just because he spit on Kato Oki's face just now? Alas. Why is this necessary? Why should I accumulate anger for Kato Oki? In the octagonal cage, Kato Oki knelt on the ground and howled for a while. Suddenly stood up, wiped the thick phlegm on his face, and rushed towards Chin Sun. I'm going to kill you. Chin Sun looked at him coldly. Motionless. Chapter 457 Completely crazy? Swinging boxing champion. Is he serious? Calm down. Yang Shulin rushed out, immediately blocked Kato Oki, opened his arms, and shouted loudly. 2 players, please calm down. Please calm down. You can't do anything extreme outside of the game. Jin Sun was confused. Am I not calm? I am refreshed now, very calm. Kato Oki was overwhelmed by anger, and rushed directly to Yang Shulin like a mad dog. He wanted to knock him away. Rushed towards Jin Sun and tear him apart. But he felt like he hit a wall. Yang Shulin didn't move at all, but hugged his waist tightly. Kato Daiki was hugged, like a shrew, and yelled at Jin Sun. Referee. He fouled. He fouled a lot. He insulted me. He insulted me a lot. Yang Shulin hugged Kato Daiki like a pig, saying insincerely, "Oh, got it. Got it." He turned his head and glanced at Jin Sun, who was standing calmly behind him, and scolded softly. "Jin Sun, you are not allowed to spit again." Jin Sun nodded gently, a little impatient. "Got it. How can I have so much spit? I just spit it all at Kato Daiki." Yang Shulin? Why does Jin Sun's tone make Kato Daiki seem to have taken advantage of him? He spit all at him. So he should thank you? Suddenly, Yang Shulin felt Kato Daiki screaming in his arms. "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Yang Shulin turned his head quickly, looked at Kato Daiki's distorted face, and comforted him. Okay. Okay. He said he knew he was wrong? What else do you want from him? Calm down. Start the game. Kato Daiki was startled, stopped, and stared at Yang Shulin blankly. Suddenly, he was furious. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. It's a big conspiracy. You are a big conspiracy. Referee. Why don't you punish him? Yang Shulin's face fell, and he turned to look at the staff area below. Lu Yisun was shaking her head gently, as if she was disappointed with his inability to control the situation. Yang Shulin got angry and pointed at Kato Oki's nose and cursed. Hack you. I gave you face. Didn't I? You really think I have a good temper and dare not hit you? Right? Have you never heard of a referee hitting a player in a match? Kato Oki felt Yang Shulin's muscles tense up and calmed down immediately. This man is a boxing champion, and he can't be provoked. The most important thing now is to beat the shit out of Jin Sun quickly, so as not to be caught and imprisoned by the bad guys. There is an old saying in Country C that goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. 10 years later, I will use Jin Sun's face to wipe the shit on the ground. Let him feel this insult. Kato Oki took a few deep breaths, and suddenly felt his face sticky, looking at Yang Shulin and said, Referee, I want to apply for a break. Yang Shulin glared. It's not even the game yet. Why are you taking a break? Kato Oki felt very aggrieved, pointed at his face, and felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. I'm dirty. I want to wash my face. I want to wash my face. I want to wash my face. When he said the last part, his voice was almost crying. Yang Shulin waved his hands with disgust, angrily scolded. Why do you, a grown man, care so much about cleanliness? Isn't this blood? It won't affect the game. The game will continue. Kato Daiki stamped his feet anxiously. No. No. I protest. I protest loudly. Yang Shulin felt that the referee's authority was challenged. His mouth twisted, he clenched his fists, and walked towards Kato Daiki. You are the one who troubles so much. Kato Daiki stepped back. Pitiful, helpless, and weak. The opponent is a big pervert. The referee is a big boxing champion. Why is my life so miserable? Suddenly, referee, let him wash his face. Jin Sun's voice sounded. Yang Shulin stopped and turned to look at Jin Sun, a little confused. When did you become so kind? Jin Sun glanced at the sticky, stringy and shiny sputum on Kato Oki's face, and said with a little nausea, If he doesn't wash his face, I don't dare to punch him in the face with my fist. He's like wearing a protective shield. It's unfair to me. Yang Shulin thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. He turned his head, looking at Kato Oki who was stunned, and shouted. Go down and wash your face, and come up quickly. Kato Oki? Jin Sun. Did he say human words just now? Baka! Baka! Kato Oki rushed out of the octagon cage with gritted teeth. Jin Sun looked at his back as he left quickly, feeling a little weird. Weird. He seemed to have made up his mind? Really want to make shit out of me. Laughter in the venue. VIP position. Several sisters were laughing so hard that their bodies shook. Song Ying, ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Brother Jin Sun is disgusting. Monsieur, what a fucking protective shield. And Ku, killing people and destroying their hearts, Chin-sun has always been very good at it. Yilan turned her head and looked at the girls who were talking and laughing, frowning slightly. A man who spits everywhere and spits on other people's faces is so uncivilized. Do you have to lick him so hard? In the octagonal cage, Chin-sun sat cross-legged on the ground again and began to close his eyes and rest. Fishing quietly. Making a fortune quietly. The audience in the venue is used to it, and a burst of laughter broke out. He started meditating again. He must have been holding back his farts, and is trying to do something else. Ha ha ha. I feel that Chin-sun is much more fun after he became mentally ill. Suddenly, someone heard the lively atmosphere in the venue, and realized that something was wrong. How can you laugh? This is a serious boxing match, and Chin-sun has pushed Kato Daiki to this point. When he comes back, you must beat Chin-sun to death? The ambulance is waiting outside the door. Someone answered. With Yang Shulin here, you're in a panic. The man was silent for a moment, and then he slowly said, the inside story? After a pause, he added with a smile. Hee hee. I like the inside story the most. After a while, Chin-sun heard a burst of hurried footsteps, opened his eyes, and saw Kato Daiki rushing in. Another roar. Chin-sun! Stand up! Fight! Fight quickly! He looked at Kato Daiki, whose face and eyes were red, as if he had taken the wrong dog medicine. Knowing that he was really angry. Dare not neglect. Chin-sun stood up and put on the braces. Kato Oki picked up the braces he had just spit out from the ground, stared at Chin-sun intently, and slowly put them into his mouth. Chin-sun compared his boxing stance. Kato Oki immediately rushed over and attacked Chin-sun's head like a storm. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Yang Shulin was shocked. Kato Oki's boxing skills were more powerful than I thought. This speed. This strength. This angle. He is indeed a boxing champion. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, looking at Chin-sun with his eyes wide open, looking shocked. What the hell? How can Chin-sun still perform? Not a single punch hit him? I saw Kato Oki punching like the wind, hitting Chin-sun with each punch like a cannonball. But Chin-sun walked briskly, shaking his head, actually, dodged all the punches. Kato Oki's punches were getting faster and faster. Chin-sun's head was shaking from side to side faster and faster. Suddenly, the gymnasium speakers rang. Completely crazy. Then, an electronic music that could tire a bull to death sounded. Dang. 2. Boom boom boom. Yang Shulin listened to the music, and saw Chin-sun shaking his head quickly to avoid the rain of punches, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Fuck. Swinging boxing champion? Isn't this a funny video? Is this guy serious? Is he going to dodge all the punches? Mo Rinchuan? Chapter 458, he chose the style with the most bullet comments. One punch after another. Kato Oki fell into a frenzy. Dang. Do-do-do-do. Dong 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 dong. In the sound of exciting electronic music, Kato Oki punched like the wind, and kept approaching Chin-sun. Chin-sun shook his head wildly, and stepped back calmly with beautiful steps. Stadium, the audience in the live broadcast room, had all seen the swinging boxing champion video shot by Chin-sun. At that time, it was just regarded as a funny video. Unexpectedly, he actually used it in the game. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Everyone knew that if Chin-sun got hit on the head, he would probably lose his fighting ability. Everyone in the venue held their breath and concentrated, quietly, for fear that any sound would affect Chin-sun's avoidance of the punch. The live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000 people. The barrage was very lively. What time is it? Chin-sun is still here to have fun? Swinging boxing champion? Is he going to make Kato Daiki laugh to death? Oh! I'm so anxious. Chin-sun fights back. Are you going to tire Kato Daiki to death? It's really like a seizure. Outside the octagonal cage, VIP seats. Song Ying took out a black pistol from her bag, held it in her hand, and quietly pointed it at Kato Daiki in the octagonal cage. Zaya Daisy. Die for me! And Ke, who was standing next to her, saw it, and was so scared that her face turned pale. She pressed Song Ying's hand down. And Ke looked around nervously, turned around and glared at Song Ying, who was a little unhappy, and shouted angrily in a low voice. Song Ying? Are you crazy? You. Song Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. And he said proudly, this is a water gun. I want to interrupt their match. And Ke. She silently repeated what Chin-sun said to Kato Daiki just now. Damn, retard. and could turn her head to look at the octagonal cage, and saw the two people fighting inside, and gradually frowned. Something is wrong. Chin Sun was not hit by a single punch. 30 seconds passed. 40 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. In the octagonal cage, Kato Daiki was still attacking frantically. But even an outsider could see that. His punching speed had slowed down a lot. The frequency of Chin Sun's head shaking also slowed down. His head finally shook without any afterimage. Through the big screen in the stadium, the audience finally saw Chin Sun's expression clearly. They found that there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Seems to be enjoying it. Suddenly, the gymnasium gradually began to have discussions. Hey! What's going on? Chin Sun has been beaten for more than a minute. Right? How can he still laugh? Elegant, so fucking elegant. Calm, so fucking calm. Calm, so fucking calm. Did Kato Oki throw 100 punches? This blind cat should have hit a dead mouse. Chin Sun's neck is so flexible? Aren't you afraid of a concussion? Suddenly, in the stadium, the passionate bang 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 electronic music gradually lowered its volume. And another voice joined in. It was Chin Sun's voice. It was also the voice that the audience had heard before. In 1974, I won the championship in my first free fighting match in Southeast Asia. In 1982, I defeated the heavy artillery of J Country Lei Long. And then defeated all the karate masters of J Country for 3 consecutive years. Won the free fighting championship of J Country. Gui Wanchuan, the only successor of Luz Bajiquan in C Country, is known as the nemesis of Mohawk, and is nicknamed Swing Boxing King. Chin Sun's low voice is magnetic. The audience watched Chin Sun dodging frantically in the octagonal cage, and heard this line again, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. The gymnasium exploded. Fuck. I just listened to it as a joke at the time. But now it seems, this is really a bit of skill. Chin Sun. Are you serious? So handsome. Are you going to die? This Chin Sun is a ghost at one moment, a god at another, and really has me under control. Live broadcast room. The number of people online quickly exceeded 700,000. The comments were like an avalanche. Amazing. More and more explosive. Chin Sun chose the style with the most comments. Swing Boxing Champion video. I used to sneer at it, but now I analyze it frame by frame. Chin Sun is indeed the king of traffic. She is really so lively. I think Chin Sun still has her charm. The gifts were flying. The richest woman in Beijing competed with vaping sports, and rushed to give gifts at the carnival. After a while, she received a total of 3.49 million renminbi in gifts. VIP seats. Song Ying stood on the chair, made a poor fist gesture with both hands, shaked her head wildly, and hummed electronic music. Do-do-do-do. Ank and Misier looked up, they looked at each other, and smiled helplessly. It was really awkward to sit with her. Suddenly, Song Ying took a deep breath, waved her right hand, and shouted in a very professional beautiful voice. Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! Ank, Misier, Yilan, damn retard! The 3 of them were so embarrassed that they picked their feet. But the gymnasium gradually began to echo the voices. After a while, the gymnasium with 8,000 people. There were neat shouts. Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! And Ku and Misier looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They hesitated for a while, and quietly raised their hands and waved, and shouted softly. Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! Goes King Sun! Lounge. Xia Ning was watching the TV, and could hear the roar of the mountains and seas through the door, and a look of excitement gradually emerged in his eyes. She hesitated, opened the door, and walked out. Before, she stayed in the lounge to avoid Song Ying, and Ku, and Misier. Now she was infected by the hot atmosphere. She decided to go out, in case Chin Sun won. Some ignorant girls rushed into the octagonal cage and kissed Chin Sun. VIP seat. Lu Xiaoquan listened to the deafening shouts, looked at Chin Sun in the octagonal cage, and had a serious face. Lu Gang saw the old man's face, and felt a little strange. Dad? You seem a little unhappy? Lu Xiaoquan turned his head, and glanced at the densely packed audience, his face a little disappointed. Just now, Chin Sun said on the speakers that he was the successor of Luz Bajiquan. But now I'm worried. Kato Daiki can't force Chin Sun's Iron Mountain support. I just want the world to know that there is a kind of boxing that is open, fierce and fierce, called Bajiquan. At this point, he sighed. Seeing this, Liu Gang immediately understood his father's thoughts. Just like parents who want their children to be successful, they always want their children to make up for their regrets in life. When the old man was young, he had amazing martial arts and must have wanted to become famous. But he didn't have the opportunity back then. Now Qin Sun has this opportunity. But he is completely crazy? Swinging boxing champion? Chapter 459. Pick up the braces. Pick up the braces. In the octagonal cage, Yang Shulin heard the shouts that were about to burst his eardrums, and looked at Qin Sun, who was still dodging the attack quickly, and felt a little jealous. Damn it! I have been boxing for so many years. I won the international championship. I have never enjoyed such cheers. Yang Shulin's eyes fell on Kato Oki. He knew that as Qin Sun's opponent, hearing the voice of Ghost King Sun would cause him a lot of psychological pressure. As expected, Kato Oki's punches were getting slower and slower. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Suddenly, Yang Shulin saw Kato Oki suddenly punch Qin Sun's nose. The nose is the most prominent part of the human face. A heavy blow will cause the bridge of the nose to break. Attacking the opponent's nose is a serious foul. Yang Shulin shouted. Stop! This punch was powerful. If it hit Qin Sun's nose, it would break. But Qin Sun was not in a hurry. He shook his head quickly, avoiding the punch. Qin Sun's eyes were stern, with murderous intent. Kato Oki punched Qin Sun's nose again, and found that he didn't dodge this time, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Suddenly, he saw Qin Sun's knife-like eyes, and his heart jumped, and he quickly withdrew his hand. He stepped back suddenly. Just now, he had a strong premonition. If he didn't stop, not only would he fail to hit Qin Sun, but his arm would be broken. Kato Oki was sweating all over, and stood 5 steps away from Qin Sun. He was breathing heavily through his nose, and looked at Qin Sun with a vigilant face. At this time, Yang Shulin's angry shout rang out. Kato Daiki, you are breaking the rules. You know? Kato Daiki heard Yang Shulin's voice, felt his anger, but his eyes were still on Qin Sun's face. He didn't dare to move away for a second. What's going on? Shouldn't the pretty boy be good in bed? Why is he so good at boxing? No! He hasn't even thrown a punch yet. What is he doing? Why do I feel like a mouse being played by a cat? Kato Daiki swallowed quietly. Suddenly, I felt that the 5 million given by Qin Sun's enemy was hotter than red-hot charcoal. Beat him to death? It doesn't look easy. Qin Sun stared at Kato Daiki motionlessly. His eyes were sharp. Kato Daiki also stared at Qin Sun motionlessly. His eyes were a little evasive. Suddenly, the BGM in the venue became more exciting. Duong. Bang bang bang. Duong. Boom bang bang. In the sound of music, Qin Sun, instead of boxing, stepped on the beautiful butterfly steps and approached Kato Oki. Take the initiative. Kato Oki was like a formidable enemy, and immediately began to counterattack. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 4 punches. Every punch missed. Kato Oki became more and more guilty, and retreated while punching. Qin Sun stepped on the butterfly steps, did not throw a punch, and shook his head wildly as he approached Kato Oki. In Kato Oki's eyes, Qin Sun was extremely terrifying at this time. Like a dump truck with the accelerator pressed to the bottom. Kato Oki simply stopped punching and ran away. He circled around the octagonal cage, constantly looking back behind him, but found that Qin Sun was still there, chasing after him. Yang Shulin? This is really eye-catching. You are running away like a dog. How can you look like a former boxing champion? If others see me, they will think that my boxing championship is not very good. Yang Shulin shouted angrily. Kato Daiki, you are breaking the rules again. If you don't attack and defend effectively, I will fight you together with Qin Sun. Kato Daiki? He turned around and saw Qin Sun approaching quickly with his head shaking crazily. Frightened, he immediately turned around and continued to run. What are you fighting for? I feel like if Qin Sun throws a punch, I will fall down immediately. Yang Shulin? This bastard ran away again? Does he not take me seriously? Seeing this scene, the gymnasium burst into laughter. Fuck. Am I watching a boxing match or a skit? Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm almost having irregular periods from laughing. Yang Shulin is going to fight Kato Oki with Qin Sun. Isn't this bullying an honest man? Ha ha ha. Why do I actually feel a little sympathy for Kato Oki? Live broadcast room. The number of online viewers exceeded 700,000. You are sweating all over. Bro! Does the #1 killer in J Country dare to look Chin Sun in the eye for 10 seconds? Chin Sun is crazy. He is in the right state. I am afraid he will even hit the referee. Damn! Is this acting? Is Chin Sun too strong, or is Kato too weak? Could it be that Chin Sun has opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and is he a master who has never appeared in the world? Chin Sun, please throw a punch. Are you really going to shake Kato Daiki to death? He can't just defend. Right? In the octagonal cage. Kato Oki was panicking. He ran around the octagon cage 3 times. He heard the footsteps of the person chasing him from behind. He was so scared that he spit out his braces. He shouted, "Referee! My braces fell off. My braces fell off." Yang Shulin frowned. If a brace falls off during a fight, the match should be stopped immediately to avoid causing serious damage to the player's teeth. So, there is a so-called technical brace falling off. But Kato Oki obviously spit it out on purpose. He felt that the referee's authority was challenged more and more. He thought of how Chin Sun had acted so arrogantly just now, and won the shouts of the audience. Devil King Sun. Even Lu Yisen in the audience looked at him a few more times. Yang Shulin felt uncomfortable and wanted to show off. He walked towards Kato Daiki with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Chin Sun's voice rang out. "Pick up the braces. Pick up the braces. I told you to pick up the braces." Chin Sun stood still and pointed at the braces on the ground, staring at Kato Daiki and saying loudly. Kato Daiki panted, looking at Chin Sun 5 steps away, without saying a word. Chin Sun's face became more and more gloomy, and Kato Oki was getting more and more panicked. Baka! There is an old saying in Country C called playing the pig to eat the tiger. This guy is obviously a fighting master, but he keeps playing the pig to eat the tiger. Baka! Baka! Kato Oki looked at Chin Sun vigilantly, his mind working quickly. I fouled and injured Chin Sun, and at most I will be suspended. If I don't satisfy the boss who bought Chin Sun shit today, I may have to go to jail. Foul? It's a foul. Chin Sun looked down at the braces that fell on the ground, walked over slowly, turned to look at Kato Oki, and said in a deep voice, I asked you to pick up the braces. Kato Oki's body shrank slightly, like a defensive posture, and also like he was accumulating strength. Chin Sun smiled lightly, stepped on the braces with his right toes, spread his 5 toes, and grabbed them, and slowly raised his right leg, stretched it to Kato Oki's mouth. He actually stood steadily on his left leg alone, and raised his right leg. The right foot was as high as Kato Oki's mouth. Chin Sun said coldly, Open your mouth, and put on the braces. Yang Shulin? Hey! Is this considered a foul? This has never happened in the entire fighting world and fighting history. Chin Sun, this guy, even plays fouls? In the gymnasium, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 460. Still breathing. We can play again. Oh my god. I thought Chin Sun played hard enough before, but I didn't expect he could show off. Too much. Too much. You haven't even washed your feet. Who knows if you have athlete's foot? What if Kato Daiki licks Chin Sun's feet? Wouldn't it extend his life? Is this the abuse under absolute strength? I like it so much. Oh my. This, let me lick it. The live broadcast room has exceeded 800,000 people. The comments went crazy. The gifts were flying. VIP seats in the venue. Songing was amazed. I still overestimated the bottom line of brother Chin Sun. Monsieur thought of the hotel. Chin Sun used a stun gun to shock his assistant, while saying, I never hit women. She couldn't help laughing. I've learned a lot about the boss's moral integrity. His moral integrity is like the chastity of a prostitute, not worth mentioning. And Ko looked at Chin Sun, who was almost standing on one leg in the octagonal cage, with a faint smile on his face. Boss Chin. He's really good at playing. Yilan looked at Chin Sun and snorted. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, and turned around to see Xia Ning walking over with a blank expression. She was startled and patted Wang Chui. Sister Wang, make room for Madame Chin. Xia Ning noticed Yilan's behavior, hesitated for a moment, and sat in the seat Wang Chui had given up. She originally wanted to go to her grandfather's place, but she didn't expect to pass by here. She was caught. Yilan pointed at Chin Sun in the octagonal cage, stared at Xia Ning, and asked, Have you ever licked Chin Sun's feet? Xia Ning? She looked at Yilan in shock. Before she could speak, Forget it if you haven't licked it. Yilan pointed to Song Ying and the others on the right, and said with a smile, there are many people who want to lick it. Xia Ning looked in the direction she pointed, and saw Song Ying and Ke Misier all looking at her. She showed a slightly embarrassed smile on her face, and waved her hand gently. Long time no see. The three women snorted at the same time, turned their heads, and looked at the octagonal cage. Ignored her. Xia Ning. Forget it. Qin Sun is mine anyway, I can't take advantage of him and still act like a good kid. I won't bother with him. Lu Xiaoquan looked at Qin Sun in the octagonal cage, frowned slightly, and tapped his knees lightly with his fingers quickly. Seeing this, Lu Gang asked, Dad, what are you worried about? Lu Xiaoquan said in a deep voice. Qin Sun is too proud. He is showing off like this, standing on one foot, his center of gravity is unstable, and his whole body is exposed. If it was a real life and death fight, without Yang Shulin watching over him, if Kato Daiki wanted to sneak attack, he would be dead now. Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun standing on one leg, and smiled helplessly. Alas, this is what young people are like. In their eyes, nothing is more important than being cool. Suddenly, there were several exclamations in the gym. Be careful. Sneak attack. No martial ethics. In the octagonal cage, Kato Daiki suddenly roared, rushed towards Qin Sun and kicked at Qin Sun's left leg that was standing independently. Yang Shulin was shocked. He stood close and saw clearly. Kato Daiki's kick was aimed at Qin Sun's knee. This kick seemed to have a force of several hundred or even 1,000 pounds. Once it hit Qin Sun's leg, it would be no less than a bamboo pole being hit by a car. Qin Sun's leg would be broken. The barrage in the live broadcast room hadn't reacted yet. Beijing Film and Television Conference Room. Several people looked at Kato Daiki's vicious attack on the projection screen and couldn't help laughing. Good. This guy finally got it. So good. The words were not finished. They were like ducks caught by the neck, and couldn't make any sound. The conference room fell silent again. In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun saw Kato Daiki kicking over, and his leg, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly chopped down. It hit Kato Daiki's kicking foot hard. Ah! Kato Daiki screamed and fell to the ground. Qin Sun immediately squatted down, picked up Kato Daiki's two calves with both hands, and placed them on both sides of his waist. He stood up suddenly, and began to spin in circles with Kato Daiki. Faster and faster. Faster and faster. Kato Daiki was thrown up like a meteor hammer. In the stadium, music started playing immediately. The magic of love is spinning in circles. I miss you so much that my heart is full of joy day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. It will be gone in a blink of an eye. I have to take risks slowly. The magic of love is spinning in circles. Kato Oki shouted. Foul. Foul. Big, ding, foul. Ah. Referee. Baga. Yang Shulin looked at Qin Sun and the other person spinning in circles not far away, with a look of shock on his face. A smile appeared on his face. And gradually, it grew bigger and bigger. Finally, he laughed out loud. He bent over with laughter. He cried with laughter. Damn. I thought I was the only one in the world who had been insulted like this. Unexpectedly, Qin Sun really treated everyone equally. He didn't treat anyone differently. Cool. It was so cool. The gymnasium. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. What are you doing? Didn't I buy a ticket for a boxing match? Why are you doing so many tricks? If Qin Sun wants to curry favor with someone, this scene won't pass the review. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. It has become one of the live broadcasts with the highest number of people online at the moment. The comments flowed like a waterfall. I'm dying. I'm dying. I thought this was Qin Sun's last battle before his death, but it turned out to be Kato Oki's retirement battle. Kato Oki is going to live on another planet. Why is Qin Sun so strong? Fuck. Why can the BGM always sound appropriately? Is Qin Sun prepared for it long ago? Everything is in his plan. Horror. Horror Demon King Sun. The magic of love is spinning in circles? I don't see where the love is. Sound control room. We looked at the live broadcast room on the computer screen. Netizens were giving gifts like crazy. Beijing's richest woman was still giving out gifts, one carnival after another. She gave out more than 1.2 million renminbi. She firmly suppressed vaping sports 1 million renminbi. The cumulative sound waves had reached 55.8 million, which was equivalent to 5.58 million renminbi. Neo Xiaojun looked at the gift special effects in the live broadcast room, and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Washboard, don't say it, you are really good at adjusting the atmosphere. When to play the background music. You control it so well. Wu Yu sneered. What do you think? I'm a professional. She looked at Qin Sun spinning in the octagonal cage, and thought of how Qin Sun had reminded him beforehand when to play what background music. All this was in Qin Sun's calculation. Wu Yu was silent, feeling a little disappointed. My family says I'm a genius. But I know, I'm not a genius at all. I can get 98 points, 99 points, but it seems difficult to get 100 points if I do anything seriously. But Qin Sun, he wants to tell the world at any time. You can get 99 points because you can only get 99 points. And I got 100 points, because the paper can only get 100 points. In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun turned a few times, closed his eyes, felt the wind beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Called up the system panel. Slacking points. 7600080. The next lottery requires 10 million points of slacking points. Not bad. This time, the slacking points actually increased by 700,000. It seems that not throwing a punch is considered slacking in a fighting competition. Picking him up and spinning him in circles is not a proper fighting technique. That kick I just gave him. Oh, I shouldn't have kicked him. Maybe I could have gained more without kicking him. However, at this rate, it seems that the next draw will start soon. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a painful groan, and opened his eyes. He found that Kato Daiki's arms had been relaxed, and were thrown straight. Qin Sun was worried that he would be played to death, and it would delay the value of slacking off. As soon as he let go, Kato Daiki fell to the edge of the octagonal cage. He took a closer look at Kato Daiki lying on the ground. He's not dead. He's breathing. Let's play one last time later. Chapter 461. A super idol, who will never collapse, seems to be born. A sound of people gasping for air rang out in the gymnasium. Fuck. Qin Sun really doesn't treat Kato Daiki as a human being. Your brain has been twisted to pieces. Right? Qin Sun is really ruthless. I like him. Why does Qin Sun give me the feeling of Lubu riding a dog? If I had Qin Sun's strength, I would definitely play it cool. He's doing his best. This waste strength, it really makes my girlfriend ecstatic. Through the big screen in the stadium, everyone saw Kato Oki leaning against the edge of the octagonal cage. His body twisted, breathing heavily, and slowly straightening up. His mind was blank, and he couldn't help but turn his head gently. Round and round. The magical BGM was buzzing in his mind. The magic of love is spinning in circles. I miss you so much that my heart is blooming day and night. Kato Oki's face was filled with pain, and he grabbed his fiery red hair with both hands and shouted, "Ah, don't sing anymore. Baka! Baka!" Everyone was confused and talked about it. What happened to Kato Oki? What's he singing? Is anyone singing? He looks crazy. I didn't have much education. If I beat my opponent crazy in a fighting match, is he legally responsible? Fuck. Mental illness is contagious. Just as the venue was buzzing with discussions, suddenly, the speakers in the venue played the same background music again. The magic of love is spinning in circles. I miss you so much that my heart is blooming day and night. But I'm afraid that love is only a moment. It will be gone in a blink of an eye. I have to take risks slowly. The magic of love is spinning in circles. On the big screen, Kato Oki raised his head. His face was dull, and his eyes were full of pain. He just lay on the ground, covering his ears with his hands. He rolled around. Baga! 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 Baga Yalu! Ah! The venue was quiet for a moment, and then burst into laughter. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1.2 million. The barrage was laughing like crazy. Ha ha! Oh, what are you doing? Mopping the floor? This song has become Kato Daiki's nightmare. Qin Sun, I advise you to be kind. I was worried that Qin Sun would be beaten to death before, but now I am only worried that I will not be laughed to death. It turns out that compared to destroying the enemy's body, breaking the opponent's psychology is the most cruel. This sound engineer is too mean. People cried and begged not to sing it again, but he insisted on playing it again. Be serious, all of you be serious. This is a fighting match. You, ha ha ha. People at the scene should be given 2 tickets, one for the fighting match, one for the comedy show. The magic of love is spinning. I miss you so much that my heart is blooming day and night. This song is going to explode. Sound control room. Niu Xiaojun looked at the live broadcast room on the computer screen. Gifts poured out like a flood. Opportunity Kato Daiki rolled once, and it could increase by 10,000 sound waves. It rolled for half a minute, and it had increased by 300,000 sound waves. It was equivalent to 300,000 renminbi. The cumulative sound waves of this live broadcast had reached 67.8 million, which was equivalent to 6.78 million renminbi. Niu Xiaojun stamped her feet anxiously. Oh my! Oh my! Qin Sun really knows how to make money. She asked Wu Yu anxiously. Washboard, was I not polite to Qin Sun at the beginning? Should I be good friends with him? Wu Yu looked up and down at Niu Xiaojun's fat body, and was hesitating about how to answer, when she heard her shouting loudly. Fuck. I'm talking about normal friends. Niu Xiaojun waved his hand. I want to be good friends with Qin Sun. That damn bastard. Wu Yu sighed. Alas. How come this Niu Xiaojun has lost all the dignity of a rich second generation? Beijing Film and Television Conference Room. Everyone looked at the live broadcast on the projection screen, and felt as if they had eaten shit. They all started to curse. This Qin Sun. Where did he come from? Where did he come from? He's always playing dumb. The movie was shoddy. At first the actors didn't want to admit that they had made this movie, but the whole Spring Festival season collapsed. He's now playing dumb, playing stupid, playing crazy, and ended up beating Kato Oki like a dog? Kato Oki has collapsed, and he can never beat Qin Sun to shit again. The box office of the richest man in Shihong City will be unstoppable. Touch of Love is finished. When everyone was cursing. Suddenly, an executive said, if Qin Sun finds out that we are doing something behind the scenes, with his petty temper of revenge, I am worried that he will. Everyone looked at him. He looked unhappy, and said in a deep voice, I am worried that he might bring down Beijing Film and Television. When everyone heard this, they were relieved and mocked. Really? I thought you were going to say something. He is very powerful, but if he wants to bring down Beijing Film and Television, I will give him 3 guts. Suddenly, the CEO of Beijing Film and Television slammed the table and said loudly, please invite the Internet Army to leave the live broadcast room of the richest man in Shihong City. We must curb the momentum of Qin Sun becoming a national idol. He took a deep breath, his face was cold, and said in a deep voice, once he becomes this kind of alternative super idol, an idol that is not afraid of collapse. The 2 words Qin Sun alone are worth hundreds of millions of box office. The office was silent, looking at the densely packed gifts on the projection screen, some envy and jealousy. They are professionals in the entertainment industry. They know that a super idol's ability to make money is no less than that of a listed company. But super idols need to spend a lot of money on marketing, and are even more afraid of collapse. Once the image collapses, not only will the idol's ability to make money fall to the bottom in an instant, but they will also have to pay for various endorsements and the sky-high liquidated damages for the announcement. But Qin Sun, a shirtless person who spits on others' faces in the octagonal cage. A person who grabs people's braces with his toes and forces them to put them back on. A person who grabs his opponent's feet and spins in circles with the magic of love. This kind of person who has no idol burden at all, once he gains the favor of the whole nation, becomes a super idol. One day, he will be caught by paparazzi for soliciting prostitution. I believe that netizens will only discuss whether he ordered fast food or a night out. 1 or 2. What posture was used? Should he recommend a few old Chinese doctors to Qin Sun? Even consider whether he should solicit prostitution with one and be arrested to keep Qin Sun company? This house will never collapse. The more prostitutes he makes, the more stable his personality will be. The more you play, the more money you make. Gymnasium. VIP area. Lu Xiaoquan held a cigarette in his hand, feeling a little complicated. Qin Sun is very strong, stronger than I thought. But if he keeps doing this, where will he have the chance to use his trump card? How can my Bajiquan give this world a loud slap in the face? Chapter 462 Young Kato. Do you need energy drinks or active oil? VIP area, on the other side. Yilan turned her head and looked at Xia Ning, with a smile on her face. Did Qin Sun grab you and spin you around like this? Xia Ning. She frowned slightly, stared at Yilan, suddenly raised a dangerous smile, whispered, you want to hear it, then I'll tell you in detail? Yilan snorted coldly, turned her head, looked at the octagonal cage. No need. You can keep these experiences for pornographic writing. Xia Ning? I have learned a lot of curse words from Qin Sun, why can't I win? Not talented enough? In the octagonal cage, Kato Oki rolled around, shouting and shouting. Stop singing! Suddenly, he heard a loud uproar in the venue. Something seemed to have happened, and he was sobered up. He sat up immediately. He only saw the back of Chin-sun walking out of the octagonal cage. Yang Shulin also walked down. Kato Oki breathed a sigh of relief. His body collapsed on the ground, lowered his head, and looked at the ground. I don't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, he heard another shout in the venue. He immediately raised his head and saw Chin-sun walking back, holding something in his left and right hands. Kato Daiki rubbed his butt on the floor and kept retreating until he was leaning against the octagonal cage. There was no way to retreat. Another round of laughter rang out in the gym. No. Kato Daiki? Is it necessary? Why is he hiding in the corner when he sees Chin-sun like a cat seeing a mouse? This is too cowardly. You go up and get your legs held and swung for a few minutes. And listen to the magic of love spinning in circles for a few minutes. And you are also cowardly. Wasn't Kato Daiki very arrogant before the game? He said he would beat Chin-sun to the ICU. I feel like Kato Daiki is going to be scared to the point of going to a mental hospital. Ah. Boring. I still like his rebellious look just now. Live room barrage. Someone is leading the discussion. Fake match. Fake match. Fake match. Wu saw the sudden outpouring of comments and slammed the table in anger. You are playing the game of Water Army again. Are you willing to spend money like this? I have more than 1.2 million people online in my live broadcast room, and you can still post comments in unison? Before Wu could set the banned words on his computer, he saw netizens spontaneously defending him. Fake match. These two people are fighting to the death. How can it be a fake match? You said it was a fake match? Go and carry half a pig and turn it around. See if you can turn it around? Can Chin-sun's muscular body be fake? Whether it's fake or not, doesn't she know that she is the richest woman in Beijing? Where did the Water Army come from? Get out. Damn, idiot. Damn, idiot. Damn, idiot. Seeing this, Wu was a little dazed, but suddenly smiled, turned to Niu Xiaojun and said, Brother Niu, we seem to have witnessed the birth of a super idol. Niu Xiaojun looked at the bullet screen, pursed his lips, and nodded heavily. Well, I will not provoke Chin-sun if I can in the future. He has many fans and they are stupid. I can't afford to provoke him. Beijing Film and Television Office. Everyone looked at Chin-sun's famous quotes. Damn, idiot that were swiping the screen in the live broadcast room. It drowned out the bullet screens of the Water Army that they spent hundreds of thousands to lead the rhythm. The atmosphere was as dull as a morning hall. A sigh sounded. Chin-sun is unstoppable. In the octagonal cage, Chin-sun looked at Kato Daiki, who was leaning against the fence and curled up, looking a little scared, and showed a harmless smile on his face. He held two bottles, one large and one small, in his left and right hands, and slowly walked towards Kato Daiki. Kato Daiki looked at Chin-sun with a smile, his eyes fell on his hands, his face turned pale, and his legs kicked wildly on the ground. He shouted with a sloppy accent. You don't come over. Don't come over. Chin-sun's smile froze, and his face was a little embarrassed. Really? Your kindness is taken for granted. I smile so cutely. What are you afraid of? The gymnasium burst into laughter. Fuck. Why did Kato Daiki make a girlish voice? Just by listening to the voice, I thought Chin-sun wanted to rape him. There are so many women who like Chin-sun. How can it be a man's turn? Change your taste. Hey! What is Chin-sun holding in his hand that scares Kato Daiki like this? Is it a weapon? Hey hey hey. Is Chin-sun going to break the rules again? Everyone held their breath and stared at the big screen. Chin-sun was standing not far from Kato Oki, looking down at him, and slowly raised his hands. He raised the things in his left and right hands in slow motion, and shook them gently to show what was on them. His voice was as soft as a kindergarten teacher, and he asked with a smile, Young Kato, what you need now is this bottle of Mingyo energy drink, or this bottle of Master AI's active oil? Kato Oki was stunned, watching Chin-sun slowly open his mouth, and subconsciously made a sound. Ah! Chin-sun raised his left hand and waved the energy drink. Mingyo, your energy is beyond your imagination. Kato Oki's eyes were dull. Ah! Chin-sun raised the Holuo oil in his right hand. Master AI Holuo oil, exercise is endless. Where there is pain, there is love. Kato Oki blinked. Ah? Chin-sun said with a smile. Young Kato. Which one do you need? Kato was stunned for a moment, but still made a sound. "Ah!" The gymnasium burst into laughter, almost blowing off the roof. "Fuck. Awesome. Very awesome. Explosive. Very explosive. Ha ha ha. I've never liked watching commercials so much. As expected of a genius, who could shoot the commercial for Myth of Love. Fuck, can you really just say it when you open your mouth to make commercials? Yum Kato. Why did Shin-sun talk like that, with a tone of wanting to die? Ha ha ha. Young Shin-sun. You're going to kill me. The live broadcast room now has more than 1.5 million people. The barrage flies. Could it be said that Kato Oki is the tool person for Shin-sun as an advertisement? He is the fist that these advertisements only played? Kato Oka can no longer speak. I only say, ah. Why is there a sense of cuteness and cuteness? I know that there are no people in this world who are unsatisfactory. If so, it's not hard enough. Now Kato Oku is not an energy drink, it's not a living oil, instead of mother's love. God has a pain. There is love. There is love. Now there is only pain on Kato Okuka. No love, Shin-sun. You let him have no love. Kato Oku, so scared, hug. We thought of Shin-sun's two slogans. Your energy is beyond your imagination. There is no end to exercise. Where there is pain there is love. She knows a little about advertising, and even worked in an advertising company for a while, so she knows these two slogans that Shin-sun said casually. In the normal advertising industry, they are worth 1,000 gold coins. Wu slapped her thigh, looking annoyed. Loss. How come a product only costs 600,000? Loss. Loss. No, these slogans are not written into the contract, and they cannot be used by these two companies for free. If you want to use them, you have to pay more. Chapter 463. I was so scared. We looked at the live broadcast room. I found that Mingyo energy drink and Master AI Holua oil appeared in the live broadcast room, seemingly very satisfied with Shin-sun's advertisement. I was madly brushing Carnival. One, another. After a while, Xiaoma electric car seemed a little embarrassed, and also came out to brush Carnival. Joined the big melee to grab the first place of the list of the richest woman in Beijing. Wu took a closer look, and felt much better. The cumulative sound waves of this live broadcast have reached 79.8 million, which is equivalent to 7.98 million renminbi. And it is still growing at a terrifying speed. It is estimated that it will break the previous Douyin gift record. Stadium. VIP area. Song Ying took out her mobile phone, and kept taking pictures of Shin-sun holding the drink and Holua oil, muttering in her mouth. As expected of my brother, he is so handsome even with a mental illness. Enko smiled faintly. Mr. Chin's professional attitude is really awesome. For the summer marketing of Dudu Tea this year, I will look for Mr. Chin again. Miss Sierra put down her mobile phone, thinking about the gifts flying in the live broadcast room. Just now, she sighed with a bitter smile. Those two advertising slogans, and earn more than an ordinary person can earn in a lifetime. Yilan had been eavesdropping on the three girls, and after listening, turned to look at Xiaoning, who was smiling. Hey Xiaoning. Shin-sun can get 3 taels of gold just by farting now. Will he stop writing songs for us in the future? Xiaoning. She didn't say anything yet. Wang Chui was anxious, squatting at Yilan's feet, begging. Auntie, don't say shit. Piss. Fart, pay attention to the impact. Lu Xiaoquan stared at Kato Daiki, who was sitting on the ground, without blinking, and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Lu Gang asked, Dad, what are you thinking about? Lu Xiaoquan still stared at the octagonal cage and said, I'm thinking, is Kato Daiki really crazy now, or is he pretending to be crazy? He sighed. I'm most afraid of being half crazy. Lu Gang didn't understand and asked, Dad, I don't understand. Lu Xiaoquan looked at Shin-sun in the octagonal cage and explained in a deep voice. If Kato Daiki was crazy, he should be scared and dare not fight Shin-sun. If he was pretending to be crazy, he should be throwing smoke bombs for Shin-sun and preparing for a sneak attack. Lu Gang nodded and asked, Then is he half crazy? Lu Xiaoquan narrowed his eyes. His voice was a little cold. Half crazy. He dared to attack by surprise. And dared to kill. Using a killing skill. Lu Gang turned his head to look at the octagonal cage and muttered. No way. There are stories of kung fu masters being attacked by surprise in every era. And he knows that some of them are not stories. It's the so-called martial arts master who was beaten to death by a fool with a brick. Lu Gang turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoquan and asked, Dad, do you want me to remind Shin-sun? Lu Shaoquan nodded. Definitely. In the second round of the match, Kato Oki will most likely use some dirty, mean and cruel means. In the octagonal cage, Jin-sun saw Kato Oki's eyes were dull, and he curled up in the corner, like a young wife who had just been teased. He smiled, put down his two hands that were holding things, and gently closed his eyes. Call up the system panel. Slacking value, 9200080. The next lottery requires 10 million points of slacking value. Jin-sun's body was shaken, and he immediately opened his eyes. I just ran an ad for a while. The slacking value increased by 1.6 million? Did my few ads cause much psychological damage to Kato Oki? Or did it make millions of netizens climax? The increase was so terrifying. Only 800,000 slacking value was left to participate in the lottery. Could it be? Today, Kato Oki was shirtless, his hands were on his knees, huddled in the corner of the octagonal cage, and saw Jin-sun close his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were shining brightly, seemingly very excited. Kato Oki opened his mouth slightly. Ah! Just like the idiot at the village entrance. Jin-sun shook his head at Kato Oki's appearance, turned around and walked towards the octagonal cage entrance. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him, and immediately turned his head. Kato Oki stood up with the help of the fence, and when he saw him looking over, he quickly squatted down, with a look of fear on his face. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I'm going to rest my work. This scene was transmitted through the big screen. In the gymnasium, people were talking about it. Alas, why do I feel that Kato Daiki is a bit pitiful? I want to go off the field to rest. But I am afraid that Jin-sun will beat me up. With Jin-sun's character, well, he is indeed capable of beating people up while they are resting. Is Kato Daiki stupid? For some reason, I feel guilty. How about Jin-sun just gives Kato Daiki a quick knockout, KO him directly, so that he won't suffer any more? That makes sense. Just beat him to death. The preparation area under the octagonal cage. Yang Shulin circled around Lu Yisun, constantly saying something he thought was very humorous. But he found that she was just smiling indifferently. She kept her eyes on the octagonal cage. Yang Shulin was a little unhappy, mustered up his courage, asked, Xin, do you like the guy in the octagonal cage? Lu Yisun turned her head to look at Yang Shulin, smiled. No, I don't like it. Yang Shulin's eyes lit up slightly. Then, he heard her say again, how could I like Kato Oki? Yang Shulin. He knew Lu Yisun was joking, but he didn't have the courage to ask again. Alas, chasing girls is always harder than boxing. In the octagonal cage, Jin-sun took a deep look at Kato Oki, who was shrinking, turned and walked out the door. He heard another sound behind him. A sound of footsteps. Kato Oki's mumbling came. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Kato Oki trotted past Jin-sun, past him, and slowly ran to the door of the octagonal cage. Don't hit me! Don't! Jin-sun smiled helplessly. Suddenly, a sharp woman's voice sounded. Be careful! Jin-sun recognized Xia Ning's voice. The voice was full of panic. As soon as the voice fell, Jin-sun saw Kato Oki suddenly turned around. His whole face was twisted like an alien, and his whole body was full of evil and terrifying aura. Baga! Kato Oki's elbow hit his nose. The knee hit Jin-sun's crotch. It happened in a split second. Jin-sun's eyes were stern, and he yelled, Iron Mountain. He used his shoulder to hit Kato Daiki directly. There was only a sound of bones breaking. Kato Daiki flew backwards, flew 4 or 5 meters in the air, and hit the octagonal cage. Bang! He fell to the ground. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He twitched a few times. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yang Shulin's scalp was numb, and he felt that his refereeing career was over. He shouted at the doctor on the other side of the field. Doctor? Doctor? Hurry up and save him! Jin-sun looked at Kato Oki, whose mouth was full of blood, and gradually showed a frightened expression on his face. He saw 3 doctors rushing in, surrounding Kato Oki and saving him. After a while, Jin-sun held willow oil and energy drink in his hand, raised his head, looked at a camera, muttered, I didn't mean it. I was so scared at the time. The whole audience was silent. Chapter 464. The one lying on the ground is Kato Daiki. You asked Jin-sun if he was okay? I was so scared. Jin-sun stood on the stage, holding willow oil in one hand, and a drink in the other, with a look of helplessness on his face. Like a kindergarten kid, who made a mistake. Looking at him, it was so heartbreaking. The gymnasium was silent. The scene just now left an indelible impression in their minds. The match started with a mouthful of spit, and the swing boxing champion pushed it to a climax, and the magic of love spun around and ignited the stadium again. It wasn't too exciting, but it was a little funny. But it ended so thrillingly. It was fierce, bloody, dominant. Everyone was speechless for a long time. Gradually, someone started to speak. The voices got louder and louder. Fuck. 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 It was so scary. What happened just now? Kato Oki is a man of 140 to 50 kg, and he was knocked flying by Chin Sun. About 3 to 4 meters? It's just like being hit by a car. Ah, Mom, I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chin Sun is really a master. The live broadcast room was filled with bullet screens. I thought Chin Sun had done all the damage, but he still had a big move. Chin Sun's reaction was so fast. I felt that Kato Oki's elbow was about to hit his nose, but he was subdued in such a short time. Kato Oki. Why did you do this? A sneak attack failed, but you still lost money. No wonder Chin Sun wore red combat pants. As the saying goes, the pinker the clothes, the harder you hit. Look at Kato Oki's mouth full of blood, as if he had his period. Did you hear the sound of bones breaking just now? Kato Oki was not killed by the collision. Was he? Iron Mountain support? What Iron Mountain support? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The VIP area of the gymnasium. Lu Xiaoquan stood up and looked at Chin Sun. Hearing the people around him talking about the ties on cow, he murmured with a smile on his face. This is the ties on cow. Lu Gang stood up and asked with a smile. Dad? How does Chin Sun compare to when you were young? Lu Xiaoquan smiled. He can't compare to me. But he's not much different. Grandma sat on the chair, looking up at her husband, and sighed softly. The old man was so happy today. Under the octagonal cage. Staff area. Yang Shulin looked at Chin Sun standing blankly in the octagonal cage, and thought of the scene where Kato Daiki was knocked away just now, and his back felt cold. It turned out that I'd lost so badly with Chin Sun that day because of carelessness. This guy is so strong? He was just playing with me that day. If he is so good at fighting and participates in international fighting competitions, isn't he going to take all the gold belts and take them home to burn as firewood? Yang Shulin turned his head to look at Luisen and asked, Xin, has Chin Sun been secretly raised in your family since he was a child? And has your grandfather taught him martial arts since he was a child? Luisen looked a little unhappy and said in a cold voice, Yes. Yes. Chin Sun and I have slept in the same bed since we were young. Yang Shulin was startled, a little nervous, and asked, How old were you? It's okay in kindergarten, but it's not appropriate to sleep together after elementary school. Right? Luisen was stunned and sneered. We slept together last night. Yang Shulin knew it was a joke, and his face was a little embarrassed. And he smiled. Xin, are you unhappy? Luisen took off her warm down jacket, revealing a white dress, picked up the microphone placed beside her, and walked towards the octagonal cage. Only one sentence left Yang Shulin's heart broken. If you weren't on the stage watching Chin Sun and being a good bodyguard, you almost made me a widow. How can I be happy? Yang Shulin looked at Luisen's graceful back, and suddenly felt his body hollowed out, and slowly sat on the ground and lowered his head. You lick dog, you will die a miserable death. Luisen walked into the octagonal cage, and glanced at Kato Oki, who was being rescued by 3 doctors. She quickly walked to Chin Sun, and circled around him, looking at him carefully, and asked with concern while holding the microphone. Chin Sun, are you okay? Chin Sun looked at Luisen in shock. He didn't expect her to ask that. He glanced at the unconscious Kato Daiki on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. A burst of laughter rang out in the gym. Oh my god! Does your worldview follow your senses? Sister, look at the guy on the ground. The one who is vomiting blood, has a broken bone, and is still unconscious. Is he okay? He's the one who needs your concern. Chin Sun didn't even put down the drink in his hand. He looked like he wanted to take a few sips. You still asked him if he was okay? Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? In the octagonal cage, seeing Chin Sun dumbfounded and silent, Luisen thought he was a little cute, and asked again, Chin Sun, how are you feeling now? Chin Sun saw Luisen put the microphone to his lips, and after a little preparation, he began to perform. He pointed at Kato Daiki, who was being rescued on the ground, with a look of fear and panic on his face. Why did he attack me? He attacked me. He fell to the ground. I was kind enough to give him some oil and drinks, but he didn't want them. And he even hit me when I walked out of the octagonal cage. He hit me in the face with an elbow. He took a deep breath and said loudly, I was so scared. Louison turned her head and looked at Kato Daiki in the octagonal cage, whose mouth was full of blood and who seemed to be only breathing in but not exhaling. For a moment, she was speechless. It was Kato Daiki who was injured. What are you screaming about? Another burst of laughter rang out in the gymnasium. The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 1.6 million. The barrage of comments was flying. I was so scared. Is he talking human words? Jin Sun's punches are really clean, and he never hits again. Hit again? If he hits again, he will die. His hand holding the drink did not tremble at all, and he did not look scared at all. He got the advantage and still acted cute. At this time, in the octagonal cage, a doctor stood up and said loudly, Stretcher, stretcher. We have to send him to the hospital as soon as possible, otherwise. The doctor looked solemn. Louison hurried over and asked, Doctor, otherwise he will die. The doctor glanced at Jin Sun not far away and sighed. Kato Daiki's clavicle is broken, his ribs are broken, and it seems that his internal organs are also ruptured. The situation is very critical. He looked down at Kato Daiki and said in a deep voice, Kato Daiki will bid farewell to the competition stage in this life. And he will most likely be disabled. Louison heard it, and heaved a sigh of relief for some reason, and said, That's good. That's good. After saying that, she heard an uproar in the audience. She realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly said, What I mean is, it's good that he is not dead. It's a good thing that he is not dead. The stretcher came quickly. Several doctors carefully carried Kato Daiki up and walked out of the gymnasium. Louison walked in front of Jin Sun and asked, Jin Sun, you crippled a man. How do you feel now? Will this incident have any impact on your mental health? Jin Sun slightly widened his eyes. Hey! Why is this woman asking me this? Can I still say I am very happy? Jin Sun's face was heavy, and he sighed. As a human being, I am sorry. Chapter 465. Many people in the live broadcast room now say that you are a murderer. Louison's beautiful eyes flickered. This guy is playing cool again. A muffled thunder-like discussion sounded in the gymnasium. Bored as a human being, are you sorry? Does mental illness mean being able to say golden sentences anytime and anywhere? The one who should be sorry is the beautiful host. Kato Oki is almost dead, and this female host is still concerned about Jin Sun's mental health? Is Kato Oki's life not a life? Is a dog's life not a life? Didn't Kato Oki prepare an ambulance? If you don't take a ride, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Wu stared at the live broadcast room on the computer, watching the gifts soaring, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hey! This is 8.5 million renminbi. Are there only so many rich people in the world? Suddenly, Wu found that someone was leading the discussion again. It was full of negative comments. Sorry? If saying sorry is useful, what do we need the police for? Beat a person to death. You are breaking the law. You know? Murderer. Murderer. Jin Sun goes to jail. Jin Sun goes to jail. Justice will not be absent, nor will it be late. Wu Yu's face darkened. Beijing Film and Television Conference Room. A group of executives looked at the bullet screen on the projection screen. The company's CEO was a little surprised. It seems that Jin Sun has offended not only us, but also other colleagues. Look, there are people who are leading the rhythm with the water army. Jin Sun has become the target of public criticism. But this rhythm is brainless. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. Mr. Zhang, this is the rhythm led by the water army company we hired. We asked them to lead the rhythm before, but they didn't do it. They were a little embarrassed, so they led the rhythm spontaneously. Mr. Zhang was stunned and kicked over the desk. Stupid. Contact them quickly and tell them not to bring it. Jin Sun was attacked during the break of the game, and it was just self-defense. It's impossible to bring it up. Okay? Only it will arouse the netizens' desire to protect Jin Sun. This is flattering Jin Sun. Take my money and do his business? Stupid. He stood up, pointed at the projection screen, and cursed. Look! Is this gift more than what was given just now? Everyone looked over and found that it was indeed the case. Gifts were flying everywhere. In addition to passers-by, the rich were also giving gifts. The richest woman in Beijing, Mingyo Energy Drink, Master AI Hulu Oil. 3 big bosses, Xiaoma Electric Car. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain was still going on. Shiren, Qin Sun's hometown. Ma Shogui was originally showing off to the elders and villagers. I said Xiaoxuan could hold down a pig by himself. You don't believe it, look at this strength. I'm afraid he can hold down a cow. The villagers laughed and echoed the praise. Suddenly, she saw the direction of the comments changed. One by one, people were brushing. Murderer. Jail. Justice. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and shouted, "What are these people talking about? Isn't that person still alive? What do you mean he is a murderer? You all saw it, it was that guy who wanted to attack Xiaoxuan, and Xiaoxuan was forced to fight back. We are the victims." Haicheng. Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Jingyao looked at these comments, rubbed her eyebrows, and her voice was a little cold. Old Xia, check who is stirring up trouble for Qin Sun, as an elder, let him vent his anger. Why are they chasing him like dogs? Xia Shujia walked to the edge of the bed, gently touched Lu Jingyao's belly, said softly, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Such little trouble is useless, and your elder brother is here. It's impossible for Qin Sun's reputation to be affected in the slightest." Gymnasium. Lu Gang looked at the live broadcast room on his mobile phone, found someone stirring up trouble, and smiled bitterly. He sent a message to his assistant. After a while, Yang Shulin walked into the octagonal cage. Lu Yixin was a little surprised, blinked at him, and suddenly felt that Yang Shulin was a third party. How annoying. Yang Shulin was a little embarrassed, walked over, and whispered, "Your uncle asked me to come up and say a few words." He reached out to Lu Yixin, wanting to take the microphone. Lu Yixin was startled, turned her head to look at Lu Gang, and saw him nod, and then handed the microphone over. She felt a little lost, and felt that a man had been robbed of a man. Through the big screen, 8,000 spectators saw Yang Shulin walk onto the stage, and suddenly became quiet. They wanted to see what the new champion was going to do. In the octagonal cage, Yang Shulin held the microphone, and glanced at Lu Yixin from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He looked at Qin Sun, and said loudly, "Qin Sun, do you know?" After saying that, he looked at Qin Sun quietly. "Qin Sun?" He looked at Yang Shulin, and saw that he was not going to speak, and asked hesitantly, "Know what?" Yang Shulin realized that he had not made it clear, and felt embarrassed in front of Lu Yixin, and was a little annoyed, and continued, "Do you know? Now many people in the live broadcast room say that you are a murderer." "Qin Sun?" "Ah?" In the stadium, nearly 8,000 viewers immediately took out their mobile phones, and looked at the live broadcast room. They found that the barrage was indeed full of slanderous remarks. Xia Ning and the other girls took out their mobile phones, and looked at them, and their faces became gloomy. In the audience, there were waves of curses, and the curses became more and more fierce. Who said that? Which dog said that? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Isn't Kato Daiki still alive? Even if he is dead, it is self-defense. Qin Sun is innocent, I can testify. So can I. So can I. Suddenly, Songing yelled, "Bullshit!" Suddenly, the whole stadium was filled with bullshit. After a while, the audience spontaneously swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. Bullshit! 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 More and more. The formation became more and more unified. Instantly flooded the live broadcast room. Sound control room. Wu looked at the live broadcast room barrage, smiled with joy, and suddenly found the official Douyin prompt in the background. She quickly put her mouth to the microphone and opened the microphone. Wu Yu's voice rang out throughout the gym. "Hey! Hey! Hey! Everyone calm down. Speak to him. Not to his mother. Be civilized. Pay attention to personal quality. That? Douyin officials warned me in the background. Please speak in a civilized manner." A burst of laughter rang out in the gym. The live broadcast room barrage immediately became full of positive energy. Many people repeated Qin Sun's words just now. And there was joy. Speak to him. Not to his mother. Be civilized. Full of positive energy. Come on. Born as a human being. I'm sorry. Mom. Dear. You are mentally retarded. I was so scared at the time. Sports have no end. Where there is pain there is love. Your energy is beyond your imagination. In the octagonal cage, Yang Shulin heard the audience cheering for Qin Sun and spontaneously defending him. And he was a little envious. He took the microphone and said loudly, "Dear audience friends, I came up here to explain. In fighting competitions, athletes are not legally responsible for accidents. Note that it is an accident, and they accidentally injure or even kill their opponents within the rules." As soon as the voice fell, some roars were heard in the gymnasium. It must be an accident. It is definitely an accident. Chin Sun was so scared at the time. He was so scared that he hit him harder. Yang Shulin heard these shouts, and he felt a little proud. He felt that he had said it well, and secretly glanced at Luisin. Seeing that she was also smiling, he felt more satisfied. Yang Shulin continued, "But?" With a turn, the gymnasium became quiet again. Chapter 466. A cool queen. A charming and enchanting woman. It's so hard to choose. I want both. Yang Shulin glanced at Chin Sun and continued. At that time, the first round of the match between Chin Sun and Kato Oki had stopped, and Kato Oki also attacked, and used his elbow to attack Chin Sun's nose, and used his knee to hit Chin Sun's crotch. These are all crippling moves. This is definitely intentional injury. In my opinion, Chin Sun was acting in self-defense. Yang Shulin became more and more excited, and pointed to a small pool of blood on the floor. So, Chin Sun is not the murderer is Kato Oki. When he wakes up from the hospital, he will be punished by law. After saying that, Luisin clapped softly. Yang Shulin turned around, and saw the smile on his face, felt his heart melt. And then, thunderous applause rang out in the gymnasium. Well said. You are worthy of being a boxing champion, professional. Yang Shulin, I love you. Yang Shulin was moved to tears when he heard these voices. He had never enjoyed such applause cheers. He felt that he was so handsome now. The live broadcast room barrage changed its direction again. The words of the water army that slandered Chin Sun just now were brushed out. Kato Oki is the murderer. He wakes up and wants to say sorry. If saying sorry is useful, what do we need the police for? Kato Oki, you are breaking the law. Do you know that? Intentional injury. Kato goes to jail. Kato goes to jail. Justice will not be absent, and it will definitely not be late. Xian. Ma Xiaogu had looked at the live broadcast room on TV, let out a long sigh, sat on the sofa, patted her chest and said, I was scared to death. I was scared to death just now. The villagers comforted her. I told you it was okay. We are not stupid. Chin Sun has been not a bad kid since he was a child. How could he break the law? After the game, let Chin Sun go back to the village to rest for a few days. Yeah. It's hard to fight with people during the new year. Haicheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Jingyao was lying on the bed, looking at the barrage, and said with a smile, Old Xia, look at Chin Sun's popularity. Xia Shujia looked at the smile on Lu Jingyao's face, and laughed. Suddenly, he asked carefully, Xiaoya, you now regard Chin Sun as your son-in-law. What if he breaks up with Ningning in the future? Lu Jingyao frowned, stared at Xia Shujia, and scolded. It's New Year's Day, you're such a badass. If they break up, you'll sleep in the study every day in the future. Xia Shujia? Am I redundant? Beijing Film and Television Office. CEO Zhang looked at the comments, his face getting uglier and uglier, and suddenly said, Clean up the mess we made by hiring the Navy to deal with Chin Sun. And don't leave any evidence for others. He was silent for a while, and said, I have a bad feeling. Chin Sun might really take revenge on us like crazy. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. Previously, a senior executive said, I'm worried that Chin Sun will bring down Beijing Films, and was ridiculed by a lot of people at the time. At this time, they saw these comments like a tide, and knew Chin Sun's influence. They were actually a little worried. What if Chin Sun, a young man, really ruined them? And he seemed to have the support of Lu Group, Xia Group, and even had a good relationship with Yilan. And Yilan had the shadow of Qin Group behind him. If a person who is good at fighting and has a strong background, wouldn't he be invincible? Kato Daiki, a former boxing champion, was used as a pawn by them. As a result, the chess piece broke. Maybe he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. There is no way to deal with Chin Sun. In the octagonal cage, Yang Shulin reluctantly returned the microphone to Lu Yisin and walked away, looking back every few steps. Lu Yisin walked to Chin Sun's side, quietly glanced at the grandfather in the audience, and asked with a smile, Chin-sun, just now, you shouted Taishanko when you were defending yourself. Excuse me. What is Taishanko? In the audience, Lu Xiaochuan's heart, which had been calm for a long time, actually felt a little nervous, and subconsciously took out a cigarette. He rubbed it in his hands. He knew that Chin-sun learned Bajikwan from him. But he also knew that he couldn't teach it so well. The most important thing was Chin-sun's hard work and talent. Chin-sun could also do it with another master. Chin-sun bent down and put the Hulua oil and functional drink in his hand on the ground, straightened up. His face became serious. He reached out to take the microphone and said seriously, "This is the ultimate move in Bajikwan." Lu Yisun looked puzzled, asking knowingly, "What is Bajikwan?" Chin-sun said seriously, "Bajikwan is an ancient boxing style of country C. It is strong, fierce, and very practical. Since ancient times, there is a saying that Taijikwan can bring peace to the world, and Bajikwan can stabilize the world. And Taishanko is one of the most fierce moves. It was passed down to me by the head of Lu's Bajikwan. He is also my master, Mr. Lu Xiaoquan." Off stage, Lu Xiaoquan stopped kneading the cigarette in his hand, lowered his head, and could not see his expression clearly. His voice was full of smiles. "It's good if you are willing to recognize me as an old man. It's good if you are willing to recognize me." Lu Yisun glanced at her grandfather secretly, seeing that he lowered his head, knowing that he didn't want to show up. She didn't point out that he was there. But Grandpa finally became famous in the boxing that he cared about today. Off stage, Lu Xiaoquan stood up, took his grandmother's hand, and was about to leave. Lu Gang immediately stood up and asked, "Dad, you are leaving?" Lu Xiaoquan turned his head and said with a smile, "If we don't leave now, there will be a traffic jam later." The smile on his face disappeared, and his voice became low and speaking softly, "Gongzi, you mobilized the group's resources to fully cooperate with Chin-sun and get rid of Beijing film and television this year. Give my good disciple some vent." Lu Gang was stunned. Did the old man say, "Get rid of"? So angry? Then get rid of it. Even the guard dog should be replaced from top to bottom. Lu Gang nodded seriously. "Okay." In the octagonal cage, Lu Yisun took the microphone, smiled at Chin-sun, and gently punched his shoulder with her left fist. "Yeah, very strong shoulders. No wonder you can knock the bad guys away. Chin-sun, I'm shirtless. You're taking advantage of me?" Suddenly, Chin-sun looked at Lu Yisun with a look of anticipation. Lu Yisun was a little confused. Why did he look at me like that? Could it be that his desire would be stronger after exercise? Has he become lecherous? Chin-sun saw that Lu Yisun, the host, had no good eyesight and did not know how to ask key questions. "I went crazy so many times, except to accumulate slacking points. Now the slacking points are almost there. I guess I can find a way to touch the fish a little bit on the stage later to accumulate enough. In addition, I also have to promote the next Psycho movie Fatal Identity. This topic has to be brought up by the host. Now is the peak of traffic, so don't waste it." Lu Yisun stared at Chin-sun blankly, gradually getting nervous and also a little expectant. Gymnasium. Everyone found that the atmosphere was not right, and there was a buzz of discussion. What are they going to do? They won't confess in public. Will they? Doesn't Chin-sun have a girlfriend? Oh, one is aloof and royal, the other is charming and enchanting. It's so hard to choose, I want both. What does it have to do with you? You really chose her. Xiaoning found that Yilan, Songying, Encore, Messier's eyes were all on her face. She pretended to be calm, acting as if she didn't see anything. She thought to herself, "After the show, I will definitely beat Lu Yisun in the octagonal cage." In the octagonal cage, Chin-sun waited for a while, and saw that Lu Yisun didn't say anything, and her eyes were still moist. He knew that this girl had misunderstood, and quickly reminded her. As the host, "Don't you have any questions for me?" Lu Yisun picked up the microphone, put it under her red lips, and whispered, "Chin-sun." Chin-sun nodded, "Yeah." The smile on Lu Yisun's lips was very charming. "Do you like me?" Chapter 467. Licking one person is a dog. Licking 100 people is a king. Is Chin-sun the dog king? Ah? Chin-sun looked at the evil smile on Lu Yisun's face. Like a fairy. Or the kind of queen who could eat Tang Monk alive. He couldn't help but let out a cry. Lu Yisun stared at Chin-sun with a smile. Her eyes like a pair of sharp tweezers. It seemed that she wanted to probe into his heart and pierce his blood vessels. The gymnasium was quiet for a moment. And then, there was an uproar. Is this host crazy? Playing romantic? No. Isn't Qin Sun's girlfriend President Xiaoning? Also, isn't Qin Sun Yilan's rumored licker? Licking one person is a dog. Licking 100 people is a king. Is Qin Sun the dog king? VIP area of the gymnasium. Xiaoning stared at Lu Yixin under the spotlight in the octagonal cage, and frowned slightly. Suddenly, she heard Yilan's voice. Xiaoning, can you tolerate this? Xiaoning remained silent. She must teach Lu Yixin a lesson. But she didn't want to go on stage to disturb Qin Sun. Qin Sun would definitely be able to handle this kind of small scene. Back then, when he lived in a small hotel, he was able to escape from a big dinosaur. Yilan, Songying, and Ke Meixier all turned their heads and stared at Xiaoning. Seeing her sitting still, is Xiaoning so calm? She has diarrhea on her face, and you are still so calm? Staff area. Yang Shulin stared blankly at Lu Yixin in the octagonal cage, and his eyes were red with anger. This bad woman. If she were in ancient times, she would be put into a pig cage. How could she be like this? Why is she so anxious? There are several thousand people at the scene, and more than 1.5 million people in the live broadcast room. Why do you ask Qin Sun such a question? Why? Why don't you ask me? In the octagonal cage, Lu Yixin looked at the somewhat surprised Qin Sun and asked again. Qin Sun, do you like me or not? Qin Sun opened his eyes wide. Ah? Lu Yixin still had a smile on her face, but she was a little embarrassed. She looked around quickly, and saw that there were nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes staring at her. She mustered up her courage and asked again. Qin Sun, can you say anything else besides ah? Qin Sun still said one word. Ah? Lu Yixin's smile disappeared, and her hand holding the microphone was a little crooked, and she sneered. I've liked you for so many years. I've spent so much money on you. Now in front of 8,000 spectators, and more than 1 million netizens online. Can't you give me some face? Qin Sun was shocked. Ah, Lu Yixin said angrily. Oh, your mother's head? Qin Sun frowned slightly. Lu Yixin, we've only known each other for less than half a month. How can there be so many years? Lu Yixin was silent for a moment, and then bit her lip. From childhood to adulthood, year after year, day after day, moment after moment, minute after minute. I want to meet a man like you. So, I've liked you for many years. Qin Sun felt sick. Yang Shulin's heart was broken. Somewhere in Beijing, Zhao Kai, who was watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone, was so angry that he felt dizzy, and felt like he was going to have a brain congestion. It turns out that this bad woman is not incapable of saying nice things, she just can't say them to me. What's the difference between her saying such things and a dog? A burst of exclamations came from the gymnasium. 666. As expected of a host, you have such eloquence. Sister, don't like Qin Sun, he doesn't need you. I need my sister's love. After Qin Sun finished boxing, he had to face the goddess's confession, and achieve success in both love and career? Qin Sun was confused. He kept just like the crazy Kato Daiki just now. Sound control room. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Washboard, your sister is really brave. Xiaoning is not a good-tempered person. This little bitch is dancing at the door of the King of Hell. Wu Yu's face was gloomy, speechless. Watching the number of people online in the live broadcast room actually exceeded 1.7 million. It increased by nearly 200,000. Sure enough, for the general public, a bloody love story must be more interesting than a bloody fight. Gifts are also soaring. The richest woman in Beijing is like crazy, sending Carnival faster, almost one every 10 seconds. The richest woman seems to be jealous? VIP area. I can't stand it anymore. Xiaoning stood up expressionlessly. Under the gazes of Yilan, Songying, and Ke Meixier, she walked quickly to the lounge. She knew where Lu Yixin's lounge was. Based on her understanding of Lu Yixin, she would definitely not bring only one set of gifts when she came to host the competition. And, she and Lu Yixin have similar figures. Octagonal cage. Qin Sun looked at Lu Yixin with disgust. Damn! Isn't this Lu Yixin a sea queen? Why is she a love-brained person? I want you to ask me about filming a movie. This host is not qualified at all. Not doing anything serious, but even more lazy than me? Qin Sun looked at Lu Yixin's straight eyes, hesitantly asked. You said? You spent so much money on me? What money? He spread his hands. I haven't spent a penny of yours. After saying that, he saw a smug smile gradually appear on Lu Yixin's lips. Guess who is the richest woman in Beijing who has been giving you carnival in the live broadcast room? There was a cry of surprise in the stadium. Fuck. The rich woman is actually next to me. I thought it was a toothless old lady, but it turned out to be a charming sister. Qin Sun, the hatred of stealing your wife is irreconcilable. Qin Sun was startled, and his eyes widened. He remembered the richest woman in Beijing. When we responded to Kato Oki's video on live broadcast last time, he didn't know where it came from. He remembered that at that time, Lu Yixin was also sitting in the living room. Could it be that she was secretly playing carnival? Qin Sun's face looked a little bad. He didn't know that when he was boxing just now, the richest woman in Beijing was still outputting firepower, said. You spent hundreds of thousands of gifts, and you want to force me into prostitution. Is it inappropriate? As soon as the voice fell, a burst of shouting sounded in the gymnasium. No! Brother, I just paid you several million. Several million. Brother. Forget it, just give in to this sister. Just give in to her, we don't blame you. You can't blame yourself for being seduced by such a beautiful and rich bad woman. The voice reached Qin Sun's ears from far and near. He stared at Lu Yixin blankly, and frowned slightly. Several million? Lu Yixin smiled. I'm standing here, can't I ask someone else to pay for me? She held the microphone in one hand, and raised her other hand high, and clenched her fist. The richest woman in Beijing. That is me. Lu Yixin has stopped brushing the carnival. After a few seconds, she said with a smile. Dear viewers, have you seen whether the carnival in the live broadcast room has stopped? The audience in the stadium immediately took out their mobile phones, and found that the richest woman in Beijing had indeed stopped brushing. Lu Yixin said loudly again. Brush 10 more. The audience saw that the richest woman in Beijing was outputting firepower again. In less than a few seconds, 10 carnivals were brushed out. A burst of exclamations rang out in the gymnasium. Fuck. Really? Why are there such beautiful rich women in the world? Shouldn't rich women be over 80 years old? Hey sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. In the octagonal cage, Lu Yixin, in a white dress, stood in front of Qin Sun, staring at him with a smile. But she didn't say a word. Qin Sun wanted to say something in his heart. Suddenly, someone who was bored shouted, Give me a kiss. Gradually, the gymnasium rang out one after another. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Lu Yixin had a proud smile on her face. Qin Sun gradually frowned. Suddenly, his eyes jumped into a fiery red, turned his head and looked. I saw Xia Ning wearing a close-fitting fiery red dress, slowly walking into the octagonal cage. Chapter 468. Believe it or not. Sister Ning will declare her sovereignty on the stage later. Xia Ning, wearing a red dress and red high heels, walked slowly into the octagonal cage. Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other. Both of them smiled. In an instant, Lu Yixin's emotions fell from the clouds to the mud, and she realized that she was a third party. The gymnasium. The shouts continued. Kiss! 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 Many people saw a beautiful and cold beauty with excellent temperament and first-class figure walking into the octagonal cage. They couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations. Hey! Here comes another beautiful lady. Is she so pretty? She is very beautiful. Qin Sun has a lot of luck with women. Is this guy the reincarnation of Yu Lao? Through the big screen, many people recognized Xia Ning. Isn't this Qin Sun's real girlfriend? Xia Ning, the female president. 999, 6 turns over. It's over, the real wife is here. This host is going to be in trouble. Suddenly, someone who was watching the fun shouted, Fight! 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 In the octagonal cage. Xia Ning walked between Qin Sun and Lu Yixin, looked at Qin Sun with a smile, turned to look at Lu Yixin. The smile on her face disappeared. Lu Yixin saw Xia Ning's eyes, and was a little nervous. I don't know why. Xia Ning has been very upright since she was a child, but I was cunning, and I never got the upper hand from her. And she really knows how to beat people. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin, and said with a smile, You go down. Lu Yixin hesitated. I'm the host. Xia Ning smiled. Now I'm the host. Lu Yixin glanced at the dress Xia Ning was wearing and sneered. You're wearing my clothes. Xia Ning smiled and responded. Sorry. I just look better in them than you. Lu Yixin. She took a deep breath and continued to pester. I won't go down. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ning raised his hand and slapped Lu Yixin in the face with a slap. Sound. Suddenly, Lu Yixin was stunned. Her face was burning with pain. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin and said word by word. Get out. Get off. Lu Yixin covered her face. Threw the microphone to the ground. Turned around and got off the octagonal cage. The gymnasium immediately rang with a gasp. Is this sister so bad-tempered? She's a big bitch right up there? Your wife is going to be seduced by someone in front of more than 1 million people. Will you beat her? I can't beat her to death. I feel sorry for the host for a second. Qin Sun is so lucky. A female domineering CEO fell in love with me? Sister hit me. I'm so scared. Please hug me. Sound control room. Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu looked at each other and giggled like two old hens. Shuren. Ma Xiaogue pointed at Xia Ning on TV and explained to the villagers. Xia Ning is usually very well behaved, she doesn't hit people, and even helps me wash dishes. She is just being pushed into a corner now. Haicheng. Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Xia Shujia said unhappily. Xiaoya, you see Ning Ning hitting people in front of so many people, what do you think of this? Lu Jingya had a smile on her face. What's wrong? I think it's fine. Xin really pissed me off just now. When I give birth and regain my strength, I must have a fight with her mother. Xia Shujia sighed. You should read less news about Qin Sun in the future. Some messy things always happen to him. It's easy to get a miscarriage. Lu Yixin shook her head. Do you know how fun Douyin is? She pointed to the world classics on the bedside table. The books you gave me are all covered in dust. Xia Shujia. The world is changing too fast. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin's back as she hurried away. She seemed to be wiping tears. She didn't feel guilty at all. She turned around and walked in front of Qin Sun, with a smile on her lips. Qin Sun looked at this smile and felt a little panicked for no reason. He covered his face with his hands and asked, Ning Ning, you are not going to hit me. Are you? Xia Ning stretched out her hand and scratched Qin Sun's nose. I am a little unhappy, but I am not the kind of unreasonable woman. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and put down his hand. That's good. He winked at Xia Ning, reminding her to ask him about the new movie, so as to promote it. Xia Ning saw it, but pretended not to understand. She picked up the microphone from the ground, held it in her hand, looked around, and said with a smile, Dear audience friends, I will host this boxing match next. Okay? A burst of shouts suddenly rang out in the gymnasium. They didn't care who hosted it, as long as there was something exciting to watch, as long as they didn't leave so quickly. The longer they watched the excitement, the more worthwhile the ticket money was. Okay. I like my sister to host it the most. My sister is so cool. My sister is killing me. My sister, I love you. Xia Ning heard the shouts around her, and was not surprised at all. She took the microphone and said with a smile, Dear audience, before we conduct the normal post-match interview with Qin Sun, I want to take care of some family affairs first. Take care of Qin Sun. Okay? Qin Sun? The gymnasium immediately exploded. Good. This ticket is worth it. See what happens to Qin Sun after he flirts with a girl. Give him a slap. Beat him to death. Most of the people who come to the gymnasium to watch the game are not boxing enthusiasts, but people who come for fun. At this time, hearing that the cold female CEO was going to deal with the national idol, everyone was as excited as if they had taken a fake blue pill. VIP area. Yi Lan looked at Xia Ning on the stage, frowning slightly. Song Ying snorted coldly. Why is Sister Xia Ning so dramatic today? Messier smiled bitterly. She was forced into a corner by the host just now. And Ku smiled gently, sighing. Believe it or not, Sister Ning will swear sovereignty on the stage later. She saw Song Ying, Messier, even Yi Lan looked at her. She explained with a smile. Sister Ning is never easy to mess with. She is stubborn, strong-willed, and protective. She is cold, polite, and has a strong sense of boundaries. She is just more tolerant of Qin Sun. She smiled bitterly. If others really think she is easy to bully, she will show her little tiger teeth. In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with a smile on her face, and was a little anxious. Why is Ning Ning not doing her job? The current priority is to promote the movie. Why are you still slacking off? Thinking of this, Qin Sun had a flash of inspiration, and couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that I was forced to slack off just now? Is being forced to slack off still slacking off? Qin Sun immediately closed his eyes, trying to call up the system panel to take a look. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's cold voice. Little brother, don't close your eyes, don't escape. Open your eyes, Look straight at me. Qin Sun had no choice but to open his eyes, and saw Xia Ning standing in front of him. Xia Ning had a faint smile on his face, looking at Qin Sun, and called him softly. Qin Sun. Qin Sun, yeah. Xia Ning said slowly. I was unhappy just now. Chapter 469. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lottery. May I ask if we will draw a lottery? Ah? Qin Sun had a bad feeling. Xia Ning still had a smile on her face, said. Just now. The beautiful host in the white dress bravely confessed to you, and also gave you millions of gifts. Qin Sun spread his hands. I am helpless too. I will return the money to her later. Xia Ning said immediately. No. How can I spend the money I have earned? Qin Sun. A burst of laughter rang out in the venue. The comments were also very happy. 666. I don't think this sister is stupid at all. The richest woman in Beijing spent millions, and couldn't even buy a kiss from Qin Sun. No refund? No refund. Killing someone is even more heartbreaking. Qin Sun is under much more pressure when facing his girlfriend than when facing Kato Oki. It seems that big stars are no different from ordinary people in front of their girlfriends. It's not that Qin Sun is too timid, it's that the sister's aura is too strong. I want to kneel down and listen to the sister's teachings. In the octagonal cage, Xia Ning slowly raised her hand, pinched Qin Sun's chin, looked left, right. Yeah. He's pretty handsome. No wonder women like him. Qin Sun? He heard a laugh in the gymnasium, and his face was a little embarrassed. I don't want to save face. Do I? You dare to tease me in public. At home, you are like a shy young wife. Not even taking off your pajamas. On the stage, you are like a female gangster? Xia Ning's smile disappeared, and she said, the reason I was unhappy just now was not because of her confession, nor because she gave you money, but what she said from childhood to adulthood, year after year, day after day, every moment, every minute and second. She paused, and her voice weakened a little. She said it very well, but I can't say it. I couldn't say such corny words before. I can't say it now, and I won't say it in the future. She looked at Qin Sun's eyes seriously, with a bitter smile, and repeated what Qin Sun said before. Qin Sun, I'm sorry for being born as a human being. Qin Sun looked into Xia Ning's eyes, and his heart beat. He saw that Xia Ning was really sorry. Xia Ning seemed to be cold and indifferent to her personality. She didn't look like a sweet girl, nor did she look like a demon. She felt sorry for not being able to give herself a romantic love. She seemed to feel that she was not qualified. There was a cry of surprise in the gymnasium. Good fellow. Born as a human being, she is very sorry. This sister should apologize. Didn't she agree to deal with Qin Sun? Why are you apologizing? You tricked the dog in and then killed it. Right? You are showing off your affection here. VIP area. Song Ying was confused, turned to look at Enku, who was very knowledgeable about human psychology, and asked, Sister Enk, what does Xia Ning mean by that? Enk sighed and explained. I'll translate it briefly. Xia Ning means, I know I'm not good enough, but sorry, I won't change. Song Ying raised an eyebrow. She's so cool. Misiar looked at Xia Ning with some envy. Loving someone should be tolerant, but you shouldn't lose yourself. Unlike me in the past, I had to change to black if I wanted to see black, and to white if I wanted to see white silk. Really? Change his uncle. Do you want the old lady's foot wrap? Yilan crossed her legs, looking at the octagonal cage, suddenly stretched out her hand, stopping Wang Chui, who was about to speak. Don't talk. Wang Chui. Sister, don't sit so casually. Be careful of the impact. In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, said with a smile, You don't need to say those words. I'm already very good at saying those sweet words. You don't need a word or two. He paused for a moment, stretched out his hand to pinch Xia Ning's earlobe. Besides, I just heard the most beautiful love words from your mouth. Xia Ning? She was confused, thinking again and again, but still couldn't remember, and asked, Which sentence did you say? 8,000 spectators in the stadium. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun in the sound control room walked to the glass window. The audience in the live broadcast room. Shuren Qinxuan's family. Haicheng. Xia Shujie and his wife. Everyone thought about it carefully, and found that Xia Ning did not say any sweet words. Did Qin Sun hear something? Gymnasium. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Qin Sun's answer. In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun said with a smile, Be careful. Xiaoning? She looked around, and saw nothing unusual around. Be careful about what? She looked at Qin Sun, and suddenly frowned slightly. Qin Sun wouldn't be so clever here, saying some earthy love words, like little sweetheart, little baby. Right? That would be really embarrassing. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun quietly. Qin Sun said with a smile, just before Kato Daiki attacked me, pay attention to my wording, it was before he attacked me. When Kato Daiki ran past me, before he attacked, you shouted loudly. Be careful. The 8,000 spectators in the stadium. The 1.7 million viewers in the live broadcast room. All remember that scene? At that time, there seemed to be a sharp female voice shouting. Be careful. In the octagonal cage. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning and said softly. At that time, everyone in the gym was laughing at Kato Daiki and watching me show off. Only you were always worried about my safety. No matter how strong I acted, you were always worried. You always cared about me. He looked at Xiaoning and said in a very gentle voice. This is the most beautiful love words I have ever heard. Xiaoning's eyes flickered. After staring at Qin Sun for a while, she couldn't stand his eyes, turned her head, and whispered something. You overinterpreted it. Qin Sun smiled but said nothing. The audience in the stadium talked about it. Qin Sun's words make sense. At that time, Kato Daiki was scared like a mad dog, who would have thought that he would attack by surprise. This cold sister seems a little embarrassed. Women always say one thing and mean another. Other women are greedy for Qin Sun's body, only Sister Xiaoning cares about his safety. Sister 1-1. This is indeed the most beautiful love words. VIP area. Yilan, Songying, and Ke Misier became silent for a moment. They all expressed their dissatisfaction. I wanted to shout at that time. 2. I was just a little slow. What's wrong with this? Ah, this, hee. In the octagonal cage. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning, who had a cold face, but he also knew that she was a little shy, and said with a smile. Actually, Lu Yisan's words about years, months, hours, minutes, and seconds just now were not very good. I can say it better. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, and was stunned for a moment. Who are you going to tell? Qin Sun, you. Xiaoning, you want to show off your affection? Qin Sun, yes. Xiaoning. She looked around. Her eyes stayed on the area where Yilan and the others were sitting for a second longer, looked at Qin Sun, and said, then show off, but be careful. The audience in the gymnasium held their breath. Yilan, Songying, Encore, Misier sat up straight, and frowned. Ma Xiaogue turned the TV to the highest volume. Lu Jingya held a peeled grape in her mouth, forgot to chew it, and stared at the TV intently. 1.7 million people were watching the show online. The live broadcast room had a unified barrage. Qin Sun killed the dog. Qin Sun killed the dog. Qin Sun killed the dog. Qin Sun slowly raised his hands, gently placed them on Xiaoning's shoulders. His voice was soft. In the world of thousands of things, I love 3 things. The sun, the moon and you. The sun is for the morning, the moon is for the evening. You are for the morning and the evening. Xiaoning was startled, pursed her lips, her fair face gradually turned red. The gymnasium exploded. The live broadcast room barrage went crazy. Suddenly, Qin Sun's head was filled with a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10 million points of slacking off. Get a chance to draw a lottery? Would you like to draw a lottery? Chapter 470. You like me so much. Why didn't you kill Qin Sun just now? Under the spotlight. Xiaoning's face was as white and tender as a boiled egg, as if it would break if poked with a finger. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes, a little at a loss. Qin Sun was a little dazed, and the system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw a lottery? Xiaoning was too shy to speak. Qin Sun was also in a daze, because of the interference of the system. To outsiders, the two were just looking at each other affectionately. Stadium. There was a cry of single dogs. Too much. Too much. Didn't my sister tell you to be careful? Qin Sun. You are too cheesy. I am also a slut. I came here to watch others show affection during the new year. Qin Sun is a big mouth. After hearing this set of rhetoric, not to mention women, even I, a man, can't stand it. Is Qin Sun a natural-born girl chaser? He can sing, fight, and say sweet words. He can't raise the standard of a boyfriend so high. You have to leave us a way out. VIP area. Yilan, Songying, and Ke Monsieur and others quietly watched the two people staring at each other in the octagonal cage. They were silent for a long time. Suddenly, Yilan turned to look at Song Ying and the others and said, "Tell me, where did I lose to Xiao Ning?" Song Ying turned to look at Yilan and frowned. "Where did you win?" "Yilan, I don't talk to children." Song Ying. Monsieur sighed. "You guys fight. I have no chance anyway." Song Ying turned to look at Monsieur. "Are you thinking that while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman will benefit?" Monsieur? And Ku suddenly smiled and said softly, "It is a great fate to meet Qin Sun. As for the rest, I am lucky if I get it. And I will die if I lose it." Song Ying said immediately, "You put your hope in the will of heaven? Do you want to put a curse on brother Qin Sun?" And Ku. Sound control room. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun looked at the computer screen. It was found that the number of people online in the live broadcast room was stable at 1.7 million, and it did not drop. The comments are very active. "I used to send my blessing, but now I am not hypocritical. You two will not have a good ending. Happy Lantern Festival. Except for those who show off their affection and have boyfriends. Who pee on them, I am not kidding. Good evening, especially those who are single and have nothing to show off. Kill one randomly, I don't want them to be together after they go down. Yo yo yo. We are in the snow together again, and we are together day and night. Full of jingles, what's the matter, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? I showed off 2 kilograms of tangerines, I want to pee in your river of love." Gymnasium. I don't know who it was, but someone suddenly shouted, "Give me a kiss." Then, like a flame falling on the fallen leaves in late autumn, it instantly spread like wildfire. The shouts were like a tsunami. "Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." Shuren. Ma Xiaogui stood up, looked back, and found 2 children hiding in the living room, and said quickly, "Xiaopeng. Erfa. You are still young. Get out quickly. You can't watch the next scene." Haicheng. High Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Jingya gently clenched her fist and waved it, shouting softly, "Kiss. Kiss. Kiss." Xia Shujie watched coldly, speechless. He is so old, why is he still eating sweets for his own daughter? In the octagonal cage, Qin Sun heard the shouting, came back to his senses, but the system prompt sound was still ringing in his mind. And it was getting more and more urgent. He looked at Xiao Ning, who looked a little embarrassed, and said silently in his heart, "System, can I wait a while before drawing the lottery?" The system did not respond. The prompt sound was still ringing rapidly, as cold as the heart of a fish butcher in our T-Mart. Qin Sun was worried about the time limit of the lottery, and he didn't dare to draw in front of the audience. The body will have some reaction to the lottery. This time, the lottery is worth 10,000,000. The reaction is expected to be very intense. What if he loses his mind and runs naked in the octagonal cage? He walked quickly towards Xiao Ning. The momentum was like a tiger coming out of the mountain. Xiao Ning took a step back in fear. "Ah!" screamed, and his mouth opened a little wider. Just this mouth. Qin Sun put his arms around Xiao Ning's waist, leaned down, and quickly pressed his lips against Xiao Ning's lips. "Kiss her hard." Pop! The sound spread through the speakers throughout the gymnasium. There was a burst of exclamations in the gymnasium. Xiao Ning heard these sounds, and became a little anxious, and reached out to push Qin Sun gently. But her body suddenly relaxed, and she pushed in vain. She staggered slightly, and almost fell, and immediately turned around and ran out of the octagonal cage when she saw Qin Sun. She ran down the stairs. Bang, bang, bang all the way, running towards the staff passage. The whole audience was in an uproar. What's going on? Kiss and run? This is a set of silky little combos. Pull. Don't recognize people? Is he in a hurry to pee? Is he really crazy? VIP area. Yilan, Song Ying, Encore, Monsieur looked at each other. Don't know what happened. In the octagonal cage. Xiao Ning looked at Qin Sun's back, quickly came back to his senses, picked up the microphone, said, Qin Sun, where are you going? Qin Sun ran, turned his head, and shouted, I'm shy. Xiao Ning? She watched Qin Sun disappear in a flash, disappearing at the end of the employee passage. The whole audience was in an uproar. Good fellow. He's shy? No girl ran away, but he, a man, ran so fast. Say he's shy? If you're shy, you should have said so earlier. I'm not shy, I'll do it. Shuren. Ma Xiaogui? She turned around and looked at the confused men. Women. old and young, with an embarrassed look on her face. Chin Sun. He's been, shy since he was a child. Fathers and villagers. Look at me, I look at you, thinking about the evil Chin Sun did in the village when he was a child. Those running ducks. And screaming bitches. I really can't understand. When did he become so thin-skinned? Haicheng. Xia Shujia looked at Chin Sun, who ran away, frowned, and pointed at Xia Ning, who was left in the octagon cage on TV. Look, does Chin Sun look like a man? Throwing a woman on the stage. Suddenly, he noticed that Lu Jingyao's eyes were a little cold. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Lu Jingyao asked. You left me alone in Haicheng for 6 months. And the baby will be born in more than 3 months. How many times have you come here? How dare you criticize others? Xia Shujia. Alas, I am just an insignificant husband. I shouldn't criticize Chin Sun. A son-in-law who has not yet entered the house, but is extremely majestic. Outside the gymnasium. A parking lot. Inside a luxury supercar. Lu Yixin watched the live broadcast with her mobile phone, looking unhappy. Don't these viewers have any moral integrity? Just now they asked me and Chin Sun to kiss each other, and after a while, they asked Xia Ning to kiss each other? A bunch of idiots. She thought of Chin Sun running away quickly, and felt a little confused. Playing hard to get, is it so hardcore? Suddenly, there was another gentle knock on the glass outside the car window. She turned her head to look at Yang Shulin, who was standing outside the car, hesitated for a moment, pressed the window, and asked, Yang Shulin, do you like me very much? Yang Shulin nodded, a little embarrassed. Yeah. Lu Yixin sneered. Then when the whole audience shouted for Chin Sun and I to kiss each other, why didn't you rush up and beat Chin Sun to death? Chapter 471 Help. Someone please save me. Yang Shulin looked embarrassed. You who don't practice boxing only know that Chin Sun is good at fighting, but we who practice boxing. He was a little embarrassed. Only then did I know how good he is. Lu Yixin nodded, with a gentle smile on her face, which made Yang Shulin feel warm in his heart. I understand. If I don't practice boxing, seeing him is like a frog in a well seeing the bright moon. If I practice boxing, seeing him is like an ant seeing the blue sky? Yang Shulin was startled, and said with a smile, Xin, you are really educated. He begged. Just let me in the car. Lu Yixin's eyes were sharp. Do you want to get in the car or me? Yang Shulin's face was red, he was at a loss, and he couldn't fart for a long time. Lu Yixin said, You are a good person. But I am not. She closed the car window. Goodbye. Started the car, and drove away. Gymnasium. In the octagonal cage. Xia Ning quickly withdrew his gaze from the employee passage, and his mind raced. Chin Sun would not run away for no reason. He must have his purpose. Is he playing a madman, deliberately giving me a chance to introduce the movie? Not right. Wouldn't it be better if 2 people sang a double act? Weird. Xia Ning heard the discussion in the gymnasium, and saw that some impatient viewers had already stood up, and were about to leave. I guess the number of people in the live broadcast room should also be decreasing rapidly. I've finished watching the boxing. I've also eaten the dog food. It seems that it's time to leave. Xia Ning immediately decided to stabilize the situation, and quickly promote Chin Sun's movie, saying with a smile on her face, Dear audience friends, do you want to know why Chin Sun ran away? Do you want to know why he is in a bad mental state recently? As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning saw some people who stood up sitting down again, and shouts were heard one after another in the gymnasium. Want to know? I want to know. Tell me. Go ahead. Xia Ning said with a smile. Because Chin Sun is thinking about a movie recently, and it is a movie about mental illness. He is too immersed in the role. He has been under a lot of mental pressure these days, so he behaves abnormally. She paused and said loudly, His professional attitude has always been very good. As soon as the words fell, a burst of discussion broke out in the gymnasium. If you are not crazy, you will not be able to survive. No wonder Chin Sun is so successful in his work. It turns out that he can be crazy when doing things. I admire you. I admire you. Xia Ning heard the discussion of the crowd, with a smile on his face, and swept his eyes across the gymnasium. He found that many people still stood up and left. They seemed to be not interested in the advertising of a movie. Xia Ning was a little helpless. In the sound control room, we looked at the TV screen and found that the popularity of the live broadcast room quickly dropped to 1.5 million, and was still falling. She smiled bitterly. Xia Ning's popularity can't be compared with Chin Sun's. People are willing to watch Jin Sun, but they don't seem to be so willing to watch Xia Ning. This movie hasn't been introduced in detail yet. She slammed the table and cursed. At this critical moment, where is this Jin Sun? Niu Xiaojun said. Maybe he has diarrhea? Wu Yu. In the octagonal cage. Xia Ning watched more and more people stand up, with an awkward smile on her face, and quickly said, "The name of the movie is Fatal Identity," she said halfway, but found that people were still leaving one after another, and she couldn't continue for a while. Suddenly, a song sounded from the gymnasium speakers. "I wish all the girls in the world marry a good boy, the two little ones will be together forever. I wish all the children in the world." Everyone in the gymnasium was stunned. Ending music? Immediately, more and more people stood up and wanted to leave the venue. Sound control room. Niu Xiaojun asked Wu Yu, "What song are you playing?" The audience thought they were being chased away. Look at how many people stood up and wanted to leave. With fewer people, we can also promote. It's better than no promotion. There are more than 1 million people in the live broadcast room now. I am now a major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company. You have caused me a huge economic loss. Do you know? Wu Yu said loudly with a look of dissatisfaction. What are you yelling about? I'm not playing any songs at all. Listen. It's a cappella. Niu Xiaojun was startled, heard carefully, and found that it was indeed a cappella. In the octagonal cage. Xia Ning was a little surprised, heard a light footsteps behind her, and turned to look. Yilan took off her sunglasses, wearing a gray down jacket, and walked into the octagonal cage with a microphone in her hand. She stopped singing, smiled, and said hello loudly. Happy New Year, everyone. She looked at the crowd of people standing up in the gymnasium, and said, as soon as I came on the stage, you rushed home. Aren't you being too disrespectful to me? Everyone in the gym heard this familiar voice. They all looked at the big screen and were stunned. Fuck. Yilan. It's Yilan. Yilan is here too. No wonder she was not seen in the Lantern Festival galas on major TV stations today. It turns out that you came to watch Jin Sun boxing. Oh my god. I didn't expect there would be a big star here. Followed by a series of exclamations. Those who had stood up sat down immediately. And those who walked to the aisle immediately ran back to their seats. This caused a commotion. The number of people in the live broadcast room immediately stopped the downward trend, and instead rose against the trend, rushing towards 1.5 million again. Gifts were flying. The barrage also exploded. Ah! I'm going crazy. Even Yilan went to support Jin Sun in person? Queen. Oh my god. Jin Sun's appearance is so big? I envy those who got the tickets. With one ticket, you can watch boxing, show off your affection, and see Yilan alive. Isn't Jin Sun Yilan's rumored dog? Who is the dog? Is there another fight? A noble and cold female president. A peerless queen. I can't choose sides. Shuren. Ma Xiaogui looked at Yilan, who suddenly appeared, and had a bad feeling. This girl is not bad, but Xia Ning is good enough. Alas, this Jin Sun either has no girlfriend for 800 years, and looks like he will be a bachelor for life, or he suddenly became popular and flirted with girls everywhere. She turned her head and glared at Jin Sun's father. It's all your fault. Jin Sun's father? Why did he get scolded for no reason? Haicheng. Lu Jingyao looked at Yilan, who suddenly appeared, frowned slightly, and looked at Xia Shujia. Many people on the internet are obsessed with her and Jin Sun CP, old Xia. What do you think? Xia Shujia, I don't have any opinion. He was scolded too much today, and he didn't dare to have too many opinions. Lu Jingyao narrowed her eyes. I don't need to ask you. Xia Shujia. Gymnasium. In order to avoid others seeing his physical abnormality, Jin Sun heard the increasingly rapid system prompts in his mind. 5 minutes ago, he went straight into the nearest public toilet. He found a room in the corner, walked in, and locked it. He drew a prize. At this time, he slumped on the toilet. His whole body was covered with sweat, and his hair stuck to his forehead. He lowered his head and tried to lift his eyelids several times. He shouted weakly in a hoarse voice. Someone come to save me. Ah! Help! Ah! Help! Ah! Chapter 472. He is trying to kill us. Gymnasium. In the octagonal cage. Yilan said with the microphone. Everyone must be curious. Why am I here? She paused and said with a smile. Actually, It would be strange if I didn't show up here. Think about it, isn't my current achievement only started after I met Jin-sun? Jin-sun is my lucky star, how can I not come? Xiaoning smiled, looking at Yilan, feeling complicated. She was grateful to Yilan for stabilizing the situation. But she also had a bad feeling. What on earth did she want to do? A hotel in Shanghai. Bai Han was lying on the bed watching the live broadcast on his phone, and sighed with a wry smile. Alas. It's not that I don't want to go to the scene to flatter Jin-sun, but you and Beijing Film and Television are fighting openly and secretly. I dare not offend either side. Not everyone is like you. Yilan, with the surname Qian, and has such a deep background. In the octagonal cage. Yilan walked slowly inside, and his eyes swept across the entire venue, causing the audience to cheer. Suddenly, she stopped and said, "If you are not in a hurry, you can listen to my new movie press conference first. After the movie is released, I will sing a few songs for you." Suddenly, the gymnasium was filled with waves of cheers. Great. It's worth it. One ticket lets you watch boxing and listen to songs. I love you, Yilan. Xiaoning was a little surprised. Your movie? With your status, wouldn't you have directly booked the heroine? You are forcing yourself to play the role in front of more than 8,000 viewers, and more than 1 million online netizens. Yilan turned her head and looked at Xiaoning, who was a little surprised, and asked with a smile. Xiaoning, what's the name of the new movie I just mentioned? Xiaoning was startled, and immediately figured it out. She was going to play a double act with him to promote the movie. Xiaoning immediately showed a professional smile, like a host on her face, and said, Fatal ID, I'll live in the children's room for the next 10 days. She doesn't let Jin-sun play with his phone. And Jin-sun can't sleep, so he talks about some ideas about the new movie. She knows the general story. Yilan said with a smile. Fatal ID? The name of this movie sounds like a horror movie. Xiaoning introduced. It's a suspenseful, slightly thrilling movie. It's about a serial murder case in a motel. Yilan heard this story for the first time, and asked with a smile. Then may I ask, am I the killer in it? Or the one being killed? As soon as this was said, a burst of laughter rang out in the gymnasium. I didn't expect Yilan to be so humorous. Queen of humor. Did Yilan learn bad things from Jin-sun? Queen of humor, Yi? Sister, you can't spoil a suspense film. I thought the two of them were going to fight on it. I didn't expect them to sing the same tune to promote the movie. Jin-sun is quite capable, he manages it well. Xiaoning put an index finger on her lips and said, Keep it a secret. Yilan laughed out loud, looking at the audience in front of her, and said loudly, You see? She is not stupid at all. Xiaoning. The gymnasium burst into laughter. Yilan continued, It's getting late. I won't waste any more time. I just want to ask you a question. Dear audience friends, will you go to see Fatal Identity? There was a shout in the gymnasium. Yes. I will. I will watch it. Yilan said with a smile. You can't lie to me. Suddenly, she raised her hand, raised her voice, and said, Everyone. I said Fatal. You said ID? She paused and shouted, Fatal. The gymnasium immediately rang with a uniform roar. ID. Yilan, Fatal. Audience, ID. Fatal. ID. VIP area. Songing was so angry that she stomped her feet and cursed. Xiaoning pretended. And Yilan pretended again. Everyone is showing off. And we are the only ones who are being beaten. Messier smiled bitterly. Enko smiled calmly, and breathed a sigh of relief from her nose. Which man can resist the charm of a superstar? If one day, Jin-sun broke up, I would probably not be the first in line to inherit the throne. Beijing Film and Television Company Office. The company's CEO, Mr. Zhang, looked at the gymnasium that was ignited by Yilan, slammed the table, and cursed. Suspense. Thriller. Isn't this the movie for our summer season? Exactly the same type. This is going to kill us. Everyone was silent for a moment. Someone comforted him. Mr. Zhang, the script of our movie is very good. They are courting death if they want to challenge me. Yes. Yes. The script of this movie is the work of a master. Suspense movies are all about the script. We can't lose. They have run into a trap. Mr. Zhang was in a better mood, with a gloomy face, and said, You should find a way to insert a few actors with handles into their crew. When they finish filming, promote, and are about to release the movie, get rid of the handles of the actors who have been inserted. Let him become a bad artist. I don't see how his movie can be released. He became more and more excited as he spoke. It's best if it's a woman. Give Chin-sun drugs. It'd be best if she can get pregnant with Chin-sun's child. Then, you can do whatever you want to Chin-sun. Let him come to work in our company. Everyone was silent for a while. This kind of thing is very common in this circle, but it's rare to take the initiative to send your own actors to the stage to ruin the reputation. It's a vicious plot. In the octagonal cage, Xia Ning was off the stage. Yilan snapped her fingers. Sound engineer, please play the accompaniment of Gong Xi Fa Kai. A few seconds later, the accompaniment sounded. Yilan sang at a very high level. Congratulations on your prosperity. Congratulations on your brilliance. The best please come over, the bad please go away. The more gifts, the less blame. She sang congratulations on your prosperity. May we live long. And as we wish. The audience was enthusiastic. Xia Ning stood silently in the audience, watching Yilan performing on the stage. Why did Yilan cling to Chin-sun like a sticky candy? Xia Ning shook her head, put down the microphone, and walked back to the lounge to change back into her down jacket. Started to look for the missing Chin-sun. 10 minutes later, the performance ended. The audience left with smiles on their faces, very satisfied. A lounge. Yilan, Wang Chui, Song Ying, Anka, Mi Xier, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun sat on 3 sofas, chatting about today's grand scene. Discussing how many hot searches there will be tomorrow. How much the box office of The Richest Man in Shiheng City will increase. Suddenly, the door opened. Xia Ning walked in anxiously and asked, "Where's Chin-sun?" The lounge fell silent. Yilan frowned. "Didn't you go looking for him just now? You didn't find him?" Xia Ning shook her head. Song Ying stood up angrily and cursed. "You didn't find him. Why didn't you tell us earlier, so that we could look for him together? I thought you two were having some fun, and having sex." Xia Ning. Niu Xiaojun had a bad temper, and stood up, and said loudly, "Stop arguing. Go find him quickly. Don't say Chin-sun was kidnapped by Lu Yisan." Everyone immediately rushed out of the lounge and began to look for him separately. Chapter 473. There is only one truth. Chin-sun is in trouble. A bunch of people just squeezed out of the lounge door. Song Ying slapped her head, looking at the backs of the people walking to the restrooms, said loudly, "Stupid. Really stupid. A bunch of idiots. We can call." Everyone turned around and looked at her, stunned. She just emphasized the word idiot. Especially, as if she had some personal grudge. Song Ying took out her cell phone. Niu Xiaojun sneered. "Who is it?" But Wu Yu reached out to stop him. "Let her fight." Song Ying looked at Wu Yu with some doubts. Seeing that she looked unhappy, she snorted coldly, and directly called Chin-sun. Suddenly, a phone rang. Very clearly. It was in the lounge where she just walked out. Song Ying understood why everyone looked at her, with a slightly pitying look just now. A little embarrassed, she hung up the phone silently. When Chin-sun's brother went on stage to fight just now, he was only wearing a pair of shorts. There is indeed no place to put the phone. Alas! I called him stupid. The boomerang came too fast, like a tornado. She wiped her face with her hand, saw Wu Yu's half smile, was a little unhappy, and suddenly thrust her chest. It has taken shape. Wu Yu's face froze for a moment. Song Ying was a little happy, urging everyone, "What are you still standing there for? Go find it quickly." Yilan looked at Xia Ning and asked, "Xia Ning, where did you look just now?" Xia Ning looked anxious, glanced around, and said in a deep voice, "I've searched all the restrooms in the backfield. And some tool rooms. Now the only thing left is the audience area. The stadium is very large. The staff area in the backfield is not small either. With several restrooms, a warehouse, and a staff restroom." Yilan continued to ask, "Did you check the restroom?" Xia Ning nodded. "Yes." "Yilan, did you check the men's restroom too?" Xia Ning nodded without hesitation, and his voice became deeper. "I went to the men's restroom. I didn't go in, but I shouted at the door. He's not there." Thinking of what happened at the men's restroom just now, her face was a little embarrassed. At that time, she stood at the men's restroom door, hesitated for only a few seconds, and then shouted, "Chin-sun, are you in there?" No one responded. She shouted louder and louder, "Are you in there?" Just when she was hesitating whether to go in and take a look. Immediately, a deep male voice came from the restroom door. "Big sister, what are you yelling for? I was so scared that I shivered and peed." I peed on my shoes. It's easy to slip if you step on it. You're so presumptuous, she yelled. Sorry. She left immediately, hearing the man's voice. Xiaoning was sure that Qin Sun was not in the men's room, even if he was bored enough to play hide-and-seek with her and buried his head in the toilet. But when she was blamed by the man, Qin Sun could not sit idly by. He will definitely jump out to protect her. At this time, Niu Xiaojun came over and asked, Then, did you go to the women's restroom? Xiaoning? Women's restroom? Is it necessary to go there? Niu Xiaojun said with a wry smile. You know, Qin Sun's mental state is not right now. He may not be able to tell his own gender. After saying that, she found that the other women were all staring at her. Niu Xiaojun felt a deep hostility, touched the back of his head, and smiled foolishly. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Suddenly, Wu Yu stood up and said, As a professional private detective, I'll tell you a fact. Now technology is more efficient than all detective reasoning. She raised her head, pointed to the surveillance camera on the ceiling of the corridor, and said, We should check the surveillance camera. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked embarrassed. Suddenly, I felt like a big idiot, and Ko looked at Xiaoning and said, Sister Ning, you are just too anxious. You forgot about high technology. Xiaoning faced everyone's gaze, smiled bitterly, and said, I've just asked the staff to check. If there's any news, he'll let me know at any time. This gymnasium is the property of the Liu family. She's good at talking. And Ke, she's still so smart. Wu Yu was a little disappointed. Another failed attempt to show off. Suddenly, Xiaoning's cell phone rang. She answered it immediately and pressed the speaker button. Hello. Did you find Qin Sun? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. He went into the bathroom and hasn't come out yet. Xiaoning was startled. Did he really go into the women's restroom? Niu Xiaojun raised her eyebrows slightly, extremely proud. She knows perverts best. Qin Sun is the most perverted of perverts. Even if he eats Western food in the women's restroom, it's not a surprising thing. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Mr. Qin has been in the men's restroom. Xiaoning was startled. Are you sure it's the men's restroom? The other end of the phone. Absolutely true, Xiaoning said quickly. Thank you. Hang up the phone. She immediately walked towards the bathroom. Her steps were fast. Everyone followed. Songying was a little surprised and asked, Since brother Qin Sun was in the men's bathroom, why didn't he respond to sister Xiaoning? Is he really shy? Xiaoning walked in front, with a worried look on her face. Wu Yu's voice sounded behind her. As a professional private detective, I think there is only one truth. Qin Sun is in trouble. She looked back at Wu Yu, a little unhappy. Then, immediately turned around and trotted. Behind, a sound of footsteps was heard. She knew that everyone had started running. A group of women were still chattering. Songying's tone was unhappy. Don't say such things in such a sinister tone. It made me think that brother Qin Sun died in the toilet. You are really small-chested and mean. Wu Yu opened his eyes wide, scanned Songying's chest, frowned, and said loudly, It's not impossible. And Ke saw that the gunpowder smell was too strong, and came out to smooth things over. Qin Sun is so skilled in martial arts. What could possibly happen in the men's restroom? Niu Xiaojun immediately answered, and was smart. Hey! It's because he is so skilled in martial arts, if something happens, it will be a big deal. Qin Sun offended Beijing film and television too badly. It's possible that he was set up. Just think about it, in the men's restroom, TSK. I'm afraid the anus will explode all over the mountain. Xiaoning stopped and immediately turned around. The other women also stared at Niu Xiaojun. They shouted at the same time. Shut up, Niu Xiaojun. I was shocked. I just told a joke. Is this against the law? Several women hurried on their way in silence. Niu Xiaojun's joke just now, actually. There is some truth in it. The entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune where big capitals gather, and handsome men and beautiful women gather. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many dirty things have happened. After a while, they walked to the bathroom, and went straight to the men's room. They didn't care if there was anyone inside, and they just went in, and they were not afraid of seeing something they shouldn't see. As soon as she entered the restroom, a pungent smell of urine filled the air. On the right was a row of urinals, with a sign saying a small step forward, a big step towards civilization. On the left was a row of cubicles. Some had their doors open, and some had their doors closed. Xiaoning shouted, "Qin Sun!" No one responded. "Are you there?" Still no one responded. Xiaoning didn't care, and walked towards the row of cubicles, pushing open one by one until the last one. She pushed hard, but the door wouldn't open. Chapter 474. If there is a next time, you give way, he deserves better. "Are you here?" Xiaoning pushed the door hard, and the door panel made a squeaking sound. "Speak." No one responded. Xiaoning took a deep breath, prepared to use some violent means. Suddenly, I heard Niu Xiaojun yelling behind him. "Why waste your energy? Watch me." "Xiaoning, get out of the way." She turned around and looked at Niu Xiaojun's fat body. Niu Xiaojun came over aggressively, seemingly carrying the anger of being scolded by everyone just now. "Shut up. Want to vent?" Xiaoning stepped aside, reminding, "You have to be careful." Niu Xiaojun smiled and made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Then Xiaoning said, "Don't be too rude. I suspect Qin Sun fainted. Don't kick the door panel on him. You'll hurt him." Niu Xiaojun. There are opposite sex, but no humanity. She took a deep breath and yelled, "Open for me," and suddenly raised her right foot. Suddenly, her feet slipped, and her body fell backwards. "Fuck. There's pee." Slip. With a clang, a sound of ceramics breaking was heard. Everyone was stunned. Seeing Niu Xiaojun slipping, her head hit the urinal, and she actually broke the urinal. At this time, she lay on the ground with her eyes closed and fainted. Bright red and hot blood slowly flowed from her head, staining some of the broken porcelain red. Wu Yu immediately walked over and reached out to touch Niu Xiaojun's nose. "It's okay. I'm still alive. Call an ambulance." She looked at Niu Xiaojun's feet, and there was indeed a pool of yellow urine, and said with a wry smile, "It said that a small step forward is a big step for civilization. Look, if you don't pee properly, it can easily cost someone's life." Except for Xiaoning. The other women saw the smile on Wu Yu's face and were shocked, somewhat dissatisfied with Wu Yu's attitude. She seemed a little cold. Songying couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Isn't this fat guy your good friend? How can you tell such a funny joke at this time? She's going to die." Wu Yu looked at Songying and snorted coldly. "What do you know? She is very lucky. She can survive even if she fell off a cliff on a motorcycle. The grass under grave is 3 meters high. But she is still alive." Songying gritted her teeth. "You?" Suddenly, bang! There was a loud noise. It scared everyone. They looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Xiaoning who kicked the door open. They looked into the cubicle, and their faces changed immediately. In the cubicle, Qin Sun was sitting on the toilet with his body tilted, almost falling to the ground. His hair was wet and wispy. His naked upper body was covered with sweat. His whole body was a little red. Xiaoning immediately walked in, supported Qin Sun, and found that he was a little hot, and turned back to shout, "Call an ambulance." Immediately Yilan, Songying, Wu Yu, and Ke Misier immediately took out their phones. Wang Chui took a look, and also took out her phone silently, following the crowd. She looked at Niu Xiaojun, who was put on the cold floor by Wu Yu again, and sighed in her heart. "Poor little fat boy. You met the wrong person. You are already covered in blood, but it is better for Qin Sun to be sweaty and scare them." Xiaoning carefully supported Qin Sun, put his head on her waist, and gently stroked his face with her hands. Her hands were shaking. What happened? Internal injuries? But Kato Daiki didn't hit him at all. Is this a sequelae of genius? Just like Qin Sun sometimes gets hot when doing things, and he has to put a cooling patch on his forehead, and turn the air conditioner to the lowest setting? Is he suffering from heat stroke? When Qin Sun is working seriously, is he afraid of heat stroke? So he needs such a low temperature? Thinking of this, Xiaoning looked at Songying, and said in a hurry, "Xiaoying, go open the toilet window, and let the wind in." Songying was startled, and glanced at the sweat on Qin Sun's body. He's so hot now. If he suddenly cools down, he will catch a cold. Xiaoning didn't know how to explain, so she had to say, "He's just too hot. Open the window quickly." Songying hesitated. Yilan walked directly to the window, and pushed it open. The wind and snow immediately rushed in, cutting her face painfully. She turned to look at Xiaoning, her face looking a little bad. "This is your home court. Qin Sun is unconscious. You are fully responsible. This is the first time. If it happens a second time, Please give way to him. He deserves better. Xia Ning met Yilan's gaze, looking at her without blinking, not giving it an inch. Wang Chui saw the two of them fighting again, and felt a headache. My dear, you are the queen. You must pay attention to the impact. Messier smiled bitterly. Yilan's temper is really bad. So envious. And Ke glanced at Yilan, turned to look at the unconscious Qin Sun, and quietly took a step closer. But she didn't dare to get too close. Xia Ning was too fierce now, and her aura was too strong. If she accidentally hurt herself, it would be terrible. Song Ying looked at Yilan, and then at Xia Ning and sighed. When I grow up to their age, I will be so domineering. Right? I will be. Right? Wu Yu frowned. It is said that palace fighting dramas are the most dangerous wars in the world. Women are really troublesome. She looked down at the unconscious Niu Xiaojun, and gently touched his chubby face. Brother Niu was still sober, and had seen through everything. The ambulances arrived soon. 2. When the medical staff carried the stretcher into the toilet, they were shocked to see Niu Xiaojun lying on the cold floor with blood on her head. It's so serious. Get out of the way. We need to carry her in. Niu Xiaojun heard the sound and slightly opened his eyes. He heard it vaguely. Doctor, please carry this one first. He's more seriously ill. A man's voice sounded. Oh my god, Qin Sun. Yilan? Xiaoying doll? Several women talked at once. Yes, carry Qin Sun first. Look, he's sweating. He's unconscious. Niu Xiaojun heard a noise. It seemed that everyone was carrying Qin Sun onto a stretcher. What? She opened her mouth slightly, and let out a mosquito-like cry. No one noticed. Niu Xiaojun didn't catch his breath, and his heavy eyelids closed again. He fainted again. My heart is dead. The nearest hospital to the gymnasium. Inpatient department. VIP ward. A bunch of women sat in a row with stools, looking at the bed. Qin Sun was lying unconscious on the bed. Wang Chui stood by the window, looking down at the building, and there were 40 or 50 paparazzi standing under the streetlights. And the number of paparazzi was still increasing. Maybe the hospital leaked the news, and attracted a bunch of bedbugs. She sighed deeply. It's over. Kato Oki was being rescued in the ICU of this hospital. Qin Sun was unconscious in the inpatient department. Queen Yilan, big internet celebrity Song Ying, Lu family daughter Wu Yu, and the cold female president Xia Ning. What kind of a lineup is this? It will dominate the hot search again tomorrow. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 475. He is almost dead. Has he become a vegetable? Hospital. Inpatient ward. Qin Sun closed his eyes, lying quietly on the bed, covered with a blanket. Xia Ning sat at the head of the bed, reached out, and touched his forehead. It was no longer hot. But he was still unconscious. Suddenly, Song Ying's voice sounded. Why don't you transfer to another hospital? Xia Ning turned his head to look at the end of the bed. Song Ying, Anka, Yilan, Messier Wu Yu, who were sitting against the wall. Song Ying continued. Blood test. CT scan. MRI also done. They said there was nothing wrong? Song Ying stood up, looking unhappy. I don't think there is anything wrong. It's that they can't find any. If there is nothing wrong, why is he unconscious? Like a vegetable. When everyone heard the word vegetative, they felt a pang in their hearts, and turned to look at Song Ying. Silence. Quiet. Song Ying noticed their gazes, but didn't care. I know you think so too, so don't pretend. She walked to the head of the bed, glanced at Xia Ning, and turned to look at the women sitting at the end of the bed. Pointing at Qin Sun lying on the bed, she said loudly with a determined look. He has become a vegetable now. You don't want him. I want him. Everyone. Song Ying saw that their eyes had become unfriendly, and felt a little guilty, so she turned to look at Xia Ning. I found her face was cold. The momentum was even more shocking. Song Ying looked embarrassed, whispered. I said nonsense. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Chui immediately went to open the door. 5 medical staff in white coats walked in. All the women stood up immediately. Xia Ning immediately walked over, with an anxious look. Doctor, have you found out what's wrong with him? The doctor looked a little embarrassed, shook his head, and sighed. No. But his various behaviors are like asleep. Xia Ning? She had a question mark on her face. Song Ying said unhappily. Is there anyone who can't be woken up after falling asleep? Unless he's pretending to be asleep. But do you think he's pretending to be asleep? The doctor was a little embarrassed. He knew Qin Sun's reputation, and he also knew Yilan. He knew that the people in this room were a group of people who were not easy to mess with. He sighed again. We will continue to study. You can try to talk to him, and see if you can wake him up. If he talks, keep talking to him, and keep him active. When the time comes, press the call bell, and we will rush over immediately. The 5 medical staff fled. The room was silent for a while. Awakened consciousness? Isn't that the treatment that vegetative patients need? Xia Ning closed her eyes slightly, gently adjusted her breathing, and tried to calm herself down. Qin Sun's parents were honest people, and they couldn't handle such a difficult problem. She had to stay calm and solve the problem. Crying was useless. Song Ying walked back to the bedside, leaned over, and propped her elbows on the edge of the bed. She looked at Qin Sun, who was either asleep or unconscious, and her eyes gradually became moist. She hummed softly. Always asking for things from you but never saying thank you. I didn't understand how hard it was for you until I grew up. Every time I left, I always pretended to be relaxed, smiling and saying go back, then turning around. Tears welled up in my eyes. What can I do for my father, who has been strong all his life? Please accept my insignificant concern. Except for Xia Ning, the other women didn't hear this song. They watched Song Ying with tears in her eyes, singing this song father, with a confused look on their faces. What happened? Why did Song Ying sing a song about fatherly love? Could it be that Song Ying's feelings for Qin Sun were the same as a daughter's feelings for her father? She had an Oedipus complex? Song Ying became more and more emotional as she sang, and tears as big as beans flowed from the corners of her eyes, and fell on the bed. The song was over. Song Ying was a good singer. She was in a sad mood at the moment. She projected all her emotions into this song, and infected everyone. The ward was quiet. Everyone was a little sad. The ward was like a mourning hall. Xia Ning looked at Song Ying, who was lowering her head and twitching her shoulders slightly, and asked softly, Xiao Ying, what are you doing? Song Ying raised her head, wiped her tears, and said, Didn't the doctor say that brother Qin Sun really became a vegetable? I told him about the good things that happened between us in the past, to awaken his memories. Xia Ning? What Song Ying said made some sense, but only a little. First, the doctor did not say that Qin Sun had become a vegetable. Second, the so-called awakening of Qin Sun's memories should be his girlfriend's turn. She was about to speak. Yilan spoke first. You have only known Qin Sun for a few days. What can you recall? This is Xia Ning's business. Xia Ning was a little surprised. It was rare that Yilan was willing to stand on her side. Yilan stood up and walked behind Song Ying, patted her shoulder, and pointed to the stool next to the wall, motioned her to sit back. Song Ying glanced at Xia Ning, then turned to look at Yilan, and found that she couldn't afford to offend either of them, so she had to walk back dejectedly. Yilan turned to Wang Chui and winked. Wang Chui immediately took a stool and placed it under her, but Yilan sat on the stool and turned to look at Song Ying. But I think what you said still makes some sense. Xia Ning. Yilan looked at Xia Ning. According to my understanding, Qin Sun likes to show off. I want to read some news to Qin Sun, to let him know how awesome he is now. Is it okay? Miss Xia Ning. Qin Sun's current girlfriend. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, and maintained basic demeanor. Please go ahead. Yilan took out her phone and looked at it, then put it down, looked at Qin Sun lying down, and said with a smile, The BGM you used in the fighting game has been on the new song charts of major music websites again. Especially the stupid song The Magic of Love Spinning Around, which has been played more than 10 million times in just a few hours. It has also been used as the BGM of short videos by many bloggers. She stared at Qin Sun's face without blinking, and found that his eyelashes did not even tremble. A little disappointed, her voice was raised a little. Aren't you going to get up and ask them for the copyright fee? It's a lot of money. Yilan looked at Qin Sun still motionless, stood up, and sat down on the stool by the wall. The other girls looked at each other, and exchanged subtle glances. Miser won, and won the next chance to wake up Qin Sun. Miser walked to the head of the bed, sat on the stool, looked at Qin Sun, and said, The manager of the tavern I invited just now sent a message, and many people are watching the game in the tavern today. Business is good. We made more than 300,000 tonight. She looked at Qin Sun and smiled bitterly. More than 300,000 a night. You probably don't care about it now. But the wine there is delicious. He will toast you. Qin Sun remained indifferent. Miser walked back, and stood up directly, walked over, sat on the stool, and looked at Qin Sun quietly for a while. She looked very carefully. She had never looked so carefully before. In the past, she had no chance to stare at a man without blinking. A minute later, she smiled, a little bitter, and stood up and walked back. She didn't say a word the whole time. Chapter 476. Did he really wake up because of a dirty talk? Wu walked over to see, sitting on a stool, looking at Qin Sun, with a somewhat unhappy expression. Qin Sun! The box office of the richest man in Shihong City will soon exceed 3 billion. If you don't wake up, as the company's major shareholder, I will embezzle the box office share of more than 1 billion. And by Yihong's 30 million commission, and the advertising fees of Duty and Rice mobile phones, which are also about 40 to 50 million. I embezzled all of them for you. She saw Qin Sun motionless like a dead pig, and was a little angry. If you want to die, die. If you want to wake up, wake up. Don't be a fussy woman. Stop wasting time. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and slapped Qin Sun's face with her open palm. The speed was neither fast nor slow. Xia Ning reached out, and grabbed Wu Yu's hand. It's over. Wu Yu broke free from Qin Sun's hand, got up and sat back, leaning against the wall. What if Qin Sun never wakes up again? No one responded. She said again, I know a very famous doctor in the United States. He is very famous for treating vegetative patients. Xia Ning glanced at Wu Yu, sitting at the head of the bed, picked up Qin Sun's hand, and held it with both hands. With her head down, she wanted to hope for a miracle. If they truly love each other, there should be telepathy. She muttered to herself. I love 3 things: the sun, the moon and you. The sun is for the morning. The moon is for the evening. And you are for the morning and the evening. Suddenly, there was a bang. The door opened. Everyone turned to look. Niu Xiaojun came in angrily, with a white bandage wrapped around his head, and the fat on his face trembled. She looked at Xia Ning, then at Wu Yu, and jumped up and cursed. Fuck. Who said that? Qin Sun was sweating and fainted. His condition was so serious. It was really serious. I'm a fat man lying on the floor covered with urine, with hot blood flowing from my head. She yelled. You still let the doctor carry Qin Sun first? Ah? Are you talking human language? Do you have any humanity left? Niu Xiaojun scolded them, and found that the 2 of them did not talk back, and suddenly felt a little bored. Seeing Qin Sun lying on the bed, she walked over quickly, pointed at his nose and scolded. Qin Sun! Fuck you. Every time I meet you, nothing good happens. If it weren't for the 3 points of dry shares you gave me in the company, I would have sat on you to death. Song Ying was furious after hearing this, clenched her fists, and was ready to fight with Niu Xiaojun, who was twice as big as her. But Enka grabbed her and said softly, Try to fight poison with poison. What if you wake him up after being scolded? Song Ying stopped. Niu Xiaojun was still talking nonsense. You are a jinx. Who will have good luck if they meet you? You are so unlucky. No matter how strong my life is, I can't stand you being so unlucky. You will get your retribution one day. Suddenly, she saw Xia Ning walking in front of her, and immediately stopped scolding, raised her eyebrows, and said angrily, Ning Ning, are you going to protect him? You forget your friends for the sake of beauty. Suddenly, Xia Ning opened his arms, hugged her tightly, and his voice was a little sad. Brother Niu, he may become a vegetable. Please help charter a plane. I want to send him to the United States for treatment. The sooner the better. Niu Xiaojun was shocked, looking at Qin Sun lying on the bed. She was speechless for a while. After a long while, she finally spoke with difficulty. Ning Ning, I was talking nonsense. I don't know he. Xia Ning's voice sounded in her ears, a little hoarse, as if she was holding back tears. I know, I don't blame you. Niu Xiaojun patted Xia Ning's back, said loudly. Don't worry. I'll ask my brother to do it right away. The Niu family has international tourism as an industry, and they are very familiar with charter flights. At this time, a charming woman's voice sounded. Oh my. It's so disgusting. Why do I see 2 women hugging each other as soon as I get here? Xia Ning let go of Niu Xiaojun's hand, looked at the door, and found Lu Yixin walking in. Song Ying immediately walked over, opened his arms to block Lu Yixin, and cursed loudly. Bitch! What are you doing here? Lu Yixin's face remained smiling, and she quickly unbuttoned her coat with both hands, and put it on her arm, revealing a white deep V dress underneath. She looked at Song Ying and smiled. Just now I was slapped by my dear cousin Xia Ning. I drove a sports car to relax, and then I got a call. They said Jin-sun was in the hospital, so I hurried over to see my cousin-in-law. What's wrong? Is it illegal? Song-ing stretched out her arms, stared at Louison, and looked at her deep V neckline, and gritted her teeth. Bitch. Louison covered her mouth, and laughed like a silver bell, and said, Little sister, you better keep your mouth clean. I can't beat Xiaoning, but I can't beat you. Song-ing quietly stood on tiptoe, making herself look taller, and said with a loud voice, Brother Jin-sun has become a vegetable now. He can no longer write songs. He can no longer make movies. He can no longer fight. She watched the smile on Louison's face gradually disappear, and said with a sense of victory, He must be impotent now, and he has no use to you. Bitch, please let him go, okay? Xiaoning was shocked. The others also frowned. Louison stared at Song-ing, frowning slightly, pushed her aside, and said coldly, Get lost. Don't stop me from being naughty. She walked straight past Xiaoning with an expressionless face, walked to the head of the bed, and casually put her coat on the bed. Looking at Jin-sun lying on the bed, she leaned over and called softly, Jin-sun? Jin-sun remained silent. Louison called again. You wet the bed? Jin-sun still closed his eyes. Louison frowned, reached out to pinch Jin-sun's nose, making him unable to breathe. Xiaoning said coldly, Stop, get out. Louison turned her head and looked at Xiaoning, who looked unhappy, smiled, and said, Let me say one last sentence. After I say this, whether you are really asleep or pretending to be asleep, even the dead will crawl out of the ground and dance. Xiaoning's face still had no expression. Louison took it as her acquiescence, turned her head, looked at Jin-sun, and lowered her head even more, exposing a piece of snow-white chest. She said softly with seductive eyes, Jin-sun, get up, there are big breasts to see. Xiaoning? Niu Xiaojun, fuck. Song-ing, so slutty. Monsieur, master. And Ke, too direct. Wu Yu, who do you think Jin-sun is? Yi Lan, Sister Wang, get him out. Wang Chui received the order and immediately walked towards Louison. Suddenly, a heavy snort sounded. The room immediately quieted down. Everyone opened their eyes wide, their faces were astonished, both surprised and disappointed. Did Jin-sun really wake up because of a dirty talk? Jin-sun opened his eyes leisurely, and felt his head was dizzy, like a dream, as if he was floating outside the whole world. He was out of tune with the world. In his eyes, a snow-capped mountain stood proudly. He spoke slowly, subconsciously. Patient, you have a bruise on your chest. Louison was startled, and said with a smile, Can you treat it? Jin-sun hummed softly, his voice was very small, like a drunk person. I know a little. A thing or two. Louison asked with a smile. Is it massage therapy? Chapter 477 This patient. Please be careful about your words and actions. Is it massage therapy? This sentence seemed to be far away and near, like a dream, and floated into Jin-sun's ears like a breeze. Niu Xiaojun cursed. Massage your mother's big head, ghost. As soon as the voice fell, Jin-sun opened his eyelids hard, felt tired, and closed his eyes again. Xiaoning looked at Niu Xiaojun, and was about to say something but stopped. She sighed, and immediately walked to the bed. The other women also rushed over, pushed Louison away, and stared at Jin-sun. He seemed to be unconscious again. Xiaoning called out softly, Jin-sun, wake up. Jin-sun did not respond. Yi Lan was not convinced and shouted loudly, Jin-sun. He still did not respond. Wu wanted to shout, but felt that the conventional method could not wake him up, and it was a bit boring. She turned her head to look at Louison. She found that Louison had her hands around her chest, and squeezed out a surprising arc. Wu turned her head, stared at Jin-sun, frowned slightly, and whispered, Jin-sun, get up. Look at your chest. Xiaoning? She looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Wu Yu, watch your words and actions. Wu Yu. She was embarrassed, and heard Louison's slightly mocking voice coming from behind. Do you have breasts? Wu Yu blushed, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked to the window to look at the night. Now she was very hurt. Suddenly, Wu Yu saw Niu Xiaojun walking to her side. Niu Xiaojun also looked out the window, with a self-blaming expression on his face. I didn't expect that shouting would turn out like this. Wu Yu comforted softly. It's fine, he can wake up once and wake up twice. He should have nothing to do with you again. By bed? Xiaoning looked at Jin-sun. who was unconscious, stepping down. Make your mouth beside his ears, speak with a small voice. Chin Sun, if you dare to see other women again, you are dead. She looked up at Chin Sun's face. He found that he still closed his eyes. Xia Ning got up, turned around to look at Luisen. Nothing said. Luisen sees this, smiling. You guys are all too young. I have to do it. Xia Ning remained silent. Luisen continued. You know my speaking style. Whatever I say later is to wake Chin Sun up. Don't be angry. Xia Ning remained silent. Luisen was also silent. The two confronted each other for a few seconds. Xia Ning finally spoke and said, I won't hit you. Luisen smiled and looked at Chin Sun on the bed. Cousin, you can't vent your anger on your cousin's husband. Xia Ning looked at Luisen coming over, expressionless, and swore silently in her heart. If you can't wake me up, I will let you know what a cousin is. Chin Sun was in a coma, and scenes in his mind flashed by like a revolving lantern. Drawing a lottery in the toilet. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level medical skills. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and gradually fell into a coma. Afterwards, he seemed to have entered another universe and became a doctor. A miracle doctor. Patients came in an endless stream, lining up from the door of his consultation room all the way to Paris. He treated patients day and night, treated patients. He became a ruthless medical machine. He didn't catch any fish. Internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, gynecology, ophthalmology, otolaryngology, acupuncture and massage. Respiratory medicine, gastroenterology, urology. Emergency medicine, dermatology, anesthesia. Critical care medicine. Plastic surgery, medical beauty. And veterinary medicine. He knows everything, and is good at everything. The walls of his office are covered with banners, and a dazzling variety of slogans. Awesome hands and kind heart, give me back my tender little chrysanthemum. A unique way to treat skin swallows. Quickly cut chickens, looks very handsome. Anal digging master, anal master. Your anus is better. Big ass repair. Eggs fall with a flick of the hand, bomb disposal expert. 6. National Service BNK. Thank you doctor for saving my dog's life, awesome hands and kind heart. Whoop whoop whoop. In that dream, he was like a cow or a horse that treating diseases day and night. Almost all the patients were like puppets. Silent. Like tools. Chin Sun was silent too, and started to treat them directly. After finally treating hundreds of thousands, or even millions of patients. A few more patients, who could speak appeared. Chin Sun had no choice but to continue treating them. The first one was a little girl. She liked to cry and sing some weird songs. The next few seemed to be rich women. They always said they wanted to take some copyright fees. 300,000. 3 billion. To support him. As their personal doctor. Later, there was another gentle woman, who looked at him quietly for a while, and then left. They hadn't even consulted yet. They had to pay for it. After that, another sister came in. She seemed a little cold, but was actually gentle. She said something to him. I forgot what it was, but it sounded very nice. The sister's eyes were misty, and she turned and left. At that moment, Chin Sun in the dream suddenly had an idea. I'm leaving. At this moment. But a little fat man came in and yelled at him. He called her a quack. He almost killed her. He also kicked over his desk. Then he ran away. Chin Sun didn't have time to retort. He was about to push the door of the clinic to leave. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew in. A charming woman walked in, pulled open the collar on her chest and asked, Doctor, can you see what disease I have? Chin Sun took a look. The language was a little unfamiliar. This patient, your chest has a bruise? The woman asked. Can you cure it? Chin Sun, I know a little bit. Woman, is it massage therapy? Chin Sun was about to speak. The fat boy who had just walked out cursing, ran back again and cursed again. He patted his butt and left, closing the door. Suddenly, his eyes were dark. He closed his eyes, and wanted to sleep. Suddenly, Chin Sun heard the cold and gentle sister shout. Chin Sun, wake up. He opened his eyes with force. His eyelids were heavy. Try harder. Try harder. Try harder. He kept trying. He could only hear a woman's voice from far and near, seeming to be calling him. In the ward. Why don't you talk? Are you shy? Luisen leaned over to look at Chin Sun, and saw his eyeballs trembling rapidly under his eyelids, feeling a little proud, and a little nervous. She was afraid that he would not wake up and lose face. She quickly adjusted the collar of her dress with her hands, but it revealed more. Chin-sun, open your eyes. Look at the big wave. In the ward. Chin-sun slightly opened his eyes. His head was a mess, and in a daze, he saw the enchanting woman standing in front of him, revealing her scars. He subconsciously answered in a low voice. This patient, watch your words and actions. Just see the doctor, don't flirt. Your neckline is too wide, you're showing off. His voice was a little hoarse, and he seemed weak. Chapter 478. Then I will satisfy you a little bit, and let you play the role of a doctor who refuses to obey even if he dies? In the ward. Lu Yixin looked proud. Xia Ning looked shocked, both happy and disappointed. Chin-sun, is he a coquettish person after all? A common problem for young men? Or has he gone crazy after more than 10 days of abstinence? Yilan, Song Ying, Misier all came over. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun also turned around suddenly, and looked at the bed. The room was a little quiet. Song Ying was about to shout, Brother Chin-sun, but saw Xia Ning's killing look, and immediately shut up. I dare not disturb him again. Let Chin-sun talk more. Use his brain more. And regain consciousness. Xia Ning turned to look at Lu Yixin, who looked very proud, and stretched out her hand to make a pleased gesture. Lu Yixin snorted coldly, leaned down, looked at Chin-sun, who was half asleep, and said with a smile, Chin-sun, I didn't expect you like cosplay. Chin-sun half closed his eyes, and made a puzzled sound. Lu Yixin smiled. Okay. Then I will satisfy you a little bit, and let you play the role of a doctor who will never obey. Chin-sun heard her call doctor, and made a soft affirmative sound. Yeah. Lu Yixin covered her mouth and chuckled. Doctor, what kind of injury did you say happened to my chest? Chin-sun's voice was not loud, like an emotionless machine. Chest contusion. Lu Yixin asked again in a delicate voice. Doctor, I am a girl and my chest was bruised by a bad guy. It's so pitiful. Chin-sun answered mechanically. Chest contusion refers to the direct violent impact or compression of the chest wall, but it is not enough to fracture the ribs, or when lifting heavy objects. The chest wall muscles, fascia, blood vessels, etc. are stretched and damaged, causing local swelling, pain, etc., resulting in chest wall soft tissue. Periosteum injury. Lu Yixin. She heard Chin-sun's professional explanation and felt that she was just flirting with a blind man. Is Chin-sun a straight man? This is too straight. Straighter than Yang Shulin. Xia Ning watched Chin-sun say so many words in one breath. Although his tone was a little dull, she was still happy. How could a vegetative person who just woke up from a coma say so many words? And Chin-sun behaved quite seriously, and was not seduced by Lu Yixin at all. She wanted to walk to the bedside, press the call bell to ask the doctor to come and observe, but she was afraid that walking over would affect his recovery of consciousness. She turned around and walked out the door. Suddenly, Wu Yu came quickly, grabbed her, and whispered, I'll go call the doctor, you stay here and keep an eye on this vixen. Xia Ning nodded. Wu Yu walked out quickly. Yilan heard Chin-sun's call, took out her phone and checked chest contusion, and found that what he said was the standard answer, almost word for word. Except for medical students, it is almost impossible for anyone to do it. She was a little surprised. When did Chin-sun study medicine? Are students majoring in civil engineering so wild? Or did he just recite some chest contusion, hip deformation, slender waist sprain and other words to tease girls seriously? Bedside. Lu Yixin looked at the dazed Chin-sun, smiled sweetly, and asked, Doctor, then how should I treat it? Chin-sun's voice was still mechanical. You have a mild chest contusion. Just rest, replenish nutrition, and pay attention to the risk of infection. You will recover in 1 to 2 weeks. You are almost well now, just rest for a few more days. Lu Yixin asked again, Will it affect the further development of my breasts in the future? Will it become the cup? Chin-sun answered woodenly. With the onset of menstruation, girls' breasts also begin to develop, and they stop developing around the age of 18 to 20. You are old, there is no possibility of further development. Song Ying laughed and puffed out her chest. She is not old, she should still have 2 years of development. Lu Yixin was not angry when she heard old, her face remained smiling, and continued to ask, Then can't you enlarge your breasts through massage? Isn't there a very popular massage method recently? Chin-sun was lying on the bed, still popularizing science. Women's breasts are divided into glandular layers, fat layers, and muscle layers. Repeated massage can easily damage the structure inside, causing damage and nipple bleeding. Louison smiled awkwardly. I don't believe it. Chin Sun's voice was a little emotional, a little sarcastic. The more you press your breasts, the bigger they become. And the smaller your face becomes. The more you press your waist, the thinner it becomes. And the longer your legs become. How stupid would one be to believe that? Louison was choked and speechless. She had tried all the treatments that Chin Sun mentioned just now, and she thought the effects were quite good. She was a little angry and said, "Is massage useless?" Chin Sun spoke faster. "Generally, we don't call it massage, but Tui Na. Tui Na therapy is a non-drug natural therapy. Physical therapy. Through Tui Na, diseases are treated through meridians and acupoints in the human body, such as pushing, taking, lifting, pinching, and kneading. It mainly treats bone injuries, tendon injuries, and some pediatric diseases." At the same time, Xia Ning and others listened to Chin Sun's words and couldn't help showing surprise. When did this Chin Sun know medical skills? It seems quite true. It sounds scary. What did he do when he was unconscious? Was his brain cells stimulated? Louison listened to Chin Sun's endless talk and interrupted him. "Don't tell me those nonsense. I just want to ask you. Under what circumstances would you press a woman's breast?" Chin Sun was lying on the bed and answered immediately. "The main symptom of breast cancer is a hard and irregular lump in the breast. Do you want to check it out?" Louison bit her lip, and her smile was a bit shy and artificial. "Yes, I want it, I want it." She bent her waist even lower, reached out, and gently pulled open the collar of her dress, revealing a patch of white and elastic. Xia Ning quickly turned her head to look outside the door. Her face darkened. "Doctor, why haven't you come yet?" She turned her head and squinted slightly, clenched her hands into fists, looked at Louison like an eagle, and finally stared at Chin Sun. Song Ying looked around, didn't find a weapon to use, quietly picked up a bench, and his face wrinkled into a ball. Messier looked disgusted. Yilan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the bedside, but was stopped by Xia Ning. Xia Ning said softly, "Wait a little longer. When it's time to take action, I will naturally take action." Yilan had to stop and look at Xia Ning. Although Chin Sun's physical recovery is more important, other women are rushing to your face in front of you. How can you bear not to hit her? In the ward, everyone's eyes fell on Chin Sun. He slowly pulled his hand out of the quilt and stretched it to Louison's chest. Xia Ning took a deep breath and snorted a little. Chin Sun was attracted by the sound and looked over. The chaos in his mind suddenly dissipated and became clear. He completely regained consciousness and suddenly felt a shadow above his head. He looked over and found a smiling woman above his head, and his hand was about to reach into the woman's chest. He was stunned. Chapter 479. Hitting someone just after waking up. Looks like he's recovered pretty well. Chin Sun saw that his hand was only half a palm away from a warm chest. Feeling carefully, he could even feel the other person's body temperature. He immediately felt something was wrong. Am I crazy? Digging a hair in front of Xia Ning? A storm immediately arose in his mind, remembering everything that had just happened. Those conversations between him and Louison. Although it was a serious consultation, but under Louison's guidance, it was a bit too presumptuous. Chin Sun looked up and saw Louison's face. Louison smiled. "Dr. Chin, please continue to examine me." Chin Sun retracted his hand and said seriously, "What are you examining?" Louison kept smiling and stared at Chin Sun's eyes. "Dr. Chin, how can you tell just by looking? The diagnosis requires observation, smelling, asking and palpation. You have to touch me to find out if I have breast cancer." Chin Sun's eyes widened. "How can you, a girl, say such a thing? You can go directly to the ultrasound. Or you can go directly to puncture for pathology. What do you mean by letting a pure boy like me touch me?" Louison was startled, and suddenly smiled, reaching out to touch Chin Sun's chin. "Chin Sun, you are acting like a doctor who refuses to obey." Chin Sun felt her smooth fingertips on his chin, glanced at Xia Ning from the corner of his eyes, and shouted, "I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Bold monster. I want you to show your true colors." Ah! He suddenly bent his knees, raised his feet, and kicked Louison's chest hard with the quilt bulging. All Louison screamed in pain, fell backwards, and fell to the ground. She lay on the floor in a mess, looking at the light on the ceiling, blinking. a little confused. How come they were chatting so well? Suddenly they started fighting? The ward was quiet. Everyone looked at Louison lying on the ground, and looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun spat at Louison, clapped his hands, and sat back on the bed. Everyone saw his unruly appearance, which was not much different from usual. He seemed to have recovered? But he recovered too well? Why did he hit someone right after waking up? Or a woman? And he used his feet? With his fighting power that could send Kato Daiki to the ICU, was it appropriate for him to kick Louison? Well, it didn't seem inappropriate. Madman, what a madman. Louison got up from the ground, and rushed towards Chin Sun with her teeth and claws. I just got better, and you kick my chest again? What's the injury now? Another chest contusion? I'll fight you. Xiaoning grabbed Louison's arm, and said coldly, Get lost. Louison turned around and waited for Xiaoning. You're crossing the river, and then destroying the bridge? Xiaoning, yes. Louison? She saw Xiaoning's cold face, and knew she was angry. Normally, she would just give in after all. She couldn't win. But today? No! She glared, walked towards Xiaoning, and said through gritted teeth, I won't leave. Suddenly, Yilan came over, stood in front of Louison, and said coldly, If I don't leave you try? Louison looked at her and sneered. Oh my queen! Big star, you're also competing with ordinary people like us for men? Yilan frowned, and began to roll up her sleeves. She looked like she was going to start the battle of the century. Louison looked at him coldly, with a disdainful smile on her face. She didn't believe that a big star would hit someone. If she dared to hit someone, she would be on the hot search tomorrow. There are dozens of paparazzi downstairs. Niu Xiaojun saw that Yilan's intimidation was useless, and couldn't help frowning, and said in her slightly hoarse-up voice, Damn it! Ink! All of you get out of the way. Let me do it! Fuck! Louison turned her head to look. She saw a little fat man rushing over, not caring about the gauze wrapped around his head, and actually hit him with his head. He looked like he was going to use his iron head skill. Louison was shocked. As the saying goes, the dumb ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. The little fat man in front of her was arrogant, dumb and desperate. She panicked and said loudly, Stop! I'm going to leave now. She quickly picked up her coat from the bed and walked out, saying as she walked, Okay. Okay. You are all united now, driving me out, showing how united you are. When Xiaoning and Chin Sun get married in the future, remember to go to the wedding. She stood at the door, turned her head, and glanced at the women in the house. When the time comes, I will stand at the door, as a family member to greet you in person. You won't stage any scenes of robbing the bride, crying, hanging, or drinking pesticides at their wedding. That scene is a bit too ugly. The room was silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Louison was a little proud, looking at Chin Sun on the bed, said viciously, Chin Sun, you will not die well. This is not a curse, but a fact. I have a rumor that someone is targeting you, and they have already made plans for it. She paused for a moment, and said with a smile, If you want to know what's going on, you must give me a satisfactory apology. After that, she left quickly. In the ward, everyone's eyes fell on Chin Sun's face. Chin Sun scratched his head. His eyes swept through everyone, and finally fell on Xiaoning's face, deliberately showing a surprised expression, and asked, Ning, when did you come? He didn't care about the gossip, the inside story that Louison had just said. Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun's face seriously, and found that the surprise on his face seemed real. But when I think of his acting skills, I am a little uncertain again. Xiaoning answered seriously, We have been here all the time. Chin Sun. Then my conversation with Louison about the chest contusion just now. Xiaoning looked normal. We heard everything without missing a word. Chin Sun. So how do you feel now? Xiaoning hesitated and said softly, A little angry. Chin Sun touched his forehead and fell back, lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, and closed his eyes. Oh! I feel dizzy, I need to sleep. Chin Sun covered himself with a quilt, and pricked up his ears to listen to the noise outside, but found that there was no sound. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Suddenly, a sound was heard, as if many people came in. Wu Yu's voice was heard. The doctor is here, where is Chin Sun? Then, he felt someone patting the quilt gently. Xiaoning's voice was heard. Come out. Chin Sun slowly lifted the quilt and sat up. 4 or 5 doctors immediately came over, feeling his pulse, listening to his heart, and checking his pupils. Chin Sun looked at their serious and nervous faces, and was speechless. It turns out that experienced doctors are good at acting. What's the point of these tests? Won't they still have to use machines in the end? They are just pretending. Xiaoning and others watched without blinking, their hearts hanging in the air. Chapter 480. If you want my life, I won't let you have it easy either. I've got it. The doctor surrounded him and examined him for 2 or 3 minutes. Xiaoning and others watched quietly from the side, looking a little nervous. After a while, an old doctor in the lead said to Xiaoning, Mr. Qin's condition has improved. We need to observe the extent of his recovery. I will arrange a few urgent examinations later. You can just go and check them. With my signature. Go directly. No need to queue. Xiaoning smiled and thanked the doctor. The doctor looked at Chin Sun again, held his hand, and said, You need to rest more in the next few days, eat light food, and avoid raw and cold food. When Chin Sun heard this, he just wanted to laugh. In fact, most of the time during the recuperation period, it is not necessary to eat light food, or avoid raw and cold food. But if you ask the doctor will definitely answer to eat light food, avoid raw and cold food, and drink more hot water. It seems to be to give the patient psychological comfort. Chin Sun asked. Then should I drink more hot water? The doctor answered seriously. Yes. Chin Sun nodded. Okay. Thank you, doctor. The doctor left. When everyone heard the doctor's words, they felt relieved. Xiaoning looked around and said, You guys go out first. I have some accounts to settle with Chin Sun. Chin Sun immediately lay down, quietly pulled up the quilt, and covered his head. Damn! Could it be that he had just obtained the god-level medical skills? And the first patient was himself? A doctor cannot treat himself. Chin Sun covered his head with the quilt, and heard the sound of high heels walking around. Yi Lan's voice sounded, the volume was a little high, as if it was deliberately said to Chin Sun. Xiaoning, don't worry about my face, be ruthless. Then, Messier's voice sounded. Boss, take care. Then it was Enke. Boss Chin, this time, I really can't help you. You just paid too much attention to Louisen's breasts. Song Ying's voice sounded. Brother Chin Sun, you are. Who among us doesn't have breasts? Are you so curious? You want to see and touch? Then, Wu Yu's voice sounded immediately. If you can't talk, just shut up. It seems like you are the only one with a mouth. Right? Niu Xiaojun laughed a little bit. After a while, it became quiet outside the quilt. Chin Sun lifted a corner of the quilt, and saw Xiaoning close the door and locked it. She turned around, looked at the hole in the quilt, blinked, and smiled. That smile was as bright as the spring sunshine. It wasn't cold at all. Chin Sun lifted the quilt, sat up, looked at Xiaoning who was walking towards her with a smile on her face, and was a little confused. How could she not be angry? I almost cheated on her when I was half unconscious. Is she so generous? Taoran? Xiaoning came over, sat down next to Chin Sun, put her arms around Chin Sun, tugged hard, hold him tightly in her arms. Chin Sun felt half of his face lying on her chest and scrupulously, a little confused. Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? Xiaoning looked down at Chin Sun, the other hand gently stroked Chin Sun's hair, and let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced at the door, guessing that there should be several ears behind it. So she lowered her voice. You were unconscious for so long just now that I almost scared you to death. Chin Sun glanced out the window. The night was dark. He asked, How many days was I unconscious? Xiaoning said hesitantly. 3 hours. Chin Sun? He smiled bitterly. Is it that serious? Xiaoning answered seriously. That much. Chin Sun's heart trembled, and he sat up from Xiaoning's arms and took her into his arms. He hugged her tightly. I won't do it next time. Xiaoning lay in Chin Sun's arms and looked at him, asked, What happened to you today? Is it related to your strange working mode? She knew that Chin Sun had a strange working state. The greater the intensity of mental work, the higher the body temperature will be, and it is necessary to work in a low temperature environment. Will the temperature be too high, and he will fall into a coma like now? She also knew that Chin Sun didn't seem to want others to know, so he sent others away. Chin Sun nodded and lied. Yes. But it's not a big deal. Just like heat stroke. You'll wake up after a while. You're too nervous. Xiaoning looked up at Qin Sun and said, "You were sweating all over and fainted in the toilet. Anyone would be nervous." She hesitated and said, "Don't do things in that state in the future. It's harmful to your health." Qin Sun looked into Xiaoning's eyes, without saying anything, and closed his eyes slightly. "Call up the system panel. Slacking points 0. There are still 100 million points of slacking points to the next draw." "Oh my god! The next draw requires 100 million points of slacking points? Where should I go to fish? I should go to the sea to catch whales." Just thinking about it, he heard Xiaoning's voice. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Qin Sun opened his eyes, looked at Xiaoning, said, "I will try to use less." Xiaoning looked at him silently, saw his determined eyes, sighed. "It seems that I have to assign a few doctors to accompany you." Qin Sun, too exaggerated. You can't spend money carelessly even if you have money. Xiaoning, use your money. You are richer than me now. Qin Sun. Suddenly, Xiaoning broke away from Qin Sun's arms, retracted the smile on her face, which made Qin Sun a little scared. She asked, "Why do you know so much about women's breasts? Do you know its structure, development cycle, and treatment methods?" Qin Sun looked embarrassed, looked out the window, and said, "When I was in high school, the sows at home didn't produce milk. As the most educated person in the family, my mother asked me to solve this problem. I went online to look up relevant knowledge." He pointed his finger at his head. "You know, I'm studious, and I have a good memory." Xiaoning frowned slightly. "Sows don't produce milk. You check human breasts?" Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning. "At first I checked sows. But after the check, I still had 40 minutes of internet fees to pay. And they didn't refund me." His eyes lowered a little, landing on Xiaoning's chest. "I can't waste this internet fee. So, I studied the origin of humans in depth. I tell you. In fact, sows and humans are similar." Xiaoning? She was a little unconvinced. Who is so bored that he would actually go to an internet cafe to look up postpartum care for sows? He should have gone straight to the origin of mankind. He is doing pornography, and still building a memorial arch for himself? But, she believes it a little. Qin Sun is really such a boring person. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and sighed. "You were really boring in high school." Qin Sun laughed. "You were young and ignorant at that time." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoning immediately sat up from the bed, pointed at Qin Sun's nose, and cursed coldly. "Do you know you're wrong?" "Qin Sun?" Xiaoning said loudly. "It's good that you know." "Qin Sun? Is Xiaoning crazy?" Xiaoning turned around and said softly, "Please come in." A bunch of women squeezed in, looking at Xiaoning, couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. Alas, a legitimate girlfriend is a legitimate girlfriend. Hold Qin Sun tightly. If you want to beat him, beat him. If you want to scold him, scold him. They looked at Qin Sun and had a lot to say, but they all held back, making way. A nurse came in with a wheelchair. "Mr. Qin, you are going to have a full body check. Under the wheelchair seat, there is a small bug installed. It is transmitting the sound here to the office of Beijing Film and Television Company. The company's CEO, Mr. Zhang, has a sinister smile on his face. Qin Sun, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. If you want my life, I won't let you off easily either. This time, I will completely control you. I have it." Chapter 481. We were eavesdropped on. Let's play along and kill them. Qin Sun glanced at the wheelchair pushed by the nurse, feeling helpless. After acquiring divine medical skills, he knew that, after a patient in a convulsion and coma wakes up, for safety, it's best to sit in a wheelchair. But it's really embarrassing. Qin Sun looked at the nurse, and found that the nurse was peeking at him, and couldn't help feeling a little proud, and asked with a smile, "Can I not sit? I can walk by myself." The nurse smiled, and shook her head. "Mr. Qin, this is also for your safety. It's better to be safe than sorry." With Xiaoning's help, he sat on the wheelchair with some shame. Yilan handed him a black mask. "New. Not dirty. Put it on. You are a star now." Qin Sun took it and put it on. Xiaoning pushed him, and followed the nurse away. Songing didn't care much about face, and followed like a little follower. The others stayed in the ward. Wu Yu followed to the door, looked at the backs of the people, and heard the nurse ask enthusiastically, "Mr. Qin, I'm your fan. I'm very interested in your new movie Fatal Identity. Can you tell me a little bit? So I can pretend in front of my friends." Qin Sun laughed. I haven't figured out this story yet. When the movie comes out, I'll give you a ticket. Nurse, okay. We returned to the room, walked to the corner alone, frowned and thought. Before returning to China, she worked in a private detective agency and was unusually sensitive to some abnormal things. After the nurse came in, she had been secretly looking at Chin Sun. That look was not of admiration. Instead, it was of a guilty conscience. I just heard at the door that the nurse actually said the name of the movie Fatal Identity. According to the normal shift rotation of hospital nurses, when Chin Sun was fighting in the boxing competition, she should be at work. How did she know the name Fatal Identity? This hospital is so busy, a nurse should not have much time to slack off. Unless she is a fanatical fan of Chin Sun, she quickly browsed the hot searches under the pretext of going to the toilet. But, as a fanatical fan of Chin Sun, the expression she had when she saw Chin Sun for the first time should not be the kind. Moreover, the first question she asked should not be about the movie. She should be concerned about Chin Sun's health, or directly ask for his autograph. So, the nurse was probably trying to get him to tell her something. She was a spy. A spy of Beijing film and television. Well, you figured it out, snapped her fingers, and walked out the door. She drove here. There was a toolbox in the car, and many anti-eavesdropping devices. Niu Xiaojun saw Wei was leaving, and asked immediately, "Are you going to follow Chin Sun too? Are you a bit of a jerk?" Wei didn't even turn his head, and walked quickly. "I'm going to the toilet." Niu Xiaojun ran out after him. "I'll keep you company." Yilan looked at Niu Xiaojun's fat back, frowning slightly, and looked at Wang Chui. "Sister Wang, do you think Xia Ning and her group have some serious illness? Even to the toilet. You have to keep someone company. This isn't drinking." Wang Chui looked embarrassed, looking at Nku and Nishir, not knowing how to answer. I sighed in my heart. They went to the toilet together. One thin and one fat. What does it have to do with Xia Ning? Yilan's words were somewhat personal. Nku and Nishir looked at each other, both with a playful smile in their eyes. It turns out that when big stars get jealous, they are no different from ordinary little women. They all like to make trouble for no reason. I went around the hospital and did various examinations. Although there was a super VIP channel, it took 2 hours. During the period, the nurse accompanied him throughout the whole process. I don't know if Xia Ning gave him enough money, or if Chin Sun's personal charm is too strong. The nurse was very enthusiastic, and flattered Chin Sun again and again. She fired several rounds of volleys, like a rocket launcher. From his appearance, to his marketing ability, to his composing ability, to his ability to make movies. She was enthusiastic about it again and again. She was especially enthusiastic about the movies he was going to make in the future. She asked from time to time, "What kind of story is this? Director Chin, do you have any intended casting? How will this thriller and suspense movie turn around?" Chin Sun was very happy to be coaxed, and his smile was like a 99-year-old birthday star. 2 hours passed. Xia Ning finally pushed Chin Sun back to the ward. He helped Chin Sun onto the bed. The nurse put the wheelchair in the corner of the ward and said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, there are still a few examinations tomorrow. You don't need to drink water or eat anything later." Chin Sun pointed to the wheelchair in the corner of the room and said, "Sister nurse, please take the wheelchair away. I really don't need this thing in my body." The nurse immediately shook her head like a rattle and said, "No, I still need a wheelchair tomorrow. Put it here, so you don't have to rent it again tomorrow." Chin Sun nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, nurse." The nurse left with a smile on her face. In the corner of the room, there was a small bug under the wheelchair, which was transmitting their voices to the general manager's office of Beibei Film and Television. The night was dark. It was already past 2 in the morning. There were yawns everywhere in the office. They were discussing. Chin Sun is very tight-lipped. He didn't reveal any useful information. Yes, he only said that it would be released in the summer, and the leading actress would be Yilan. But wasn't this news that had been made public long ago? Are we going to work in vain? Everyone was silent. After a while, a voice sounded. "No. Think about it. Chin Sun is a man who spins his opponent in a circle in a fighting game. He is so flamboyant and high profile, how can he resist showing off? He just didn't tell the nurse that the nurse might not be pretty enough. But now her room is full of beauties, the big star Yilan, the big internet celebrity Xiao Yingdao, the daughter of the Lu family group, and the proprietress of the tavern. How could he miss such an opportunity to show off?" Everyone looked at Mr. Zhang and nodded. "That's right. That makes sense. Let's wait a little longer. Let's listen again. In the ward. The nurse left, and closed the door very politely, without making any loud noise. Wu Yu glanced at the door, walked to Niu Xiaojun, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. At the same time, Qin Sun also took out his cell phone. Xia Ning walked to Song Ying, and took out his cell phone. Song Ying saw that the three of them were all playing with their cell phones, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, and said unhappily, "What are you doing? We came all the way to see you, because we want to go skiing with you. You guys are playing games in a team of 3? As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu raised his phone, and at the same time, he covered Niu Shijun's mouth. Xia Ning raised his phone, and at the same time, he covered Song Ying's mouth. Qin Sun raised his phone, and made a gesture to keep quiet. Everyone saw the content on their phones, and they were stunned. Their phones showed large and bold text. Xia Ning, there is something wrong with the nurse. We are being eavesdropped on. Wu Yu, there is a bug in the room. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Sun, we are being eavesdropped on. Everyone will take advantage of the situation and kill Beijing Film and Television. Chapter 482. She is a fool. How can I be a fool? Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Wu Yu looked at each other and nodded gently, with a smile on their faces. They looked like heroes appreciating heroes. Sure enough, there are still smart people in the room. However, what surprised Qin Sun was that Wu Yu discovered the nurse after just meeting her. It seems that she, a super professional private detective, can do everything above the standard except playing the killer and being beaten unconscious by his big assholes. It's no wonder she has a flat chest. All the things she lost are in her head. Yilan looked at the similar words on the three people's phones, a little surprised, looked at Qin Sun, then looked at Xia Ning, and finally her eyes fell on Wu Yu's face. Xia Ning is fine. This little girl, who came out of nowhere, also thinks the same as Qin Sun? Qin Sun and Xia Ning have been in contact with the nurse for 2 hours, so it's not surprising that they can detect some clues. But she only met the nurse once, and she saw it. It seems that this little girl should not be underestimated. He may be the biggest rival besides Xia Ning. And Ku was stunned for a while, looked around the room, and finally his eyes fell on the wheelchair. Monsieur also looked at the wheelchair. Song Ying felt a little wrong when Xia Ning covered her mouth, before showing the text on the phone. Sister Xia Ning didn't cover anyone's mouth, but mine, which was a bit disrespectful to me. Did she just conclude that I would scream? Expose the fact that our discovery was eavesdropped? Suddenly, Song Ying noticed that Niu Xiaojun was also covered with his mouth, and felt a little comforted. He gave her an encouraging look. I understand you. Niu Xiaojun saw Song Ying giving him a caring look, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, staring at Wu Yu with wide eyes. He cried, "Woo woo." In his mouth. Washboard. You stinky old woman. I just accompanied you to the underground garage to get some bugging equipment. Didn't you tell me that the nurse had a problem? Why did you cover my mouth? Am I that stupid? Ah. You're still taking some bugging equipment, as if you were very professional. I think you are the fool. Who can't guess that the bug is installed under the wheelchair? The conversation between Qin Sun and the nurse just now was very clear, very clear. She insisted on leaving the wheelchair in the room. Where else would the bug be if it's not under the wheelchair? Niu Xiaojun became more and more angry as he thought about it, opened Wu Yu's mobile phone, rushed to the wheelchair, and sat on it. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid that she would do something stupid. General Manager's office of Beijing Film and Television. Several executives looked puzzled. What's going on? Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Is Qin Sun going to sleep instead of chatting with his good sisters? There should be some noise when he sleeps. No. He's at the age where he can make pancakes on his butt. Listen carefully. They may be whispering. Everyone pricked up their ears. Suddenly, there was a loud thumping of a wheelchair, followed by a dull puff. Sound. Manager Zhang? Everyone looked at each other, with a look of embarrassment. Is it a fart? It's quite strong. Whose general is this? Is Qin Sun so familiar with these girls? Don't you even have to be shy about farting? In the ward, Niu Shijun's fat body squeezed in the wheelchair, with a smug smile on his face. Wu Yu was speechless. She pointed at the words on Qin Sun's phone. We were eavesdropped on. Everyone played along, killing Beijing Film and Television. She said, Brother Niu, what are you doing? Niu Xiaojun glanced at Qin Sun's phone, made an okay gesture, and shook the wheelchair. The wheelchair creaked. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The office of the general manager of Beijing Film and Television. A creaking noise came from the speakers. Everyone was immediately dissatisfied. There's a guy called Brother Nyo over there who is a fool. Why is he playing with a wheelchair? This is a bit disrespectful to the patient. Everyone, pay attention. Listen carefully. And ignore the noise. Listen carefully. I think there will be some useful information soon. Everyone pricked up their ears and moved closer to the small speaker on the table. Immediately afterwards, just hear a while. Pu pu pu. The sound of cereal fart. Suddenly, everyone was nauseous born. Well, who is this? Stir-fried soybeans for radish at noon. This cereal fart is stinky and long. It took half a day. We listened to a fart. No, it's a string of farts. In the ward, everyone covered their noses, one after another. I almost posted on the wall, far away from Nyo Jun. Xia Ning covered his nose, don't pleasure. Brother Nyo. You are, too much. There is a patient in the room. She glanced at Qin Sun, and found that he had crawled into the quilt and covered his head. Nyo Xiaojun snorted coldly. Xianing, when we were in elementary school, you asked me to show you how to fart at any time and anywhere. You also asked me to teach you. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning saw many women looking at her, a little embarrassed, and looked at Qin Sun. She found that he had crawled out from the quilt, eyes wide open like bells. Ning Ning, have you learned it? Xia Ning. She felt a little dizzy, blinked, took a deep breath, and her voice was a little cold. We are all gathered here with great difficulty, so we should study how to fart in succession. She pointed at the wheelchair under Nyo Shijun's buttocks, and said solemnly, the big star Yi Lan is here. The big internet celebrity Xiaoying is here. The eldest lady of Sunny Cinema is here. The future CEO of Duduti is here. And our charming little tavern proprietress. With such a strong lineup, can't you discuss the movie Fatal Identity? Xia Ning walked to the bed and sat down, taking revenge, and stretched out her hand to pinch Qin Sun's waist. Can't you discuss the film project of Fatal Identity? How should we proceed? She took out her phone, quickly created a WeChat group, and pulled everyone present in. She sent a message. How should we set up a trap? She held up her phone and showed it to everyone. They immediately understood and all took out their phones. They expressed their opinions in the group. Songing immediately sent a knife emoji. Shrimp them. Encore. Mislead them. Fabricate the false plot of Fatal Identity. Let them take it lightly. Monsieur. Fabricate a false film lineup. Gather the kings and queens. Scare them to death. Yi Lan. I don't know. Change the WeChat group name to Fatal Identity Assassination Team. Wang Chui saw the group name change prompt in the group, looked up at Yi Lan, and sighed secretly. Sister. Be careful of the impact. You are not Song Ying, nor Nyo Xiaojun. You can't be so immature. Qin Sun thought about it, and immediately thought of the film and television works with the biggest investment losses in his previous life. They are those film and television works that cannot be released. Of course, if they cannot be released, they will not get back a penny of their capital, and they will lose everything. And if a film and television work cannot be released, the best way is to ruin the actor's reputation. And the worst is to ruin the protagonist's reputation. It's completely ruined. No matter how you edit it, you can't tell a complete story. And as a high-quality theater movie, you can't use AI to change the protagonist's face. Qin Sun quickly sent a message in the WeChat group. Lie in the trap, close the door, and beat the dog. Chapter 483. You may not believe it. President Beiying is my dream goddess. When everyone saw this message, they were all confused. They all knew the characters, but how to do it specifically. They all sent messages to the group. Yi Lan, I don't understand, speak human language. And Ke, did you trick them into joining the crew? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Songing, why close the door? Why beat the dog? Where is the dog? Monsieur, can I help? Will you? A bunch of idiots. Qin Sun explained it so clearly. Do I need to explain it to you again? Do you want someone to chew your food and feed it to you? As soon as this was said, the other women immediately looked up and stared at Wu Yu. Wu Yu met their eyes, with a look of disdain, quickly wrote in the group. When casting in the circle, Beijing Film and Television will definitely plant people to infiltrate, and then use black material to destroy their undercover. This is a good way to make a movie lose all its money. Or through undercover, continue to spread false information. Is this difficult to understand? Ah? A bunch of idiots. Wu Yu said it clearly enough. Suddenly, The faces of the other women were a little unhappy. She wanted to curse, but she didn't know where to start. Only her best friend Niu Xiaojun had a silly smile on her face. Hee hee. Washboard is indeed a little genius. And he is first-rate in quarreling and fighting. Xia Ning felt that the room was a little quiet, and there was a risk of exposing that they had discovered that they were being eavesdropped. Immediately send a message to the group. When you communicate in the group, pay attention to keeping your mouth chatty. Be casual. Don't expose. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and found that he was looking down at his phone to search for something. She asked calmly, Qin Sun, how are you going to promote the movie Fatal Identity? Qin Sun did not even raise his head, and his tone was equally calm. Do you know why I must target Beijing film and television? Everyone immediately looked up, knowing that Qin Sun had begun to lay out the plan, and after thinking for a while, they asked carefully. The tone was as casual and calm as possible. Why? Do you have any grudges? Isn't it because during the release of The Richest Man in Shihong City, they kept sending water troops to black you? Qin Sun looked down at the information about Beijing film and television that he searched on his phone. These include the company's size, achievements, classic TV series and movies it has filmed, artists under the company, and the company's executives who often show up, among whom the information of General Manager Zhang Lei is particularly detailed. It turns out that he was once a star. Qin Sun replied. No. At least not all of them. After that, he sent a message to the group and tagged Yilan. Yilan, please send a list to the group. We need a few actors with fatal scandals, such as tax evasion and underage sports and political positions. Those who have not been exposed yet. Both men and women. But they need to have a certain background and strength, and dare to bite Beijing film and television if they are pissed off. By the way, it would be best if they have any hidden diseases. I know a few old Chinese doctors, and I can use this to threaten them. 10,000 years is too long. I only fight for the day. During the release of this movie, I will change the name of Beijing film and television. Although Qin Sun has only half a foot in the entertainment industry, he has acquired the ability of an all-round filmmaker. I know that almost 90% of the people in the entertainment industry have black material. It's just that it has not been exposed. And when it is exposed, it is not because of the report of some righteous people, but because the actor has become the abandoned child of capital. Yilan sent a message in the group. Wait for me for a few minutes, you continue to chat, and buy me time. Office of the General Manager of Beijing Film and Television. Everyone looked a little embarrassed. This water army company is not clean at all. Is it so easy to be caught? Don't cooperate with that company next time. Even a fool can guess that it is only us and Qin Sun who have the biggest conflict of interest, and it's not the fault of that water army company. Qin Sun said it's not all. Is there a more serious reason than robbing money? Wouldn't it be killing his parents? Ha ha! Who have you killed his parents? The general manager of Beijing Film and Television said in a deep voice. Everyone be quiet. Listen carefully. Maybe we can use the key to the problem that Qin Sun cares about to break through and control him severely. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun's voice was heard in the speakers. Qin Sun's voice was calm with a hint of shyness. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I was young and ignorant. I used to think that Zhang Lei, the CEO of Beijing Film and Television, was quite attractive. I watched a movie he acted in when I was a child, and I thought he was pretty good. He used to be my dream lover. Now he is targeting me, which makes me feel a little disappointed. So, I want to kill him. Suddenly, the office was quiet. In the ward, Qin Sun still lowered his head, flipping through the documents, looking nonchalant. Xia Ning? Do you think Zhang Lei, the manager of Beijing Film and Television, is quite attractive? He's a man, right? Qin Sun used to pretend to be an old sister-in-law in a milk tea shop, and praise the lemonade in a sissy way while pinching her orchid fingers. Now he brings this up again. Why does he like to use this trick so much? Does he really have an obsession with men? Yilan's eyes widened. Her mind was in a mess. Zhang Lei is quite charming. He was indeed an actor, but that was more than 10 years ago. Now he is a middle-aged man in his 40s. How can Qin Sun say this? I asked you to delay time. Don't talk nonsense here. Songing sighed. Brother, you don't have to sacrifice to this extent. It's not necessary. Even your sexual orientation has changed. Niu Xiaojun gave Qin Sun a thumbs up, and smiled and praised silently. Qin Sun, you are this. I respect you for this. Macho man. Very fierce. and Ke smiled bitterly. Is Chin Sun going to join the game again? To win half a move? But who would believe such nonsense? Aren't you afraid of being recorded and uploaded to the internet? Xia Ning smiled, looked at Chin Sun, and said, Chin Sun, you said that Zhang Lei, the general manager of Beijing Film and Television, is your dream lover? Chin Sun answered calmly, yes. Xia Ning, dream lover? Chin Sun looked down at the information about Zhang Lei on his mobile phone, and said, dream goddess. Xia Ning, Beijing Film and Television Office. It was quiet. The other 4 or 5 executives looked at General Manager Zhang Lei, looking at his fair and handsome face. I have to admit that Zhang Lei is indeed quite charming. When he was young, he was a pretty boy, and had a lot of fans. But who could have known that he, who looked elegant, handsome and soft on the screen, was actually a homosexual? Who could have thought that he, who had a bad temper in private, was actually a little submissive? More than a decade ago, there were not as many rotten girls as there are now, who were obsessed with male couples all day long. Some male stars even deliberately sell homosexuality. At that time, he was exposed to the black material that is not considered black material now. He was forced to hide behind the scenes. As a result, he fought his way out with great perseverance, caught up with the time when hot money poured into the entertainment market, and founded Beijing Film and Television Company. His life can be regarded as a legend. Everyone stared at him, with strange faces. Mr. Zhang likes to be passive. Chin Sun seems to be indifferent to meat and vegetables, and just now called Zhang Lei the dream goddess. Wouldn't that mean they would have to run in both directions? Zhang Lei noticed their gazes, his eyes gradually turned cold, he slammed the table hard, and cursed. Nonsense! Chin Sun is just talking nonsense. I want to kill him! At this time, a voice sounded. Mr. Zhang, do you want to send out the audio clip just now, saying that Chin Sun is a gay? Ruin his reputation? Chapter 484. If he spends the winter with you, then can I sleep in the middle? Zhang Lei's face immediately darkened, he slammed the table again and cursed. Do you have a brain? Or do you have a pig brain? Do you think Chin Sun's fans care whether he is gay? They don't even mind Chin Sun spitting on someone's face in the octagonal cage. If you spread this news, maybe Chin Sun can even gain a wave of rotten girl fans. He became more and more angry, slammed the table and stood up, and cursed loudly. If this news gets out, I will be the one who gets hurt. Chin Sun is just talking nonsense. When I was acting in the movie, how old was he? Is he only 7 or 8 years old? He is not my audience age at all. In the office, everyone was silent, and they all agreed. Yes. Isn't this nonsense? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A 7 or 8-year-old child knows what a dream goddess is. I don't believe it. In the ward, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was a bit cold. As a professional supporting actor, Wu Yu certainly couldn't let the words fall on the floor, and asked Chin Sun, are you talking about the goddess in your dream? Chin Sun looked down at the information on his phone, which was a movie starring Zhang Lei, and there was a wonderful clip. He watched it in mute, counted with his fingers, and said while watching, I was 8 years old that year. I bought a movie disc, which contained a movie called The Peerless Young Master. At that time, Zhang Lei played the role of the peerless young master Ouyangberry, and there was a scene in which a woman dressed as a man. On a snowy day, he dressed as a woman and broke into the Yaoi Palace, which only women could enter, and held his beloved woman in his arms. I was shocked when I saw Ouyangberry's appearance, because the heroine was not as good-looking as him. Snow White, he was also white, and there was only white left between heaven and earth. I decided at that time, I would marry him. After saying that, he saw that Xia Ning's face was a little cold. Niu Xiaojun, who looked like he was watching the fun and not afraid of trouble, gave him a thumbs up. Then, Wu Yu and Ke Mi Sierra Song Ying also gave Chin Sun a thumbs up. Wang Chui hesitated for a moment, and followed suit, seeming to be more sociable. Yilan ignored them, and racked her brains to think. She wanted to put an end to Chin Sun's farce of delaying time, and selflessly devoting himself as soon as possible. According to Chin Sun's requirements, these people are not so easy to find. There must be fatal black material. There must be a certain background, but this background cannot be so big that Beijing Film and Television dare not grasp it. Some people have tempers. After being wronged, they dare to bite back at Beijing Film and Television. And, do they have hidden diseases? Does impotence count? With so many requirements added up, there really aren't many people left. At this time, Jinsun said again, every time I think back to the scene of heavy snow in the movie, I feel a little emotional. I even wrote a few lines of songs for it. Xiaoning ah? Songing, that's too much. Encore, you haven't even written a song for me. Monsieur, boss, I want one too. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Wang Chui looked embarrassed, feeling that she shouldn't be here. Yilan looked up at Jinsun and silently complained. Bitch. You're having so much fun now, but I'm suffering. Jinsun didn't care, and shouted to himself. Oh Yang, if you let her accompany you through the winter, can I sleep in the middle? Then, she started singing. Let all the snow fall. So that you can't see the struggle on my face. Let's end it all. Tell me the truth. The most selfish person is your mother? Jinsun sang it casually, and it sounded good, and it was full of affection. Xiaoning got goosebumps all over her body, and quickly stopped him. Enough. Songing, you sang such a nice song for Zhang Lei? Monsieur, waste. Encore, waste of nature's resources. Niu Xiaojun, I think it's quite interesting. Yilan quickly wrote 2 names in the memo, and continued to think, trying to think of more. Cast a wide net, increase the probability of catching fish. Beijing Film and Television Office. It was quiet. So quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked embarrassed, and all lowered their heads to study the uppers of their leather shoes. Alas, this is what happened. It turns out that everything is caused by love turning into hate? Jinsun is actually a love-brained person. He can accurately name the classic scenes of Mr. Zhang's classic movies and TV shows. This is so impressive that it's like watching a video on your phone. And he even wrote a song about it. Isn't he still a fanatic fan? Will a fanatic fan be so cruel after quitting being a fan? Or should we just let Mr. Zhang dress up as a man and meet Jinsun in person, to turn hostility into friendship? Zhang Lei sat on the chair, feeling complicated. What delighted him was that his personal charm was so strong that some people still remembered his film and television works. What made him speechless was that he couldn't really seduce Jinsun. Right? First, it would be too embarrassing. Second, he was too old to do these tricks. This was a deformed love. My damn charm. In the ward, Jinsun saw Yilan still thinking about the list with her head down, and didn't want to continue the silence. Looking at Xiaoning, asked, Ningning, you won't break up with me just because I liked a transvestite when I was young and ignorant. Right? Xiaoning. Suddenly, her heart was surging. It took a lot of effort to suppress it, showing a dangerous smile, said, How could that be? A big family like ours has seen everything, and is much more tolerant than ordinary people in this regard. I am very open-minded. Jinsun stroked his chest. That's good. That's good. Yilan sorted out the list, and sent it to the group. Male, Shinemo. Xiao Xian. Zhu Yuanju, female, Gao Man. Mao Qiani. She hesitated for 0.1 seconds, and sent another sentence. Jinsun, shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Stop your pretentious performance. Fishing seriously. Jinsun saw the group message, nodded, and said in a serious voice. Because I learned that it was Zhang Lei who was behind my back, my childhood filter was completely shattered. So, I was very angry, very angry. I even felt like I was cheated. This is another reason why I want to madly retaliate against Beijing Film and Television. Now it has reached the stage of no return. He paused and said, So, we can only win this fatal identity, not lose. When I created this movie, I actually had some alternative actors in my mind. He used the mobile browser to search for some actor lists, looking at the avatars of those people, jumping and reading. Chang Yang, Liang Yi, Shinemo, Gu Heng, Zhu Yuanju. In between, a list of Yilan was inserted. Jinsun read out 10 names in total. 10 were just right, half true and half false. If Beijing Film and Television was not stupid, they would definitely start with the actors. Then, there should be 1 or 2 who would be moved to the Fatal ID crew by Beijing Film and Television. After Jinsun finished reading, he sighed and said, But now anyone with a discerning eye can see that we have a grudge against Beijing Film and Television. They should not wade into this muddy water. I guess we can't invite them. He sighed towards the wheelchair. What a pity. Beijing Film and Television Office. Zhang Lei quickly typed those names on the computer. Sent to their core executive WeChat group, said, Look at these 10 people. Which ones do we have black material on? He hesitated, said, Mao Qiani must find a way to get in. Don't say she doesn't look good, but she likes to knock on the director's door too much. She even knocks on the female director's door. Like Jin Sun. He is a guy who doesn't care about meat and vegetables. Arrange them to meet by chance, maybe something good will happen. Chapter 485. I am really a sleeping dragon in the mountains. I have everything under control. Yilan also looked at the wheelchair, crossed his legs, said, I will try my best to help you contact. But the hope is not great. What if there is a crazy person who is not afraid of death? Jin Sun leaned against the bed. Then please. Beijing Film and Television General Manager's office. Zhang Lei said immediately. You spread the word, we are generous people, we won't bother with Jin Sun. We even have the intention of cooperating in the future. In case no one dares to join their crew, it will be difficult to follow up. Everyone agreed. Yes. Okay. Got it. Mission accomplished. Then, a woman's voice was heard from the speakers, seemingly Jin Sun's girlfriend. The volume was quite high. They could hear it clearly. The woman's voice said, Aren't you planning to go skiing together? I know. There's a famous ski resort called Phyton nearby, and you can also take a hot spring bath. Wait until Jin Sun finishes his 3-day observation in the hospital, and after 3 days, I'll take you skiing. Zhang Lei immediately recorded the time and place on the computer, and a smug smile appeared on his face. There is a kind of pride of planning and winning thousands of miles away. I am really a sleeping dragon. 10,000 yuan to bribe a nurse. Plus a small eavesdropping device. Can actually get so much useful information. Whatever you think of comes true. Time, place, people, all taken care of. Jin Sun, what do you have to fight me? Wait for death. Ward. Jin Sun waited for Xia Ning to finish that paragraph. His eyes swept across the room, and he made an okay gesture, indicated that the matter was settled. He saw everyone smiling and nodding in response, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He immediately lowered his head and sent a message to the group. The pit is dug. It's getting late. You can go back. They looked down at the group message, and their faces turned ugly. It felt like being used and discarded, like toilet paper in a wastebasket. Yilan stood up first and said coldly, In 3 days, we will meet at Phyton Ski Resort. Whoever doesn't go is my son. After saying that, he walked out directly. Wang Chui followed quickly, and Ke and Messier looked at each other. Messier stood up first and said, Boss, I'll go back to the tavern to look after the business and grab your fighting traffic. The recent business will be very good. Jin Sun looked at Messier and said, If the tavern can't survive without you, then you are a failure as a manager. He smiled. For these 3 days, you can walk around the capital and have some fun. It can be reimbursed. It's your spring welfare. He saw Messier open her mouth as if she wanted to refuse, and said immediately, Don't be polite to me. I'm very rich now. I just want to show off. Please satisfy my little vanity. Messier. She sighed with a wry smile. Boss, you are really honest. Suddenly, she stretched out a finger. I want to spend 10,000. Spend it hard. Jin Sun looked at her finger and smiled. Don't shout so loudly and so aggressively when you say 10,000 in the future. I thought you were going to spend 1 million. He raised his voice. Spend 100,000 yuan. Bring invoices for reimbursement. Not a penny less. Messier glanced at Xia Ning and found that she looked normal, then walked out and said loudly, Yes, sir. Watch me perform in 3 days. Anka was very straightforward. When she saw Messier walk out of the door, she immediately stood up and trotted out, without even looking at Jin Sun. But her voice was very gentle and playful. See you in 3 days? Whether it's skiing or other things, I'm very good at it. There were fewer and fewer people in the room. Song Ying wanted to stay overnight, but as a woman with dignity, she was a little embarrassed, especially with Xia Ning present. She stood up, walked to the head of the bed, looked at Jin Sun closely, and asked, Brother Jin Sun, can I come to see you in the next 3 days? Jin Sun replied, The doctor told me to rest. So, Song Ying didn't let him finish, nodded, and interrupted. Well, it's okay if you can. She jumped out of the room. Jin Sun? This child's ability to pretend to be stupid has improved. Who did he learn bad things from? Anka or Messier? We walked out directly and said, I'll go home and tell my grandparents I'm safe. They seem to have a premium card for the ski resort. I'll use it for a few days. When the time comes, I'll show off. Niu Xiaojun watched Wu Yu walk out and shouted, Wait for me. Wu Yu stood at the door, leaning against the door frame and waiting. Niu Xiaojun immediately stood up, thought for a moment, and sat down again. His fat body squeezed into the wheelchair and shook it hard. It creaked. Then, a series of puff 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 sounds were heard. Nyo Xiaojun stood up with a proud look on his face, patted his butt, and shouted, "Great!" Qin Sun covered his nose. Xia Ning. Why did I feel that this unique skill was so amazing when I was in elementary school? Was I sick when I was a child? General Manager's Office of Beijing Film and Television. A group of people were speechless. Does this androgynous person have a stomach problem? Farts all day long. And serial farts? Zhang Lei smiled. But his voice was sinister. Neither male nor female? It's not good to discriminate against a girl like this. When everyone thought of Zhang Lei's sexual orientation, they were shocked and immediately shut up. Zhang Lei slammed the table. Listen carefully, the more casual the chat, sometimes it can reveal key information. In the ward. After making noise, Nyo Xiaojun put his hands behind his back and swaggered out of the ward. Xia Ning glanced at the bandage on her forehead and asked, "Brother Nyo, you want to leave the hospital with Wu Yu?" Nyo Xiaojun stopped. "What else?" Xia Ning, don't you stay in the hospital for a few days? Nyo Xiaojun heard that Xia Ning had generously divided a little of the attention that fell on Qin Sun to her. She couldn't help but feel a little touched. She walked in front of Xia Ning, unwrapped a corner of the bandage on her forehead, and said, "I'm so lucky. Look at your forehead. It's okay, there's no scar at all." Xia Ning? I think your problem is quite serious. You fell and injured the back of your head. Nyo Xiaojun. She was a little embarrassed. Take a look at the wheelchair secretly. Damn it! Those mice hiding in the dark corners must be laughing at me loudly for having a problem with my brain. Nyo Xiaojun said angrily. I'm leaving. You have no right to interfere. Xia Ning was helpless. You can't go through the discharge procedures? Nyo Xiaojun said loudly. If you can't do it, then don't do it. Can they still tie me up? I finally came to Beijing. I can't spend it in the hospital. I'm going to a wild disco. Xia Ning, dancing with bandages, be careful. Nyo Xiaojun said coldly. As long as I don't get involved with Qin Sun, I'm very tough. She cursed and left with Wu Yu. In the room, only Qin Sun and Xia Ning were left. They looked at the wheelchair at the same time, feeling helpless, being monitored. There are many things that can't be said. Do we really have to treat each other with respect these days? Beijing Film and Television General Manager's Office. Zhang Lei looked at the list that Qin Sun had just read on the computer. His eyes fell on the name, Mao Qiani, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You arranged for the big director of the company to invite Mao Qiani to go to Fightin Ski Resort to discuss cooperation in 3 days. Then just stand her up. As long as she knows that Qin Sun is also at the ski resort, she will be happy even if a knife is put to her neck. She will definitely not miss Qin Sun. She will create an encounter herself. Chapter 486. I want to wash my feet. I want to go upstairs. I want blue shorts. In the ward, Qin Sun and Xia Ning stared at each other, not knowing what to say. After a while, Xia Ning put her mouth close to Qin Sun's ear and whispered, "It's a little too quiet." Xia Ning's voice was small, only a breath, which seemed a little ambiguous in this quiet night. Qin Sun's heart felt like it was brushed by a soft brush. Itchy. Qin Sun hugged Xia Ning's shoulders with both hands, to prevent her from escaping, and put his mouth close to her ear. He also said it in a dying voice. Then what do you think we should do? When Xia Ning heard this tone, his eyebrows immediately rose, and then fell, looking at Qin Sun in astonishment. Is it because of the abstinence for more than 10 days, that he was exhausted? He actually made the bubbling sound that only scumbags can make. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun's lower body in the quilt, and found that it was still normal, slightly relieved, looking at the wheelchair. Said loudly, Qin Sun, it's already early morning. You should go to bed. You are a patient now, you should rest more. Qin Sun heard her voice so loud, and knew that she was setting up defenses for herself, and took a look at the wheelchair, feeling a little unhappy. Before the fight, she promised me that after the fight, I could have a meal of meat. It's the middle of the night now. A man and a woman alone. And in a hospital, where porn movies are very common. What a good atmosphere. Why don't you cook? Qin Sun sighed, stared at the wheelchair, and said indignantly, You still know I'm a patient? You know I'm a patient. Why did you let me go skiing directly after being discharged from the hospital in 3 days? How harmful it is. Xia Ning? She was a little confused. Took out her phone. And flipped to the message in the group. It was Chin Sun who had sent a message in the group just now, calling her to invite everyone to ski. At Xiaoning, invite everyone to ski, create a chance for people from Beijing film and television to meet by chance. She put the phone in front of Chin Sun and said coldly, "You have been lying in bed for 3 days. If you don't want to go skiing to relax, what else do you want to do?" Chin Sun answered immediately, in a loud voice, with full confidence. "Wash your feet." "Xiaoning? Wash your feet?" "Chin Sun, go upstairs. Wear blue shorts." "Xiaoning? She has washed her feet and done spa, both are formal, and knows that it is not as pink and ambiguous as everyone thinks. Generally, the second floor is also formal. But the blue shorts, it is said that there are special items." Xiaoning looked a little unhappy, said in a cold voice, "You said you were going to wash your feet? Wear blue shorts." Chin Sun looked at Xiaoning's face, knew that she was a little angry, and was actually a little happy. Decided to teach her a lesson. Let her fully respect the passion of a young man of this age in the future, and learn to give in. Chin Sun lay on the quilt, looked at the ceiling, and searched for some foot-washing literature in his mind. The voice is gentle and powerful, reciting like a poet. Love rises with the bell, and the heart is hard to calm down when the bell stops. I always thought the goddess was in the world before, but when I grew up, I found that the goddess was in the private room. I still remember the first time I met her. She was carrying a small pink box, standing in front of me, and she turned her head and smiled casually, filling my entire youth. I have never experienced such personal tenderness. Xiaoning was stunned when she looked at Chin Sun. The description is delicate. The true feelings are revealed. Is he really a foot washing expert? Isn't he famous for the free accommodation? But just for foot washing. Chin Sun's voice continued. Xiaoning's face was cold, she glanced at the wheelchair, suppressed her anger, and stared quietly. She wanted to see, how good is Chin Sun's foot washing skill? Chin Sun looked at the ceiling, and his voice echoed in the room. But I feel sorry for her fate. At such a young age, she had a gambling father, a sick mother, siblings in school, and a miserable life. If I didn't go at that time, who would be able to do this poverty alleviation work? I know you don't understand, but I will also fight for this great cause all my life. Hearing this, Xiaoning chuckled. Chin Sun stopped reciting, looked at the smile on Xiaoning's face, looked a little embarrassed, and asked, "What? Don't I sound like a foot-washing expert?" Xiaoning said, "What you said is quite similar, but your expression and tone all carry a yearning for foot washing. This is not the expression of a person who washes feet frequently. If you wash your feet frequently, you should be indifferent." She lifted Chin Sun's chin and smiled. "Brother, you are still too young." Chin Sun. He gently lifted Xiaoning's hand, covered the quilt, and said, "Sleep." Then, he moved his body to the side and said again, "Sleep." Xiaoning looked at the place vacated by Chin Sun and realized that he wanted her to sleep with him. She looked at the wheelchair in the corner, a little embarrassed, and bent down to hug Chin Sun tightly through the quilt. She got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, she lay on a bed in the room. Chin Sun lay in the quilt, looking at the wheelchair in the corner of the room through the gap in the quilt. He suddenly gave a middle finger. "I will destroy you tomorrow." No words were spoken that night. I slept till dawn. When Xiaoning got up, she found that the bed opposite was empty. She got up immediately and went to the bathroom, but found that there was no one there either. She looked carefully again. The wheelchair in the corner of the room was gone too. Xiaoning walked to the bed, picked up her phone, and called Chin Sun. But she found that the call was not answered. She frowned slightly. Is this kid angry with me? Going for a checkup, and not calling me? She pressed the call button on the bedside. After a while, the nurse came over. Xiaoning asked, "Hello, where is the patient? Did he go for a checkup?" The nurse replied, "He has finished the checkup and is walking in the hospital." Xiaoning, is he so angry that he needs to go out alone to relax? He can't be in the hospital and be affectionate in front of the bug, right? He shouldn't be too much. At this time, in the garden downstairs of the inpatient department, a young man wearing a mask and a hat was driving a wheelchair quickly, wandering around. He was still humming, catching shrimps. The old man and the old woman in hospital gowns sitting on the bench in the garden got up early to get some fresh air and praised them. This young man, oh my, this young man. Even though he is in a wheelchair, he is still so impatient. This wheelchair drives faster than my electric car. Before he entered the hospital, He must have been a racing driver. Young man, pay attention to safety. Oh, he can even drift. Aren't you afraid of overturning the car? The wheelchair? Office of the General Manager of Beijing Film and Television. A poor boy who was left behind to monitor Qin Sun all night. Heard the sound of wheels rubbing against the ground. And cursed. He is definitely not pretending to be crazy. He is definitely sick. He must have been a fool since he was born. Qin Sun drove his wheelchair downstairs for half an hour, causing enough sensation. The attending doctor knew about it. And for his safety, he would definitely take away his wheelchair. After that, he drove his wheelchair all the way to the special elevator and went up to the floor where the ward was located. As soon as he came out, he saw 4 or 5 sneaky people who were stopped by Xia Ning outside his ward. Excuse me. Please don't disturb Mr. Qin Sun's rest. He is not accepting any interviews now. If you continue to make loud noises here, I will ask the security guards. He immediately guessed that it was the paparazzi who sneaked in, and quickly lowered the brim of his hat and raised his mask a little. Suddenly, an elevator next to him opened. 2 medical staff pushed out an emergency bed, on which lay a man with various instruments and in 4 drip. The fiery red mohawk on his head was particularly eye-catching. The paparazzi had a keen sense of smell and rushed over immediately. Qin Sun quickly drove his wheelchair to the side and silently watched Kato Oki being surrounded by paparazzi. As if he had sensed something, Kato Oki opened his weak eyes, and his sight passed through the gap in the crowd and looked at Qin Sun. Chapter 487. Does anyone know if it is illegal to make someone angry to death? Do you want to go to jail? At the elevator entrance, Qin Sun and Kato on the emergency bed looked at each other. Qin Sun looked indifferent. Kato Oki's eyes widened a lot, revealing a trace of fear, and his mouth with a breathing mask whimpered. A nurse stretched out her hand to stop 4 or 5 paparazzi, and said seriously, "He just came out of IUC, don't scare him. He needs more rest now." The paparazzi have no conscience. Can you still be a paparazzi if you have a conscience? They squeezed the nurse aside, surrounded Kato Oki, and asked in a flurry of questions. Kato-kun, how do you feel now? You were seriously injured by Qin Sun and sent to IUC. Do you have anything to say? You are a professional player fighting against an amateur. You had such a humiliating battle. Are you careless and didn't dodge? Qin Sun teased you in the octagonal cage. Will you take revenge on Qin Sun after you recover? Netizens are clamoring to send you to prison when you wake up. What do you think about this? Questions were like a string of cannonballs, and they hit Kato Oki one after another. The medical staff was a little nervous. If Kato Oki was pissed off to death by these paparazzi, the caregivers, would be responsible. They were so angry that they shouted, "Go away! Go away! You guys go away! If he gets pissed off by you, he'll go to jail." The paparazzi were startled and looked at Kato Oki. They found that he was wearing a breathing mask on his mouth, and there were all kinds of wires on his body, and a needle for and 4 in his arm. They couldn't help but panic. After all, they came to find Qin Sun, and meeting Kato Oki was just an accident. There was no need to take risks for someone who was going to disappear from the public eye. Their target was Qin Sun, the rising star. After a while, they found that Kato Oki's expression was not very disgusted, and it seemed that he could not hear their questions. Or, he did not care at all. Kato Oki was lying on the bed, with his head tilted, and his eyes were always looking out through the gaps between the paparazzi. He seemed to be eager to find something. The paparazzi turned their heads and looked in the direction of Kato Oki's sight. They found a man wearing a hat and a mask sitting in a wheelchair peeking at their interview. Qin Sun was watching with great pleasure. But suddenly he found that everyone was looking at him, and he felt something was wrong. He skillfully operated the wheelchair, turned, and rushed to the ward at the end of the corridor. Everyone was stunned. Fuck. What disease does this person have? Does he look sick? Isn't this wheelchair electric? He can drive the wheelchair so fast with his bare hands? What a strange man. Great skills. Kato Daiki heard the paparazzi's praise for Qin Sun, and felt a little stuffy in his chest, and a little difficult to breathe. Baka! I just came out of ICU, and he actually showed off his driving skills in front of me. Baka! The medical staff guarding the emergency bed were even more shocked when they saw Qin Sun driving the wheelchair so fast. I have worked in the hospital for half my life, and I have seen many people jump off the building. This wheelchair is faster than an electric car. This is the first time I have seen it. Is he so brave? Whose patient is he in charge of? Wouldn't the attending doctor and the nurse on duty be scared to death? Suddenly, a nurse at the nurse station on the floor saw something whizzing past the aisle in front, and quickly leaned out to take a look, and recognized it as her patient Chin-sun in a glance. Shouted anxiously, "Hey! Chin-sun! Stop! You are not allowed to do such dangerous actions." Chin-sun was very obedient. He braked immediately, and slid for a few meters before he completely stopped. Then, he stood up, carried the wheelchair and ran away like flying. "Nurse? Oh my God!" She rushed out of the nurse station and ran after Chin-sun. "Don't do this. I'm scared." Xiaoning had been standing at the door watching the situation, watching Chin-sun carrying the wheelchair and running over, with a look of astonishment. This, how shameful. She quickly closed the door, and isolated herself in the ward to calm down. Chin-sun just ran to the door, and saw that the door was closed, and was startled. What the hell? He turned his head to the right, and saw that the nurse rushed over with a horrified face, with both hands stretched forward, and ran straight to his wheelchair. He quickly put the wheelchair on his shoulders to the ground. The nurse threw herself on him, and hugged him tightly, looking up at Chin-sun, with a very panicked tone. "Chin-sun! Mr. Chin! My ancestor! Can you not do so many tricks? If you get hurt, I will take the responsibility." Chin-sun chuckled twice, with some apology. The nurse grabbed the wheelchair with both hands, stepped back a few steps quickly, turned around immediately, and pushed it away. "You can run so fast with a wheelchair. There is no need to sit in a wheelchair. I'll take it away for you." She turned back and warned, "You are not allowed to rent a wheelchair for 3 days." Chin-sun smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not a child." "Nurse, how can there be such a child? It should be a naughty child." Suddenly, Chin-sun heard a commotion, and saw that the 4 or 5 paparazzi reacted and rushed over here, shouting, "Mr. Chin, excuse me. You are recovering well now. Were you pretending to be sick before? Kato Daiki is at the elevator entrance. Aren't you going to have a conversation with him? You drove the wheelchair so fast just now, and you ran so fast while carrying it. Are you deliberately envying Kato Daiki? It seems like you are jumping high in front of a cripple, or singing in front of a mute." Chin-sun looked at the paparazzi rushing over like zombies, was a little anxious, and knocked on the door quickly. "Ning Ning, open the door. Someone is going to die." The door opened immediately. He immediately went in, closed the door, locked it, and leaned against the door panel with a sigh of relief. There was a quick knock on the door. "Mr. Chin, please open the door. We will ask you politely, and we will never disturb your rest. You can say a few words through the door. Mr. Chin, please be kind, I am still in the internship period. As long as you answer more than 3 of my questions, I can become a regular employee." In the ward, hearing the intern's words, Chin-sun was somewhat moved. He was also an intern before, and he knew the desire to become a regular employee. He turned around and was about to open the door. Xiaoning whispered, "Put away your kindness, don't believe anything the paparazzi say. You are not an ordinary person now, you must always pay attention to your words and deeds." Chin-sun? He looked at Xiaoning, a little helpless. He was really not ready to be a superstar, and didn't want to be a person who would be on the hot search list for a casual remark. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound outside the door. "Hey! Look! Kato Oki was pushed into the elevator again." The medical staff are very nervous. Could it be that Kato Oki was pissed off by Chin-sun? Go and see quickly. Chin-sun pissed off Kato Oki to death, and he can be on the hot search list. He's in the ICU again. Hey, does anyone know if it's illegal to piss someone off to death? Do you want to go to jail? Chapter 488. The fish have already entered the pit. It depends on how many can be caught. A burst of hurried running sounded. The door opened and it became quiet. Chin-sun. Damn! It turns out that those who can be paparazzi are not ordinary people. If they don't lower their moral standards to a certain level, they can't eat this bowl of rice at all. Suddenly Xia Ning's voice sounded. Chin-sun, if you really make Kato Daiki angry to death, what are you going to do? Chin-sun recalled Kato Daiki's state just now, and said very confidently, "He is disabled. But he won't die." Seeing Chin-sun's confident words, Xia Ning showed a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "Why are you so sure?" Chin-sun smiled and said, "This is my best wish for him." Xia Ning. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ning, who? A girl's voice sounded outside the door. Dongwai. I'm Dong Yao." Xia Ning immediately recognized that it was Song Ying's voice. opened the door a crack, and stuck his head out to see. After finding that Song Ying was alone and the paparazzi had disappeared, they let her in. Song Ying walked in and saw Xia Ning close the door and locked it. Feeling a little strange. Sister Xia Ning, what's wrong with you? Why are you guarding against thieves? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with a cold voice. Just now, your brother Qin Sun was wheeling in the corridor, attracting a large number of paparazzi. I was worried that they were still guarding outside the door, so I acted more cautiously. Song Ying's eyes lit up. Wheelchair racing? She looked at Qin Sun and asked excitedly. What's the speed? Qin Sun, 70 miles per hour. Song Ying's mouth opened into a circle. 70 miles per hour can get on the highway, so how do you feel? Qin Sun, I feel free and easy. Song Ying gave a thumbs up. Brother Qin Sun, you are worthy of being a role model for our generation. Qin Sun slightly raised his chest, very proud. No problem. Xia Ning? No, you two are sick. Song Ying frowned, and was about to say something back. Then I heard Qin Sun say, how can you talk like that? Song Ying may be ill, but how can I be ill? Song Ying? Xia Ning sneered. You are not ill. You went to drive a wheelchair by yourself without any notice in the morning? Qin Sun put his hands behind his back, looking proud. So, the wheelchair was confiscated. The eavesdropping device gone. Xia Ning was startled. This guy. Is he a madman or a genius? Under Xia Ning's coercion, Qin Sun half pushed and half reluctantly went to the bed to rest. Just lying down. The phone rang. It was my mother's call. Qin Sun answered. Ma Xiaogui's voice was a little anxious. Xiao Sun, there is news on the internet that you fainted in the toilet. Qin Sun, rumor. If I fainted, who is talking to you now? You believe what is said on the internet. Maybe one day, they will spread that I like men. Ma Xiaogui, what do you mean maybe one day? There is news that you like men now. Qin Sun? You believe this? Ma Xiaogui, when you have a child with Xia Ning, I will completely stop believing it. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning. Xia Ning turned her back, walked to the window, and looked at the sky and the earth. Qin Sun hung up the phone. Song Ying glanced at Xia Ning quietly, and found that she was still standing by the window thinking about life. She walked gently to the head of the bed, and sat on the bench beside her. Hee hee. This position was previously occupied by Sister Xia Ning. She can sit, but I can't. Qin Sun looked at her strangely. Song Ying put away the smile on her face, and said seriously, the doctor said before that after you wake up from the coma, you should communicate with you more. Talk. And stimulate your brain. Regain consciousness. So, I'm sitting here for your health. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Song Ying, who had a little bit of arrogance in her eyes, and smiled gently. She didn't mind too much, because Song Ying's threat to her was almost zero. Song Ying was cute, but cuteness was worthless in front of sexiness. She knew that. She was sexy. The sharp sense of oppression on men that came from her bones, the so-called aloofness, was a kind of sexiness in itself. Xia Ning turned her head and continued to look out the window. Song Ying sat on the bed and shared interesting hot searches on the internet with Qin Sun. Brother Qin Sun, did you know? The Iron Mountain backrest that you knocked Kato Oki away at the end became popular on the internet. They said that you shouted Iron Mountain backrest before you made a move, which was very Zhongni. Qin Sun. According to his understanding, Zhongni was a foreign word from J country and was the abbreviation of second year of junior high school, because they believe that adolescent boys in the second grade of junior high school will always do things that they think are cool, but are actually awkward to outsiders. Qin Sun looked at Song Ying and didn't feel embarrassed at first. At that time he just wanted to shout Iron Mountain back to make Bajiquan famous. Now he is labeled as middle school second by netizens. This makes him a little embarrassed. He thought about it and said, have you ever played Landlord? Song Ying didn't know why she asked this and nodded. I've played it. Qin Sun asked again. When you played 10 JQKA, did you shout? Song Ying, I shouted, very loudly, and throw the cards on the table. She thought of this scene and felt very cool. Suddenly she looked at Xia Ning's back and asked, Sister Xia Ning, did you shout? Xia Ning didn't even turn her head. No. Song Ying? Then did you shout when you played the King Bomb? Xia Ning, no. Song Ying raised an eyebrow. Don't you play Landlord? Xia Ning, I do. But I never shout. Song Ying asked hurriedly. Why? Xia Ning, too immature. Song Ying. She felt insulted and hurriedly looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun nodded at her and gave her an encouraging look, and she felt much more comforted. She can't compare with Sister Xia Ning. This person's brain is really sick. Not cute at all. 3 days passed quickly. Fighten Ski Resort. This ski resort is very large and has all kinds of supporting facilities. It's a holiday villa. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Yi Lan, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Song Ying, and Ke and Monsieur met in a restaurant inside. In a private room of the restaurant, everyone was ready to fight. Song Ying smiled sinisterly and said, 10 minutes and 2. Hee hee. I have been anxious for the past 3 days. This kind of group of people working together to practice. The feeling of deceiving one person is really amazing. Niu Xiaojun nodded like pounding garlic, not afraid of the bandage on his head shaking off. Me too. I dream of beating them. Do you think you can catch the people on Yilan's list? Wu Yu smiled slightly and sent a file to the group, which was the list of people staying in the ski resort for the next 3 days. A few fish have already landed in our puddle. It depends on who can be caught. Chapter 489. You really have to be careful. I suggest you install surveillance in your bedroom. When everyone heard Wu Yu send the list to the group, they immediately took out their phones to check. When they opened the file, they found that there were nearly 300 people. Song Ying quickly browsed through it from beginning to end, trying to find the names of familiar celebrities in the entertainment industry. But the more she read, the more dizzy she felt. She felt that the words gradually turned into mosquitoes flying around, and then slowly became a mess. She rubbed her eyes. You won't send some messy names to fool us, right? Besides, many celebrities often don't register their names when they check into hotels. Wu Yu looked at Song Ying's suspicious eyes, sneered, and lowered his head to send another file to the group. This ski resort is quite formal. Everyone who stays here must register. She looked at Yilan. Queen Yi, have you registered? Yilan nodded. Wu Yu pointed at Yilan, looked at Song Ying, and said with a smile, Look, isn't Yilan's wrist big enough? I need to register as well? Song Ying was frustrated and felt a little unhappy. If this ski resort is really so formal, would it leak the privacy of guests? Niu Xiaojun suddenly laughed and said, The employee who leaked the list to me received 20,000 yuan from Wu Yu and has been fired. She patted her chest. I reported it. Song Ying. She looked at Xia Ning and complained. Your cousin is really awesome. Hee hee. Xia Ning? What does this have to do with me? Qin Sun watched coldly from the side, frowning slightly, somewhat helpless. Sure enough. Where there are many women, there are many struggles. Didn't we agree to go fishing together? Why did the fishing master start fighting before the event even started? While Song Ying and Wu Yu were bickering, Wang Chui played the role of assistant very well. She kept looking down at the list, looking through them one by one, selecting them carefully. She was making notes on her phone. Suddenly, she sent 3 names to the group and said, Everyone, please look at the group. The names I sent are the celebrities in the entertainment industry that I just found. Please see if there are any more to add. Qin Sun picked up his phone and took a look. Zhu Yuanju, Feng Yuanjia, Gao Man Mao Qiani. According to his memory, 3 of these 4 names were from the list that Yilan provided 3 days ago. I didn't expect that Beijing Film and Television Company had such great power that they sent 3 people here at once. I don't know what means they used. What if everyone met in a group? Wouldn't this so-called chance encounter seem a bit too deliberate? Suddenly, his eyes were on Feng Yuanjia. He smiled and murmured, Fu Yinjia? Song Ying heard it and asked quickly, Brother, what did you say? Qin Sun, nothing. Song Ying, I clearly heard you talking. Qin Sun, you are a child. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Song Ying frowned, stood up from the dining table, walked to the tea table on the other side of the private room to drink tea, and sulked. Xia Ning looked at Song Ying, and then his eyes swept over the others, and he sighed quietly. This group of people is simply a mob. They are not digging a pit to bury themselves. Wu Yu glanced at the list in the group and said, Sister Wang Chui has a good eye. I just looked at it several times and found these 4 people. Except Feng Yuanjia, who is not on our prey list, the others are on the list provided by Yilan. Qin Sun looked at Yilan and asked, Yilan, tell us, what fatal black material are there about those 3 big enemies who came here? Yilan glanced at everyone, hesitated for a moment, and said in a deep voice, There are not many people in the entertainment industry who don't have scandals. If you really look through a magnifying glass, they will all be ruined. Jin-sun nodded. In fact, there are not many people in the world who don't have scandals. Yilan asked with a smile. What is your scandal? Jin-sun answered quickly and honestly. Lustful. Xiaoning frowned slightly, gently nudged Jin-sun's body with her elbow, and reminded him coldly. Lust is a steel knife that scrapes bones. Jin-sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning, and smiled. I have a hard bone. Xiaoning. Seeing the two flirting, Yilan couldn't stand it anymore. So she coughed twice, and continued the topic of lust. Sister Wang compiled a list. The first one is Zhu Yuanju. He evaded taxes. The amount is huge. It should be more than 40 million. As long as someone provides information and reports it with real name, he will be banned. When everyone heard the words evaded taxes, their faces did not change much. It seemed that this was a common thing. After all, except for Monsieur, they knew from childhood that the family business had been reasonably avoiding taxes. When Jin-sun was still a student, he heard that celebrities evaded taxes and wanted to spit on their faces. Later, he made some money and found out that in country C, if the amount exceeds a certain level, he has to pay almost half of the tax. He finally understood why those celebrities, who make a fortune every day, take such a big risk to evade taxes. It is excusable, but the crime is unforgivable. At the same time, Jin-sun was somewhat fortunate that he would never evade taxes, because his ability to continuously make money is too strong. He has to fish for big fish with a long line. Yilan continued to introduce. Second, Feng Yuanjie is not on the list I provided last time, but I heard that he got his girlfriend pregnant. Jin-sun looked at Xiaoning and frowned. Is this considered black material? Xiaoning? Why are you looking at me? Xiaoning looked at Yilan, and found that her eyes were indeed full of shock. After a slight hesitation, she said in a cold voice, I am not pregnant yet. Yilan narrowed her eyes, turned her head away, looking a little irritated. Jin-sun? Yet? Why did she say yet? Can she be pregnant? I am still a baby. Yilan adjusted her mood and continued. The third one, Gao Man's black material is. She looked at everyone with her eyes, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Prostitution. Sitting at the coffee table and sulking, Song Ying, who had actually been eavesdropping, turned her head suddenly when she heard Gao Man soliciting prostitution, and her eyes widened. Monsieur and Ke, Wuyu, Niu Xiaojun were also shocked. Gao Man, she solicited prostitution? She looks quite feminine. Why did she do it? Do female stars also solicit prostitution? Do ducks have special skills? She goes to support little milk dogs, little wolf dogs, little licking dogs. Isn't it okay? Supporting is not against the law, but soliciting prostitution is against the law. Yilan shrugged, said. I'm not her. How would I know? Anyway, she likes whoring. She's very good at it. She looked at Jin-sun and said with a smile, Jin-sun, you have to be careful. Gao Man might be a biochemical mother. Don't let her infect Xiaoning. Xiaoning took a deep breath, frowned, and said coldly, Yilan, we are in the same group. At least for the time being. Can you stop stabbing me with words? Yilan ignored her. Jin-sun rubbed his temples with both hands, thinking that today's hunting plan might not go so smoothly. Yilan looked at the fourth name, Mao Qianni, frowned, and felt a little disgusted. As for Mao Qianni, she looked up at Jin-sun. You really have to be careful. I suggest you install surveillance in your bedroom. She is a rattlesnake. Chapter 490. I never thought there would be a director as pure and flawless as me in the world. Jin-sun? He looked at Yilan's expression and felt that something was wrong. Before he could speak, Xiaoning asked first. That Mao Qianni would knock on the director's door? Song Ying walked over from the coffee table. Knock in the middle of the night? Niu Xiaojun looked excited, looking like he was watching the fun and not afraid of trouble. Another biochemical matrix? Jin-sun, you are so lucky. Yilan sneered and explained. There is a comment in the industry that Mao Qianni has a knife on her neck. She also wants to be famous. She wants to be famous more than anyone I have ever met. Jin-sun asked. But what does this have to do with me installing surveillance in my bedroom? She knocks on my door at night. Isn't it okay for me not to open it? Many people outside the circle believe that the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry are that male directors knock on the doors of actresses. But in fact, sometimes, things are not like this. Many female stars who are glamorous on stage knock on the doors of directors, producers, and especially capital tycoons. They are more diligent than nuns beating wooden fish in temples. In places like Shudyan, where extras are everywhere, some actresses with strange goals are fighting for a role. They can even sleep with directors, assistant directors, photographers, and even stagehands. They think it is worth it to be the second or third female lead in a big online movie. Even if they cannot gain a foothold in the industry in the future, they can still label themselves as actresses. When they can fly around the country with pink suitcases, they can ask for higher prices. They call it gilding. It is indeed putting a gold border on something. Qin Sun looked at Yilan. Xia Ning was also looking at her, both waiting for her answer. Yilan smiled. She knew that although Qin Sun had filmed the box office hit The Richest Man in Shihong City, he was not interested in the entertainment industry at all. He certainly didn't know about Mao Qianyi's road to fame. She explained in detail, said, Mao Qianyi's famous work is an art film, and the director of that film is a henpecked husband. At the beginning, Mao Qianyi slept with the producer, and won the role of the second female lead. In order to make the director pay more attention to her, she gave her more shots, and even revised the script. She knocked on the director's door in the middle of the night. She was scolded by the director. Qin Sun nodded, very impressed. I never thought there would be a director as pure and flawless as me in the world. He turned to look at Xia Ning, and said with a smile, Ningning, don't worry, that director is a role model for my generation. I will learn from him. Yi Lan's face was strange, with a mocking smile, and continued. Then, Mao Qianyi turned around and found a lock-picking tool, and pried open the door very skillfully. While the director was shouting, he was forced to sleep with him. Qin Sun. He found that Xia Ning's eyes were looking at him unkindly, and he quickly slammed the table and angrily said, It's hard for gods to roll on the ground. That director was just pretending. Yilan smiled, and was silent for a moment. According to some nearby witnesses, the director refused at first, and even threatened to call the police. Sue her for sexual harassment. But then, he started making strange noises, and even discussed postures with Mao Qianyi. Half a year later, after filming, the director lost a lot of weight. And in that art film, the second female lead was indeed better than the first female lead. Yilan finished speaking. The room was quiet. Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun slapped the table, and his face showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh! I know. Mao Qianyi is very good at martial arts. The director was convinced. Xia Ning. She stared at Qin Sun. Her eyes were cold, full of warning. Qin Sun? What does it have to do with me? Senior executives of the Fitton Ski Resort Hotel. A woman in yoga clothes, standing in front of the French window, holding binoculars in both hands and looking at people in the ski resort not far away. She muttered something. Where's Qin Sun? Which one is Qin Sun? Is his girlfriend who slapped the host in the face live in front of more than 1 million netizens here? After watching for a while, she found nothing. Mao Qianyi put down the telescope, turned around, and looked at a woman in her early 20s standing silently behind her. Her assistant Yuan Jin. Mao Qianyi straightened her chest, inhaled slightly, tightened her waist, raised her hips, opened her hands, and slowly turned around, asked with a smile. Xiao Yuan, how do you think I'm in shape today? Yuan Jin smiled sincerely, and said the word she had said hundreds of times. Very good. She looked at Mao Qianyi, who was a little petite, with big breasts, a thin waist, and a perky butt. She really had a hot body. She was a little envious, and a little impressed. She had never seen such a self-disciplined woman. Self-discipline is another way of saying being hard on yourself. She had never seen a woman who was so hard on herself. The food Mao Qianyi ate every day focused on nutrition, low salt, low oil, and accurately calculated the calories of each meal. Those foods, except for those hardcore people, even dogs couldn't eat them. It was just to maintain life. How could it be considered delicious? Besides, she also exercises for more than 2 hours every day to shape her body. Then people don't actually have big breasts. Unless God gives them a gift. But such people are rare. Obviously, Mao Qianyi is not one of them. She doesn't have naturally plump breasts. But she dared to go under the knife for this. She had augmentation. Yuan Jin's eyes quietly fell on Mao Qianyi's face, only took a look, and immediately moved away. Didn't dare to look at her for too long, lest Mao Qianyi be unhappy. Because that face is really ordinary, just an ordinary girl next door. In the entertainment industry where people are outstanding in appearance, her face has no advantages. Even so, she has undergone surgery. If she hadn't undergone surgery, she might be considered ugly. She looks like two different people now, and on the screen. Malchiani put down the binoculars, picked up the phone, and bent down directly. The soft body suddenly became an arch bridge. The skylight penetrated into the room from the French window, and fell on her. Malchiani took her phone and took a selfie. And suddenly found that the thin gray sports bra was translucent. The two buns inside were also translucent. Suddenly, she lost interest in taking selfies, put down her phone, and sighed. Alas, fake breasts are shining. Suddenly, Malchiani, who was like an arch bridge, saw a group of people entering the ski resort in the distance through the French window. They looked like 7 or 8 small dots on the snow. She turned over, stood up, and looked over with a telescope. She saw a woman wearing a mask and a hat, and laughed. Yilon? She has a beautiful face, a good figure, a good family background, a good singing and acting skills. It really makes me jealous. She gently moved the telescope, looking at the group of people around Yilon, searching for a while, and landed on a man wearing a mask and a hat. She frowned slightly. There are 7 or 8 people in the group, and only Chin Sun is a man. Can his body bear it? Malchiani put down the telescope, quickly took off all his clothes in front of Yuan Jin, and began to change clothes. After changing clothes, Malchiani sat in front of the dressing mirror. Yuan Jin walked over, stood quietly behind her, and observed carefully. If possible, she even wanted to kneel down and worship. Malchiani's makeup skills were the best she had ever seen. She even felt that Malchiani could make a soul look pretty. 15 minutes later, Malchiani left the room alone, and rushed to the ski resort. Who had come to Phaeton Ski Resort, and not go to the hot springs? Chin Sun's group already had 6 or 7 women, so one more wouldn't be a big deal. Right? Chapter 491. With your current face, you need to prepare at least 1 million for plastic surgery. Malchiani walked towards the ski resort with her bag on her back, feeling very good. 3 days ago, Director Zhao just suddenly said that he had a script to discuss with her in detail. He not only invited her, but also invited Zhu Yuanjie, Feng Yuanjie, and Gao Man. It is said to be a big production. Director Zhao Zhi is a famous director in the industry, good at making a big profit with a small investment, and getting big returns with a minimum cost. Beijing Film and Television Company will release a suspense film in the summer season, which is from Director Zhao. She rushed to Phaeton Ski Resort last night, bringing not only ski equipment, but also various sexy battle robes. But early this morning, she suddenly received a call from Director Zhao, saying that he could not come because of something. And she received news that Chin Sun was going to the ski resort today. And as a director under Beijing Film and Television, he also had to avoid suspicion. Let's make an appointment another day. She hung up the phone. Malchiani smiled. Not disappointed at all. Lose in the east, gain in the west. Although Director Zhao is a talented director, he is not as good as Chin Sun. Whether it is age, face, or abdominal muscles, especially the ability to create stars. A while ago, she saw a dog beaten by Chin Sun, and it was on the hot search she had always dreamed of. She couldn't help but hate it. I really live worse than a dog. Malchiani walked out of the hotel happily. As soon as she walked out of the door, a young woman in a slightly bloated down jacket suddenly rushed over, holding a notebook in her hand, and stretched it out. She shouted happily, Malchiani, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Malchiani was stunned, and reached out to touch the mask and hat, and found that they were covered tightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little strange. She looked at the ordinary-looking woman in front of her and said, You've got the wrong person. She enjoyed being called by passers-by, especially when she was holding the lute and half covering her face. But not today. She was going fishing today. Malchiani walked straight past the woman, and suddenly heard her voice behind her. The voice was much quieter. Ms. Mao, I've watched your Peacock Lake more than a dozen times, and I'll never forget the look in your eyes when you looked at the sunset. That's a look that only belongs to you. Malchiani's heart trembled slightly, stopped, turned his head, and looked at the woman quietly. Peacock Lake is her famous work. But the most discussed scene is her bathing in the river, in the sun, and her naked back. And she is most satisfied with a look at the sunset in the sky. It only takes less than a second, but when she performed that scene, she forgot to act. It was purely a true expression of her feelings. Malchiani walked back, took the notebook and marker with both hands, Opening the notebook, she was stunned. Page after page, there were densely packed names of stars. Big star, little star, male star, female star. Malchieni was feeling a little disappointed, and wrote his name on the blank page. Are you a crazy fan? The woman smiled, and her smile was very bright. Actually, I am also an actor. Malchieni took a closer look at the woman. He found that she was plain looking, the kind that would not be noticeable if thrown into the street. Whether it was temperament or, well, her smile was brighter, she was a little naive. Optimist? The woman still had a bright smile on her face. I am also famous in Shudian Film Studio. I have played many devils, corpses, beggars, and passers-by. Before the new year, I also played a maid, with 3 lines. Suddenly, Malchieni thought of a fun person in Shudian, a person named Xiao Lele. A woman of 23 or 24 years old, not young, but a woman who dreams of being a star all day long. A girl goes to play some corpses, maids, devil, passers-by, etc. every day. It seems that they will work as long as they are paid. Malchieni handed the notebook back to Xiao Lele. Are you Xiao Lele? Xiao Lele's eyes lit up. You actually know me? Malchieni smiled, took another step closer, lowered his voice, and said, well, I want to ask you something. Xiao Lele's eyes sparkled, and he nodded quickly. Yeah. Malchieni asked in a low voice. Did a male group member really knock on your rental door, pretending to be a web drama director? Xiao Lele's smile froze on his face, and his voice was a little louder. I chased him out with a kitchen knife. I also called the police. Malchieni asked again with a smile. What if he was really a big director? For example. She turned her head, looking over the fence of the ski resort, looking at the people skiing inside. For example, Jin Sun, who was skiing inside. She turned her head again, staring into Xiao Lele's eyes. If it was Jin Sun knocking on your door, would you still chase him out with a kitchen knife? The smile on Xiao Lele's face completely disappeared. She frowned, and said with a fist, no matter who it is, I will chop him with a kitchen knife. Malchieni laughed out loud, as if she had heard the best joke in the world. She laughed for a while. She looked at Xiao Lele's determined face, and felt humiliated for no reason. Her voice suddenly became as cold as snow. You can't become a star, or even an actor. Don't waste your life. Change your career. With your current face, you need to prepare at least 1 million for plastic surgery. And you need to meet a very good plastic surgeon. After saying that, she turned and left. Xiao Lele looked at her leaving figure, with a bad look on her face, lowered her head, opened her notebook. She found the page with Malchieni's signature, torn it off, and threw it on the ground. She looked around, and found that no one was paying attention to her, and stepped hard on the words. Malchieni. Then, she bent down to pick it up, crumbled it into a ball, walked to the trash can nearby and threw it in. As the ball of paper hit the wall of the trash can, Xiao Lele laughed again. You are so rude. Do you think I am really your fan? As she said that, she flipped through the notebook again and found a page. It said Jin Sun. She tore off the page, looked at the trash can, thought for a moment, folded it carefully, and put it in her pocket. She smiled again. When I get the real Jin Sun signature, I'll throw away this fake one. Xiao Lele put the notebook in her backpack and ran to the entrance of the ski resort. The down jacket was a little bloated, and it swayed a little as she ran, like an ugly duckling. But in the sun, it was white and also very beautiful. Xiao Lele got closer and closer to the entrance, and her eyes gradually became firm. Who said I can't be an actor, can't be a star? If I was really so unlucky, how could I meet the man behind the queen? Go! Chapter 492, when did you become his fan? Aren't you going to kill him? In the ski resort, Jin Sun and his group started skiing. In front of them was a long slope. Niu Xiaojun shouted Yohu and slid down the snow. It seemed that he had completely forgotten about fishing. Wu put on her goggles and slid away without liking anyone. Jin Sun looked at her heroic figure and clapped his hands softly. Wu, I'm afraid you are almost professional in skiing. Song Ying was unhappy when she heard it. Brother, look at me! She slid down faster, fell to the ground, and immediately got up, turned back and shouted. This time doesn't count. Come again! Song Ying immediately slid down, chasing Wu Yu's figure. Yilan slid away without saying a word. Wang Chui didn't come. She went to the hotel to handle some work on her laptop, and could turn around and ask Monsieur, can you ski? Monsieur smiled. I worked at a ski resort. The two smiled at each other. They slid down together. Only Qin Sun and Xia Ning were left. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at the backs of Enku and Nisier, and said with a smile, if they were in the harem of an ancient emperor, Enku and Nisier would definitely be a pair of good sisters. Qin Sun looked at that and nodded. That makes sense. Xia Ning asked again, who of them is suitable to be the boss, and who is suitable to be the junior? Qin Sun thought about it and answered seriously, Enku, she is a professional manager. Suitable to be the queen. Xia Ning patted Qin Sun's shoulder, put on the goggles, and slid slowly. The speed was getting faster and faster. Go play by yourself. Qin Sun? What's going on? Was that a death quiz between lovers? When did Xia Ning learn these crooked ways? Looking at her receding back, Qin Sun shouted. Wait for me, I can't skate. Xia Ning was getting farther and farther away, as if she had made up her mind. Qin Sun sighed helplessly. It seems that all women in the world are the same, and they are all small-minded. Even an iceberg beauty like Xia Ning is not immune to this. Although he bought ski equipment for himself, he never blinked, and only picked the best and the most expensive ones. But as long as he inadvertently showed his admiration for other women, he would be in trouble. Qin Sun looked at their backs as they walked away, and looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. He quietly imitated what they had just done, slightly bent his knees, and gently supported himself with his ski poles. He began to move. TSK. I'm a martial arts genius. And that's it? That's it? Without Zhang the butcher. We'll have to eat hairy meat? Qin Sun's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was swishing on the snow track. Xia Ning looked back at him from time to time, seemingly worried about him. But Qin Sun's posture was not standard, but he was quite steady, as expected of a man who could circle in the octagonal cage. Xia Ning thought about it, and still slowed down, waiting for Qin Sun, although his emotional intelligence was a little low. But today was business after all. He came to fish. Some little woman's temper seemed inappropriate. Moreover, she was really not good at little woman's temper. The most important thing was, for beginners, skiing was actually a very dangerous sport. There are many cases of people being disfigured, disabled, or even dead because of the wrong skiing posture. She has to act as a personal coach. Xia Ning stopped aside and watched Qin Sun getting closer and closer. Qin Sun's voice gradually became clearer, as if he was humming a song. Strychnus nux vomica, cassia seed xanthium sibiricum, and lotus seed dioscorea sibiricum, Sephora alopecuroids to Enlianzi. I want to save face. I look relaxed. Just a little dance. My movements are relaxed. You can't learn. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun humming a song, looking relaxed, and couldn't help but smile. She was about to ski with Qin Sun, but she saw Qin Sun skiing past her without stopping. Xia Ning? Yes. He was a novice, and didn't slow down. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun turning his head and laughed and mocked. Little trash, I've surpassed you. Xia Ning? Did I give him face? Xia Ning supported her ski poles with both hands and passed Qin Sun in a flash. Trash. Qin Sun's voice came from behind. Trash. Xia Ning suppressed the urge to swear and tried not to argue with Qin Sun and be a person of quality. But behind him, Qin Sun's full-throated voice came. Fuck. Xia Ning frowned slightly. What kind of quality is this? How can you keep talking about your true feelings all day long? Using such dirty words to attract people, how childish. Suddenly, another voice came from behind. Fuck your mother. Xia Ning was furious and quickly stopped, turned around and looked in shock. Qin Sun was lying on the snow, with a woman in a red ski suit on his back. Qin Sun shrugged his shoulders vigorously. Lady on my back? Please get off. Mao Qianni dropped the ski pole in her hand, and tried to support herself with her feet. She was wearing skis, and she felt very slippery when she stepped on the snow. She couldn't stand up. Mao Qianni's voice was a little anxious. Don't be so fierce. I'm trying. She pushed harder and harder, and just when she stood up a little, she fell down again. This happened 3 or 4 times, at a very fast frequency. She fell on Qin Sun's back again and again. Qin Sun pushed his feet twice, and only heard the sound of skis scraping against the snow. Unable to stand up, he felt humiliated, picked up a ball of snow from the ground and threw it behind him. Get off. Mao Qianni lay on Qin Sun's back. How can you be so petty? A grown man? Didn't I just knock you over by accident? At most, I'll let you knock over once later. Qin Sun cursed. If you were a man, wouldn't you be angry if a woman rubbed your back with her breasts? Mao Qianni was stunned. She knew from Douyin and Weibo that Qin Sun was a dissolute man. I always thought it was a character setting. Unexpectedly, he is so showy in real life. Mao Qianni's little trick was exposed. He was a little embarrassed. He put his hands on Qin Sun's shoulders and sat on his waist. His fists rained down on Qin Sun's shoulders. That is an acupuncture point. It can relieve fatigue. Mao Qianni's voice was very angry. I won't be angry. I will enjoy it. Qin Sun was hit on the shoulder by a punch, and his eyebrows raised. It feels good? Seeing this, Xia Ning immediately squatted down and quickly untied the skis. She now felt like she was glowing green. Suddenly, a woman wearing a down jacket that looked a little bloated ran over, stood beside Qin Sun, and hugged Mao Qianni with both hands and dragged her off her. Mao Qianni looked up at Xiao Lele. What are you doing? Xiao Lele smiled brightly and ignored her, leaving her aside, and hurried to help Qin Sun. Qin Sun, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? Qin Sun sat on the ground and sighed. The big-breasted girl who knocked him down just now should be the fish. With such a light body, how can she have such big breasts? It is 99% likely that they are bulges. Just thinking about it. Qin Sun suddenly saw a pair of hands waving in front of him. Qin Sun, I am your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Then, he heard the woman who knocked him down just now speak again. Xiao Lele, when did you become his fan? Didn't you say you were going to kill Qin Sun with a kitchen knife just now? Chapter 493. Why did I knock on your door in the middle of the night? Why do you want to kill me? Qin Sun looked at the woman in front of him. I found that she looked ordinary, wearing a down jacket that didn't fit her well, which should be a discounted model. The whole person looked a little bloated under the down jacket, which showed that her figure was not very tall. Want to kill me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Lele turned to look at Mao Qianni, who was slumped on the snow, and hurriedly explained. I just said that he knocked on my rental door in the middle of the night. So I killed him with a kitchen knife. Qin Sun? He looked at Xiao Lele's ordinary face and asked. Why would I knock on your door in the middle of the night? Xiao Lele looked embarrassed. I mean if... If she turned her head and looked at the woman, who walked to the side and stood quietly. Although she was wearing a ski suit, a mask, and only took off her goggles. But just looking at her eyes, you can tell that this is a stunning beauty. She knew that it was Qin Sun's girlfriend, the aloof CEO named Xia Ning. Suddenly, Xiao Lele felt that this was not realistic at all. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele, who was speechless, and suddenly found something wrong. He reached out to touch the mask and goggles, and felt something strange. He looked at Xiao Lele, and then at Mao Qianni, who was thrown aside and curled up into a ball. How did the two of them recognize me as Qin Sun? X-ray eyes? Or have I always been under their surveillance? Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele, whose smile was stiff, and said with a smile, You've got the wrong person. I'm not Qin Sun. He deliberately pinched his throat, and his voice was distorted through the mask. So it was not easy to tell that it was his voice. Xiao Lele smiled brightly, and took out a thick notebook from her backpack. Mr. Qin, my name is Xiao Lele. This notebook is full of signatures of celebrities. I am their fan. She paused. Her voice was a little soaring, and she seemed very happy. But I lied to them. Now, you are the only big star in my mind. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes, afraid that he would not believe her, and raised her voice to emphasize. This time, I'm sincere. Qin Sun, why do I feel like a scumbag? Confess to me. Xiao Lele continued to say with a smile. I just saw the heroic figure being pressed to the ground, and the momentum of scolding people, and I immediately heard it. You are my god. She opened the notebook and handed over a marker. Mr. Qin, can you sign for me? Xiao Lele's eyes were blazing, like the rising sun. Qin Sun looked at such a pair of eyes, and suddenly felt a little dazzling. What a firm, passionate, clear, and foolish look. In a trance, Qin Sun inadvertently activated the emotional understanding ability of the almighty filmmaker. Through such a pair of eyes, he saw through her mind and saw her ardent desire. A pure heart chasing dreams. Qin Sun found it interesting, took Xiao Lele's notebook, opened it and looked at it, and found that there were hundreds of stars' names on it. He even saw the name. Yilan. A fanatical star chaser is usually a daydreamer, dreaming of fame. Qin Sun closed his notebook, looked at Xiao Leilei's plain face, and said, "Do you know? You are not suitable for this circle." Through her bright smile, clear eyes, and slightly loose clothes, Qin Sun immediately judged that this woman had no beauty, no means, and no background. It was simply a foolish dream to want to stand out in the big dive vat of the entertainment industry. Xiao Leilei heard Qin Sun's words, and said with a bright smile on her face, "I know I'm not good looking, but I'm saving money for plastic surgery." Qin Sun hesitated for a moment, decided to give her a strong dose of medicine to make her give up this idea completely, so as not to waste her life. "You're not ugly, but you're really not good enough in the entertainment industry." Xiao Leilei smiled even happier. "Thank you for saying I'm not ugly, Qin Sun. I think you're still a little stupid." Xiao Leilei's eyes lit up even brighter. "Thank you for saying I'm stupid, Qin Sun?" He was a little confused. Looking at Xiao Leilei's expression carefully, he found that she was actually smiling from the bottom of her heart. "Why are you so happy?" Xiao Leilei said. "I know Mr. Qin is the best at turning waste into treasure. And it's obvious. I am the kind of person Mr. Qin needs." Qin Sun looked at Xiao Leilei, and roughly guessed what kind of person she was going to say she was. But he was a little unsure. "Is there really such a fool in the world?" Qin Sun asked hesitantly. "What kind of person are you talking about?" Xiao Leilei stared at the goggles on Qin Sun's face, with a firm expression, and said word by word, "Waste. The most useless waste in the world." She put her hands together, and bowed to Qin Sun. "Mr. Qin, I am actually an actor. Please help me. When I become famous, except for the basic necessities of life, I will give you all the money I earn." Qin Sun. "Ah. This is really a fool. Why would she think that someone would accept such a deal? It's like a villager suddenly jumped out of the street in ancient times to stop the sedan chair of the imperial envoy and shouted, 'Sir, please forgive me for stopping the sedan chair. If you let me become the county magistrate, I will give you my salary for the next 5 years. This is a deal that no fool would accept.'" Qin Sun looked at Xiao Leilei and shook his head gently. Xiao Leilei smiled, and then the smile disappeared. Then he smiled again, somewhat helpless, and some indifferent. It seems that he has been used to it for a long time. Mao Qianni saw Xiao Leilei and Qin Sun chatting happily, and she was a little unhappy. She was lucky just now. She found Qin Sun as soon as she came in, and finally saw him being thrown away by his girlfriend. Finding the right opportunity, she rushed forward and knocked Qin Sun down. She also showed her strength by lying on his back. Unexpectedly, someone would show up halfway. "Don't wait to make wedding dresses for Xiao Leilei." Mao Qianni sat up and slid over with the ski poles, squatted in front of Qin Sun, and reached out to take off Qin Sun's mask. "Let me see. Are you Qin Sun? Don't burn the wrong incense. You crazy star chaser. How could Qin Sun be the kind of person who swears? You always mention your mother when you talk?" Qin Sun quickly tilted his head back, avoiding Mao Qianni's hand, and cursed, "You better respect me. Don't touch me. Fuck you." Mao Qianni raised his eyebrows, took off his mask and goggles, revealing a face as delicate as a doll. The face was angular, but the lines were soft enough. The skin was white and rosy, like a freshly cooked soft-boiled egg. Qin Sun was slightly startled. "Who is this? Gao Man? But shouldn't Gao Man be a married woman?" And according to Yi Lan's description, this woman in front of him was so dramatic and behaved so perversely. It should be Mao Qianni who knocked on the director's door in the middle of the night and slept with a henpecked director. But shouldn't Mao Qianni look ordinary? Just when Qin Sun was puzzled, Mao Qianni raised his eyebrows, put his hands on his hips, and cursed, "Fuck you. Hack you. Hack you. If you were Qin Sun, I would call you daddy." Chapter 494. What skills do I have? She wants to play tricks. Isn't she looking for death? Mao Qianni has a pretty face and a soft voice, but the words she said are vulgar. It forms a contrasting beauty. Xia Ning stood aside and watched coldly, looked at Qin Sun, turned away silently. I don't want to watch their performance. At this time, who is the hunter, who is the prey? Who can tell the difference? Qin Sun used himself as bait to fish for Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju and others. But didn't Mao Qianni also use fierce conflicts to provoke men to go fishing? Qin Sun sneered. Are you sure you want to recognize me as your father? Mao Qianni snorted coldly, stretched out an index finger, and gently waved it in front of his eyes. You can't be Qin Sun at all. He's not so wretched, vulgar, and shameless. If you were Qin Sun, I would call you Dad. Call me right now. Qin Sun slowly raised his hand, took off the mask and goggles on his face, and revealed his entire face. Mao Qianni was stunned. A second later, Dad! A clear and loud shout rang out. Qin Sun? She called me so readily, which made me feel awkward. I felt like I was being taken advantage of. Xiao Lei was stunned. She had heard that the high-ranking stars were very humble in front of the big guys. But she didn't expect that. Mao Qianni, who often played the role of an intellectual beauty, could call someone Dad so easily. Qin Sun was several years younger than her. Xia Ning had her back to them, with a calm expression on her face, and didn't even turn her head. Although she had just entered the entertainment industry, she had the face of a so-called big star. She had seen it when she was a child. When she was 8 years old, at a cocktail party, a certain star spilled red wine on her father's pants. She wanted to create an accident, so as to get to know the so-called business tycoon. As a result, she was blocked at the bathroom door by her mother, and slapped and cried. Afterwards, the female star didn't dare to say a word, and walked away in disgrace. What is the difference between the way Mao Qianni knocked Qin Sun away now, and the way she spilled red wine on her father's pants? The embarrassment on Mao Qianni's face only appeared for a moment, and immediately turned into surprise. She grabbed Qin Sun's hand with both hands, and held it tightly. Director Qin, I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm your fan. Your commercials, and the richest man in Shiheng City, I like watching them very much. Qin Sun pulled his hand away with all his strength. Originally, he thought it would be difficult, but it came out in one go. This surprised him a little. Fishing master? Playing hard to get, stopping when the time is right? Mao Qianni kept talking. I just knocked you down, and I said rude things to you. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Or I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Sun pretended not to know Mao Qianni, but in fact, he didn't know her. He smiled and said, It's okay. Thank you for liking my work. But I don't usually eat with people I don't know. Mao Qianni's face showed an awkward look for a moment, thinking that Qin Sun was trying to be pretentious. People he didn't know? You are a director, and you don't know a famous actor in China. That's a bit too pretentious. But he saw Qin Sun looking at Xia Ning's back end, calling, Ning, help me up. Mao Qianni hurried to help. Qin Sun waved his hand. Hey madam, my girlfriend is here. Don't do that. Mao Qianni's smile was awkward. He really doesn't know me? Forget it. Anyway, I'm just a small star in the first and second tier, so it's normal that I can't catch the eye of a beast like him. She saw Xia Ning turn around. She had taken off her mask and goggles, revealing a face that could make her jealous and crazy. Mao Qianni stared at Xia Ning's face infatuatedly. She didn't even wear light makeup. Can you be this beautiful just by putting on lipstick? If I were her, I would have been famous long ago. Suddenly, she saw Xia Ning staring at her, frowning slightly, and said in a cold voice, Madam, do you have anything else to say? Mao Qianni was stared by that look, and felt inexplicably nervous, even more frightened than when he was blocked at the door of the hotel by the henpecked director and scolded. It seems that Qin Sun's girlfriend is not just a vase. She has a noble air that comes from her bones. How much money does it take to cultivate such an aura? Mao Qianni said quickly. I'm fine. Xia Ning, it's fine. Please leave. Things that are obtained too easily will not be cherished, and are easily suspected. She knows that when fishing, you have to wait until the fish bites the hook firmly before you can pull the line. Mao Qianni was stunned for a moment, stood up, and said to Qin Sun, Director Qin, my name is Mao Qianni, I'm also an actor. I hope we can have a chance to work together. After that, she put on goggles, a mask, and left with her hands on the ski poles. Mao Qianni skied, somewhat absent-minded. This Qin Sun doesn't know me. Then how can I fish? Her girlfriend is so pretty, I'm afraid seduction won't work. Show off your top bed skills at night? But her girlfriend looks fierce, and it seems like she really dares to beat me to death. Headache. Is the cooked duck going to fly away? Think of a way when we go to the hot spring? Or use some self-torture? Use your arm to block the knife for Qin Sun like me shear, and see blood? Morally blackmail him? As she thought about it, her eyes fell on the ski poles. If ski poles are used improperly, it can be very dangerous. Xia Ning walked to Qin Sun and helped him up, and glanced at Xiao Lei, who was standing stupidly beside him. You're not leaving? Xiao Lei looked at Xia Ning for a while, and suddenly laughed. Sister, you're so beautiful. Xia Ning. She knew she was pretty, and had heard many people praise her for her beauty. But most of them were boys during her school years. Now that she was praised so sincerely by a woman, she felt a little embarrassed. Xia Ning nodded calmly. Thank you, you also. You have a nice smile. Xiao Lei held a notebook and a marker, and stretched them out to Qin Sun, and said, Are you still willing to sign for me now? Qin Sun picked up the marker, and signed the notebook stroke by stroke, and gave it back to her. Xiao Lei hesitated, looked at Qin Sun, and asked, Director Qin, if I have plastic surgery and become more beautiful, will you give me a chance? My acting skills are very good. Qin Sun waved his hand, and said with a smile, No. But it has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Xiao Lei bowed to Qin Sun, turned around and ran up the slope of the snow trail, and shouted back, I will find you again. Qin Sun? He looked at Xia Ning and asked, Should I have been more aggressive just now? Xia Ning, whatever you want. Qin Sun noticed that Xia Ning was a little unhappy, and brought up a topic. Ning, do you think all women want plastic surgery? Just like men want to improve their sexual performance? Xia Ning? She ignored Qin Sun, squatted where he had just fallen, and looked down at the snow carefully. Qin Sun was a little confused. What are you doing? Xia Ning didn't look up. Her voice was faint. Just now Mao Qianni was lying on you and rubbing against you. You felt good? Right? Qin Sun was startled, looking at the snow stunned. Ning, no matter how strong my body is, I can't make a hole in the snow. Besides, I didn't react at all just now. What's so good about it? Xia Ning turned around suddenly, and immediately stood up, frowning. What are you thinking about? I was looking at Mao Qianni's skiing marks. She can knock you down, and fall on you accurately, and not cause any substantial damage. She is a skiing expert. Xia Ning looked at the back of Mao Qianni, who was skiing away. I'm worried that she will use her skiing skills, and use some kind of self-torture, and there may be blood. You have to be careful. Qin Sun frowned slightly. What kind of skills do I have? What kind of tricks does she want to play? Isn't this courting death? Chapter 495. You think she is too pretty. Is there a filter? Watching Mao Qianni skiing down, she actually caught up with Yilan and the others very quickly. Qin Sun believed Xia Ning's words. This scheming woman's skiing skills are really good. And she even recognized Yilan's back. She must have identified her by looking at her ski clothes. It seems that we were indeed under her surveillance just now. She should want to meet Yilan by chance now, and start with this movie's leading actress to pry open the opportunity to join the film crew. Watching Mao Qianni's figure go away, Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, and said in a strange way, Ning, do you think Mao Qianni is too pretty? Xia Ning didn't understand what Qin Sun meant, and her voice was cold. Too pretty? Qin Sun hurried to explain. According to Yilan, shouldn't her appearance be mediocre? Xia Ning said. I think she is just average. Maybe you had close physical contact with her, and there was an extra filter. That's why I think she is too pretty. Qin Sun? He looked at Xia Ning in silence for a moment. Mao Qianni's face just now, if placed in a high school campus, would kill a bunch of boys. Pure and lustful. How can it be considered ordinary? It can be seen that her face has been operated on, and her breasts should have implants, but her plastic surgeon skills are average. The operation is not perfect, and there are great hidden dangers. When she gets older, her face will be very stiff. But it does not affect her good looks now. She can be considered a beauty. Ning is jealous? Say such things. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in silence, teasing. Is she that pretty? Did she take your soul away? Qin Sun walked up to Xia Ning, took off his gloves, and touched Xia Ning's face. If she looks 3 points like you, she'd be the most beautiful woman in the world. She's about 4 points like you. Isn't that pretty enough? The temperature at the ski resort was very low. Xia Ning's face was a little cold. Qin Sun's hands were very warm. The cheesy love talk was very cheesy, but she loved to hear it. She suddenly felt that she had lost her composure just now. It wasn't Qin Sun's fault that the witch wanted to rub her chest against Qin Sun. Xia Ning smiled softly and replied. She wore heavy makeup. Qin Sun recalled Mao Qianni's face that was as elegant as a chrysanthemum just now, and felt a little strange. She wore heavy makeup. He looked at Xia Ning's face that was only painted with lipstick, but it was as beautiful as a plum blossom in the snow. Didn't Mao Qianni only wear lipstick like you? Xia Ning was startled, and felt greatly insulted. She took Qin Sun's hand, slowly walked to the side of the ski slope and sat down, and slowly explained. Little brother, you are really a straight man. You don't understand women, and you don't understand women's makeup. Chin-sun, tell me about it. Xiaoning looked at the men and women on the ski slope and said softly, I checked Mao Qianni's street photos. And she is indeed an ordinary-looking woman. This is after she had plastic surgery. But every time she appears in front of the camera, she always looks like an artistic young woman. With delicate and elegant makeup. She gives people a feeling of being as pure as a chrysanthemum. This is because she spent a lot of energy on makeup. Although she looks elegant, she actually uses a lot of cosmetics. That is very heavy makeup. Not light makeup. She looked at Chin-sun and asked, Do you understand? Chin-sun seemed to understand, but did not speak. Xiaoning was helpless. This kind of thing that women can understand at once may be like a heavenly book in Chin-sun's ears. It was probably the feeling she had when she first heard Chin-sun talk about how to match graphics cards, CPUs, and memory sticks. She continued to explain. To put it another way, the makeup that takes a lot of effort to put on is heavy makeup. She hesitated for a while, and said, For example, Songing is lively and beautiful, and Ku is gentle and calm, and Messier is charming and attractive. These are all personal labels formed by matching clothes and makeup according to their own temperament. Messier's maturity and charm, and Enku's gentleness and calmness, require the same amount of effort. So at first glance, Enku is more pure, but in fact, she is no different from Messier in her bones. She looked at Chin-sun and smiled. Do you understand? Chin-sun pondered for a moment, and nodded. It probably means that the innocent girls among college students and the coquettish girls in nightclubs are probably not much different. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and suddenly realized. No wonder there are so many contrast bitches on the pornographic movie websites. It turns out that they are all the same in their bones. Xiaoning said with a smile. You finally got it. Chin-sun looked at Xiaoning's beautiful, cold face and asked slowly. Ningning, what about you? Who are you at heart? Xiaoning. Oops, I dug a hole for myself. She looked at Chin-sun's burning gaze, turned her face slightly, but found that Chin-sun also turned his head. Xiaoning, what aspect are you asking about? Chin-sun, that aspect. Xiaoning hesitated to speak. Can I refuse to answer? Chin-sun, it's better not to. Xiaoning sighed, thinking of how much Chin-sun had suffered recently. She couldn't bear to deceive him, and her voice was cold. I'm not good at lying. What kind of person am I? I can't analyze myself and break it down for you. But, she took a deep breath. I can accept most of the postures in some movies. Chin-sun sat close to Xiaoning, and when he heard these words, he suddenly felt a little distracted. He thought of the classic movies that he had collected for many years and learned something new from them, and the fancy postures in them. Chin-sun looked at Xiaoning and opened his eyes wide. Ah, this happiness came too suddenly. It turns out that what you said about Xiaoning being an old nun was false. Amitabha, may the Buddha bless you. A woman saying this to a man, isn't this a naked hint? Chin-sun put his arm around Xiaoning's waist. Xiaoning didn't resist at all, but just felt a little embarrassed. Was I too frank just now? Did I really make Mao Qianni angry? Say such a blatant thing? Suddenly, Xiaoning felt Chin-sun's hand quietly move up from her waist, and couldn't help but startled, and immediately turned to look at Chin-sun. Chin-sun smiled awkwardly, and quietly moved his hand down. I may have misunderstood you. Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, and whispered. It's okay. You are my man. You are qualified to put it there. I am not the kind of person who is too conservative. In the past 6 months, you have behaved like a gentleman. Chin-sun's eyes lit up. Like a soldier who received an order, immediately moved his hand up, pressing it on a soft place. The ski suit was very loose, and outsiders could not see the details of the action. But he is really strong. Xiaoning? This guy. Really? No need to praise. Ski resort? Mao Qianni skied again, and every time she saw Chin-sun and Xiaoning sitting far away. They didn't ski, but just sat and chatted. She was a little upset. Chin-sun didn't even go on the ski slope. How could I design a bloody plot, a scene of a beauty saving a hero? But fortunately, I got in touch with Yilan. She was much easier to get along with than the rumor said, and she actually agreed to the invitation to take a hot spring bath together tonight. Really good. The night is charming, I am charming too. I just don't believe I can't dazzle Chin-sun's eyes. Xiaoning is very pretty, Yilan is also pretty, but for men, freshness is the most attractive. For every breathtakingly beautiful woman, there is a man who sleeps with her until he wants to vomit. Yilan, the love triangle between Xiaoning and Qin Sun is not good. The triangle is stable. In addition, one of my corners is exactly 4 corners. The 4 corners are easy to deform, so there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. Chapter 496. In your mind, am I such a lustful person? Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, morning passed, afternoon passed again. After dinner, under the night, Qin Sun and a group of girls went to the hot springs. This ski resort has public hot springs, but there are more private hot springs. Qin Sun and Yilan have special identities, and they definitely cannot go to public places. So all of them book private hot springs. The private hot spring places are built in an antique style. A piece of open space opened up on the hillside, a single house with a yard. Or one person, or a group of 2. Led by the waiter, they walked towards the hot spring area. Qin Sun and Yilan wore masks, and kept the secret very well. The others also cooperated to keep quiet. Niu Xiaojun felt a little bored, looking at the backs of Qin Sun and Xiaoning, said a little strangely, "Aren't you two a couple? Why do you want to soak in a pool alone?" This sentence ignited everyone's gossip. Songing, why do they insist on sharing a pool with 2 people? And Ku, did you have a fight? Monsieur, I think they are afraid of an accidental discharge. Yilan snorted, pretending to be innocent. Wu Yu smiled and said, the old nun hasn't returned to secular life yet. Qin Sun stopped, turned his head to look at everyone. His eyes fell on Xiaoning's somewhat embarrassed face. He sighed deeply, turned his head, put his hands behind his back. He walked silently in front like an old man. What a joke. According to his idea, he definitely wanted to share a pool with Xiaoning. But in the afternoon, Xiaoning said her breasts were injured. It was a little red and swollen. Probably a chest contusion. She said he was too harsh at the ski resort in the morning. Xiaoning said she was worried. So she didn't share a pool with him. To avoid getting hurt more seriously. If she could do this in a ski suit in the morning, she would be like that in a swimsuit later. And private baths. Usually people bathe naked. Qin Sun put his hands behind his back. And his body gradually hunched over. Alas, Ningning said, she could be very open. You shouldn't believe what women say. She is not open at all. This hot spring is very expensive, but the service is very good. Each room has a dedicated waiter to lead the way. They walked in a bluestone alley, and people were constantly arranged into rooms on both sides. In the end, there were only Qin Sun and Xiaoning. They parted at the end of the alley. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and waved gently. See you later? Qin Sun looked resentful. Xiaoning hesitated. Goodbye. He turned and walked into the courtyard and closed the door. Qin Sun sighed and followed the waiter to the door of the next courtyard. The waiter's enthusiastic voice sounded. I wish you physical and mental happiness, health and longevity. The door was opened. Qin Sun nodded and stepped inside, and suddenly felt that the waiter's voice was familiar. He turned around and saw that the waiter was Qiao Lele, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Qiao Lele? You are not a stalker. Are you? Qiao Lele showed a bright smile on his face. Mr. Qin. It's fate. I didn't follow you on purpose. I've been working as a temporary worker here for several days. Qin Sun looked at the smile and was stunned. What a bright smile. It gave people a healthy beauty with regular menstruation and a large amount of menstruation. Qin Sun asked. Didn't you say you were an actor? Qiao Lele smiled awkwardly. If I was just an actor, I would starve to death. And it would be impossible for me to save enough money for plastic surgery. I have saved more than 20,000 yuan now. Qin Sun heard her say she wanted plastic surgery again, and took a closer look at her face. He has god-level medical skills, and is quite experienced in medical beauty. He can tell at a glance that her face can become more delicate with just a little repair. But to become a great beauty, she needs to grind her bones. This price seems not enough to be saved by working as a waitress. By the time she saves enough money, she will probably be in menopause. Qin Sun is fine. He is not a saint. He has never blindly helped others. He has always respected the fate of others. He smiled and said, Good luck. Qiao Lele was very happy. Thank you. You are such a good person. Qin Sun walked in. Qiao Lele immediately closed the door. He looked around the single-family courtyard. It was not big. The house next to it was a dressing room and a sauna room. The open-air courtyard wall was very high, about 2.5 meters. There was a small round pool in the yard, which could probably only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Beside the pool was a bamboo tube that was constantly pouring out steaming hot water. There were also many evergreen trees in the yard, and the green area was very high. It gives people the illusion of bathing in nature, which seems to stimulate people's wildness. Jin-sun turned around and locked the door, and smiled. 20 yuan for a bath. 28.68 for this view. After changing clothes, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, Jin-sun went into the pool and soaked for 30 seconds. Alas, it's better to be red. He sat in the pool, looking at the high courtyard wall, knowing that Xia Ning was next door. His heart was a little itchy. After a while, Jin-sun quietly stood up, rushed to the high wall and jumped up, kicking his feet on the wall a few times. With his right hand on the wall, he leaped over and landed steadily on the next door. As soon as he landed, he made a bang sound. Jin-sun knelt on one knee, with his right hand on the ground, exuding a kind of handsomeness from anime. He looked at the pool. He found that under the dim light, Xia Ning was sitting in the pool, revealing only her 2 white shoulders. She looked at him with a faint smile on her face. She was not panicked at all. Jin-sun stood up and clapped his hands. Ning Ning, aren't you afraid? Xia Ning said with a smile. I guessed you would come. This wall can stop others, but not you. Jin-sun, he sighed. Am I so lustful in your mind? Having said that, his eyes kept staring at the steaming pool water, as if he wanted to penetrate the water surface. Xia Ning smiled. Don't flatter yourself. She slowly raised her hand and waved. Water drops fell into the pool along her slippery arm. Jin-sun was stunned and walked quickly towards the pool. Suddenly, his face turned grim. He dodged behind a bush and squatted down. Xia Ning? What was he doing? Taking off his pants? Then, a figure flipped over from the small courtyard next door and fell to the ground with a thump. Then, staggered and plunged into the pool, like a wild dog that had broken free. Wu got out of the pool, wiped the water off her face and head, and said with a smile, Old nun, such a high wall. You can jump over it just by my order. Isn't it handsome? Xia Ning glanced at Jin-sun secretly, and found that he was hiding very well, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Jin-sun's second-year posture when he landed, she looked very calm. She looked at Wu Yu and nodded, smiled bitterly. Not bad. She saw Wu Yu wearing a small white tube top, asked, What are you doing here? Wu Yu pulled open the tube top, revealing that there was nothing to show. Old nun, while there are no outsiders around, show me, can I still be saved? Chapter 497 Cousin, I'm leaving. I won't be home for several years. Xia Ning watched Wu Yu tear off her bra, and couldn't help but be stunned. Take advantage of the fact that there are no outsiders now. Where are there no outsiders here? Not only is there a person hiding here, and it's a man. Wu Yu saw Xia Ning didn't say anything. Her expression was a little ugly, and her hand holding the bra was shaking slightly. She knew that wearing a bra was a little redundant, but wearing a bra was too self-deceiving. This small piece of cloth is her last dignity as a woman. Although it is useless, it is necessary. Wu Yu's voice rose a few degrees. Old nun, please speak up. You don't need to be shy. Just say whatever you want. What do you think? Her voice became smaller again. A little low. Do you think I need to have breast augmentation? If I spend a few million, I should be able to have it as good as Mao Qian's. While skiing in the morning, she occasionally met Yilan. She found that there was a woman following her. Even though the woman was wearing a ski suit, she could still see that she was petite, but her breasts were a little exaggerated. It must be augmented. They chatted casually for a while, and found out that the person was Mao Qian. At the time, she was a little contemptuous, but later on, after thinking about it, she found that it seemed to be a solution. Xia Ning didn't know Mao Qian very well, and seeing Wu Yu still pulling her bra, she pressed it back with her hand. The wet bra was tightly against her chest. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu and asked seriously, Didn't you despise those women with augmented breasts in high school? Why do you suddenly change your mind now? Wu Yu leaned against the edge of the pool, stretched her legs at the bottom of the pool, and sighed deeply. You said I have a good face, a slender waist, long legs, a heroic look, and money. She looked down. How did I end up with these two disappointing things? It makes me feel a little inferior. Just a little. Xia Ning. She didn't know how to answer. so she had to shut up and be a good listener. Wu Yu stretched out her hand and gently patted the water. Splashing water. Actually, I have been praised as a genius since I was a child, which is quite stressful. Xiaoning smiled and said, Pressure? It should be us. Your age. Who should have pressure? You are not only good at studying, but also learn everything quickly. You can play the piano, dance, sing, play ball. When I was 6 years old, during the Chinese New Year, I made my grandparents so happy with a 3-minute toast. She looked at Wu Yu and sighed. Do you know how much pressure you put on us when we were young? You are the kind of child from other people's families. Wu Yu looked up at the night sky and was silent for a moment, his voice a little low. But what about that? You know, there's a big difference between 99 and 100. She lowered her head and looked at Xiaoning. And I seem to be able to do only 99 points in everything, not 100 points. Xiaoning was silent and listened. Wu Yu continued. I seem to be careless in doing many things, and I look happy. Actually, I'm pretending. I've been working hard behind the scenes, but I can never reach perfection. She paused and said something shocking. I even doubt that I can reach the highest point in bed. Xiaoning? She quickly glanced behind the bushes, looking a little nervous. Speak politely. Wu Yu sneered. Why are you in such a hurry? She looked around and said, Are you hiding a man here? Qin Sun hid behind the tree, using the dim light, hiding herself well. When she heard Wu Yu say this, she wondered whether she should go out, lest she talk more and more recklessly. It would be bad to hear some secrets that would get you killed. Qin Sun was hesitating, and suddenly heard Xiaoning's voice. No, why would I hide a man here? If that petty Qin Sun knew, he would beat me to death. Qin Sun. Ning Ning seemed embarrassed to point out that she had a man hidden, so I had to keep hiding it. Alas, my love that cannot be seen in public. In the pool. Wu Yu did not hear that Xiaoning was joking, and did not find it funny, and continued to talk about his own things. She reached out and ripped open the bra. There was a crackling sound, and it broke. Xiaoning was shocked, and quickly moved her body in the pool, blocking Qin Sun's possible sight. She glanced at Wu Yu's chest, and found that the bra had been twisted and deformed. Wu Yu was frank at this moment, but not at all erotic. Wu Yu's voice was a little excited. Old nun, do you really think I don't mind? I always boasted that I was outstanding and unique, and insisted that fashion was a cycle. There will always be a day when we flat-chested people will stand up, but throughout human history, we don't seem to have stood up. Xiaoning looked at Wu Yu, and felt a little strange. She and Wu Yu grew up together, and it was rare to see her look so out of control. She asked, Why are you so excited? Wu Yu was silent again, and after a while, he said, Because of Qin Sun. Xiaoning was shocked and a little alert. What does this have to do with Qin Sun? Do you like him too? Wu Yu was stunned and immediately scolded. I like his grandmother's eggs. Behind the landscape tree, Qin Sun was confused. What the hell? He was scolded again. My grandma is so old, I can't joke with her like that. In the pool, Xiaoning looked at Wu Yu's expression, carefully discerned her expression, found that she didn't seem to be lying, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yu, you should be more respectful to Qin Sun's grandma. Wu Yu snorted coldly. Do you think you are humorous? Xiaoning. Just now, she did think she was quite humorous. Wu Yu loosened her bra, and the small piece of fabric bounced back, hanging loosely on her chest. She looked up at the night. Her voice was vicious. Originally, I could have lived happily and freely with the title of the little genius of the Lu family. But since I met Qin Sun, he is like a strong light, so bright that I can't open my eyes. In front of this real genius, this kid from another family who always scores 100 points. I, who only scored 99 points, can't even think about dying well. Behind a tree. Qin Sun? Shame. Wu Yu is a real genius. I am just a lost little book boy with a cheat. But my cheat can not only get 100 points, but 1,000 points. Unexpectedly, it actually distorted Wu Yu's psychology. Wu Yu's voice continued to sound. Actually, I envy Qin Sun very much, and even a little jealous. He is also my idol. After a moment of silence, the voice continued. But old nun, you must not tell him. Otherwise, his tail will be up to the sky. Qin Sun. I should be under the car, not here. In the pool. Xiaoning looked at Wu Yu, with an embarrassed expression, and glanced at the small bushes not far away. I don't need to tell Qin Sun. Wu Yu looked at Xiaoning, and said in a low voice, seriously? Cousin, I may have to leave. I won't go home for several years. When you and Qin Sun get married, I will return to China to attend your wedding. Xia Ning saw that Wu Yu was serious, and was a little nervous. Wu Yu, are you crazy? Chapter 498, I thought you were going to do something big. But you ended up doing something big. What are you going to do? You're not going home for years? You're going to heaven. Xia Ning's voice was a little stern. Like a big sister. Wu Yu shook her head slightly and said, maybe photography. Maybe hunting. Or extreme sports. Or maybe being an undertaker. Or a perfumer. Or a mercenary. When I do something to the extreme, when I am very satisfied with myself, I will go home. Xia Ning asked coldly. What if I can't reach the top level you want? Wu Yu sighed. Then I'll have to become a monk. Xia Ning's voice was cold. You can become a monk directly, you don't have to go abroad. You are your grandparents' favorite child, you can't leave too far for too long. Wu Yu saw Xia Ning's expression, somewhat helpless, even she had this expression. She looked like she was going to break her legs to stop her from walking. If parents, knew, she might really have to rely on crutches for the rest of her life. It's really annoying. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and explained. I want to accomplish something thoroughly, which requires some sense of ritual, like the nuns in the nunnery. You have to be ruthless and heartless. Isolate yourself from all worldly concerns, and going abroad is the best way I can think of. Xia Ning? I think you are a little crazy. When Wu Yu heard this, he felt that it hit the heart, and said it very frankly. Yes, I think I am a little. So, I want to leave even more. Xia Ning was puzzled and asked, why? Wu Yu, it's still because of Qin Sun. Xia Ning? I don't understand. Behind the bushes, Qin Sun pricked up his ears, and his face was embarrassed. Me again? Is it my business? Wu Yu, please don't say anything too much. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing to meet again in the future. After Wu Yu sighed for a long time, his voice became a little fierce. I saw Qin Sun use the eavesdropping device to play tricks on others, cast a net to catch fish, and plot against Beijing film and television. He is actively preparing to shoot a movie. Wu Yu seemed a little embarrassed. I want to knock Qin Sun out with a stick. Qin Sun? Ah. My damn charm. It seems that I need to make a steel helmet in the future, and a chastity pants, the kind with a barbed lock. If Wu Yu finds me hiding here today, and eavesdrops on her thoughts, we will probably never have anything to do with each other again, to avoid the situation being too embarrassing. In the pool, Xia Ning looked a little surprised. Why did you knock Qin Sun out? What is your intention? You are not the same as Louison. Are you? Wu Yu listened to Xia Ning's 3 death questions, looking at her slightly anxious expression, and felt a little proud. It seems that I have a high status in the old nun's mind. If I compete with her for a man, she will feel a little embarrassed. Wu Yu stretched out her hand and pressed it on Xia Ning's chest, scratching it, and it felt soft and elastic. It was very different from her own. She sighed and smiled. Old nun, don't worry. I won't compete with you for a man. And I can't win. People like Qin Sun, even if they eat shit, they will grab a big one. How can they let you 2 pieces of meat go? Xia Ning? She secretly glanced behind the bushes. Is it because he took off his clothes too clean? Why does Wu Yu talk like a straight man? So unbridled. He offended 2 people with just 1 sentence. Behind the bushes, Qin Sun clenched his fists, feeling an urge in his heart, wanting to go out and compete with Wu Yu to see who is better and who is not. I thought you were going to have a big game, but you didn't expect it to be a big game. In the pool, Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and explained. I'm not like that slutty woman Louison, who thinks about men all day and all night. I knocked Qin Sun unconscious, because I wanted to. Her voice suddenly rose. Replace him. Xia Ning? You want to knock Qin Sun unconscious, and then make a movie for him? Become a director? She knew that Wu Yu had worked in many jobs in the film industry. From a cinema ticket seller to a photographer. And even directed a short film. That short film can still be searched online. It is a short documentary, recording an ordinary day of a sanitation worker. The filming is concise, smooth, and quite artistic. But the number of views is not high, drowned in the vast number of films. So, Wu Yu was once considered a small director. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning, nodded quickly, his eyes gradually showing excitement. Yes, yes. These days, I often have the urge to take over Qin Sun's position as director. Think about it, this lineup, Yi Lan, and Mao Qianni, Zhu Yu and Zhu Gao Man, who are taking the bait. This is almost a lineup of actors worth over 100 million. All are under my control. They have to do whatever I tell them to do, and I can scold them if I want to. It's exciting just to think about it. She became more and more excited as she spoke, punching the pool, splashing a bunch of water. It fell all over the courtyard. Some water also fell on Qin Sun. Xia Ning wiped the rain off her face, and heard Wu Yu still cheering herself up. Old nun, think about it. Qin Sun is very confident about that movie script. It should also win an award. If I filmed it then, oh my, I'll take the trophy home. That would be really impressive. Wu Yu was almost drooling as he spoke, as if he had already stood on the podium. Oh my god. I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, I'm really going to knock Qin Sun unconscious, and make a movie for him to show off. I'm happy just thinking about it. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu, who was smiling a little wildly, with a strange expression on her face, and waved her hand in front of her. Wu Yu, be more restrained. Calm down. Don't daydream. Qin Sun likes to show off so much. How could he give you the chance to show off? The smile on Wu Yu's face gradually disappeared, and she coughed lightly. I know this. So, old nun, wait for me to help Qin Sun catch Mao Qianni, Gao Man, and Zhu Yu and Zhu. I'm going abroad. She paused, frowned slightly, and warned very seriously. Don't tell him that I want to knock Qin Sun unconscious. Otherwise, to eliminate the awkward atmosphere, I'm going to knock him to death. You'll become a widow. Behind the bushes, Qin Sun thought about what Wu Yu had just said. Directing a movie for myself? Pretending to be awesome for myself? Then I will just put my name on it, without having to work. Does this count as slacking off? Qin Sun closed his eyes, and took a look at the system panel. Slacking off value, 0. There is still a shortfall of 100 million slacking off points before the next lottery draw. There is still a shortfall of that much slacking off points before the next lottery draw. Although I have not used my god-level medical skills yet, I already have hundreds of aphrodisiac prescriptions in my mind. It can ensure a happy life before the age of 90. Besides, in the future, as long as the current medical level on Earth can cure the disease, I will definitely be able to cure it. It is a great thing after all. I don't know what will be open next time. No matter how long it takes to accumulate the slacking points, I will always continue to accumulate them. Maybe I can break the void? Qin Sun closed his eyes and smiled. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right chest. He slapped his chest reflexively. There was a crisp sound of slap. Then, Wu Yu's cold voice sounded. Who? Chapter 499. Cooking a big pot of rice for the extras when bored. Treat the symptoms of infertility. A voice. Who? Resonated throughout the courtyard. Qin Sun was about to speak, when he heard Xia Ning's slightly anxious voice explaining. What do you mean by who? What did you hear? When Qin Sun heard this, he knew that Xia Ning was shy, and seemed to want to fool Wu Yu as if he was a fool. He had no choice but to continue hiding. He looked down at his chest, and could see a small black spot on it with a weak light. It was a dead insect stuck to his chest. He flicked it gently, and the dead insect flew away. Into the pool. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning, with an incredible expression on her face, and pointed to the bushes not far away. Did you really hear nothing? She had already guessed that Qin Sun was hiding behind the bushes, and now she felt her face getting hot, and a little embarrassed. I just kept saying that Qin Sun was my idol. I said I would knock Qin Sun out and replace him. I didn't expect Xia Ning, this shameless person, to let her lover eavesdrop on her. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu's face, feeling a little embarrassed, and remained silent. Wu Yu turned his head, and looked at the bushes, decided to take the initiative and turn the tables. Which wretched man is hiding there? Xia Ning. Qin Sun? He didn't hear Xia Ning's reminder, and didn't know whether to go out. And just now, he heard the sound of Wu Yu tearing off her bra, and didn't know if she was naked now. No need to think about this. She can go without any clothes. Wu Yu's voice sounded again. Qin Sun, get out of here right now, or I'll call the security guard. After a while, he said again, if you don't come out, I'll kill Xia Ning's little thing, and let your future children only drink milk powder. Xia Ning? Behind a tree. Qin Sun heard Wu Yu's words, and knew that she was a little anxious. He sighed, stood up and walked out. He looked at the pool, but saw Wu Yu stunned for a moment, and shouted, I'll go back. Qin Sun was startled, looked down, and found that he was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. which was very close to running naked. She had no choice but to stand behind the low bushes with an embarrassed look on her face, covering most of her body and leaving her head exposed. Wu, are you sick? Wu immediately retorted. I think you two are sick. Since you want to bathe in the same pool, you should have said so earlier. You are just taking a bath together. Do we despise you? She turned her head and looked at Xiaoning, somewhat angry. But you are pretending to be pure love in front of us, and then secretly rub each other's backs? It's very shameless. Too much. Xiaoning didn't know how to refute. Although she didn't think so at first. She couldn't stop others from thinking so. Qin Sun saw Wu Yu's aggressiveness, and was a little annoyed, and said coldly, Wu Yu, that's enough. Who is going too far? Who said behind my back? In front of me that he would beat me to death? Want to take my position as director? You said I was your idol. Is this how you treat your idol? Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun's head emerging from the bushes, and was silent for a few seconds. Shame spread quickly throughout his body, like an electric current. Suddenly, she quickly jumped to Xiaoning's side, splashing water, and strangled Xiaoning's neck with her right arm. It was like a gangster kidnapping a hostage. Qin Sun, I advise you to be kind. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't listen to anything indecent. Don't say anything indecent. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tire Xiaoning to death and make you a male widow. Qin Sun? Stupid. That's called a widower. Wu Yu slightly tightened the arm that was strangling Xiaoning's neck. You want me to say it? I'm not afraid that you, a civil engineering student, can't understand. Shut up, or I'll really strangle Xiaoning to death. Xiaoning felt a little breathless and helpless. Wu Yu is not mature enough, she is a little childish. She has been excellent since she was young, and her self-esteem is a little too strong. Qin Sun overheard her secret. It is really hard to get off the stage. This time, she was angry and embarrassed, and I am afraid that she will not even attend my and Qin Sun's wedding in the future. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, who was running away, sighed, and asked with a smile, Are you angry? Wu Yu, very angry. Qin Sun, what should I do? Wu Yu, we will never see each other again. Qin Sun smiled. Sure. But before you die, can you do me one last favor? Wu Yu raised her eyebrows, looked at Qin Sun in surprise, and then laughed. Is this man so shameless? Is he going to never have anything to do with him again? He wants to exploit me again? Is his heart so black that it's festering? Qin Sun's voice was calm, and continued. You know more about the domestic film industry than I do. I want you to help me put together a film team. Filming Fatal Identity. Wu Yu sneered, released Xiaoning's arm, and gave Qin Sun a middle finger. Don't think of taking advantage of my connections for free. Besides, Yilan is not more suitable than me, she knows more people than me. Xiaoning turned her head, and glanced at Wu Yu, and said immediately, Yilan, not suitable. Wu Yu. This old nun really didn't give Yilan a chance. Qin Sun nodded. That's fine. Xiaoning turned her head, and looked at Qin Sun, frowning slightly. Qin Sun said to himself, Then I'll go find her later, and ask her to find me a producer, a director, and assemble a team to shoot a movie. Wu Yu was startled, and immediately caught the point, staring at Qin Sun, with a suspicious look on his face. You want to find a producer? You also want to find a director? What do you do then? Qin Sun smiled and said, I invest, I'm an investor. When I'm bored, I cook big pot meals for the extras, and treat the symptoms of infertility. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun, gradually narrowing his eyes. I just said I wanted to be a director, and he gave me this opportunity. Is this guy so kind? He seems to have a good heart. It's too cheap. Wu Yu was silent, feeling like a fish in a river, seeing a big lump of bait. She hesitated. You really only invest money? Qin Sun thought for a moment. I only invest money. Directing the richest man in Shihong City exhausted me so much, I don't want to do everything myself. I want to find a lot of people to do it. Wu Yu was silent for a while, and asked, Aren't you afraid other directors will ruin your film? Qin Sun, the script is good enough, it's hard to make it bad. It's really okay if it's a dog on a dog. Wu Yu heard the word dog, and felt a little unhappy. She stared at Qin Sun. Since you begged me sincerely, I will be merciful and considerate for a night. I will give you an answer before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will definitely find you a suitable person. Qin Sun? Before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning? Who can get up so early? Is the person who gets up so early still a human being? It's a cow or a horse. Is that so? Xia Ning heard the word 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, looked at Wu Yu, and smiled. It's only a few hours before going to bed? Who can she contact in the middle of the night? This girl has clearly regarded herself as the only candidate, and she is even a little impatient. But she still had to maintain her stubborn self-esteem. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, and suddenly smiled. 6 o'clock? My phone was off at that time. Wu Yu stood up from the pool abruptly when she heard it. Mr. Qin, what do you think of me? I once directed a documentary, the number of views? Word of mouth. All very good. She looked at Qin Sun behind the bushes, and patted her chest hard. I think I can do it. But she heard two fleshy paw sounds in the dim courtyard. This sound was wrong. Chapter 500. I will control him now. And wait for the victim to appear. Wu Yu was stunned. She looked down and found that her bra had slipped away. Now there was nothing on her chest. She squatted in the pool and screamed. Ah, Qin Sun? What's going on? Why is she crazy? She is so happy? But I haven't agreed yet. Suddenly, Xia Ning's voice sounded. Qin Sun, get out quickly. Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's serious voice, and recalled the 2 slaps Wu Yu had made just now, and was suddenly startled. Oh my god! Could it be that just now? I really couldn't see anything. Qin Sun glanced at Wu Yu, and found that she sank directly to the bottom of the pool, and a string of bubbles came out. He hurried to the door, unlocked it, and walked out. This time, he really couldn't look at anything. He couldn't stay even for a second. Xia Ning's voice comforting Wu Yu came from behind. Wu Yu, don't worry. I really can't see it. I can't see it even when I'm so close, let alone when he's so far away. Even less can he see it. Qin Sun. Ning Ning is really good at comforting people. Isn't this just to make Wu Yu angry? Qin Sun hurried out of the door, and closed it with his backhand. Qin Sun took 2 steps to the side, and suddenly saw Xiao Lele rushing over, with a semicircular explosion-proof steel fork. He grabbed him, and pushed him against the wall. Xiao Lele's somewhat proud voice sounded. I'm a security guard, protecting the safety of the area. Where did this lecture come from? Just now. After Qin Sun and the others went in to take a hot spring bath, she became the on-duty waitress in this area. Waiting in the aisle, solving some temporary requests from guests. Just now, she heard a ah from Xia Ning's courtyard, and she immediately became alert. But she had been trained not to eavesdrop on the wall, to eavesdrop on how the ah was made. Later, there were no more shouts. Thinking that this area was taken care of by Qin Sun and his team. They were all their own people, and there was no one else. There should be no danger. But after a while, 3 more sharp ahs were heard in succession. She immediately picked up the riot fork and rushed over. Unexpectedly, she saw a naked man running out of the courtyard. Xiao Lele grabbed the handle of the anti-riot steel fork with both hands, and pushed hard against the man in front of her. In the dim light, she looked up and saw that the person being forked was Qin Sun, and she was stunned. She turned her head to look at the door next door, and found that the door was closed, and was a little surprised. Mr. Qin, how did you run to the next door to commit a crime? Qin Sun? Commit a crime? Does Wu Yu have breasts? How can I commit a crime? Qin Sun's back was pressed against the wall, and his chest was a little uncomfortable because of the steel fork. And he looked at Xiao Lele and said, Can you please stop forking my chest? It can easily cause chest contusion. Xiao Lele heard this, and looked at Qin Sun's chest. She found that his muscles were bulging, and swallowed his saliva in a very unpromising way. She smiled brightly. Mr. Qin, your figure is even better than it looks on TV. Qin Sun saw Xiao Lele let go of the steel fork, and breathed a sigh of relief. She is indeed my fan. She is very sensible and obedient. Unlike Wu Yu, who kept calling him idle, and scolded him fiercely, cruelly and dirtily. Then, Qin Sun saw Xiao Lele put the steel fork against his waist, and was slightly startled. You? Why are you putting your fork against my waist? Xiao Lele raised her head, looked at him. Her eyes were clear and pure. I was afraid you would run away. I was waiting for the security to catch you. Qin Sun? He felt his waist was tightly clamped, and sighed. Don't put your fork against my waist. You are strong enough to plow the land. Don't let me put your fork against my waist and cause a herniated disc. Xiao Lele looked at Qin Sun, and smiled even more happily. How do you know? When my cow was sick before, I was the one who plowed the field for it. Qin Sun. Damn, retard. Xiao Lele let go of the steel fork, and his eyes moved slightly downward, falling on Qin Sun's crotch, frowning, as if thinking. Chin-sun! Hey! Don't push there. Just hold my waist. At this time, a light footstep sounded. Chin-sun turned his head and saw a petite woman wrapped in a bath towel, running barefoot in the aisle. Standing in front of him, it was Malchiani. She wandered around the various entertainment venues in the hotel in the afternoon, hoping to meet Chin-sun or Yilan, but she came up empty-handed. When it got dark, it was time to take a hot spring bath, as agreed with Yilan. She shamelessly called Yilan, asked for the courtyard number, and went directly to take a hot spring bath with Yilan. Everything went smoothly. Yilan was more enthusiastic than expected. The two had a great conversation. Suddenly, they heard Wu Yu screaming, quietly opened the door, and saw Chin-sun naked, and was trapped on the wall by a waiter with a steel fork. Yilan was going to change clothes, and come out to check the situation. Malchiani hesitated for a moment, then ran out wrapped in a bath towel, running all over the place, and surging. Very natural, not fake at all. Malchiani looked at Chin-sun, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, and felt a little hot in the face. He turned to look at the waiter, and was stunned for a moment. Xiao Lele? Xiao Lele replied with a smile. It's me. Malchiani reached out to push Xiao Lele, but found that he couldn't push her, and frowned. Why are you holding Chin-sun with this fork? Xiao Lele explained with a serious face. Mr. Chin is suspected of molesting a woman. I will control him now, and wait for the victim to show up. Chin-sun? Malchiani laughed so hard when she heard this. The towel she was wrapped in slipped down a little, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and her cleavage that could suffocate a cow. Does Chin-sun need to molest? Do you know his current status? He is even my idol. She looked at Xiao Lele, and said with a smile, if you can take a photo of Mr. Chin molesting a woman, you will be rich. You know? Even if it is the photo of him that you have pinned on the wall. With his current influence, you can sell it for tens of thousands. Xiao Lele glanced at Chin-sun and said, no, I'm not stupid. If I take pictures, he will definitely slap me a few times. The kind that makes me bleed. And during work hours, I can't bring my phone into the bathhouse. Malchiani immediately defended Chin-sun. How could someone like Mr. Chin hit a woman? Suddenly, she thought of the scene where Chin-sun grabbed Kato Oki's legs and swung them up to play with them, and her voice hesitated for a moment. How could he bleed so badly? Chin-sun looked at Xiao Lele, who looked serious, and smiled. It seems that Xiao Lele is my real fan. She knows me. If she dares to take nude photos of me, I will definitely knock her teeth out. Chin-sun looked at Xiao Lele and smiled. Since you know I'm very heavy-handed, how dare you stab me with a fork? Xiao Lele stabbed hard. It's my duty. Malchiani saw that Chin-sun's abdominal muscles were all forked with a red mark, and felt a little strange. Mr. Chin, you can break free at any time. Why don't you break free? Chin-sun hadn't answered yet. Xiao Lele answered first. Because Mr. Chin has a clear conscience, and he didn't molest women. Malchiani was a little confused. Chin-sun? He looked down at the steel fork on his abdomen and said unhappily, you know I'm wronged, but you still stab me?